Top-tier Providence secretly cultivate for 1,000 years. Chapter 1 to Chapter 73. Name, Han Yen. Lifespan, 11 out of 65. Race, mortal. Cultivation, none. Cultivation technique, none. Magic, none. Mystical power, none. Dharma equipment, none. Spirit root aptitude, extremely poor. Click to shake the die. Connate Providence is as follows. Click to shake the die. Earth and wood dual spirit. Earth and wood spirit root aptitude increase. Spear Dao spirit child. Spear Dao aptitude increase. Physique increase. Click to start gaming life. Looking at the attribute list in front of him, the 11-year-old Han Yen was about to despair. Spirit root aptitude and connate providence could be randomly changed every day by shaking the die, but it could only be rolled once. It could be refreshed at 7 a.m. every day. Han Yen had been shaking it since he was born. It had been 11 years, but he had not gotten any supreme grade aptitude or outstanding connate providence. Should I just do this? A thought popped up in Han Yen's mind. No, it wasn't easy for him to come to a world of immortals and ghosts. How could he let a mortal cultivate? Han Yen wanted to be the male lead of a novel. He shook it again. Han Yen raised his hand and tapped on the attribute list in front of him. Spirit root aptitude change. Spirit root aptitude, none. Han Yan's tender face instantly darkened. Again, destined lonely star, Jinx's family, companions, and friends. Lives alone. Increases lifespan by 100 years. F***ck, even the destined lonely star appeared, who wants to be alone for life. Han Yen was so angry that he lay down and rolled on the grass, kicking his legs. After 11 years, he still couldn't get any amazing spirit root aptitude or connate providence. No, continue shaking. I don't believe it. Han Yen was so angry that he trembled. After half an hour, he finally got up. Han Yen was a reincarnated person. In his previous life, he came from the 21st century on Earth. At a young age, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. He didn't want to undergo painful treatment and went home to wait for death. That night, in order to numb himself, he found a nostalgic cultivation game to play. He played all night and was very high. When dawn came, he was sleepy. Then, he was gone. When he opened his eyes again, he was reincarnated into this ancient world. He was born in a cultivation sect. The Jade Pure sect, a righteous cultivation sect of the Great Yen dynasty. On the day he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, Han Yen was terrified. It was the first time he realized how important life was. He could actually cultivate in this life. He was overjoyed. He must become an immortal. He wanted to live longer than anyone else. However, he could not cultivate as a mortal. Ever since he was born, Han Yen had lived without any pressure. His parents were servants of the Jade Pure sect's outer sect alchemist, Elder Iron. They usually planted herbs for Elder Iron. Alchemists had a special status. In the outer sect, no one dared to offend Elder Tai. Elder Tai had dozens of servants, all of whom were mortals. Even if they had spiritual roots, Elder Tai did not allow his servants to cultivate. He was probably afraid that they would steal his herbs. His herbs were extremely beneficial to cultivators, but they were absolutely poisonous to mortals. However, when he was 6 years old, his parents ran away, leaving the young Han Yen in Elder Tai's herb garden. Han Yen could also understand. It must be inconvenient to escape with a child. Elder Tai didn't fuss over it. Instead, he asked someone to lead Han Yen to help plant the herbs. As time passed, Han Yen became familiar with all the flowers and plants in the herb garden. Elder Tai did not make things difficult for Han Yen, so Han Yen continued to shake his connate providence. In any case, he was immortal now, so he might as well wait a little longer. Sigh, I'll continue shaking. If I can't get a heaven-defying providence before the age of 30, then forget it. If I'm immortal, so be it. Han Yen thought silently. The oldest servant in the herb garden was already in his 70s. His name was Old Man Wang. He had been chosen by Elder Tai when he was in his teens and was now the leader of the servants. The servants all followed his lead. Han Yen stood up and returned to the herb garden. He began to sprinkle water and clean up the withered leaves. The herb garden was very big as a football field. Every servant was very careful when they were busy. If they accidentally destroyed the flowers and plants, Elder Tai would definitely be furious. Some of the herbs were even filled with poison. Elder Tai had just gone out last month and would probably take 2 to 3 years to return. To cultivators, 2 to 3 years was nothing. In the herb garden, Han Yan was a man of few words and did not have many friends. He only interacted with Old Man Wang. After he was done, he returned to his room and began to do push-ups to train his body. The next morning, Han Yan washed up. He sat on the wooden bed and waited. Han Yan only perked up when the attribute list refreshed. It felt like a lottery. This was what he looked forward to the most every day. He rubbed his hands. First, he shook his spirit root aptitude. Spirit root aptitude, none, F***ck, that's too shady. Han Yan almost died of anger. His hands began to tremble. He continued to draw Cultivate Providence. He shook the dice. Cultivate Providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique, descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game life begins, you will receive a peerless cultivation technique and 1,000 superior grade spirit stones. Han Yan was stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. For Cultivate Providences, this was the first time that 4 Cultivate Providences had been refreshed, and they all looked very impressive. Han Yan became more and more excited. This is it, no, it's them, 4 top-notch and 1 peerless. It looked very impressive. After rolling the dice for 11 years, day after day, the heavens finally did not let him down. Han Yan tried his best to calm down. Without spirit root aptitude, he could not start the game life for the time being. He had to roll the spirit root again. Finally, the hard times are over and the good times are coming. With these 4 supreme grade Cultivate Providences, even if I start cultivating at 40 years old, I can still roll the spirit root aptitude in peace. Han Yan was in a good mood when he thought of this. He had already rolled it for 11 years. What was the point of rolling it for another 11 years? Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief, then got up and left the house to start the day's work. There were 6 people living in the house he was in, and each of them had a bed. The others had woken up early in the morning. Everyone had an area that they were responsible for and did not dare to make any mistakes. Han Yan was still young and only needed to do some simple work. Elder Iron did not dare to let him be in charge of an area. Today's sun was especially bright. Perhaps it had something to do with his mood. The other servants did not feel the change in Han Yan. They had not started the game life yet, so the 4 Cultivate Providences had not appeared yet. Noon. 2 cultivators arrived. The Jade Pure sect was very big, and the herb garden was surrounded by mountains. Cultivators were not allowed to come here. Most of the time, it was the outer sect deacons who came to ask for pills. These 2 cultivators had excellent temperaments. One was a man, and the other was a woman. They were like an immortal couple, attracting all the servants' attention. Han Yan also turned to look at the entrance of the herb garden. How beautiful. Han Yan sighed. The servants' clothes were tattered, while the 2 cultivators' robes were clean and gorgeous. They were like NPCs who had walked out of a cultivation game. Han Yan was just sighing casually. He was not envious at all. He had already rolled out 4 Cultivate Providences. His future achievements would definitely not be something that the outer sect disciples of the Jade Pure sect could compare to. Did something happen to Elder Iron? Old Man Wang asked carefully. Although Elder Iron was temperamental, Old Man Wang had accompanied him for decades, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. The female cultivator shook her head and said, "A fiendish cultivator has recently infiltrated the Jade Pure sect. The outer sect specially sent the 2 of us to protect him. You don't have to worry." Old Man Wang heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and left. The 2 cultivators walked away and meditated under the trees on both sides of the herb garden's gate. As they began to breathe, a visible whirlwind appeared around them. That must be spiritual energy. Han Yan thought silently and continued to sprinkle water. The next day, Han Yan continued to roll the die. Spirit root aptitude, none. Han Yan rolled his eyes. He actually didn't find it strange. He didn't panic. In any case, he had already rolled 4 top-notch Cultivate Providence. He could slowly roll his spirit root aptitude. The addition of the two cultivators did not change the lives of the servants in the herb garden. Their boring lives continued. Apart from working, Han Yan exercised and rolled the die every day. The third day. He rolled the die, spirit root aptitude, none, okay, it's on me, Han Yan cursed in his heart. The fourth day. Spirit root aptitude, 5 elements mixed spirit root. It is difficult to surpass foundation establishment. Yes, the standard for mortal cultivators. Han Yan shook his head. He had to continue rolling. He would never allow a mortal to cultivate. Just like that, Han Yan trained and rolled the die every day. Most of the time, he had mixed spirit roots. He was not discouraged. He believed that he would be able to get a heaven-defying spirit root aptitude. It was fine to cultivate later. He had no enemies anyway. 2 years later. When Elder Iron returned, the two cultivators bowed and bade farewell. All the servants gathered and knelt down to Elder Iron. Elder Iron was wearing a black robe with 2 gourds on his waist. His hair was black and white, and his face was gloomy. He gave people the impression that he had a bad temper. Not bad. There were no mistakes. Elder Iron looked around and smiled in satisfaction. The servants heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Elder Iron looked at Han Yan and the other youths beside him. The 4 of you, follow me. Elder Iron pointed and walked towards his own pavilion. Han Yan was one of the 4. They immediately followed. Is he going to arrange for us to be in charge of a part of the park? Han Yan thought to himself. He suddenly noticed that Elder Iron's right hand was dripping with blood. Han Yan was horrified. Could it be that Elder Iron was injured and wanted to use them to refine puppets or pills? Han Yan had read a lot of immortal cultivation novels in his previous life, and the phrase that left the deepest impression on him was, "Die a fellow Taoist rather than die a poor Taoist." To a cultivator, nothing was more important than their own life. The more Han Yan thought about it, the more panicked he became. He didn't dare to escape, so he could only try his best to restrain himself. After entering the house, a young man closed the door. Elder Iron sat at the head of the table and sized up Han Yan and the other 3. Give me your hands, Elder Iron ordered. Han Yan and the other 3 raised their right hands. Elder Iron touched them one by one. Han Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. You're the only one with spiritual roots. The rest of you can go back. Elder Iron said to a tall and sturdy young man. Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This morning, he had shaken his spirit root aptitude. Yesterday, it was still 4 spirit roots, but today, it was gone. He didn't think it would be a blessing in disguise. Han Yan looked at the tall and sturdy young man sympathetically. Zhonggu, a passionate child king who likes pigeons. The other 2 young men looked at Zhonggu with envy. Zhonggu was looking forward to it, but also nervous. Elder Iron doesn't allow servants to cultivate, but this was the first time he checked a servant's spiritual roots. After leaving the loft, Han Yan ignored the other 2 young men's discussion and went back to his work. From then on, Zhonggu didn't participate in the work anymore. So he was accepted as Elder Iron's disciple, which made the other servants even more jealous. Han Yan wasn't jealous at all. There must be a trap, I'll nurture him first before killing him. Han Yan was glad that he wasn't chosen. He has the system, so he doesn't need to take anyone as his master. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Elder Iron left the herb garden half a year ago. After he left, the 2 cultivators who came to guard the herb garden came again. Zhonggu is now a Qi training realm cultivator, but he's still chatting with those 2 cultivators. Now all the servants have to look up to him. It's a good thing that Zhonggu is always busy cultivating, so he doesn't bully the other servants. These servants will be servants for their entire lives. Elder Iron often goes out, and they can't leave the herb garden, so there's no conflict of interest, so there's very little conflict. Han Yan is already 15 years old, but he's still keeping a low profile. In the past 4 years, the best talent he's ever rolled was a triple spiritual root, which can reach Golden Core Realm. Golden Core Realm is nothing. Han Yan's goal is to become immortal, to become a deity or a god. One morning, Han Yan was casually rolling dice, not holding any expectations, just like how he gets up every day to rinse his mouth. Spiritual root talent, water and wood dual spiritual roots, excellent talent, there's hope to reach nascent soul realm, dual spiritual roots, nascent soul realm, there's only hope. Han Yan clicked his tongue, completely unmoved. He's only 15 years old, so he can roll dice for another 15 years. Keep rolling. Spring went and autumn came. Another year passed. Han Yan rolls dice every morning as usual. Spiritual root talent, samsara spirit physique, contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood and thunder spiritual roots, increases luck to a certain extent. That's it. Han Yan clicked his tongue subconsciously. Wait a minute, that's it. Han Yan's eyes widened, even his breathing became hurried. It's here, it's been 16 years, I've finally rolled out the spiritual root talent that the male lead of a short story should have. Han Yan rubbed his eyes, carefully confirming. Top-notch spiritual root, and it's a 6-elemental spiritual root. Phew, Han Yan tried hard to calm himself down. It's finally here, this is it. This is the spiritual root talent that he should have. Han Yan didn't immediately click start game life. He's afraid of causing too much of a commotion. After all, there are still 2 cultivators guarding the door. Here's the problem, how long do I have to wait? Han Yan was conflicted as he thought. A line of text suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Frowny face. You can choose a small place. The system will help you create a barrier. Cultivators outside the barrier won't be able to detect any changes within the barrier. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. He immediately went to the door. After confirming that all the servants had gone to the herb garden, he closed the door. He stood in the middle of the room, brought up the status list, his finger trembling as he clicked at the bottom of the list. Click to start game life. Click successful, the status list changed. Lines of text appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Frowny face. Start game life. Review of life experience. Han Yan, you were born in a cultivation sect in the mortal world. Since you were young, your appearance was peerless, and you were loved by everyone. Your parents abandoned you when you were young. Somehow, there seemed to be a destiny that you had to bear. You have an unparalleled talent in swordsmanship that surpasses the rest of the world. You can often feel that there are 6 types of mysterious forces in the world that can't be grasped or seen. Until today, you accidentally awakened the inheritance of the immortal emperor and obtained the peerless technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Because of this, you embarked on the path of cultivation. Please choose your main path of cultivation. 1. Sword cultivation. 2. Thunder cultivation. 3. Earth cultivation. 4. Fire cultivation. 5. Water cultivation. 6. Wood cultivation. Cultivation direction. Han Yan didn't hesitate too much. He noticed that he had obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. It must be related to the spiritual body of the 6 paths. 6 top-notch spiritual root aptitudes must be developed together. At the same time, he had top-notch sword Dao aptitude, so he naturally had to choose sword cultivation. After thinking it through, Han Yan immediately clicked on sword cultivation. In an instant, a strange heat source surged in his body. He was in a trance for a moment. It was as if he had a dream. It was very long, but he couldn't remember what happened in the dream. When he opened his eyes again, Han Yan was covered in sweat. The screen in front of him had become a list of attributes. Han Yan wasn't in a hurry to inherit the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Instead, he clicked on interpersonal relationships at the bottom. The screen changed, and a profile picture appeared. It was a picture of a real person. Elder Iron's picture was exactly the same as the real person. F***ck, I worked so hard for you, and you still hate me? Han Yan cursed in his heart. Then he calmed down. This was a cheat, he could check other people's impression of him. But why wasn't there anyone else? Mortals weren't considered. Xianxia had no feelings for him. Han Yan couldn't figure it out, but he didn't think too much about it. He opened the door first. It was almost noon. He couldn't slack, he would be noticed. He immediately ran to the herb garden. Han Yan, did you sleep in? A middle-aged servant jokingly scolded. Han Yan embarrassedly scratched his head, causing the others to burst into laughter. They didn't think too much about it, nor did they scold him. Han Yan rarely failed in his duties, so it wasn't a big deal if it happened once in a while. The female cultivator at the entrance of the herb garden suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Han Yan. She frowned slightly. This young man is so handsome. A line of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. Xianxia has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, what the hell, who was Xianxia? Han Yan was baffled and subconsciously turned his head to look. Could it be that female cultivator? Sure enough, the female cultivator was staring at him. Their eyes met, and Xianxia smiled at him. Han Yan quickly turned his head away. Shit. Top charm had been targeted. I'm a mortal and she's a cultivator. It's impossible for us to love each other. Could it be that she wants to use me as a furnace? No, he had to think of a way to avoid it. Night fell. After the other 5 servants in the room fell asleep, Han Yan laid on his bed and began to receive the samsara scripture. A huge amount of memories flooded his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes. So this is an immortal cultivation scripture, so complicated, Han Yan silently thought. He only received the first stage of the scripture, but he can reach Qi Training Realm Stage 9. The samsara scripture focuses on the balanced development of the 6 spirit roots. The cultivator has to cultivate 6 spirit energy in the body. Although the cultivation process is more complicated than a single elemental cultivation scripture, Han Yan's aptitude is top-notch, so he can make up for this difference. Only when the 6 spirit energies reach a certain level can he reach foundation establishment. Han Yan regained his senses and quietly sat up. He told the system to activate a barrier around his bed to avoid being noticed by the 3 cultivators outside. The other 5 servants are also in deep sleep, snoring loudly. After all, they've been tired all day. Han Yan began to breathe according to the first stage of the scripture. Exhalation was a type of breathing technique. During the breathing process, one has to patiently feel the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In less than 10 seconds, Han Yan can feel the wind, earth, wood and water spirit energy in the air. As for the fire and thunder spirit energy, he can't capture them for now. Han Yan began to absorb these 4 types of spirit energy. Lines of words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He clearly has his eyes closed, but he can still see these words. It's really amazing. You've started your first cultivation. You have the following options for your cultivation development. First, if you're a high-profile peerless genius, you can obtain a Qi Training Realm magic weapon. Second, if you cultivate in a low-key manner, you can activate the ability to hide your cultivation and spirit roots. Han Yan chose the second option without hesitation. The second option is obviously a godly skill. This way, he can cultivate in peace without fear of being discovered. You can activate the hidden function at any time. Han Yan smiled. It's settled. Elder Iron hasn't returned yet. He has to seize the time to become stronger. In the blink of an eye. 2 years quickly passed. The 18-year-old Han Yan is already at the 7th stage of the Qi refinement realm. His wind, earth, wood and water spirit roots are all at the 7th stage of the Qi refinement realm. Through the interpersonal relationship list, Han Yan knows that Xianxia is also at the 7th stage of the Qi refinement realm. Elder Iron hasn't returned for the past 2 years. It's worth mentioning that Xianxuan's affection for him has increased to 2 stars. The 2 of them didn't communicate. However, Han Yan can sense that Xianxia often stares at him, which makes him very uncomfortable. It's also troublesome to be too handsome. Sigh. I only want to cultivate. Han Yan sighed in his heart. Xianxia is pretty, but she's not devastatingly beautiful. Han Yan doesn't want to develop feelings for her. Once he has love, he will have a weakness. He wants to live forever. He can't die halfway. He will consider love when he's immortal. As long as he's invincible, he can have as many women as he wants. He won't have to be afraid of his enemies, Han Yan firmly thought as he worked. He sees Xianxia as a demon. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stood up. She leisurely walked over, attracting the attention of the other servants. She directly walked in front of Han Yan and said with a smile, "Come with me." Han Yan is dumbfounded. The other servants looked at him enviously. There should be benefits to being targeted by such a fairy. If it's them, even if it's just one of them, this life is enough. Han Yan doesn't dare to refuse and can only nod. The 2 of them walked out of the herb garden. The male cultivator opened his eyes and asked, "Junior Marshal Sister Xing, what are you doing?" He looked at Han Yan and couldn't help but frown. This kid is so handsome. The servants of the herb garden have never left the herb garden in their lives. They don't have a sense of beauty, and coupled with their habitual thinking, they didn't really observe Han Yan. Opposites attract. Xianxia was the first to notice Han Yan's difference. The male cultivator only carefully observed Han Yan because of Xianxia. Han Yan's image makes him instinctively unhappy. It's nothing, senior martial brother can continue cultivating. I want to talk to this little brother alone. Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled. Han Yan awkwardly smiled at the male cultivator, clearly very nervous. The male cultivator frowned but didn't say anything. Han Yan followed Xianxia into the forest. He was struggling in his heart. My damn charm, what should I do next? Resist? Han Yan and Xianxia came to an empty forest. Han Yan was uneasy, afraid that Xianxia would make such a request. Xianxia turned to look at him with a burning gaze. Han Yan didn't dare to look her in the eye. Xianxia smiled and said, "Little brother, don't be nervous. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I want to ask you, are you willing to be a servant of this herb garden for the rest of your life?" Han Yan was silent. Next, you want me to lower my head and be your plaything? Xianxia took a step forward and whispered into his ear, "Help me do something. I'll bring you to Cultivate and get rid of your mortal identity." What is it? Xianxia's lips opened and closed, but no sound came out. However, Han Yan heard it clearly. Help me get Elder Iron's alchemy manual, and I'll bring you away from the Jade Pure sect to the Fiend sect. In the future, I'll treat you well. Under my hands, you won't suffer at all. If your potential is good and your cultivation is successful, we can even become Tao companions. Voice transmission, Han Yan's eyes widened. This woman was actually a fiendish cultivator. Han Yan was in a mess. This was not a joke. If he agreed, he would offend the entire Jade Pure sect. If he refused, Xianxia would definitely not let him out of this forest. Elder Iron was not here, and this was only the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect. No one would respond even if he shouted himself hoarse. Xianxia did not rush him. She circled Han Yan and waited patiently. Han Yan was weighing his chances of winning against Xianxia. They were both at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. He did not have any Dharma spells or artifacts. How could he defeat Xianxia? He could not fight her head-on. Han Yan pretended to be terrified and said, "I don't know where that thing is. Besides, Zhanggu is here." Xianxia looked satisfied. Han Yan did not say the words alchemy manual, which meant that he was very smart. It's okay. There's still time. I can wait for you. Xianxia chuckled. She took out a pill and said, "This pill can help you activate your spirit root. Take it first as a greeting gift." Han Yan looked at the pill. It looked like chocolate. It was definitely poison. Han Yan could not refuse and could only feed it. He used his spirit energy to envelop the pill to prevent it from melting. After swallowing it, Hanju opened his mouth and deliberately let Xianxia see it. He said excitedly, "Thank you, fairy." Wait. Wait. Not. Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled. She reached out to touch Han Yan's cheek and smiled. "Little brother, you're really sensible. Be good. I'll nurture you as my husband in the future." Han Yan was excited. He felt disgusted. "Stupid woman, are you worthy of me?" After being touched by Xianxia for a while, the two of them returned to the herb garden. The male cultivator looked at Han Yan suspiciously and frowned. Xianxia smiled mysteriously and continued to meditate. Han Yan walked into the herb garden and a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. "You are threatened by the fiendish cultivator Xianxia. You have the following choices. 1. Steal the alchemy manual and obtain Xianxia's favor. Obtain 5 stars of hatred from the Jade Pure sect. 2. Do not listen. Do not let Xianxia obtain the alchemy manual. When Xianxia leaves, you can obtain the sword technique, unparalleled finger divine sword." There was a choice reward, sure. Han Yan's eyes lit up. He was even more determined to not listen. Night fell. Han Yan returned to the house and activated the barrier. He spat out the pill in his stomach and placed it in his belt. Then, he walked to the wooden bed and sat down. He took out a steamed bun and began to eat. He had already abstained from eating, but in order to act, he had to eat. Late at night, after the 5 servants fell asleep, Han Yan continued to cultivate. With his potential, it was not difficult for him to surpass Xianxia. In the next few days, Han Yan worked as usual. Xianxia had been cultivating in Elder Iron's pavilion, giving Han Yan an excuse not to enter. Xianxia did not seem to be in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 18 of 85, race, mortal, cultivation, 8th level of the Qi refinement realm, cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, magic, none, mystical power, none, magic equipment, none, spiritual root potential, spiritual body of the 6 paths, contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch. Charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique, descendant of the immortal emperor, received a peerless cultivation technique, 1000 high-grade spirit stones, can be withdrawn, check interpersonal relationships. Han Yan had broken through to the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. All 4 of his spiritual roots had reached the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. It was worth mentioning that his lifespan had also increased by 20 years, which made him overjoyed. The feeling of his spiritual power increasing rapidly was wonderful. On the other hand, Xianxia and Elder Iron's cultivation had not improved at all. This was the difference between a genius and a mortal. Han Yan was secretly pleased. As expected, one had to be able to endure loneliness to become stronger. If he had started cultivating as a mortal from the beginning, he might not even have reached the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. That night, Han Yan heard footsteps outside the door. He immediately lay down and closed the barrier. I'm going to lure Xianxia away. After that, you can go in and look for her. Xianxuan's voice reached Han Yan's ears. Han Yan opened his eyes and hurriedly got up. Damn it. He still couldn't avoid it. Han Yan waited patiently. At the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm, he had already cultivated divine sense. His senses were also extraordinary. He vaguely heard the sound of tables and chairs being knocked against each other from the pavilion in the distance. You can act now. Xianxuan's voice came. Immediately after, Han Yan sensed Xianxia and Xianxia rushing away from the eaves. Han Yan quietly got up and prepared to put on a show. After carefully leaving the house, he looked towards the entrance of the herb garden and found that the male cultivator had collapsed under a tree. He didn't know if he was dead or alive. What a weak passerby. Han Yan secretly complained. He walked towards the pavilion. Old Iron's pavilion had 2 floors. Like a villa, it was grand and majestic, filled with all kinds of porcelain and paintings. After Han Yan entered the house, he started to wander around. He didn't pay attention at all. Even if there were treasures, he wouldn't know where to put them. After sitting for half an hour, Han Yan got up and continued to rummage through the cabinets. At least he had to put on a show. Another half an hour passed. Xianxia came back. She hurriedly entered the house, found Han Yan and asked, "Did you find it?" Han Yan was standing next to a vase. He turned around and said, "I couldn't find it. I searched everywhere but still couldn't find it." He suddenly saw that Xianxia was covered in blood. Did she kill Xianxia? Han Yan instinctively stepped back, but accidentally knocked over the vase on the small table. Ping, the vase fell to the ground and broke. Han Yan saw a secret scripture appear in the broken vase. There were 2 large words carved on it. Pill recipe. Silence, the house instantly became silent. You could even hear a pin drop. Han Yan was stunned and embarrassed. Damn it, was this how Old Iron hid things? Xianxia shifted her gaze from the pill recipe to Han Yan. Her eyes were gloomy. Han Yan was extremely nervous. He tried his best to appear pleasantly surprised, guarding against Xianxuan's attack at any time. Xianxia suddenly walked forward and grabbed his hand tightly. She smiled excitedly. As expected of you, you're really my lucky charm. As long as you're happy. Xianxuan's favorability towards you has increased. You can become Dao companions. Favorability, 3 stars. This line of words appeared in Han Yan's mind. He smiled bitterly. However, Xianxia did not see through it. She walked around Han Yan, picked up the alchemy manual, and began to flip through it. She seemed to be looking for something. Han Yan waited nervously. Should he make a move? If he let Xianxia take the alchemy manual away, he would not be able to obtain the sword technique. Xianxia seemed to be injured. Her breathing was very unstable. Trick her, let her know the difficulty and retreat. Just as Han Yan was hesitating, a gust of cold wind swept in from the door. Han Yan was caught off guard. He was sent flying, smashed into the wall, and rebounded to the ground. It did not hurt much. It was just a little scary. Han Yan focused his eyes. Elder Iron, his neck tilted, and his right leg trembled. He pretended to faint. Put down my alchemy manual. Elder Iron said in a deep and cold voice. Xianxia said coldly, you're back. Elder Iron said expressionlessly, I've been back for a long time. I've just been waiting for you to appear. I saw the two of you the moment I came back. For so many years, the other disciples did not accept my missions. There must be something fishy going on. With that, Elder Iron suddenly struck out with a palm strike at Xianxia. There was a talisman in his palm. Xianxia instinctively jumped away. Thunder and lightning burst out from Elder Iron's palm, turning into a net of electricity that wrapped around Xianxia. Elder Iron followed up with a kick, sending Xianxia flying. Almost instantly, Elder Iron snatched the alchemy manual away. Xianxia landed on the ground. Her whole body twitched. Elder Iron took advantage of the opportunity to pursue. Xianxia hurriedly ran away. The two of them quickly rushed out. Han Yan, who was lying on the ground, hesitated whether or not he should get up. No way, if he got up, he wouldn't be able to wash away his guilt. Han Yan also thought of escaping. But it was too dangerous. He didn't even know where to run. He waited patiently. After a full hour, Han Yan couldn't help but scratch his butt. He suddenly felt an aura approaching the attic. Elder Iron, Han Yan did not dare to move. Elder Iron walked into the pavilion. He frowned when he saw Han Yan. Han Yan suddenly coughed. Elder Tai walked to a chair and sat down, quietly staring at Han Yan. Han Yan displayed his best and most realistic acting skills from his past life. He clutched his head and got up. He looked around in confusion. When he saw Elder Iron, he was pleasantly surprised. Old Iron. You're finally back. Han Yan shrunk his neck and looked around nervously. He cautiously asked, where did the witch go? Elder Iron looked at him expressionlessly. Han Ju hurriedly stood up and lowered his head to face Elder Iron, looking uneasy. Han Yan was taking a gamble. He was betting that Elder Iron didn't notice the conversation between Xianxia and him. If he did, Han Yan would have no choice but to go all out. What did she say to you? Elder Iron asked. Han Yan didn't dare to hide anything and answered honestly. Humph, she wants to train you to be her husband. What a joke! Elder Iron was so angry that he laughed, thinking that this kid was dreaming. He carefully looked at Han Yan. Huh. You don't say. This kid really did become handsome. Just by looking at his face and eyes, he didn't lose out to those inner sect disciples. The change was too big. Could it be? Elder Iron reached out and grabbed Han Yan's right wrist, carefully examining it. Han Yan was very nervous, ready to attack at any moment. This kid has no spirit root and no cultivation. Could it be that I'm worrying too much? Elder Iron silently thought. Seeing Han Yan's fearful expression, he couldn't help but think of Han Yan's parents, feeling a bit irritated. He angrily said, go back to sleep. Han Yan sighed in relief and quickly bowed. He quickly left the loft. Elder Iron started to clean up the room. Back in the room, Han Yan quietly went to bed. Because you didn't help Xianxia steal the pill recipe, you've received a sword art, unparalleled finger divine sword. Han Yan was very happy. He finally had a way to save his life. He immediately chose the inheritance. A stream of memories flooded his mind. Unparalleled finger divine sword wasn't a martial art, but a spell. It used the finger as a sword and spirit energy as sword chi. Han Yan had great understanding of the way of the sword, so he learned this spell that night. However, he didn't expose himself and kept a low profile. The next day, after Han Yan woke up, he heard from the other servants that Zhanggu was dead. It was said that she died a terrible death, bleeding from all orifices. The male cultivator guarding the entrance of the herb garden also left early in the morning. Something big seemed to have happened last night. Han Yan couldn't help but mourn for Zhanggu. Xing Hongshuan's favorability towards you has increased. You can become Dao companions. Current favorability, 3-5 stars. Han Yan was stunned. Why did her favorability increase again? This was ridiculous. However, Xing Hongxian probably wouldn't dare to appear in the near future. Han Yan could cultivate in peace again. Half a month later, Elder Iron left the herb garden again. In the past 10 years, he went out more and more frequently. Han Yan heard from Old Man Wang that Elder Iron seemed to be reaching the end of his life and was looking for herbs to increase his lifespan. Not everyone was like Han Ju, who could break through so easily. Elder Iron's cultivation was stuck at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm and couldn't increase anymore. This was the difference in talent. Elder Iron was a typical mortal cultivator who wanted to change his fate. Han Yan prayed in his heart, hoping that the old man would die on the way. He was so vicious because he noticed that Elder Iron still had 1 star of hatred towards him. He was a potential enemy, in the blink of an eye. 2 years passed. The 20-year-old Han Yan had cultivated all 4 types of spirit roots to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. As long as he cultivated his lightning and fire spirit roots to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, he could begin to prepare to break through to the foundation establishment realm. However, he couldn't capture any lightning or fire spirit energy around the herb garden. Han Yan knew that it was time for him to leave. That night, he left quietly. Han Yan still had 1,000 superior grade spirit stones that he hadn't taken out. This would be his confidence in walking in the cultivation world. Along the way, Han Yan used his divine sense to scan his surroundings. He was prepared to go directly to the Jade Pure sect and become a disciple. The Jade Pure sect shouldn't reject a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. The next morning, Han Yan finally found the Jade Pure sect's entrance. The Jade Pure sect was located in a valley between mountains. Immortal fog filled the air, and 2 huge stone statues stood at the entrance. They looked like Qilins. "Stop, show me your sect token." A Jade Pure sect disciple raised the sword in his hand and said. There were a total of 4 disciples guarding the entrance of the Jade Pure sect. They were all at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Han Yan turned off the concealment function and cupped his hands. I am Han Yan, an itinerant cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. I want to join the Jade Pure sect. Is there a way? 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, the attitude of the 4 disciples instantly changed. The sword-wielding disciple said something to the disciple beside him, who quickly left. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to inform the outer sect deacon, the sword-wielding disciple said. Han Yan thanked him. In the Jade Pure sect, other than Elder Iron, no other cultivator knew his name. Elder Iron hadn't returned yet, so it was very likely that he had died outside. Therefore, Han Yan wasn't worried about exposing his identity. Han Yan didn't wait long before an outer sect deacon arrived. This person's cultivation level was also at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. I'm the outer sect deacon of the Jade Pure sect, Yang Luo. Brother Han, can you let me check? There have been fiendish cultivators sneaking into our sect in the past few years. The outer sect deacon cupped his hands and said politely. Han Yan didn't have anything on him, so he wasn't afraid of being checked. He raised his hands. Yang Luo began to search. After searching, he asked curiously, Brother Han, why don't you have a storage ring or a storage bag? Han Yan said helplessly, I was attacked by a foundation establishment fiendish cultivator on the way here. I had to save my life. You know. Yang Luo was silent and looked at him sympathetically. Can you use your spirit energy? Yang Luo continued asking. Han Yan could understand and wanted to see if he was a fiendish cultivator. He immediately raised his right hand and used his finger as a sword to tap the mountain wall beside him. Swoosh, a sword chi shot out from his index finger and pierced through the mountain wall. Yang Luo's eyes lit up. What kind of Dharma spell was this? He was too embarrassed to ask, but he could sense that Han Yan was not a fiendish cultivator. No problem. Follow me. I'll bring you to the outer sect to register your identity. From now on, you are an outer sect disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Yang Luo smiled. Then, he led Han Yan into the valley. As Han Yan walked, he asked, how many disciples are there in the outer sect? What are the conditions to enter the inner sect? There are more than 2,000 disciples in the outer sect. Only those at the Foundation establishment realm can enter the inner sect. However, it's very difficult to reach the Foundation establishment realm. Every 3 years, the sect will hold a small sect competition. The top 3 will all receive Foundation establishment pills. The Foundation establishment pills can help one break through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Are there many inner sect disciples? I'm not sure. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect is located in a small world. Even we outer sect disciples can't understand the situation in the inner sect. Looks like the Jade Pure sect is very powerful. Of course. The Jade Pure sect is a famous righteous sect in the cultivation world of the Great Yin. Does the Jade Pure sect have a cultivation ground for thunder and fire spirit energy? There aren't any in the outer sect, but there might be in the inner sect. If you have a thunder spirit root, you can apply to the Elder Hall. Perhaps you can make an exception and enter the inner sect. Such a rare spirit root is usually nurtured by the sect. Yang Luo was secretly surprised. Could it be that this person had a thunder spirit root? Han Yan's eyes lit up as he asked, as long as you have the thunder spirit root? Yang Luo nodded. Brother Yang, can you introduce me? If I can enter the inner sect, I will never forget your kindness. Han Yan said in a low voice. He raised his right hand, and lightning burst out from his palm. Yang Luo's pupils shrank. Jade Pure Sect Outer Sect Deacon Yang Luo has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, Yang Luo smiled, since you and I are brothers, I naturally have to help you with this matter. I will make an exception and explain it to the Hall of Elders. Many thanks, Brother Yang, this one cannot thank you enough. Sure. Yang Luo had been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm for 20 years. It was very difficult for him to make any further breakthroughs in his cultivation. The only thing he could do was to build connections. Under Yang Luo's guidance, Han Yan saw many outer sect disciples meditating and cultivating along the way. The outer sect did not allocate any exclusive cultivation grounds or cave abodes for the disciples. Everyone casually found a place to absorb qi and was not allowed to cause trouble. Soon, Han Yan arrived at the outer sect's buildings. Most of the houses were very similar to Elder Iron's pavilion. They were antique, and there were many disciples on the streets. Apart from cultivators, there were also mortals. It turned out that there were also many mortal servants in cultivation sections. Alchemists were not the only ones who needed them. Mortals were also willing to serve them. At the very least, they would not encounter any danger and would be able to eat their fill. The Hall of Elders was located in the middle of the valley. It was a 4-story pavilion that emitted a strange fragrance. Han Yan followed Yang Luo in. Yang Luo walked to the counter and said, an itinerant cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm wants to join our Jade Pure sect. The first floor was not big. There was only one person at the counter. It was an old man. The old man glanced at Han Yan. This glance made Han Yan inexplicably flustered. He could not see through the other party's realm. Could it be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Yes. The old man responded and turned around to take a sign from the wooden cabinet behind him. Yang Luo whispered, is the Grand Elder here? This person has a thunder spirit root and wants to enter the inner sect. Thunder spirit root? The old man looked at Han Yan in surprise. He waved his hand. Han Yan immediately followed. At the same time, he told the system to only reveal the Thunder Spirit Root, Fire Spirit Root, and Wind Spirit Root. Triple Spirit Root, the old man was shocked. Triple Spirit Root. Yang Luo was not surprised. Instead, he revealed an envious expression. Register your identity first. You'll be an outer sect disciple for the time being. When the Grand Elder returns, I'll tell him about this, the old man said in a low voice. Han Yan began to register his identity. After that, Han Yan received the sect token, storage bag, Jade Pure Sect Daoist robe, 100 inferior grade spirit stones, and a bottle of qi gathering pills before leaving. Yang Luo personally arranged a residence for him. It was a wooden house not far from Yang Luo. Alright, Brother Han, you should rest first. Someone will inform you when there's news. I still have something to do. Yang Luo smiled. Han Yan cupped his fists and watched Yang Luo leave. Yang Luo's attitude felt very real to him. It was different from what was written in novels. Even if he wanted to rope him in, he would not deliberately curry favor with him. They were all cultivators. They would not be dogs just because one's aptitude was better. Han Yan closed the door and began to cultivate. He could finally cultivate without worry, something that surprised him appeared again. He could actually sense fire spirit qi here. Han Yan decided to cultivate his fire spirit root to the 9th level of the qi refinement realm first. Generally speaking, cultivators would only choose one cultivation technique to cultivate. Most cultivation techniques had a single attribute. Very few people would cultivate 6 attributes like Han Yan. Han Yan's aptitude was top-notch and he did not feel tired at all. He enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger. To be precise, it was the feeling of his lifespan increasing. Back then, Han Yan's first thought when he saw the attributes panel was longevity. He did not want fame and fortune, he did not want beauties. As long as he could live long enough, he could not be like in his past life where he contracted a terminal illness at such a young age. My aptitude makes it so that I don't need to risk my life for opportunities. I need to cultivate steadily and not cause any trouble. If I can avoid provoking enemies, then I won't, unless they want to kill me. Han Yan silently thought. In the blink of an eye. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan's fire spirit root reached the 4th level of the qi refinement realm. The outer sect Grand Elder had finally returned. Yang Luo personally came to inform Han Yan. Han Yan packed his things, tied his inventory bag to his belt and followed Yang Luo to the Hall of Elders. Originally, the Hall of Elders had already forgotten about this matter. I just happened to pass by your door and saw that you were still cultivating. The Grand Elder would definitely appreciate such an ascetic cultivator like you. Yang Luo smiled. His tone was full of admiration. For half a year, Han Yan did not open the door to his room. If it weren't for the fact that there were spirit qi waves inside, others would think it was an empty room. Elder Hall. Han Yan met the first elder. The first elder was fat and looked like Maitreya Buddha. He had a smile on his face, and his eyes were curved into 2 lines. He sized up Han Yan and said in satisfaction, "Your temperament is not bad. You're not inferior to inner sect disciples. You're almost catching up to elite disciples." The Jade Pure Sect's Daoist robe was white with black hair. After Han Yan put it on, his charm was completely revealed. He didn't look like a servant at all. On the way here, many female cultivators peeked at him. I can't compare to elite disciples, Han Yan said humbly. The first elder smiled and said, "Let's go. Follow me to the inner sect. If you want to join the inner sect, you have to acknowledge a master. There are 18 peaks in the inner sect and 18 missionary elders. If anyone takes a fancy to you, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. If not, you can only participate in the sect's small competition and strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible." I understand. Then, the 2 of them left the elder hall. The old man at the counter clicked his tongue in wonder. This child's fire spirit energy has increased quite a bit. Looks like he's been cultivating diligently for half a year. Yang Luo smiled. That's right. He hasn't even gone out. He has good aptitude and is willing to cultivate diligently. He might become an elite disciple in the future. The old man shook his head and laughed. He didn't say anything else. He had been here for more than 100 years and had seen geniuses with better aptitude than Han Yan. He only felt a little emotional and didn't think too much about it. They were silent along the way. Under the lead of the first elder, Han Yan came to a teleportation array in the corner of the valley. Several disciples were guarding it. The teleportation array looked like an altar. It was a circular stone platform with strange patterns engraved on it. There were stone pillars in all directions, and there were many irregular holes on them that were specially used to place spirit stones. This was Han Yan's first time using a teleportation array. He was very nervous, but he didn't dare to show it for fear of embarrassing himself. The outer sect disciples began to place the spirit stones. What kind of cultivation atmosphere do you want to join? Due to the different personalities of the instructing elders of each peak, the atmosphere is also different. Some are competitive, some are low-key, and some are out on missions all year round, the first elder suddenly asked. Han Yan replied, I want to keep a low profile. I don't like crowds, nor do I like being high profile. The first elder revealed a strange smile. Then I'll bring you to Jade Serene Peak first. At this moment, the teleportation array was activated and a strong light burst out, blinding Han Yan so much that she had to close her eyes. Han Yan felt a strong sense of weightlessness. If it were a mortal, they would definitely vomit. About 3 seconds passed. Han Yan opened his eyes. In front of him was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. A sea of clouds spread out in front of him. It was as if he was standing on top of the clouds. Beneath his feet was a teleportation array, and in front of him was a flight of stone steps that led to the city. This city was located on a short mountain. It was a short mountain compared to the 18 giant peaks around it. However, Han Yan looked down from the teleportation portal and saw that it was like a cliff. Because of the clouds, he could not see the ground. The city on the short mountain was very big. Many cultivators could be seen flying on their swords in the sky. There were even all kinds of ferocious birds. That's the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect. Missions and salaries are all done here. You can also trade inside. The first elder introduced the first elder, his tone full of pride. Han Yan was also amazed. He had thought that the Jade Pure sect was a small sect like those in ancient Xianxia dramas. He didn't expect it to be so big. He thought that he had arrived in the immortal world. He had really underestimated the strength of the Jade Pure sect. After all, he had been staying in the herb garden for the past 20 years. His active range was less than 2 kilometers. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a caged bird. The first elder waved his hand, and Han Yan felt as if he was lifted up by something and almost fell. He looked down and saw that a huge gourd had appeared under his feet. Stand firm. If you fall, you will fall to your death even if you are at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. The great elder laughed loudly. His laughter was very heroic. Han Yan hurriedly used his spirit energy to attach to the soles of his feet and stuck close to the surface of the gourd. The huge gourd brought them to the most remote peak. All the other giant peaks had disciples walking up and down, but this one was the only one that seemed to be very lonely. The teaching elder of Jade Serene Peak is Fairy Xianxia. Her cultivation level is unfathomable. She likes to cultivate in seclusion and likes peace and quiet, so Jade Serene Peak is not lively. In addition, she doesn't allow her disciples to develop feelings for each other and become Tao companions, so there are very few disciples. The disciples who stay in Jade Serene Peak are basically all ascetic cultivators, the first elder said with a smile. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Really? That's great. He was afraid that female cultivators would pester him. After all, he was peerless and had maxed out his charm. The first elder shook his head and laughed. The Jade Pure Sect's outer sect first elder has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, a line of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. He found it strange. Soon, they arrived at the palace complex of Jade Serene Peak and flew straight to the main hall. The first elder stood in front of the door, his mouth moving slightly. He was probably using a voice transmission technique. Boom, the door opened. The first elder led Han Yan in. The hall was dark. As they walked in, the oil lamps on both sides lit up. Han Yan's gaze landed on the 2 figures meditating in front of him. Two female cultivators. One of the female cultivators wore a blue robe and had a graceful posture. Her face could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. She was probably Fairy Xianxia. The female cultivator behind her should be a disciple. Her temperament and appearance were much worse, but she was still a beauty. Fairy Xianxia opened her eyes and her gaze landed on Han Yan. After the first elder approached, he smiled and said, "This child's name is Han Yan. He's an itinerant cultivator with 3 spirit roots and a rare thunder spirit root. On the way, I asked him. He also likes quiet cultivation places and doesn't want to be too high profile." Han Yan bowed. "Chang Yu'er has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, 2 stars just like that, how shallow." Han Yan cursed inwardly and became nervous. This jade serene peak doesn't live up to its name. Don't tell me the female disciples are all wolves, tigers, and leopards. Fairy Xianxia asked, "If you join my peak, I won't help you seek benefits. You have to rely on yourself for everything. In terms of cultivation, I won't neglect teaching you. However, if you slack off, I will expel you from the peak." Han Yan immediately promised, "As long as there are no instructions, I can enter seclusion for 100 years and never leave." "Really?" "Absolutely. Fairy Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, Chang Yu'er's favorable impression of you has decreased." Current favorability, 1 star, 2 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan. He couldn't help but despise that Chang Yu'er. "Are you F** King Lovestruck? This is a place for cultivators. Do you know Dharma spells? Attack me and let me see what you're capable of," Fairy Xianxia continued to ask. Han Yan nodded and decided to go all out. This jade serene peak was too suitable for him. If it were other peaks, he would be annoyed to death by female cultivators like Chang Yu'er. Han Yan was not Lu Shahui. He also liked women, but women were definitely not as important as lifespan. He only wanted to cultivate now. There was a knife above the character of lust. When his cultivation reached the great accomplishment stage in the future, he could nurture a few Tao companions to play with. However, he couldn't fall in love with them and could only cultivate together. Han Yan mobilized the spiritual power in his body. He clenched his right hand and pointed it at Fairy Xianxia. Sword chi burst out from his 5 fingers and gathered into a palm-wide sword chi that shot toward Fairy Xianxia like lightning. When it was about to touch Fairy Xianxia, the sword chi dissipated into thin air, and Fairy Xianxia's hair fluttered. Han Yan ignored the prompt that appeared before him and waited for Fairy Xianxia to speak. Fairy Xianxia asked, "You only know this move?" "Yes." Han Yan was very honest. He did not want to puff himself up at his own cost. "This sword technique is not bad. You can stay at Jade Serene Peak from now on." Fairy Xianxia nodded slightly. The Great Elder laughed. "Then I won't disturb you anymore." He nodded at Han Yan and turned to leave. Fairy Xianxia stared at Han Yan and said, "Why aren't you kneeling down and acknowledging me as your master?" Han Yan came back to his senses and immediately knelt down. Disciple Han Yan greets master. Long live master. Fairy Xianxia could not help but laugh. She said angrily, "Do you think I'm an empress?" Han Yan did not raise his head. Fairy Xianxia thought to herself, "This child has an excellent image and temperament. His temperament is also very good." She took out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Chang Yu'er behind her. "Take your junior brother to the inner sect to register and arrange a cave residence for him." "Yes, master." Chang Yu'er stood up obediently. Han Yan also stood up and bowed before leaving with Chang Yu'er. As soon as they walked out of the palace, the door closed. "Junior brother Han, my name is Chang Yu'er. You can call me senior sister from now on. You're new here, so feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Chang Yu'er smiled and met Han Yan's gaze. She was not shy at all. Instead, she stared straight at him. Han Yan lowered his head slightly and said, "Thank you, senior sister. I dare not trouble you, but if senior sister needs help, you can ask me at any time." "Hee, you're such a nice person." He was better looking than the other senior brothers and junior brothers. It was Chang Yu'er's first time meeting such a handsome man. Moreover, his attitude and character made her feel very comfortable. She secretly swore that she would protect junior brother Han and not let him be bullied. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. When they arrived at the edge of the cliff, Xianxia summoned her flying sword and asked Han Yan to stand behind her and hug her waist. Han Yan hesitated. Other than you, no other junior brother has the chance to hug my waist. Xianxia snorted. In fact, she only met Han Yan, her junior brother. In the entire Jade Serene Peak, only Han Yan could be considered her junior brother. Jade Serene Peak rarely had a new disciple in several years. At this point, Hanju couldn't be unreasonable. He had to admit that senior sister's waist was really thin. 2 hours later, Chang Yu brought Han Yan to the entrance of a cave and said, "Inside is your cave, senior sister's cave is just beside it, you can cultivate in peace." So close? Han Yan looked in the direction she was pointing. The entrance to her cave was just 100 meters away. Han Yan sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he thanked Chang Yu. The two of them bid each other farewell. After entering the cave, Han Yan saw a mechanism on the wall. After twisting it, a stone door appeared at the entrance of the cave, blocking the entrance. Following that, the tunnel lit up. He walked towards the end of the tunnel, which was about 100 square meters in size. There was a bed, a table, chairs, and wooden cabinets. The treatment was pretty good. Han Yan walked to the bed and sat down, taking out the new inner sect storage bag. The inner sect storage bag was 10 times larger than the outer sect storage bag, and could store 100 cubic meters of things inside. He took Jade Serene Peak's Daoist robe, a flying sword, the sword controlling technique manual, a Jade Serene Peak token, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of qi gathering pills. Han Yan learned from Chang Yu that a high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and a mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones could be used for cultivation, and they could also be used as currency. He immediately took out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones from his attribute panel and put them into the storage bag. This amount of spirit stones was enough to make Han Yan a rich man. As expected of an immortal emperor's descendant, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Han Yan opened his attribute panel and checked his interpersonal relationships. Chang Yu, second-level foundation establishment. Your senior sister treats you like a younger brother. Current favorability, 2 stars. Fairy Xixian, third-level nascent soul. Your master admires your character. Current favorability, 1 star. Younger brother? Han Yan was speechless. Sure enough, favorability didn't mean like. He shouldn't think too highly of himself in the future. However, he was very surprised by Fairy Xixian's cultivation. She was actually a nascent soul cultivator. The outer sex Grand Elder was only at the foundation establishment realm. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul were the realms he knew so far. In other words, Fairy Xixian was the strongest cultivator he had come into contact with so far. Not bad, Han Yan thought happily. He packed his things and began to read the sword controlling technique manual. He had to master the sword controlling technique, or he would have to hug his senior sister's slender waist when he went down the mountain in the future. His top-notch sword Dao talent allowed him to master the sword controlling technique in an hour. He dripped blood on the flying sword to make it recognize him as its master. This method was recorded in the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After everything was done, he walked out of the cave abode and stepped on his flying sword. He began to circle around Jade Serene Peak to familiarize himself with the sword controlling technique. Inside the Jade Serene Hall, Fairy Xixian suddenly opened her eyes. A strange look flashed across her eyes. Is this really the first time this kid is cultivating the sword controlling technique? She had eavesdropped on the conversation between Han Yan and Chang Yu. Could it be that he was lying? If he was lying, why would he need to show off his sword controlling technique now? Fairy Xixian couldn't figure it out and decided to observe further. After flying dozens of rounds, Han Yan quickly returned to his cave abode and began to cultivate. He began to cultivate fire spirit energy. You have successfully become an inner sect disciple of the Jade Pure sect and have begun your first cultivation after entering the sect. You can choose the following development paths. 1. Earn reputation and lead Jade Serene Peak to become the strongest peak. You can obtain a supreme-grade Dharma artifact and offend Fairy Xian. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and remain unknown. You can obtain Fairy Xian's approval and obtain a movement technique manual. Han Yan couldn't help but put on a painful mask. What the hell, lead Jade Serene Peak to become the strongest peak and offend Fairy Xian, there's something wrong with this master. Could she be a traitor? Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He silently chose the second option. He wasn't interested in supreme-grade Dharma artifacts. He only wanted to cultivate steadily. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan successfully cultivated his fire spirit root to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. He was only lacking thunder spirit energy. However, he couldn't capture any thunder spirit energy on Jade Serene Peak. Han Yan was vexed and decided to pay his respects to his master. He immediately stood up and walked out of the cave abode. He used a sword controlling technique and quickly flew to the entrance of Jade Serene Hall. He knelt in front of the door and said, "Master, I have something to discuss with you." His voice wasn't loud, but he believed that Fairy Xian could hear him. Not long after, the door opened. Han Yan walked into the hall unhurriedly. He walked to Fairy Xian and knelt down. "I have cultivated my wind spirit root and fire spirit root to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. I am only lacking the thunder spirit root before I can reach the foundation establishment realm. Master, please guide me. Where can I cultivate thunder spirit energy?" Fairy Xian opened her eyes and frowned. "You want to cultivate 3 types of spirit energy? Not only that, I want to cultivate 6 types. Yes, Master. Han Yan replied respectfully. I want to continue like this. Although it's difficult, I believe that I can succeed with my willpower. I'm willing to spend all my time on cultivation, Han Yan replied. Fairy Xian did not reject him directly, which meant that there was still hope. Fairy Xian looked at Han Yan meaningfully and said, "There's a teleportation array in the inner sect that leads to the Thunder Spiritual Pool. However, it costs 10 middle-grade spirit stones to stay in the Thunder Spiritual Pool for a day." It looked cheap at first glance, but how could a day be enough for cultivators? Han Yan said in surprise, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I'll go now." With that, he stood up and left in a hurry. Fairy Xian smiled before she closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. Han Yan arrived at the inner sect city. He stopped a female disciple and asked, "Senior sister, sorry to disturb you. Where's the Thunder Spiritual Pool? Can you tell me?" "Go that way. At the end of the road, there's a lantern with the word thunder. That's the Thunder Spiritual Pool." "Thank you." Junior brother, Han Yan slipped away quickly, not giving the other party a chance to strike up a conversation. Where there were people, there would be trouble. The fewer friends he made, the less trouble he would have. What was a friend? "If you help me, I'll help you. We're friends." Since he wanted to help, there would be trouble. 10 minutes later, Han Yan found the Thunder Spiritual Pool's loft. Entering the loft, he saw a teleportation array in the inner courtyard. He took out 100 superior-grade spirit stones and booked it for 3 years. If he left early, he could get a refund. The Jade Pure sect would not cheat their disciples. The disciples who worked here had all accepted missions. The owner of the Thunder Spiritual Pool was an elder, so no one dared to cause trouble. The disciples were slightly surprised to see Han Yan being so generous, but they did not say anything. Although the Thunder Spirit Root was rare, there were more than a few people in the Jade Pure sect. When he opened his eyes again, Han Yan came to a pool filled with steam. The visibility was very close, and the thunder clouds were very low. He felt that he could touch them with his hand. Other than him, there was already a cultivator meditating not far away. Don't walk around in the Thunder Spiritual Pool. You can only cultivate by the pool. Otherwise, you deserve to be struck by lightning. A cold snort came from behind. Han Yan turned his head to look. The one who spoke was actually a big tree. There was a human face on the trunk of the tree, and it was filled with sarcasm. "Tree demon," Han Yan nodded at it, then walked to the side and began to meditate. The Thunder Spiritual Pool soon fell into silence, and only the sound of thunder could be heard. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a lot of thunder spiritual energy here, and it was much faster than when he cultivated other types of spiritual energy. That's great, Han Yan was extremely excited. In just one short year, Han Yan had successfully cultivated his thunder spirit root to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. He didn't leave. Instead, he prepared to build his foundation. Previously, he had already cultivated all of his spiritual powers to perfection, and it just so happened that his lightning spiritual root had also reached the 9th level perfection. 6 types of Qi refinement had reached perfection, and he could directly enter the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment required foundation establishment pills, but that was only for mortals. Han Yan had a top-notch spirit root. In the first level of the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was a way to avoid the calamity. It was extremely domineering, and that was to absorb the heavenly lightning. The 6 paths reincarnation dissolved the heavenly lightning into lightning spiritual energy, helping him to improve his cultivation base. 1 month later, Han Yan began to build his foundation. Luckily, there weren't many people in the thunder spiritual pool, so even if he succeeded, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. While meditating, Han Yan's hands were constantly changing, using the 6 paths reincarnation sutra. The 6 types of spiritual energy revolved in his body, forming a 6-colored vortex in his dantian. The tree demon suddenly opened its eyes, looking at him in surprise. The cultivator not far away also opened his eyes. The thunder and lightning in the thunder spiritual pool began to gather towards Han Yan. He's trying to build his foundation? The cultivator's expression was strange. He silently pulled away from Han Yan, afraid of being struck by the heavenly lightning. Half an hour later, streaks of lightning intertwined above Han Yan's head like snakes and dragons. What's strange is that as soon as the lightning touched Han Yan, it disappeared, not causing any harm to him. The tree demon and the cultivator both frowned. What kind of scripture is this person cultivating? It can actually resolve tribulation. Although they were surprised, they didn't disturb him. Affecting others' tribulation transcendence was a huge taboo in the cultivation world. How immoral! With his top-notch spirit root aptitude and peerless cultivation technique, Han Yan's foundation establishment went very smoothly. 3 days later, he successfully reached the first level of the foundation establishment realm. Congratulations on reaching the foundation establishment realm. You have the following choices. 1. Famous in the Jade Pure sect. You can obtain the 9 Nether Thunder technique and ferry Xianxia's hatred. 2. Cultivate silently and reach the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. You can obtain a peerless magic sword. Han Yan chose the second option without hesitation. After successfully breaking through, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he planned to continue cultivating the thunder spiritual energy until the time was up. He first inherited the 2nd level of the 6 paths of reincarnation sutra. The next morning, he continued cultivating. This person really has a good temperament. He didn't even go out to celebrate his foundation establishment success. Instead, he continued cultivating. The cultivator thought silently. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Mo Fuzhou has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Yan opened his eyes and noticed that the cultivator was staring at him. Han Yan nodded politely at him. Mo Fuzhou nodded as well. Then, the two of them continued cultivating without any communication. Han Yan walked out of the thunder spiritual pool and called out his attributes panel. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 27/187, race, mortal, cultivation, 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm, cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation sutra, can be inherited, spell, unparalleled finger divine sword, mystical power, none, equipment, none, spirit root aptitude, spiritual body of the 6 paths contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spirit roots. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor, obtained a peerless cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones, check interpersonal relationships, 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm. This was his thunder spirit root cultivation. The foundation establishment realm was also divided into 9 levels. This speed could not be said to be slow. 3rd level cultivation in 2 years. Most importantly, His lifespan had increased to 187 years, Han Yan was very satisfied. "Brother, may I know your name?" "I'm Imo Fuzhou of the Heavenly Thunder Peak." A voice came from behind Han Yan. Han Yan could not help but stop and turn around. Han Yan cupped his fists and smiled. "I'm Han Yan of the Jade Serene Peak." "Jade Serene Peak? No wonder I didn't recognize you. With your talent, it's a pity to join the Jade Serene Peak. Do you want to come to the Heavenly Thunder Peak? My master is a lightning cultivator." Imo Fuzhou shook his head. Han Yan smiled and said, "I've already acknowledged Fairy Xianxia as my master. A master for a day is a father for life. How can I betray her?" "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Imo." Imo Fuzhou smiled and said, "Your cultivation technique is very impressive. In just 2 years, you've reached the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. In the entire inner sect, you're considered one of the best." "Brother Imo, you flatter me. I have no intention of comparing myself with other inner sect disciples." Ha ha ha. The two of them chatted for a while before leaving. After returning to the Jade Serene Peak, Han Yan hesitated whether he should greet Fairy Xixian. "Forget it. Master is also an ascetic cultivator. I'd better not disturb him." Han Yan silently returned to his cave abode. After returning to his bed, Han Yan wanted to rest for a while, so he opened his interpersonal relationships to check. He found a male mark on the upper right corner with a red dot. "Your good friend Xianxia was hunted down by the Jade Pure sect and was severely injured. She was lucky enough to escape." "Your good friend Xianxia was hunted down by her fellow disciples. She was lucky enough to counterattack." "Your good friend Xianxia betrayed the viridescent nether cult and was hunted down by them. Your good friend Xianxuan's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars." Han Yan was speechless. This woman is really pitiful. The most ridiculous thing was that after a few years, Xianxuan's favorability towards him actually increased. They never met again. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He couldn't understand. Han Yan looked around. None of the people who were related to him had improved in cultivation. This was great. He would first set a small goal to surpass Fairy Xixian. Han Yan closed his attributes panel, pulled himself together, and continued cultivating. 3 years later, Han Yan's fire spirit root had reached the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. In terms of the density of spirit chi alone, the thunder spiritual pool was denser than the spirit chi outside, so Han Yan took a longer time. It would take him another 12 years to cultivate his earth, wind, water, and wind attributes to the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Anyway, he had 187 years of lifespan now. There was still time. However, if I cultivate all 6 types of spirit roots to the perfected Foundation establishment realm, I'll probably have to compete with my lifespan. Han Yan thought silently. The reason why cultivating the 6 types was 6 times longer than cultivating a single type. Han Yan thought of the thunder spiritual pool. It seemed that he still had to make use of these spirit pools. In the Jade Pure sect, there were other spirit pools other than the thunder spiritual pool. There were a total of 8 types of spirit pools. The other 2 types were metal and ice. It had to be said that the Jade Pure sect indeed had a strong foundation. This was good too. Han Yan didn't have to change sections a few days later. A bell suddenly rang on Jade Serene Peak. Han Yan opened his eyes and immediately stood up. Once the bell was rung, it meant that Fairy Xixian wanted to summon all the disciples. This was the first time in so many years. I hope it's not something troublesome. I still want to continue cultivating. Han Yan thought silently. After walking out of the cave abode, he bumped into Chang Yuer. "Junior brother, long time no see. You built your foundation?" Chang Yuer greeted him with a smile. Then, her beautiful eyes widened. She was only in the 2nd layer of the foundation building realm, so she couldn't see through Han Yan's cultivation level. However, she could feel that Han Yan's spiritual power was very strong, far beyond that of an aura refining cultivator. Han Yan smiled modestly and said, "I was just lucky." Chang Yuer was secretly shocked. Could it be that junior brother has already surpassed me? No way, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I can't lose to junior brother. Chang Yuer's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars. Han Yan's head was filled with question marks. What the hell, did I say something wrong? Chang Yuer led Han Yan up the mountain with a smile, as if their relationship was still the same as before. Along the way, they met other Jade Serene Peak disciples. Han Yan was the youngest among them, so he had to call them senior brother or senior sister. Different from what he had imagined, there were also other male disciples in the Jade Serene Peak, and quite a few of them at that. The ratio of men to women was about the same. A group of people came to the gate of the Jade Serene Hall and knelt down. They waited patiently. During this time, Han Yan was being sized up by others. The female disciples all smiled at him. However, no one had a good impression of him. These disciples had been cultivating hard for many years, unlike Chang Yuer, who had only joined the Jade Serene Peak a few years earlier than Han Yan. More and more disciples arrived. When the door opened, Han Yan calculated that there were a total of 56 disciples. Even the most destitute Jade Serene Peak had so many disciples, let alone the other peaks. Most of the disciples' cultivation levels were higher than Han Yan's, so he couldn't see through their cultivation levels. After entering the hall, Han Yan silently retreated to the back. As the youngest junior brother, he naturally had to be the last to avoid offending some narrow-minded senior brothers and sisters. Inside the hall, there were already 2 rows of praying mats for the disciples to sit facing each other. Han Yan sat at the back, opposite Chang Yuer. Chang Yuer winked at him like a child. Childish, Han Yan secretly raised his middle finger. Chang Yuer didn't understand this gesture and thought it was a secret signal, so she also raised her middle finger at Han Yan. Han Yan, at this moment, Fairy Xianxia said, the sect master has just made a decision. In the future, the 3 peaks ranked in the bottom 3 will each choose 10 disciples to fight against the viridescent nether cult. All these years, the viridescent nether cult has sent spies to plot against the Jade Pure sect. The sect master is preparing to counterattack. Han Yan observed the expressions of the others. He realized that no one was panicking. Isn't Jade Serene Peak ranked in the bottom 3? Han Yan had always thought that Jade Serene Peak was the weakest peak. The eldest disciple, Lu Sanxin, smiled and said, Master, although our Jade Serene Peak is not outstanding, we have always been in the top 10. There's no need to worry. The other disciples echoed. No matter how low-key we are, we can't be at the bottom. The viridescent nether cult is getting more and more arrogant. It's said that there are many spies in the outer sect. We have to be careful when recruiting disciples recently. The spies of the cult don't even cultivate demonic techniques. We should have dealt with the viridescent nether cult long ago. Every time I go out to train, I will encounter their people. They are extremely arrogant. Han Yan listened silently. Fairy Xianxia said, I'm naturally not worried about the ranking, but this also indicates that the Jade Pure sect and the viridescent nether cult will fight sooner or later. Recently, when you receive missions, you have all received missions related to the viridescent nether cult. Although Jade Serene Peak keeps a low profile, it's not that we don't want to serve the sect. The disciples nodded. Han Yan, Fairy Xianxia suddenly called out. Han Yan hurriedly stood up. The other disciples looked at him. After entering the peak for a few years, you've already reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm from the 9th level of the Qi Refinement realm. Looks like you're a genius, Fairy Xianxia said with a smile. As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions changed. This cultivation speed, Han Yan replied, I was lucky, master, I don't want to be high profile. Recently, the sect has come up with a nurturing plan for the most outstanding geniuses of the various peaks. They will be nurtured together, and in the future, they will also become the face of the younger generation of the Jade Pure sect. I want to recommend you. Fairy Xianxia said with a smile. The way the disciples looked at Han Yan changed. Han Yan immediately knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, Master, I don't want to go. What right do I have? I only want to stay in Jade Serene Peak and cultivate silently. I don't want to fight for fame and fortune. Moreover, I'm new here. I should give such an opportunity to my senior brothers and sisters. There was definitely a trap. Han Yan knew what was going on. Even if he was really a top genius, he was still inexperienced. He had just entered and he had already become the core nurturing target of the sect. Wasn't this a trap? Could it be that Fairy Xianxia was testing him? If he was a spy from the viridescent nether cult, he would definitely seize this opportunity. Really? Fairy Xianxia narrowed her eyes and asked. Hanju nodded and said, absolutely. Fairy Xianxia nodded. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. The other disciples looked at him with gentle gazes. Lu Sanqin has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, as expected, eldest senior brother wants to go, that's right. If other disciples were to accept such a thing, where would eldest senior brother's face go? Fairy Xianxia looked at Lu Sanqin and said, then you can go. You're the eldest disciple of Jade Serene Peak. You can't cause trouble. I understand. Walking out of the Jade Serene Peak, Han Yan was about to return to his cave. Lu Sanqin walked over and put his hand on his shoulder, smiling, Junior brother, I appreciate your kindness. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to tell me. Hanju blinked and said, then, I'll wish eldest senior brother a smooth journey. How could he refuse a favor that was sent to his door? Haha. Lu Sanxian laughed out loud and left. Han Yan had just taken a few steps when Changyu were caught up. Junior brother, you haven't done any sect missions yet, right? Do you want senior sister to take you? Changyu were asked with a smile. No need, I want to cultivate. Cultivating in the cave is very slow. If you do missions to earn spirit stones, then go to the various spirit pools to cultivate, it will be twice the result with half the effort. At the same time, doing missions will give you contribution points. If you have enough contribution points, you can buy pills. I'm afraid of death, forget it. How can cultivators of my generation be afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, why cultivate? Changyu was angry. Why was this junior brother so cowardly? Han Yan didn't go because he had a lot of spirit stones. Humph, I won't go then. Changyu turned and left. Han Yan fell into deep thought. Indeed, he couldn't stay in the cave to cultivate. He had to go to the spirit pools. He couldn't wait for 100 years, when his lifespan was limited. That would be too reckless. After thinking, Han Yan directly set off for the inner sect city. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan had been wandering around the various spirit pools. After spending nearly 400 high-grade spirit stones, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. All 6 of his spirit roots had reached the 5th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to reach the Golden Core Realm even if he spent the remaining 400 or so high-grade spirit stones. Han Yan began to concentrate on cultivating lightning and fire spiritual energy. He couldn't spend all of his spirit stones. There would definitely be expenses in the future. Another 10 years, he might as well finish cultivating the lightning spirit root. He could also absorb more fire spiritual energy in the cave. That's it, after Han Yan decided, he directly went to the lightning spiritual pool. Currently, there was not a single cultivator in the thunder spiritual pool, so Han Yan was not afraid of loneliness. Stinking brat, you're here again. I thought you were a genius, but after so many years, you're still only at the 3rd level of the foundation building realm? The tree demon couldn't help but tease. Han Yan shrugged. It's precisely because his aptitude is slow that he works so hard. That's true. After saying that, the tree demon closed his eyes. Han Yan was a regular customer, so he didn't need to remind him. Soon, Han Yan entered a state of cultivation. Time passed quickly. Years passed. 5 years later. Han Yan's thunder spirit root had already reached the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Mo Fuzhou came again and brought a female disciple with him. This female disciple was extremely beautiful, and her bearing was also very ladylike. Brother Han, you're here too. Mo Fuzhou exclaimed in surprise. Han Yan opened his eyes and looked over. He smiled and replied, Brother Mo, you're here too. Mo Fuzhou was an absolute genius. Through his connections, Han Yan noticed that he had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Although almost 20 years had passed, to be able to break through 2 levels of the Foundation Establishment realm and reach the Golden Core realm, if he wasn't a genius, then what was? Let me introduce you, this is our junior sister from the Heaven's Thunder Peak. She's also my clan sister, Mo Fujo said with a smile. Han Yan also cupped his fists and said, I'm Han Yan from the Jade Serene Peak. Mo nodded and carefully sized up Han Yan. She asked, why are you still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm? My clan brother said that you might already be at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Han Yan smiled and said, steady and steady, you guys should also hurry up and cultivate. After saying that, he sat down. Although Mo Fujo was puzzled about his cultivation, he didn't ask any further. The two of them quickly began to meditate. Not long after, they were surprised to find that Han Yan's speed of absorbing spiritual energy far surpassed theirs. What kind of cultivation technique is he cultivating? No, it's the quality of his spiritual roots. Mo Fujo was secretly shocked. Mo also looked at Han Yan in surprise. Han Yan didn't care about their reactions. He had to hurry up. Every minute was a spiritual stone. 3 years later. Mo Fujo and Mo prepared to leave. Mo Fujo looked at Han Yan. He wanted to say something, but seeing how serious Han Yan was, he didn't want to disturb him. The brother and sister left the Thunder Spiritual Pool. Big brother, why didn't Han Yan's cultivation level increase? Mo asked curiously. With Han Yan's speed of absorbing spiritual energy, he should have broken through long ago. Mo Fujo's expression was complicated. He said, this person must have a way to suppress his cultivation level. His cultivation level has probably already caught up to mine, the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Mo's beautiful eyes widened. You said before that 20 years ago, he was only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, so fast. Mo Fujo took a deep breath and said, Jade Serene Peak is full of ascetic cultivators. I didn't expect such a genius to appear. Let's go. We have to be as hardworking as him. Mo nodded. At the same time, Han Yan saw 2 lines of words. Mo Fujo's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Mo's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Yan was indifferent. He had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and was trying to break through to the peak. Half a year later, Han Yan finally reached the peak of the Thunder Spiritual Force. He couldn't cultivate anymore. He got up and prepared to leave. Kid, it seems like you have a way to suppress your cultivation level. It's not simple. The tree demon laughed. His tone was not as mocking as before. Han Yan shrugged and smiled. He walked to the teleportation array and was about to leave. I have an opportunity here. Do you want to participate? The tree demon asked. Han Yan raised his eyebrows and said, no. The tree demon was stunned. There are a large number of spirit stones and sect contributions. You might even obtain Dharma artifacts and heavenly materials. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Is it dangerous? If you want a good opportunity, you naturally have to take the risk. Then forget it. I'm afraid of death. The tree demon was so angry that its branches trembled. Han Yan urged, Senior, quickly let me out. I still have to return to my cave abode to enter seclusion. The tree demon snorted and activated the array formation, sending Han Yan out. Han Yan had refunded his spirit stones for a year and a half in the pavilion. There were still nearly 300 spirit stones left in his storage bag. He didn't return to his cave abode immediately. Instead, he headed to the salary building. After so many years, he hadn't received his own salary. It was time for him to do so. The Jade Pure sect gave out a salary every year, which could be accumulated and received. The salary building was one of the most lively buildings in the Jade Pure sect. There were many disciples, and they had to line up to receive it. Han Yan's temperament attracted the attention of many female cultivators. The male cultivators quickly noticed Han Yan as well. As Han Yan's cultivation level continued to increase, his unparalleled charm was completely displayed. The system could only hide his cultivation level, but not his charm. Who is this person? He's so handsome. There's actually such a man in our Jade Pure sect. I've seen him before. He seems to be a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Tisk tsk, he looks like he walked out of a painting. The disciples of Jade Serene Peak all have good looks. Do any of you know his name? Han Yan pretended not to notice the discussions around him. After receiving his salary, he quickly fled, causing the female cultivators who wanted to strike up a conversation with him to feel regretful. Just as he walked out of the salary building, Han Yan bumped into Imo Zhu. Brother Han, you're here. We're really fated to meet here. Imo Zhu was pleasantly surprised. He went up and held Han Yan's arm. When the female cultivators who walked out of the salary building saw Imo Zhu holding Han Yan's arm, they couldn't help but frown. They were all wailing in their hearts. Han Yan hurriedly took a step back and kept a distance from Imo Zhu. Imo Zhu smiled warmly. Brother Han, I have something that I need your help with. The side quest was here, reject. Han Yan shook his head and said, sorry, I still have to go back and cultivate. Cultivate what? This is a huge opportunity. I've heard of it. Imo Zhu hurriedly said. She suddenly noticed the female cultivators behind Han Yan and felt that it was not convenient to say it here, so she pulled Han Yan away first. Miss Mo, don't pull me. I'm not even afraid as a woman. Why are you, a man, afraid? Master doesn't allow us to have romantic feelings. Pui, we've only met twice. Do you think I've fallen in love with you? Imo Zhu's pretty face instantly turned red. She secretly glanced at Han Yan. Brother Han was indeed good-looking. This was the first time she had seen such a good-looking man. If they became Dao companions, Imo Zhu's ears turned red. Han Yan noticed her expression and felt that something was wrong. Danger. He hadn't reached the Golden Core realm yet. He couldn't have romantic feelings. Imo Zhu was beautiful, but she couldn't ruin his Dao heart. Han Yan immediately took a step to the side and maintained a distance of 1 meter from her. They walked side by side. The two of them walked to an empty alley. Speak, what's the matter? Han Yan asked. Imo Zhu looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she said in a low voice, Brother Han, have you heard of Li Qianlong? Never heard of him. What? You've never heard of Li Qianlong? Let's get down to business. Han Yan said unhappily. Although he was almost 50 years old in this life, he had never left the Jade Pure sect. He couldn't even recognize the famous people of the Jade Pure sect, let alone the entire cultivation world. Li Qianlong is an unparalleled genius of the Jade Pure sect that only appears once in 100 years. It's said that he almost reached the soul formation stage. His cave abode is located on a mountain outside the Jade Pure sect. He has set up many restrictions in his cave abode and has been hiding it all this time. Recently, I received news that his cave abode has appeared, but his tamed beast is guarding it. This tamed beast is afraid of lightning. We are all lightning cultivators, so we will definitely be able to subdue it. Imo Zhu became more and more excited as he spoke. Han Yan asked, where's your elder brother? Yes, the inner sect competition just ended. He was chosen by the sect leader to be specially groomed. I couldn't find him either. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Was it over? Shit. He hoped that Fairy Xianxia would not blame him for forgetting such an important matter due to his excessive cultivation. If it's really as you said, why didn't the sect personally accept such a cave abode? Han Yan asked in return. Imo Zhu shrugged and said, his cave abode is not very attractive to the sect, but to us Foundation establishment cultivators, this is an opportunity. Han Yan asked, how did you know about this? A friend of mine told me. This news isn't on the sect board. It's a trap, I definitely can't go, Han Yan immediately refused. It's too dangerous. I'm not going. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't participate, or you'll die a terrible death. With that, Han Yan turned around and left. Imo Zhu stomped his feet in anger. However, her favorability towards Han Yan did not decrease. Instead, she hesitated. Even a genius like Han Yan did not dare to go. Could it be that it was really dangerous? After returning to Jade Serene Peak, Han Yan went to Jade Serene Hall and knelt down. The intersect competition was a big matter. If he was the only one from Jade Serene Peak who did not go to watch the competition, it would be a huge sin. Come in. I have something to talk to you about. Fairy Xianxia's voice floated over, and the door opened. After entering the hall, Han Yan found that Fairy Xian was not alone. Chang Yuer and an old man were also there. Wait. This old man, Elder Tai, Han Yan was stunned, but he continued to walk forward. When Elder Tai saw him, his expression became interesting. This kid is also a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. How is that possible? Elder Tai was shocked and in disbelief. This is a new disciple of Jade Serene Peak. He will be your junior brother from now on. You can call him Junior Brother Tai, Fairy Xian said. Han Yan nodded and looked at Elder Tai. Junior Brother Tai, if you have any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me. Elder Tai gritted his teeth and said, Han Yan, you actually became an intersect disciple. He was shocked to find that he could not see through Han Yan's cultivation base. In just over 20 years, Han Yan went from a mortal to a cultivation base that far surpassed his. Fairy Xian did not doubt that they knew each other. Instead, she asked, why are you still at the third level of foundation establishment? Third level of foundation establishment, Elder Tai was even more shocked. He had worked so hard to reach the foundation establishment realm, but Han Yan was already at the third level of the foundation establishment realm. Han Yan was afraid that Elder Tai would play tricks on him. He had to increase his importance in Fairy Xian's heart, so he no longer hid his cultivation base. Master, I'm already at the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. I just want to keep a low profile, so I hid my cultivation base. Elder Tai and Chang Yuer widened their eyes when they heard this. Junior brother. How did you break through so quickly? Chang Yuer exclaimed. She had watched Han Yan leap from the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. This was too exaggerated, Han Yan said. I've been cultivating in the Thunder spiritual pool. I didn't dare to slack off. That's why I improved so much. Fairy Xian smiled in satisfaction and said, if everyone in Jade Serene Peak is as hardworking as you, Jade Serene Peak will definitely become the strongest peak in the Jade Pure sect. You cultivated in a low profile and successfully obtained Fairy Xian's recognition. You are rewarded with a movement technique manual. Congratulations on obtaining the 7 illusionary steps. Han Yan was secretly pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly said, Master, you're too kind. I'd just like to cultivate. Elder Tai tried his best to calm down. He knew that he could no longer suppress Han Yan. It was best to forget about the past. If he told Fairy Xian, she might be displeased. He suddenly felt uneasy. With Han Yan's cultivation, killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. No, he had to resolve this grudge. Since you like to cultivate so much, I'll arrange a mission for you to guard the Jade Pure Sect's 10,000 demon realm. Fairy Xian suddenly smiled meaningfully. 10,000 demon realm, it sounded so awesome and dangerous. Han Yan instinctively resisted, but he still asked carefully, Master, what kind of place is the 10,000 demon realm? Chang Yuer said excitedly, it's the place where the Jade Pure sect raises their demon pets. Master, I want to go too. Let me accompany junior brother Han so that he won't be bullied. Fairy Xian glared at her, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to say anything else. Each peak will send a disciple to guard the 10,000 demon realm. Because there are many types of demon pets in the 10,000 demon realm, it contains all kinds of spiritual energy. It's also very rich and suitable for your cultivation. However, there's also a certain level of danger. There are often examples of demon pets going berserk and disciples being cruelly killed, Fairy Xian explained to Han Yan. Han Yan couldn't hear any room for negotiation, but it was a good thing to be able to cultivate. Fighting with demon beasts was better than fighting with humans. Isn't it just zoo security? F***ck. Then I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Han Yan cupped his fists. Before returning to the cave abode, Han Yan first inherited the 7 illusionary steps. He had to increase his strength first to prevent any mishaps from happening. Unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. With this innate providence, Han Yan completely grasped the 7 illusionary steps in 2 hours. There were a total of 7 levels to this movement technique. Every time he mastered a level, he could split into an afterimage. The 7 afterimages could confuse the enemy and make them unable to tell who was the main body. Using this movement technique, he could also greatly increase his escape speed. After learning it, Han Yan returned to the cave abode to pack his things and headed to the inner sect city. He first went to the mission tower to receive missions before heading to the pet beast tower. In the Jade Serene Hall, Fairy Xianxia stared at Elder Iron expressionlessly and said slowly, "I don't want to fuss over your past with Han Yan. From now on, you two are fellow disciples. You have to respect him and respect him. With my understanding of him, he won't scheme against you. You can rest assured." Elder Iron knelt in the hall, sighed, and nodded slowly. In the future, Han Yan will be the personal disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Building a good relationship with him will only benefit you. As long as it's not a death feud, you can resolve it if you can. Fairy Xianxia's words shocked Elder Iron. Personal disciple, Fairy Xianxia valued Han Yan so much, thinking of Han Yan's breakthrough speed, he fell silent. That kid was indeed worthy. Walking out of the teleportation array, Han Yan arrived at the 10,000 demon realm. The sky above the 10,000 demon realm was covered in dark clouds as if a storm was about to fall at any moment. Han Yan took out his flying sword and began to fly on it. According to the instructions of the Pet Beast Tower disciples, he had to find the pavilion of Jade Serene Peak first. That would be his place of residence. There were restrictions in this pavilion, and ordinary demonic beasts did not dare to approach. Of course, he could not hide in the pavilion forever. If he encountered a demonic beast riot, he had to take action to reduce the losses of the Jade Pure sect. The demonic beasts in the 10,000 demon realm were all bought by the Jade Pure sect at a high price. Cultivating them required a lot of resources. The pavilion was not far from the teleportation array, so Han Yan quickly found it. The pavilion had 2 floors. It was not very big, and the room was empty. After familiarizing himself with the restrictions, Han Yan began to meditate and cultivate. The long and boring training had begun once again. A year and a half quickly passed. Han Yan was already 50 years old. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 50/196, race, mortal, cultivation, 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, cultivation method, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, inheritable, spells, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps divine power, none, magic equipment, none, spiritual root aptitude, spiritual body of the 6 paths contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots. Increases providence to a certain extent. Innate chi luck is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-grade movement technique talent, descendant of the immortal emperor, received a peerless cultivation technique and 1,000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. His wind spirit root had been cultivated to the 6th level of the foundation building realm. Other than his thunder spirit root, his other spirit roots were still at the 5th level of the foundation building realm. Han Yan had nothing to do, so he clicked on his interpersonal relationships. Xianxia had actually broken through to the 9th level of the mortal realm. Interesting. Elder Iron was still at the 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. Han Yan opened the email. Your good friend Emoji was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and was almost seriously injured. Your good friend Emoji was attacked by a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. His life was hanging by a thread and he fell off a cliff. Han Yan was speechless. Indeed, there was a trap in that cave abode. Fortunately, he did not go. Emoji was too pitiful. Han Yan could only pray for her silently. Roar! A roar suddenly came from outside the pavilion. Han Yan frowned and immediately stood up. Walking out of the door, he saw a white cat standing on a branch. This white cat had a slender body, but it had the patterns of a white tiger. Its purple eyes were even more demonic. Han Yan did not sense any danger, so he ignored the white cat. At this moment, the white cat suddenly pounced on Han Yan. Han Yan instinctively used the 7 illusionary steps to dodge. The white cat crashed into the wall of the pavilion. With a kick of its 4 legs, it turned around and continued to pounce on Han Yan. Han Yan frowned. The restriction was not triggered. He quickly jumped out and came to the empty space. The white cat pounced again, its speed several times faster than before. It was like lightning. So fast. Han Yan used the 7 illusionary steps and split into 7 afterimages to surround the white cat. The 7 Han Yans raised their hands at the same time and shot out the unparalleled finger divine sword. The white cat looked around and was caught off guard. It was hit by the real sword chi. Blood splattered, and it wailed. It quickly jumped away and disappeared into the forest. Han Yan stopped and returned to the pavilion. He let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he had learned the 7 illusionary steps in advance. Otherwise, with the white cat's speed, he would not have been its match. What's the background of that white cat? It's so fast. Fortunately, it doesn't have any other attacks. Han Yan thought silently. It seemed that he had to be more cautious in the future. With that thought, Han Ju continued cultivating. Inside a palace. The teaching elders of the 18 peaks were gathered here. Sect Master is not here. We have to investigate the recent demon rampage in the 10,000 demon realm, an elder said. He was the teaching elder of the Heavenly Thunder Peak, old immortal Taoist thunder. This matter is quite strange. I have a feeling that it has something to do with the viridescent nether cult. That's right. Fiendish cultivators from the viridescent nether cult appeared in Li Qianlong's cave abode nearby. I suspect that there's a traitor in our higher-ups. As soon as the sect master left, they began a series of actions. Could it be that the viridescent nether cult wants to use the demon beasts of the 10,000 demon realm? It's very possible. After 200 years of nurturing by the Jade Pure sect, the 10,000 demon realm is already a force to be reckoned with. Let's send more disciples into the 10,000 demon realm. The elders were all talking at once. Fairy Xianxia sat quietly and did not interrupt. After discussing for a while, the peaks finally decided to send 2 more disciples into the 10,000 demon realm. The elders left. Fairy Xianxia was about to leave when old immortal Taoist thunder suddenly called out to her. When only the 2 of them were left in the hall, old immortal Taoist thunder asked, "Junior sister, why didn't you say anything just now?" Fairy Xianxia said calmly, "These things can be decided by you." Old immortal Taoist thunder narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know where the sect master took the 18 core disciples?" Fairy Xianxia did not answer. "If there's really a traitor among the elders, then I can only trust you, junior sister. You and I have to work together," old immortal Taoist thunder said seriously. Fairy Xianxia replied, "Of course. After all, you and I are from the same sect." Old immortal Taoist thunder smiled in satisfaction. 10,000 demon realm. It had been 2 years since the white cat left. Han Yan's 5 types of spiritual power had all reached the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm. Steady and steady, he was already halfway to the golden core realm. "Little friend, are you treating the 10,000 demon realm as a cultivation place?" A teasing voice sounded. Han Yan opened his eyes and saw that an old man had appeared at the door. This old man was wearing a rough cloth robe. He was shaking a wine gourd in his hand. His nose was red from drinking. Han Yan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" He actually did not notice the other party's approach. "Like you, I'm a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. I'm here to guard the 10,000 demon realm." The red-nosed old man smiled. He sized up Han Yan and clicked his tongue in wonder. 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm, but your cultivation speed is definitely not at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm. You've probably already reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm, right? Han Yan couldn't help but be vigilant. He had actually been seen through. This was the first time he had met someone who could see through his cultivation level like this. Could it be that this person's cultivation level was the same as Fairy Xianxia's? You don't have to be nervous. Did you come on your own accord, or did your master send you? The red-nosed old man asked. With Han Yan's cultivation attitude, it didn't seem like he came on his own accord. Han Yan replied, "My master, Fairy Xianxia, sent me here. I have a backer, don't plot against me, Li Qingzi has a favorable impression of you." Current favorability, 1 star, a line of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. He hurriedly pulled out his attribute list and checked his interpersonal relationships. Li Qingzi, 8th level of the nascent soul realm, sect master of the Jade Pure sect, admires fairy Xianxia. Current favorability, 1 star, sect master of the Jade Pure sect. Isn't that the sect master? Han Yan was shocked. This guy actually likes my master? The thought of Li Qingzi and fairy Xianxia together made him shudder. Li Qingzi was not worthy. Did your master give you a mission? Li Qingzi asked. Han Yan replied, even if there is, how can I tell you? Li Qingzi smiled. Oh? A mission that you can't tell others? Han Yan was silent. Li Qingzi stretched lazily and said with a smile, then come with me. You're in trouble. For the sake of your master, I can help you solve it. Han Yan was puzzled and followed. As the sect master of the Jade Pure sect, Li Qingzi shouldn't harm him. The two of them walked into the forest. Do you know why I'm here? Li Qingzi asked with a smile with his hands behind his back. Han Yan shook his head. Maybe it was because he was a bootlicker, but he couldn't say that. The sect leader wanted face. There are more and more demonic beasts around you, and there are signs of a riot. The key point is that these demonic beasts are very well behaved right now, as if they are hiding. To be able to command so many demonic beasts, it must be the doing of a demonic king. You must have provoked the white tiger heart dragon. This little guy's father is a famous demonic king, and he was born with the bloodline of a demonic king. After hearing Li Qingzi's words, Han Yan couldn't help but think of the white cat from 2 years ago. Could that be the tiger heart white dragon? Han Yan recounted his experience. Your movement technique is actually faster than the white tiger heart dragon? Li Qingzi asked in surprise. Could it be that this child had obtained the true teachings of junior sister? Li Qingzi couldn't help but nod when she recalled fairy Xianxia's words. Li Qingzi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars. Han Yan raised his eyebrows and said, I learned a movement technique, so it's normal that I'm faster than it. His heart instantly felt better. It seemed that it wasn't that he was weak, but that the white tiger heart dragon was really fast. If it were any other disciple, they probably wouldn't be able to keep up. Under Li Qingzi's lead, Han Yan arrived in front of a cliff. He looked down and saw that the wilderness below was filled with the figures of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts all looked terrifying. The big ones were like small mountains, and the small ones were all kinds of insect demonic beasts, and they were also the size of wash basins. Han Yan's face turned pale when he saw such a scene for the first time. He roughly counted, and there were at least 1,000 demonic beasts. If all of them attacked the pavilion he was in, they would definitely be able to easily flatten it. He could only run. His gaze landed on a large rock. The white cat from 2 years ago was lying on top of it, sleeping soundly. Han Yan was speechless. His luck was too good. He directly bumped into the little demonic beast king. Senior, you said you would help me solve it. Are you going to kill it? Han Yan asked. Li Qingzi glared at him and said, this white tiger heart dragon has great potential. If I kill it, won't the sect find trouble with me? Han Yan was depressed. Then how should we solve it? Go and subdue it. Li Qingzi pinched his beard and smiled. Hearing that, Han Ju turned around and left. There were so many demonic beasts. How was he going to subdue them? Brat, where are you going? Li Qingzi hurriedly pressed down on his shoulder and said angrily. Why did junior sister accept such a disciple? I will cast an array formation and trap them here for at most 5 years. If you can subdue the white tiger heart dragon within 5 years, I will reward you with the ultimate technique of the Jade Pure sect, Li Qingzi said seriously. You are facing the mission of the Jade Pure sect's sect master, Li Qingzi. You have the following choices. 1. Accept the mission. Do your best to subdue the white tiger heart dragon. You will receive Li Qingzi's ultimate technique as a reward, the Demon King's hatred, and the attention of the viridescent nether cult. 2. Reject the mission and continue cultivating. You will receive a sword technique manual and Li Qingzi's favorability will decrease. The Demon King's hatred, the attention of the viridescent nether cult. Han Yan almost exploded. He immediately organized his words and said, "Senior, forget it. You should find someone else. I'm really afraid. I just want to cultivate in peace." Li Qingzi was stunned. He frowned and said, "I can teach you the supreme cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect, the Jade Pure technique. Can it compare to my 6 paths of reincarnation technique?" Han Yan still shook his head. "Li Qingzi's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 0, 5 stars, Li Qingzi snorted. "Then get lost." Han Yan bowed and quickly fled. Li Qingzi sighed. Could it be that the person Junior's sister arranged isn't him? Back in the attic. Han Yan chose the second choice. "You rejected Li Qingzi's mission and obtained a sword technique manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Peerless Sword Technique, 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique." Peerless Sword Technique, Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. It was finally here. Although the unparalleled Finger Divine Sword was not bad, its range of attack was limited. The sword chi it shot out was more like bullets. If faced with a large-scale invasion of demon beasts, it would be very difficult to withstand. He did not inherit it immediately. Instead, he waited. An hour later, he began to inherit the sword technique. As Han Yan inherited the 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique, his body began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not long after, a strong wind blew and coiled around the attic. The surrounding trees swayed as if a storm was coming. This phenomenon lasted for an hour. The inheritance ended. With his top-notch sword Dao aptitude and sword Dao comprehension, Han Yan did not encounter any difficulties during the inheritance. Han Yan, who was in the room, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and formed hand seals. He mobilized the spirit energy in his body and executed the 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique. 3 sword shadows appeared behind him. They were of different colors. The sword shadow of thunder spirit energy was the color of lightning, the sword shadow of fire spirit energy was like a raging flame, burning fiercely, the sword shadow of wind spirit energy was green, and the blade was surrounded by strong winds. What a powerful sword technique! As expected of the Peerless Sword Technique, Han Yan immediately got up and walked out of the attic. The 3 sword shadows floated behind him, following him like shadows. He used his right hand as a sword and pointed forward. The 3 sword shadows behind him attacked fiercely. They were extremely fast, even faster than Tiger Heart and White Dragon. They were like 3 different colored bolts of lightning. Boom, the sword light flashed. Dozens of trees within a radius of 100 meters were cut into 3 sections by the 3 sword shadows. The tree trunks flew up, and the leaves withered. The scene was quite spectacular. As these trees fell to the ground, clouds of dust were raised. So domineering, Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. This was a true peerless technique. It was too strong, he did not use his full strength. After learning the 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique, Han Yan became much more confident. The 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique sword chi turned into shadows. It could use at most 3 different types of spirit energy, 1 sword shadow per spirit energy. It could be used as one's arm. This technique could be used continuously. In other words, when the 3 sword shadows dissipated, Han Yan could use it until his spirit energy was exhausted. Han Yan's spirit energy far exceeded cultivators of the same realm. After all, he cultivated the Immortal Emperor's Legacy Technique, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. Apart from cultivating 6 types of spirit energy, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique could cultivate each type of spirit energy to a robust level. From today onwards, I'm no longer a weakling. Han Yan thought proudly. He returned to the pavilion, pulled himself together, and prepared to continue cultivating. Cultivation was the key. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the effect of the technique. When he reached nascent soul, he could use the 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique again. That would have the effect of destroying heaven and earth. Han Yan was looking forward to it. A few days later, Jade Serene Peak sent 2 more disciples. One was Chang Yuer, and the other was senior brother Meng He. Meng He was Jade Serene Peak's 7th senior brother. His cultivation was at Foundation Establishment Realm Level 9, and his strength was not ordinary. Why were the trees outside cut off? What happened? Meng He asked doubtfully. Han Yan replied, previously, there were demonic beasts that wanted to besiege me. Fortunately, a senior helped. Chang Yuer sized up Han Yan and asked, Junior brother, are you alright? As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to touch Han Yan. Han Yan hurriedly took a step back. Chang Yuer was instantly annoyed and scolded, are you serious about taking a step back? Han Yan faked a cough and said, Master warned that Jade Serene Peak disciples can't, dream on. Senior sister is just concerned about you. Meng He shook his head and laughed. He did not find it strange. Although Han Yan kept a low profile, his appearance had already spread. Many female cultivators in the inner sect were talking about a peerlessly handsome male disciple in Jade Serene Peak, but they did not know his name. After hearing that, Meng He knew that it was Han Yan. Not to mention Jade Serene Peak, even in the entire inner court, there was no male disciple more handsome than Han Yan. Chang Yuer was quite pretty, but there was still a certain distance between her and the top beauty in the sect. Junior brother Han Yan doesn't have to worry about not having a Dao companion. Master was afraid that you would be in danger, so he sent us to help you. Rumor has it that the viridescent nether cult has already infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm, so we have to be extra careful. Meng He reminded. Viridescent nether cult? Han Yan frowned. No wonder he would receive the attention of the viridescent nether cult if he subdued the white tiger heart dragon. It turned out that the viridescent nether cult had infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm. Perhaps this was the reason why Li Qingzi came to the 10,000 demon realm. It was really dangerous. Han Yan suddenly wanted to leave the 10,000 demon realm. Junior sister, rest first. Senior brother will go out and take a look. With that, Meng He walked out of the loft. Han Yan walked to the side and continued to meditate, not giving Chang Yuer a chance to strike up a conversation. Chang Yuer curled her lips and began to cultivate. Ever since she knew that Han Yan was already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, she was stimulated and usually cultivated in seclusion. However, Fairy Xian told her not to spread Han Yan's cultivation, so the other disciples of the Jade Serene Peak didn't know about Han Yan's cultivation. 2 days later, Meng He returned. He was in a slightly sorry state. Han Yan and Chang Yuer hurriedly stood up to welcome him. I encountered a great demon, equivalent to the Golden Core realm, and almost died. Meng He wiped the blood from his mouth and said with lingering fear. Han Yan asked, are there many demons nearby? There is a group of demons a few miles away, but I don't know who trapped them with a formation, so there is nothing to worry about. The great demon I encountered was a bit far away, so it won't threaten us here. Meng He replied. Then senior brother, quickly heal your injuries. Okay. Meng He meditated and healed his injuries. Not long after, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was black, and it was very scary. Could it be that he was poisoned? Fortunately, I didn't wander around. Sure enough, people shouldn't be reckless. Han Yan pondered as he cultivated. Chang Yuer was also very uneasy. It had only been 2 days, and 7th senior brother was already injured. This 10,000 demon realm was really fierce. Why was junior brother Han fine after staying here for so many years? Chang Yuer looked at Han Yan suspiciously. Could it be that Han Yan was stronger than 7th senior brother? After Meng He was injured, he didn't dare to go out and wander around anymore. Han Yan was busy cultivating and didn't go out. Chang Yuer naturally didn't dare to go out. A year passed quickly. Han Yan was cultivating. Meng He suddenly said, there is more and more demonic qi nearby, and it is moving quickly, the target should be us. As soon as this was said, Han Yan and Chang Yuer opened their eyes. Han Yan said, then why aren't we running? Chang Yuer frowned and said, but this place is under our Jade Serene Peak's jurisdiction, are we leaving our post without permission? Then you stay here and wait for death, I will tell Master about your heroic deeds. Han Yan said and stood up. Chang Yuer was anxious and stood up as well. Junior brother Han is right, all 18 peaks have their own jurisdiction, we are definitely not the only ones being attacked by the demonic qi, there will definitely be others running away. Meng He said. Ever since he was attacked by the demonic qi, he was no longer as high-spirited as he was when he first arrived. Where there is life, there is hope. Let's go. Han Yan said and rushed out of the pavilion. Chang Yu'er and Meng He followed closely behind. The three of them flew on their swords. When they were high in the sky, they looked down, and sure enough, with the pavilion as the center, there were countless demonic beasts running towards them from all directions. Han Yan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. So many, it seemed that he wasn't vigilant enough. He still needed to train his divine sense. If not for Meng He's reminder, they would definitely be panicking now. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air came from ahead. The three of them turned to look, and saw a black eagle with a wingspan of 3 feet rushing towards them, the feathers on its body like metal arrows. Be careful. Meng He immediately took out a talisman and quickly chanted an incantation. 3 balls of flame shot out from the talisman and rushed towards the black eagle. The black eagle quickly dodged, circled around in the air, and continued to pounce on the 3 of them. At the same time, other demonic beasts attacked. Han Yan glanced at them. There were a total of 7, they were all very fast. Chang Yu'er was so scared that her pretty face turned pale, the hand holding the Dharma artifact was trembling. Meng He was also frightened. He shouted, "Let's split up and run." Han Yan cursed in his heart. Splitting up meant that they wanted to run alone. On the surface, Han Yan and Chang Yu'er's cultivation was not as good as Meng He's, they could even be said to be burdens. Meng He turned around and ran. This guy cast a spell and turned into a gust of wind, escaping extremely quickly. Chang Yu'er was at a loss. This was the first time she was in such a dangerous situation. Seeing the 7 demonic beasts attacking, Han Yan immediately used the 3 pure shadow sword technique. 3 sword shadows quickly condensed and flew out. Chang Yu'er only saw a flash of sword light in front of her eyes, and the 7 demonic beasts were cut into several pieces, dying on the spot. She widened her eyes and looked at Han Yan beside her in disbelief. Han Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes cold and sharp, exuding a kind of awe-inspiring aura. Chang Yu'er's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. Han Yan's expression changed. Oh no, he turned his head and saw Chang Yu'er looking at him with shining eyes. Meng He had already escaped, there was no trace of him. That bastard really ran away fast, Chang Yu'er said excitedly. Junior brother Han, so you're so powerful. Han Yan said seriously, senior sister, you can't tell anyone about this. I still want to keep a low profile. If my strength is exposed, I might become a core disciple, then it will be difficult for senior sister to see me. Han Yan swooped down, Chang Yu'er hurriedly chased after him. Junior brother, what are you doing? Han Yan answered, aren't there a lot of valuable materials on the demon beasts? I need to collect them. His attack just now made him realize that he was a bit too fierce. The demon beasts aren't as strong as he thought. As soon as he thought that, Han Yan relaxed, filled with confidence. Ah, that's right, junior brother, let me help you. I've learned how to dissect demon beasts before, I'll repay you, Chang Yu'er said enthusiastically. Han Yan thought for a bit, then nodded in agreement. The 2 of them can also move faster. About 5 minutes later, the 2 of them cleaned up the 7 demon beast corpses, then quickly left. On the way, Chang Yu'er was very excited. But when she mentioned Meng He, she gritted her teeth. 7th brother is too much. No. He doesn't deserve to be our 7th brother. When I get back, I'll definitely tell Master. I hope he dies in the demon beast's mouth. Junior brother, where are we going next? Han Yan was also very hesitant. It's too dangerous, forget it. Let's go back, at most we'll just kneel down and apologize to Master, Han Yan seriously said. Normal demon beasts can't hurt him, but what if a demon king or the viridescent nether cult appears? Chang Yu'er hesitantly asked, is that really okay? If you don't think it's okay, then stay. No. I'll go with you. The 2 of them headed towards the warp formation. Not too long later, they found the warp formation to leave. A few dozen cultivators were gathered in front of the warp formation. Meng He was among them. As soon as he saw Han Yan and Chang Yu'er, Meng He was stunned, then quickly put on a joyful smile, saying, Junior brother. Junior sister. You're still alive, that's great. Chang Yu'er was so angry she gritted her teeth, wanting to scold Meng He. Han Yan raised his hand, gesturing for her not to say anything. Then he saw Mo Fuzhou. Brother Han, why are you here? Mo Fujo smiled and asked. Noticing Chang Yuer's expression, he couldn't help but glance at Meng He. Feeling his gaze, Meng He felt extremely awkward and forced to smile. Master arranged for me to come. Oh right, your sister Mo Zhu is in trouble. She went to Li Qianlong's cave to search for treasures. I tried to persuade her but she still went. Han Yan said. With that, he walked to the teleportation matrix. Chang Yuer followed closely behind. The two of them took out spirit stones, activated the array, and left. Mo Fujo frowned, his expression changing. Someone beside him asked, who is this person? A disciple of Jade Serene Peak? Why haven't I seen it before? Meng He replied, my Jade Serene Peak's disciple is Han Yan. He is highly regarded by Master. Previously, Master wanted him to join the sect Master's training program, but he refused. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was moved. Mo Fujo's eyes flickered as he said, he is indeed worthy. Returning to the inner sect, Han Yan and Chang Yuer first went to sell demonic beast materials. There was a place in the inner sect that specialized in purchasing and selling demonic beast materials. To Han Yan's surprise, these materials were sold for 397 high-grade spirit stones. Killing demonic beasts is so profitable? Han Yan said excitedly. He suddenly wanted to turn around and continue killing demonic beasts. Chang Yuer quickly stopped him and whispered, Junior brother, don't think about it. The 10,000 demon realm is a small world that is specially cultivated by the sect. The demonic beasts inside are not bad. Under normal circumstances, disciples are not allowed to kill the demonic beasts inside. This time, the situation is special. We may not be investigated, but next time, it will definitely be very troublesome. Han Yan heard this and felt that he was thinking too much. It was better to go into seclusion. The two of them returned to Jade Serene Peak and visited Fairy Xixian first. After the door opened, the two of them entered the hall and knelt down. Why are you back? Fairy Xixian frowned and asked. Han Yan replied, I found the 10,000 demon realm to be very dangerous. There are demon kings and demon sects. We were attacked by demonic beasts before. I even offended the demon king's son. I really can't survive there. Master, please punish me. I'm willing to face the wall for 100 years. Fairy Xixian was speechless. Chang Yuer looked at Han Yan with a strange expression. 100 years, that's too cruel. What if you can't cultivate for 100 years? Fairy Xixian asked. Han Yan's face instantly froze. Chang Yuer spoke at the right time, Master, we were attacked by demonic beasts. 7th senior brother Meng He abandoned us and ran away. She was burning with anger when she mentioned this. However, Fairy Xixian was not angry. She was still calm and said, your 7th senior brother just didn't save you. In the end, it's because you're too weak. You can't let your 7th senior brother stay behind and wait for death with you. This, Chang Yuer wanted to say something but stopped. She was speechless. Although it was heartless, it was indeed the truth. Meng He did not hurt them. He just wanted to protect himself. Fairy Xixian said, you can leave first. Chang Yuer glanced at Han Yan, then bowed and left. When only Han Yan and Fairy Xixian were left in the hall, an austere atmosphere filled the air. Han Yan's heart trembled. What is Master trying to do? He did not dare to raise his head and acted very obediently. Han Yan, what are you cultivating for? Fairy Xixian asked indifferently. No emotion could be heard in her voice. For immortality. It's impossible for you to be immortal if you keep cultivating in seclusion. It's all about fighting for opportunities. I understand, but I want to increase my cultivation first. I'll fight for opportunities when I'm strong enough. Master, you don't understand, I have top-notch spiritual roots and 4 top-notch innate fortunes, Han Yan thought silently. Fighting for opportunities was something that only those who were not talented enough would do. Fairy Xixian continued, I originally arranged an opportunity for you. If you succeed in the 10,000 demon realm, you'll definitely become a core disciple in the future. The treatment you'll enjoy will be far better than now. Unfortunately, you gave it up. Thank you, Master. I can only blame myself for not having the fortune to enjoy it. Your cultivation technique is unfathomable. I don't have much to teach you. How about this? Do you want to have a cave abode that's not inferior to the Thunder spiritual pool? Other than Thunder spirit chi, there are also spirit chi of other attributes. Hearing this, Han Yan suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "Where is it?" Fairy Xianxia said expressionlessly, "The Jade Pure sect recently discovered 3 more innate cave abodes. These cave abodes were not created by cultivators, but were nurtured by heaven and earth. They are located near the Jade Pure sect. If you want to obtain an innate cave abode, you have to participate in the inner sect assessment that's held once every 10 years. Everyone below the core disciple rank can participate." Han Yan frowned. Fairy Xianxia glared at him and said unhappily, "Are you afraid of a battle? It's not like it's going to harm your life." Han Yan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Master, under normal circumstances, are there Golden Core disciples participating? Do you think Golden Core cultivators are cabbages? Any disciple who cultivates to the Golden Core realm will either become a core disciple, an elder, or a deacon. In other words, those who participate in the inner sect assessment are all Foundation establishment cultivators?" "That's right." "Then it's settled." "Oh? Thank you for your advice, Master. I will do my best to win face for Jade Serene Peak." Fairy Xianxia finally smiled and looked at Han Yan with a playful gaze. "Brat, I don't believe that you won't be tempted." Han Yan did not return to his cave abode. Instead, he headed to the inner sect spiritual pool to cultivate. Since he was going to participate in the inner sect assessment, he had to fight for the top 3. With the Khanate cave abode, he no longer had to worry about spirit energy. He could truly hide in his cave abode. Before that, he had to strengthen his cultivation as much as possible. He had asked Fairy Xianxia and learned that there were still 8 years before the next inner sect assessment. Han Yan went to the fire spiritual pool first and bought a year's time. There were quite a number of disciples in the fire spiritual pool, a total of 20 to 30. Han Yan found a corner and began to meditate. His appearance attracted the attention of some female disciples. "That person is so handsome. Could it be that mysterious disciple of Jade Serene Peak? Perhaps. Other than him, I've never seen anyone so good-looking. I really want to know him." Han Yan could vaguely hear their discussion, but he pretended not to. Without women in his heart, he would cultivate naturally. A year later, Han Yan's fire spirit root had reached the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Perhaps it was because his thunder spirit root had reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, causing his cultivation of other spirit energies to be faster than before. Han Yan headed to the water spiritual pool without stopping. Just like that, 4 years later, Han Yan's other spirit roots had all reached the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. There were still 3 years left. He continued to cultivate. He had to strive to reach the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm before the inner sect assessment, Wind spiritual pool. As soon as Han Yan entered, he saw a group of disciples gathered together. "Zhou Fan, didn't you say that you would surpass us in the next inner sect assessment? Why are you only at the 1st level of the Foundation establishment realm?" "Ha ha ha, with his spirit root aptitude, how can he surpass us? Today, if you're willing to kneel and kowtow to us, we won't make things difficult for you. Senior brother, this kid has always relied on junior sister Lu. Now that junior sister Lu is preparing to become Tao companions with the eldest disciple of Sword Peak, she will definitely cut ties with him in the future. We can deal with him now. Junior sister Lu might even be happy." Hearing their words, Hanju shook his head and found a corner to meditate and cultivate. Such conflicts were not rare in the Jade Pure sect. Although the Jade Pure sect was a righteous sect, wherever there were people, there would be the pugilistic world. Han Yan had seen more than one such incident before. "Humph, you bunch of trash dare to attack me here? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law enforcement hall? Recently, the demonic cult has been restless, and you guys are still fighting among yourselves. I have reason to suspect that you guys are traitors of the demonic cult." A cold snort followed, sounding very stubborn. Han Yan opened his eyes and saw that the speaker was Zhou Fan, who was surrounded. Detected innate providence, check its origin. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes, which made him stunned. someone with innate providence, he immediately chose to check it out. Zhou Fan, the reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator. He was born in a town in the mortal world. Together with his childhood sweetheart, his spiritual root was detected by the Jade Pure sect. There is a numinous treasure hidden in the depths of his soul. The numinous treasure was severely injured because of protecting him. Now, in order to repair itself, the numinous treasure unconsciously absorbed spiritual chi when Zhou Fan was cultivating, causing his cultivation speed to be extremely slow. Han Yan's expression was strange. His background was a little fierce. He could even be the main character in a novel. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. Zhou Fan, who was surrounded, had a calm expression. Even though he was being pushed, he wasn't angry at all. Although he wasn't handsome, he gave off a very firm and mature aura. Should I help this main character? Help me, Han Yan closed his eyes. No matter how impressive Zhou Fan's background was, it had nothing to do with Han Yan. On the contrary, with such a person with innate providence around him, he wanted to make the best use of his time to cultivate. Han Yan's goal was to live forever and be invincible. When he was invincible, he would do whatever he wanted. At that moment, he would try his best not to cause trouble. The group of disciples scolded Zhou Fan for a while. In the end, they were scared away by Zhou Fan and didn't dare to make a move. They had spent money here. If they delayed any longer, they would suffer a loss. The wind spiritual pool fell into silence. A year later, Han Yan's wind spirit root had reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. He stood up and left. When he came to the attic of the wind spiritual pool, he coincidentally met Zhou Fan again. Zhou Fan was talking to a beautiful woman in a green robe. He noticed that Zhou Fan's hands were clenched into fists under his sleeves. He was obviously trying to control his emotions. The woman in green looked calm and quickly turned to leave. Zhou Fan stood where he was, his shoulders shaking. Han Yan could roughly guess what had happened. He walked over and brushed past Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was still angry. When he saw Han Yan, he couldn't help but frown. "Stop!" Zhou Fan shouted. As soon as he said that, the disciples around stopped. Han Yan didn't stop. He quickly walked out of the attic and prepared to go to the other spiritual pools. Zhou Fan suddenly stopped in front of him. Han Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" "You are Han Yan?" "Huh? You know me?" "I'm Zhou Fan of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. I often hear Senior Brother Mo mention you. He said that you will definitely be a mighty cultivator of the Jade Pure sect in the future." Han Yan sweated. He didn't expect Mo Fuzhou to brag about him everywhere. He asked politely, "Why are you looking for me?" Zhou Fan looked conflicted. He took a deep breath and said, "I heard that you are very popular with women. Junior sister Mo Zhu's eyes are also filled with peach blossoms when she talks about you. I want to ask, how should I pursue my sweetheart?" Han Yan was confused. "What the hell, I thought you wanted to fight with me," Han Yan said seriously. "How can cultivators of our generation fall for love? Women are nothing. If you obtain the great Tao, the world will submit to you. You can naturally get whatever you want. When have I ever been close to a woman?" With that, Han Yan walked past Zhou Fan and left quickly. "Fool, how can your looks compare to mine?" Han Yan complained in his heart. Zhou Fan's pupils constricted as he looked at Han Yan's back in shock. What a fast movement technique. This person is indeed powerful. Zhou Fan thought to himself. Then, he began to ponder over Han Yan's words. Mo Fuzhou had once said that Han Yan's cultivation was definitely the best he had seen in his life. He hesitated for a moment before continuing to follow Han Yan. "Zhou Fan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star." Han Yan was baffled when he saw this line of words. He could feel that Zhou Fan was following him, but he didn't take it to heart. In the next year, Han Yan stayed in the fire spirit pool and raised his cultivation base to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. Zhou Fan had been gone for 2 months. When he left, he looked indignant. Han Yan reckoned that he didn't have any spirit stones left. Wealth, companions, spells, and land. This guy had no wealth and no companions. How pitiful, Han Yan headed to the wood spirit pool and used a year to cultivate his wood spirit root to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. At this point, only his water and earth spirit roots were still at the 8th level of the foundation establishment realm. Han Yan was very satisfied with his cultivation progress. The inner sect assessment was about to begin. Han Yan returned to his cave abode to wait. Less than half a month after he returned, the bell of Jade Serene Peak rang, and all the disciples gathered in front of Jade Serene Hall. Elder Iron also came. Elder Iron's cultivation base was still stuck at the 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. His aptitude was too poor. Han Yan couldn't help but sympathize with him. Xianxia, Han Yan's eyelids twitched. How did this demoness know Lu Sanqin? Could it be that Xianxia had followed the viridescent nether cult into the 10,000 demon realm? Come to think of it, after so many years, the situation in the 10,000 demon realm was unknown. Han Yan immediately replied with a voice transmission, I don't know her. Why are you asking me, senior brother? The voice transmission technique was very simple. Foundation establishment cultivators only needed to master some techniques and could quickly learn it. All these years, senior brother has been lurking in the 10,000 demon realm with the sect master. We encountered the viridescent nether cult robbing the tiger heart white dragon, and we launched a huge battle. With the participation of the sect master, we easily took them down without injuring a single disciple. Later, the sect master told us that the reason it was so easy was because he had received information about the traitor of the demonic cult. Therefore, the sect master pretended to leave the Jade Pure sect, but he was actually hiding in the 10,000 demon realm. This traitor of the demonic cult is Xianxia. When she was young, the viridescent nether cult took some kind of poison and threatened her to become a spy in the Jade Pure sect. However, she had always harbored hatred in her heart. Previously, she wanted to steal the pill manual from an outer sect alchemist to find the antidote. Unfortunately, she was too naive. How could an outer sect alchemist cure the poison of the demonic cult? Later, she decided to leave the viridescent nether cult and was hunted down by them. The sect master happened to be following and investigating the cult spies, so he saved her. Because she had never harmed the Jade Pure sect and had contributed to the encirclement of the demonic cult, the sect master allowed her to join the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. Lu Sanqin's voice transmission made Han Yan almost dumbfounded. Fortunately, he tried his best to control his expression. Xianxia is now cultivating with us on the main peak. Her master is Daoist Jingxiu, who is the sect master's junior sister. She is in charge of the main peak and personally leads the core disciples. Previously, we met Xianxia and heard her asking about a disciple named Han Yan. She also told us about their relationship. It's worth mentioning that the outer sect alchemist she mentioned has already joined our Jade Serene Peak. Coincidentally, this alchemist has a servant named Han Yan. Jade Serene Peak also has a disciple named Han Yan. Also, Jade Serene Peak also have a disciple named Han Yan. Junior brother, what a coincidence, isn't it? Lu Sanqin looked at Han Yan mockingly. Han Yan was embarrassed and did not know how to answer. This woman actually confessed everything. But it was fine. He was now an inner court disciple at the 9th level of the foundation realm. Although his past was unbearable, it didn't affect him much. Left with no choice, Han Yan transmitted his voice, alright, I'm the Han Yan she knows. I didn't have a choice then. Haha, senior brother understands. It's just that senior brother didn't expect your aptitude to be so outstanding. Lu Sanqin joked, which made Han Yan heave a sigh of relief. Han Yan could not help but glance at Elder Iron. The two of them were using telepathy, so no one could hear their conversation. Elder Iron lowered his head and his expression could not be seen. Han Yan opened his attribute panel and checked his interpersonal relationships. Xianxia, 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Can be developed into a Dao companion. Current favorability, 4, 5 stars, this woman was about to build her foundation. Favorability, 4, 5 stars. The person who has the most favorable impression of Han Yan. Since you like me so much, I wish you less suffering in the future. Han Yan thought to himself. To be honest, he could not figure out why Xianxia liked him so much. Was it just because he was good-looking? Peerless? Well, sometimes looks were everything. Besides, why did Xianxia know so much about the viridescent nether cult? Could it be that she had a special identity that no one knew about at this moment? The door of the serene jade hall opened, and all the disciples got up and entered the hall. After taking their seats, they all looked at Fairy Xixian. Fairy Xixian said, "The inner court assessment is about to begin. Every peak must send at least 10 disciples. Who is willing to participate this time?" Immediately, 6 disciples raised their hands, including Cheng Yuer. Han Yan found it strange that Fairy Xixian did not mention anything about the Khanate cave abode. If she had mentioned it, they would have probably rushed to participate. Could it be that Fairy Xixian has opened a back door for me? While thinking, Han Yan raised his hand silently. Seeing him raise his hand, the disciples were all surprised. Yo, junior brother Han Yan actually wants to participate. Ha ha ha, I thought junior brother Han Yan would continue to cultivate in seclusion. That's how it should be. Cultivating in seclusion will affect one's Tao heart. Then I want to participate too. Several disciples also raised their hands, making the number of participants this time exceed 10. Han Yan smiled. He did not expect his influence to be so great. Although he did not have much interaction with the other disciples, because he often cultivated in various spirit pools, many people knew that there was an extremely handsome young disciple in Jade Serene Peak. When this matter spread to the disciples of Jade Serene Peak, they all guessed that it was Han Yan. Over time, although Han Yan kept a low profile, there were already legends about him in the inner court. He was famous for his handsomeness. When Elder Tai saw that Han Yan was so popular, his gaze became even more complicated. He was still invisible in Jade Serene Peak and did not have a presence. After this matter was finalized, Fairy Xixian asked the disciples to leave and left Han Yan alone. The disciples looked at Han Yan enviously. It was obvious that Master valued Han Yan very much and wanted to give him special treatment. The door closed. Han Yan looked up at Fairy Xixian. He had to admit that Master was really beautiful. Han Yan had been in the inner sect for decades, but he had never seen a female cultivator more beautiful than Fairy Xixian. However, Fairy Xixian's aura was so powerful that no one dared to blaspheme her. Han Yan only sighed and did not have any evil thoughts. The disciples were not as good-looking as Master. The inheritance of the Jade Pure Sect's appearance was not good. Your cultivation has improved again. I underestimated you. Even though you cultivate 3 elements, your breakthrough speed is still very outstanding. It can even be said that no one in the Jade Pure Sect can compare to you. Fairy Xixian narrowed her eyes as if she wanted to see through Han Yan. She was really shocked. In just 8 years, Han Yan's other 2 spirit roots had cultivated to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. What kind of talent was this? Most importantly, she had never taught Han Yan. She was very curious about who Han Yan's master was. Even this was discovered by Master. Master is truly amazing. Han Yan replied. His flattery was obvious, but it was not very effective. Fairy Xixian said, your cultivation technique and sword technique are very good, but they are not the ultimate techniques of the Jade Pure Sect. I believe you have a master before. I have observed you. After you entered the sect, you have been diligently cultivating. You have no intention of harming the sect. Someone also testified that you were born in the outer sect, which means that you only obtained an opportunity when you were young. Everyone has their own opportunities, so I won't get to the bottom of it. In this inner sect assessment, you can boldly display your strength. You don't have to be afraid of causing trouble. In the Jade Pure Sect, I still have some face. Han Yan hurriedly thanked her. He was actually a little worried before. Now, he was no longer afraid. He would directly use the 3 pure shadow sword technique. With Fairy Xixian's relationship with the sect master probably had the same guess. These words should also be sect master Li Qingzi's intention. The greater Han Yan's potential, the happier the Jade Pure Sect would be. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, from today onwards, you will be my personal disciple. I will report to the sect, Fairy Xixian said again. Personal disciple, Han Yan looked up in surprise. Although Fairy Xixian had dozens of disciples under her, most of them were recruited by the sect. There weren't many personal disciples, and they could be counted on one hand. Your status in the Jade Pure sect has been raised. You have become the personal disciple of the teaching elder. You have obtained a spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. 2 lines of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. He was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked Fairy Xian. Fairy Xian took out a token and threw it to Han Yan. You may leave. Han Yan caught it and took a look. It was a jade token with the word Xian engraved on it. After returning to his cave abode, Han Yan began to inherit the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. This was his 3rd Dharma spell. Previously, it was all sword techniques, but this time was different. As the inheritance memories surged into his mind, Han Yan entered a state of enlightenment. The 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal was similar to a palm technique, but it was different from a fierce palm technique. It was a seal that could suppress and expel evil. Using different attributes of spirit energy to form the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal would have different effects. Although Han Yan did not have top-notch seal technique aptitude, his spirit root aptitude was top-notch, so he did not encounter any difficulties in learning the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. 7 days later, Han Yan finally grasped the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. It was almost time for the inner sect assessment. The teaching elders of the 18 peaks had already submitted the participant list. Chang Yuer came to visit and told him the rules of the inner sect assessment. The 18 peaks would build a battle arena, and the disciples would be arranged to fight one-on-one in each peak until the top 10 were decided. Then, they would fight in the inner sect city for the entire sect to watch. Han Yan liked this very much. In this case, he only needed to make 3 or 4 moves in public, and his exposure would not be that high. Even if he gained the limelight this time, as long as he kept a low profile, no one would remember him. Junior brother, the personal disciples of the various peaks are holding a banquet. Are you going to participate? Chang Yuer asked. It was worth mentioning that Chang Yuer was also Fairy Xian's personal disciple. Han Yan suspected that they were related. In his opinion, Chang Yuer's aptitude was average. No, you can go. Han Yan shook his head and refused. Generally speaking, such banquets were very easy to have conflicts. They were all personal disciples of the various peaks, so they would definitely fight for the limelight, especially on the eve of the inner sect assessment. All right. Chang Yuer shook her head and left. Han Yan continued to cultivate the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. Although he had already learned it, he wanted to completely master it. It was as easy as using a sword technique. In any case, the remaining time was not enough to increase his cultivation realm. Just like that, the days passed. The inner sect assessment finally began. The 13 disciples participating in the assessment gathered in front of the Jade Serene Hall. There was a large wooden sign hanging on the door, recording the location and time of the battle. On the first day, everyone had to participate in the battle. Han Yan's first battle was at Tianzhu Peak. Tianzhu Peak was ranked 3rd in the Jade Serene Peak. The time was tomorrow noon. After Han Yan noted it down, he quickly returned to his abode. When he arrived in front of the cave, he suddenly saw a person. Xianxia. After not seeing her for decades, she looked even more elegant than before in the Jade Pure Sect's Taoist robe. Husband! Xianxia exclaimed in surprise and walked quickly to Han Yan. Han Yan was speechless. He took a step back and said, Miss, you can't just randomly address people. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't we agree on this when we were in the outer sect? Han Yan was helpless and said honestly, I was just acting. If I refused you, I was afraid that you would kill me. It's fine. I took it seriously. When I met the sect master, I was worried that you would betray me, but you didn't. You gave me a chance to confess. Only then did I have the chance to rejoin the Jade Pure sect in exchange for my current status. Xianxia smiled. She took out a jade bottle from her sleeve and said, This is a Jade Pure pill. It's suitable for Foundation Establishment cultivators to increase their cultivation. I haven't reached the Foundation Establishment realm yet, so I'll give it to you first. I'm cultivating with Taoist Jingxu now, so I'll obtain such pills regularly. Han Yan was stunned. Xianxia forcefully handed the pill bottle to Han Yan and said, "Work hard in the inner sect assessment. I didn't expect my husband to be a genius. My aptitude is average. I'll do my best to help you in the future. If my husband reaches the nascent soul realm, you won't treat me badly, right?" Her smile was very sweet and pure. She didn't feel like a fiendish cultivator at all. Han Yan didn't know if he should refuse. Xianxia suddenly turned around and left. She used the sword kinesis technique and quickly disappeared into the clouds. She didn't give Han Yan any room to refuse. Han Yan returned to his cave abode. He opened the pill bottle and found 7 jade pure pills inside. He took one first. He was pleasantly surprised to find that a jade pure pill contained an extremely large amount of spirit qi. He hurriedly circulated his energy to refine it. An hour later, he completely refined the medicinal power and converted it into water spirit energy. It was better than at least half a month of cultivation. With his aptitude, half a month of cultivation was equivalent to several years of cultivation for ordinary people. This pill is so powerful. Is this the treatment of a core disciple? Han Yan was secretly shocked. He suddenly felt that Xianxuan's feelings for him were a little too strong. At the same time, he was puzzled. How could she receive such treatment just by providing the viridescent nether cult's plan for the 10,000 demon realm? Xianxia was only a qi refinement cultivator previously and was active in the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect. How did she find out about the secrets of the viridescent nether cult? It seemed that her identity was far from as simple as Han Yan had imagined. Han Yan didn't think too much and continued to take the Jade Pure pill. After 3 pills, his water spirit root had successfully reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He converted the remaining Jade Pure pills into Earth Spirit energy and successfully reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. At this point, all 6 of his spirit roots had reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He scanned outside with his divine sense. It was already late at night. What a domineering Jade Pure pill. No wonder alchemists have such a high status. Han Yan thought silently and suddenly had an idea about pills. Main Peak. In a gloomy hall, Xianxia sat in front of an old Taoist nun. This old Taoist nun was Taoist Xianxia. "Don't you regret giving the Jade Pure pill to that kid from Jade Serene Peak?" Taoist Xianxia asked. Xianxia said softly, "I don't regret it. I'm already in love. Just because he has good looks? Isn't that enough? His looks are indeed outstanding. I've never seen a man better looking than him in my life. But I don't think it's worth it for you to help him just because of his looks. His aptitude is also very outstanding. When I saw him, he hadn't started cultivating yet. I heard from the headmaster that he's already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm." Taoist Jingxu frowned and fell into deep thought. Such talent is indeed, she asked doubtfully, why haven't I heard of him after so many years? Xianxia replied, the headmaster said he's very low-key. Ever since he entered the inner sect, he's been busy cultivating in seclusion. Previously, the headmaster wanted to give him an opportunity, but he refused because he's afraid of death. Taoist Jingxu joked, if he's afraid of death, how could he have such an experience? It seems that he's very determined and confident in himself. Xianxia nodded. Thinking of Han Yan's extremely handsome face, her face blushed. It seems that I have to pay more attention to him. Taoist Jingxu said with a faint smile. Noon. Han Yan set off for Tianzhu Peak. He stood on his flying sword with a conflicted expression. How should he act today? He couldn't appear too domineering. With a cultivation base at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and a peerless sword technique, Han Yan really didn't take the inner sect disciples seriously. He had asked around and found out that the highest cultivation level among the disciples participating in the inner sect assessment was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The disciples with higher cultivation levels had long finished their apprenticeship or become personal disciples, elite disciples, or core disciples. They didn't need the rewards of the inner sect assessment. With the same cultivation level, Han Yan felt that it was impossible for him to lose. Detected that the Jade Pure sect's inner sect assessment is about to begin. You have the following choices. 1. Win in a high-profile manner and become famous in the inner sect. You will receive 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Numinous treasure? Han Yan's eyes lit up. He had heard before that numinous treasures were more powerful than Dharma artifacts. Every choice has a low-profile option. It seems that it has something to do with the path I chose to develop. Han Yan thought silently. When he started his gaming life, he chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and even activated the ability to hide his cultivation level. Not bad. I like this, pretending to be weak, no, becoming invincible, Han Yan thought happily. He wanted to be the sweeping monk of the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan couldn't choose the second option directly. He could only be evaluated after the inner sect assessment. He pulled himself together and flew towards Tianzhu Peak. Tianzhu Peak. Dozens of disciples surrounded a battle platform. Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu had also arrived. Looking at the battle on the stage, the two of them had strange expressions. Han Yan was in a stalemate with his opponent. Most of the time, he was defending and dodging. He was clearly at a disadvantage. His opponent was a disciple of Tianzhu Peak. The more he fought, the more excited he became. It's great to meet such a weakling in the first round. The disciple of Tianzhu Peak thought silently. He squandered the spirit energy in his body and maintained a handsome posture during the battle. Han Yan was miserable. It was really tiring to act to this extent. He had been using the 7 illusionary steps to dodge, but he still had to try his best to appear as if his movement technique was not exquisite. He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. As the battle between the two of them grew longer and longer, the spectating disciples felt bored and left one after another. Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu were still watching the battle. He shouldn't be so weak? Mo Zhu couldn't help but ask. Mo Fuzhou said calmly, he did it on purpose. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly used the unparalleled finger divine sword. Using his finger as a sword, he shot out sword chi and pierced his opponent's shoulder. He used the 7 illusionary steps and quickly closed in, kicking his opponent off the battle platform. The battle ended, the 3 deacons presiding over the battle were stunned. They were all distracted. They didn't expect the battle to end so suddenly. Han Yan cupped his fists. Thank you. He walked towards the 3 deacons below the stage and registered his victory. The disciple of Tianzhu Peak left in a daze. Mo Fuzhou and his sister immediately came forward. Brother Han, why don't you just win? Mo Fuzhou asked. In his opinion, Han Yan was the disciple with the most outstanding potential in the Jade Pure sect. However, Han Yan was too low-key, and no one believed in his talent. Han Yan shook his head and smiled. I only found his weakness. He looked at Mo Zhu and changed the topic. How is Miss Mo? It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Now that he did, Mo Zhu was furious. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to you and gone to Li Qianlong's cave. In the end, I was attacked by a demonic cultivator and fellow disciples. I was forced to jump off a cliff. Fortunately, a senior came to my rescue. Mo Zhu cursed angrily. Han Yan asked, who is that senior? I'm not sure either. He left after saving me. He might be an expert from the Jade Pure sect. Oh. The topic ended here. Han Yan bade farewell to the siblings and quickly left. Mo Zhu looked at his departing back and said gloomily, Big brother, why do I feel like he's avoiding me? He doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Mo Fuzhou smiled. Your thoughts are too obvious. Brother Han is an ascetic cultivator. He doesn't want his cultivation to be hindered by romantic feelings. Is there any meaning to life if you keep cultivating? Everyone pursues different things. He pursues longevity and the great Tao. In my opinion, the two of you are the same kind of people. I can't compare to him. After returning to his cave abode, Han Yan continued cultivating the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. In the previous battle, he had only relied on the 7 illusionary steps to dodge, so he did not expend too much energy. In the next few days, Han Yan was the same. Every time, he would only defeat his opponent after all the onlookers had left. The defeated were too embarrassed to mention it. Thus, Han Yan defeated all his opponents, but his fame remained low. What was worth mentioning was that the reincarnated Mahayana realm cultivator, Zhou Fan, suddenly rose to prominence. He won consecutively and entered the top 10. The entire inner sect was talking about him. Because he wanted to compete with the head disciple of Sword Peak for a Dao partner, many people looked down on him, thinking that he was delusional. However, the head disciple of Sword Peak did not participate in the inner sect assessment. He publicly announced that if Zhou Fan could enter the top 3, he would agree to a public duel with Zhou Fan on the condition of having a Dao partner. This matter caused an uproar in the inner sect. When Han Yan heard about it, he was not interested. He had read too many such plots in novels. That night, Han Yan was cultivating the 9 Dragons Devil expelling seal in his cave abode. In the previous battles, he had not used this move. However, after a few days of cultivation, the 9 Dragons Devil expelling seal was becoming more and more familiar with it. Han Yan could cast this spell in 1 second. Most spells had to be cast with a hand seal and a mental cultivation method. It was not like martial arts, where it could be cast directly. However, as his proficiency increased, he would be able to cast it sooner or later. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of wind came from outside the cave abode. At first, Han Yan did not care. However, not long after, Han Yan felt inexplicably uneasy. He hurriedly stopped and spread out his divine sense. There was no one in the open space outside the cave abode, nor were there any demon beasts, wild beasts, or birds. Under the crescent moon, Jade Serene Peak looked very gloomy. What's going on? Han Yan frowned. The trees outside did not shake, which meant that there was no wind. However, why could he still hear the wind? Could it be that he was possessed? Han Yan felt a chill run down his spine. After being reborn for decades, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. There were demons and cultivators, so it was normal for there to be ghosts. Han Yan was nervous. He held his breath and focused. If it was really a ghost, how strong would it be if Fairy Xianxia did not notice it? Demons and ghosts, leave quickly. Demons and ghosts, leave quickly, he chanted in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly saw wisps of black gas coming out from the cracks of the cave abode's stone door and flying into the cave. F***CK, it was really a ghost. Without another word, Han Yan raised his hand and used the 9 Dragons Devil expelling seal. A golden imperial jade seal struck out horizontally. This golden imperial jade seal was inlaid with 9 dragons and was domineering and mighty. It directly dispersed the black gas and then disappeared into thin air. Han Yan frowned. He felt a powerful repulsive force. Logically speaking, the 9 Dragons Devil expelling seal should continue to smash forward and knock down the stone door. He focused his gaze and saw that the scattered black gas was actually condensing again. Han Yan quickly stepped forward and used the 9 Dragons Devil expelling seal again. Boom, not enough, again, boom, boom. Han Yan stood in front of the black gas and struck out with his palm, creating a huge pit in the ground. The wall beside him also cracked. This was under his precise control. Otherwise, he could have collapsed the entire cave abode with a single palm. Wait. Stop. 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 A wail of anguish followed. Han Yan could not help but stop and look down at the black gas with a frown. I am the Grand Elder of the Jade Pure Sect. How dare a junior like you disrespect an old senior? The black gas roared in exasperation, stunning Han Yan. Grand Elder? The black gas quickly condensed into a human figure. It was very short, only half a meter tall. This person was skinny and wore a loose white robe. He had a head of white hair and was looking up at Han Yan angrily. Han Yan said helplessly, Senior, what are you trying to do by sneaking into my cave abode in the middle of the night? The Grand Elder said angrily, I was just cultivating a mystical ability and my essence soul left my body. When I heard that there was a sound in your cave abode, I couldn't help but come in to take a look out of curiosity. Although he was cursing, he was still very shocked. What Dharma spell did this kid use just now? It almost killed him. His spiritual energy was not inferior to the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. I have to tell my master about this. Senior, you can easily scare me to death by doing this. Han Yan shook his head. He was really speechless. Cultivating a mystical ability in the middle of the night, pretending to be mysterious, just now, he should have directly killed the Grand Elder's essence soul. Don't. This old man wasn't playing around for a moment. This old man apologizes to you. The Great Elder quickly said. Han Yan was amused and asked, you know my master? Ahem, actually, your master is my disciple. So is the current sect master. The Grand Elder held his head high and puffed out his chest, looking arrogant. However, Han Ju's expression didn't change at all. The Grand Elder's smile immediately collapsed. Could it be that this junior didn't believe him? Han Yan said, then I'll pretend that nothing happened tonight. You can leave. Really? Yes. The Grand Elder immediately turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, Kid, I see that your bones are amazing. Do you want to inherit my mantle? Han Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, what mantle? I'll teach you the unparalleled cultivation technique, Heavenly Constellation Golden Body. Do you want to practice it? In the entire Jade Pure sect, only the sect master and I know it. Heavenly Constellation Golden Body, that sounded awesome. Han Yan's eyes lit up. However, on second thought, something was amiss. Their first meeting was not pleasant. Why would this old man teach him a cultivation technique? There must be a trap. Is he trying to trick me? Han Yan shook his head and said, forget it. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. The Grand Elder's smile froze again. He snorted coldly and left. An hour later, Han Yan left the cave abode and flew towards the Jade Serene Hall. He came to the door and knelt down. The door opened with a bang. Han Yan quickly walked in. Why did you visit so late at night? Fairy Xianxia asked without opening her eyes. Han Yan knelt in front of her and told her everything that had happened. Fairy Xianxia opened her eyes and frowned. She was unhappy. This damned old man is restless again. You almost killed him? Fairy Xianxia asked curiously. Han Yan scratched his head and said, Senior is cultivating his divine art, and I can only block it. These are not important. Master, will he come and harass me again? I don't want to be in fear every night. Don't worry, I'll go look for him tomorrow. If he dares to come again, I'll deal with him personally. Thank you, Master. Yes. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was completely relaxed. Before he left, he asked curiously, Master, is the Heavenly Dipper Golden Body powerful? That senior wants to impart this cultivation art to me. Amazing. It can be said to be the strongest cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect. It's even more powerful than the Jade Pure technique. However, one has to sever their human roots before cultivating it. What are human roots? The foundation of a man. Han Yan wanted to curse out loud. As expected, that old bastard was up to no good. Wait a minute, in that case, the Grand Elder and the sect leader were already. Han Yan discovered a shocking piece of gossip and felt that his worldview had been shattered. This matter must not be spread, Fairy Xianxia said solemnly. I understand. After saying that, Han Ju bowed and left. After returning to his cave abode, Han Yan was still thinking about the Heavenly Dipper Golden Body. No wonder even though Li Qingzi liked Fairy Xianxia, the two of them did not become Dao companions. Senior is still ruthless. They both stayed away from women, but they directly severed their own. Han Yan was impressed. At the same time, he labeled the Grand Elder as untrustworthy in his heart. The next day at dawn, Han Yan set off for the inner sect city. The battle between the top 10 disciples of the inner sect assessment officially began at noon. The inner sect assessment was different from the inner sect competition. The inner sect assessment was the path to becoming an elite disciple, and one could register freely. The inner sect competition was a battle between the 18 peaks to determine the rankings and encourage each other. The battle arena had already been built. It was located in the square in the center of the city. It was 1,000 feet long and wide, and there was already a sea of people around it. Many disciples were floating in the air on flying swords. It was a spectacular sight. Junior brother, you're finally here. Chang Yu immediately pounced on him excitedly. More than 10 disciples from Jade Serene Peak gathered around to cheer for Han Yan. Han Yan could not help but frown when he saw so many people. How was he going to act with so many people? Should he just be straightforward, kill all of them in seconds? Han Yan fell into hesitation. He suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw Zhou Fan staring at him with burning eyes, full of fighting spirit. Han Yan was confused. When did I provoke him? Zhou Fan remembered what Mo Fuzhou told him. In this inner sect assessment, his biggest opponent was Han Yan. Mo Fuzhou said that Han Yan had been hiding his strength, and he was not inferior to the elite disciples. Because of this, Zhou Fan had always thought of Han Yan as an imaginary opponent. He could not understand Han Yan. Outstanding talent and stunning appearance, why was he so low-key? He heard that Mo Zhu had taken a liking to Han Yan, but Han Yan had been avoiding him. The more low-key Han Yan was, the sadder Zhou Fan felt. But I already have a powerful magic treasure, he is definitely not my match. Zhou Fan thought firmly. At this time, Mo Zhu suddenly came in front of Han Yan and said excitedly, "Brother Han, I believe that you will definitely be able to get first place." Chang Yuer asked warily, "Who are you?" Mo Zhu looked at her. The two women were unhappy with each other. Han Yan saw that they were about to erupt into conflict and felt that something was wrong. "Husband." A laugh came. Han Yan turned his head and saw that Xianxia had actually come. Chang Yuer and Mo Zhu both turned their heads to look. Damn it, Mars collided with Earth. Han Yan immediately turned around and left, far away from this troublesome place. The three women did not follow, but walked together and began to oppose each other. The surrounding disciples of Jade Serene Peak were envious of Han Yan. Being good-looking meant that he had nothing to fear. So many beautiful junior sisters were rushing to his door, but he did not care. What a scourge. Noon. The inner sect assessment had officially begun. The one presiding over the inner sect assessment this time was Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder. The other 17 Peaks teaching elders did not come. The ones who came were all ordinary elders, deacons, hall masters, etc. There were more than 2,000 inner sect disciples and mortal servants watching the battle. Although there were not many inner sect disciples, there were many mortal servants in the inner sect cities. The first battle was Han Yan's. When Han Yan heard his name being called, he immediately went on stage. Jade Serene Peak's Han Yan versus Heavenly Thunder Peak's Zhou Fan. Hua, the moment Zhou Fan's name was announced, the audience was in an uproar. Recently, Zhou Fan was the most famous disciple in the inner sect. He could be said to be a trash who made a comeback. It was said that he had a magic treasure in his hand that could kill anyone he saw. He was invincible and his momentum was extremely fast. Zhou Fan cupped his fists and smiled, "Brother Han, this time you have to do your best." Han Yan was expressionless as he asked, "Really? Really?" Zhou Fan raised his right hand, and a small black bell appeared in his palm. It was eerie and mysterious. In a nearby pavilion, the elders and deacons all frowned. They had long heard that Zhou Fan had a magic treasure that was very strong. It was said that this treasure was Zhou Fan's lifelong magic treasure. What was a lifelong magic treasure? It was born with a person. Generally speaking, lifelong magic treasures belong to their ancestors. Even if their aptitude was not good, with the protection of their ancestors' luck, their achievements would not be low. Seeing this magic treasure today, they all felt that it was amazing. Seeing that Zhou Fan was so confident, Han Yan decided to get serious. If he defeated Zhou Fan before he showed his strength, the impact would not be great. Otherwise, if Zhou Fan was strong enough and Han Yan defeated him, he would not be able to keep a low profile. With so many people watching, Han Yan could not delay until everyone left. After thinking, Han Yan walked toward Zhou Fan. Mo Zhu said with a serious face, "Zhou Fan's Dharma treasure is very strong. Because of this treasure, Master made an exception and accepted him as a personal disciple." Chang Yuer said with disdain, "Compared to my junior brother Han, he is far from it." Xianxia did not speak. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Han Yan. Zhou Fan smiled confidently, but seeing Han Yan walking toward him, he was inexplicably flustered. Because he heard Mo Fuzhou bragging about Han Yan, over time, he felt that Han Yan was very strong. Today, I will defeat him and soar into the sky. Watch carefully. I will make you regret it. I will make you understand that you misjudged him. Zhou Fan thought silently. When he thought of that pretty face with a smile like a flower, he became angry. He raised the small black bell, ready to show his strength. He smiled crazily. So what if he was a genius? Today, I, Zhou Fan, will defeat a genius fair and square. Swoosh, a sword light flashed, and Zhou Fan subconsciously closed his eyes. Puff, Zhou Fan was sent flying out of the battle arena, vomiting blood. He was like a kite with a broken string. Silence, the whole arena was silent. Everyone was stunned. They had yet to come back to their senses. The battle had begun, the battle had ended. Even old deity Taoist Thunder, who was overseeing the inner sect assessment, could not help but widen his eyes. Han Yan withdrew his hand, and the sword shadow behind him quickly disappeared. It only appeared for less than 2 seconds. He turned around and bowed toward old deity Taoist Thunder. Old deity Taoist Thunder came back to his senses and announced, Jade Serene Peaks Han Yan wins. Boom, the entire audience was in an uproar. The male disciples were all discussing, while the female disciples were looking at Han Yan with shining eyes. So fast? Zhou Fan is only SOSO. Han Yan is too strong. Who is Han Yan? When did Jade Serene Peak have such a prodigy? He's so handsome. Could he be the one that the female disciples often talk about? Han Yan quickly got off the stage and disappeared into the crowd. Since the battle arena wasn't damaged, the second battle quickly began. Zhou Fan withdrew from the crowd with the support of a group of Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. He seemed to have lost his soul. The blow was too great. He didn't even know how he lost. However, the moment he was hit by the 3 pure shadow swords, he smelled the scent of death. He knew that Han Yan could kill him. Just a second ago, he was still full of confidence. In the next second, he fell off the battle platform. Zhou Fan wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He knew that he was about to become a joke. Chang Yuer, Xianxia, and Mo Zhu wanted to find Han Yan, but they couldn't find him. Han Yan hid in the crowd, silently watching the battle. 2 hours later, the top 5 were decided. The 5 disciples would draw lots to decide the winner, and the winner would directly advance to the top 3. The disciples didn't have any objections. At this point, everyone's strength wasn't too different. Anyone could enter the top 3. Luck was something that couldn't be missed on the path of cultivation. Han Yan hesitated. If he advanced to the top 3, could he just give up? Anyway, the top 3 could choose an innate cave abode. Yes, this way, his influence would be minimized. He prayed silently. Winner, Jade Serene Peaks Han Yan. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder announced. The other 4 disciples looked at Han Yan with jealousy and vigilance. They had all seen Han Yan defeat Zhou Fan in an instant. This guy didn't even use up much of his spiritual power. He was at his peak. Han Yan was overjoyed. He silently walked down the stage. Chang Yuer and the other 2 girls immediately surrounded him, giving him no time to escape. Junior brother, you have a high chance of getting first place this time. Chang Yuer said excitedly. Mo Zhu and Xianxia were also very excited. They all admired Han Yan, so they naturally wanted to see Han Yan in the limelight. Han Yan shook his head. I can't. It's already not easy to get here. Zhou Fan, who was squeezing his way over, almost fainted when he heard this. He wanted to ask Han Yan what kind of Dharma spell he used to defeat him, but he ended up hearing such words. Zhou Fan was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out blood, causing the head of the disciple in front of him to be covered in blood. He quickly turned around and left. Han Yan turned his head to look, but Zhou Fan's figure was already gone. The next 2 battles were extremely exciting. Dharma artifacts, Dharma spells, movement techniques, talismans, and so on were all displayed vividly. The strength of the 4 disciples was very well-rounded. It could be said that they were evenly matched. No matter who won or lost, they all contributed to an exciting performance. The top 3 went up the stage. The 3 of you will each fight 2 battles. If you win all of them, you'll be in first place. If you win one battle and lose one battle, you'll be in second place. If you lose two battles, you'll be in third place, old immortal Dao said. Han Yan suddenly raised his hand and said, Elder, I admit defeat. In order to defeat my opponent quickly, I used up all of my spiritual power and haven't recovered yet. Let the two of them fight it out. I'm willing to be in third place. Whoosh, everyone was in an uproar. Chang Yu and the other two girls also widened their beautiful eyes. Zhou Fan, who was in the crowd, was stunned when he heard this. Is that really so? If not, why would Han Yan admit defeat? So I'm not that weak. Zhou Fan's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Yan saw this line of words and thought that this guy was crazy. Old immortal Dao looked deeply at Han Yan, then nodded and changed the rules. Han Yan was in third place. Han Yan immediately stepped down. The following battles were less exciting than the previous ones. Both of them had used up a lot of spiritual power. Han Yan felt that he could fight the two of them alone. In the end, the top 3 were decided, and the inner sect assessment ended. The top 3 followed old immortal Dao to the main peak. While flying on his sword, Han Yan saw frowny face. You have obtained the top 3 in the inner sect assessment in a low-key manner. You have obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 7th grade numinous treasure, Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, 7th grade numinous treasure. It can automatically resist the enemy's attack. It can resist one attack from a soul formation cultivator at most. If injected with spiritual power, its defense will increase. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. It could resist one attack from a soul formation cultivator, as expected of a numinous treasure that was stronger than Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures. Could it be that there were 6th grade, 5th grade, and 1st grade numinous treasures? How powerful would a 1st grade numinous treasure be? Han Yan guessed silently. He was in a good mood. This was too satisfying. After obtaining the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, his sense of security increased greatly. Coupled with the Connate Cave abode, it could be said to be a great harvest. Wearing the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, he could cultivate in peace and not be afraid of sneak attacks. There were very few soul formation cultivators. It was rare for one to be born in the Jade Pure sect in hundreds of years. However, the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe could only protect him. If he encountered a nascent soul cultivator, the other party would not be able to kill him, and he would not be able to kill the other party. Han Yan could not help but smile. Why are you so happy to be third? Could it be that Fairy Xixian told you to only fight for third place? Old immortal Dao suddenly asked. The two disciples in front turned to look at Han Yan with strange expressions. Han Yan replied, I'm not happy to get third place. It's just that this is my first time coming to the main peak and I'm very excited. Master didn't ask me to only fight for the top 3. I entered the peak late. Although I became a personal disciple, Master said that I just have to do my best. Old immortal Daoist Thunder snorted, clearly not believing him. Zhou Fan was his personal disciple. Han Yan had only defeated Zhou Fan and admitted defeat. It was undoubtedly a loss of face for the Heavenly Thunder Peak. However, as a senior, he couldn't directly criticize him. Han Yan smiled politely at the other 2 disciples. The 3 of them didn't communicate much. It wasn't suitable for them to do so now. Not long after, they entered the main peak. Old immortal Daoist Thunder brought them to meet Daoist Jingxiu before leaving. The top 3 of this inner sect assessment will all be promoted to elite disciples. In addition, you can choose a Connate Cave abode. The first place will choose first, Daoist Jingxiu said expressionlessly. Daoist Jingxiu said expressionlessly. She glanced at Hanju without a trace. This kid was actually in the top 3. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't wrong. His talent was indeed impressive. The 2 disciples weren't surprised. Clearly, they had already known about the Connate Cave abode in advance. Daoist Jingxiu waved her right hand, and a scene appeared in front of her. It was 3 Connate Cave abodes. These 3 Connate Cave abodes surrounded the edge of a mountain range. Han Yan glanced at it. It was probably a map of the Jade Pure sect. Are we going to be security guards? Han Yan complained in his heart. The 3 cave abodes surrounded the 18 peaks. Although he complained, the attraction of a connate cave abode was too great. It was equivalent to a free spirit pool. Han Yan endured it. Now that he had the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, he wasn't afraid of threats. Taoist Xianxia began to introduce the 3 cave abodes. The first connate cave abode had extremely rich fire and wind spirit qi. The second connate cave abode had rich water, fire, and wood spirit qi. Although the spiritual qi in the third connate cave abode was as dense as the spiritual qi in the spiritual pool, the spiritual qi was of mixed attributes. There were no surprises. The third connate cave abode belonged to Han Yan. Cultivators who could reach this step were all geniuses with 3 or 4 spirit roots. However, they only cultivated one type of spirit qi, so they would choose the first 2 connate cave abodes. Han Yan had no choice but to obtain the most suitable Xianxia Immortal's Cave. After choosing his Xianxia Immortal's Cave, Han Yan received a piece of talisman paper. Once the talisman was torn, the target would be found. The 3 of them bowed and left. After walking out of the main hall, Han Yan tore open the talisman paper. A golden pigeon appeared out of thin air and flew into the distance. Han Yan immediately followed. The other 2 bowed to each other and left. After following the golden pigeon for half an hour, Han Yan finally found the Xiantian cave. This cavern was located in a forest. The golden pigeon flew into the mountain wall, and the wall glowed. Han Yan felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy. He guessed that there was a spell formation in place. A cave appeared on the mountain wall, and Han Yan immediately walked into it. The tunnel could accommodate 3 or 4 people walking side by side. After 50 steps, he saw a large cavern. The walls were damp, and there was an opening at the top. Cold wind blew in, and in the middle of the cavern, there was a steaming pool with many aquatic plants. Han Yan could feel the rich spirit qi. It was indeed not inferior to the spirit pool in the inner sanctum. It might even be denser. There were 6 types of spirit qi. Han Yan was satisfied. He first took out the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and put it on. Then, he put on the jade pure sex Taoist robe. As soon as he put on this numinous treasure, Han Yan felt that his entire temperament had changed. He felt so safe. Han Yan smiled happily and walked back to the entrance of the cave. He looked up. This was his personal cave abode. He had to be nominated no matter what. He used his finger as a sword and engraved words above the cave entrance. Endure for a while and see the world. Han Yan nodded in satisfaction. The words were written well. They were vigorous and powerful, reflecting his powerful sword qi. After the nomination, Han Yan chopped a tree nearby. He wanted to build a table, chair, and bed. Jade Serene Hall. Fairy Xixian was expressionless. Chang Yuer was talking about the intersect assessment in front of her. When she heard that Han Yan admitted defeat after entering the top 3, the corners of her mouth twitched. This kid, he has no ambition. Fairy Xixian admired Han Yan's Dao heart, but she could not understand why he was so afraid of being in the limelight. He was ridiculously cowardly. The key was that Han Yan's appearance was extremely outstanding. It was difficult for him not to be in the limelight. Master, did junior brother Han suffer persecution when he was young? Chang Yuer asked. Fairy Xixian was deep in thought. It seemed that she had to ask Elder Iron. Could it be that Elder Iron had tortured Han Yan before? Fairy Xixian's eyes turned cold when she thought of this. She was not interested in Elder Iron. If it were not for Elder Iron's great contributions in the outer sect, no one would be willing to accept him even if he entered the inner sect in the Foundation establishment realm because his aptitude was too poor. After the inner sect assessment ended, Han Yan did not attract much attention. The disciples just laughed when they talked about him. Han Yan did not go to the inner sect city again. He stayed in the connate cave abode to cultivate. He was prepared to reach the golden core realm as soon as possible. His 6 types of spirit qi had already reached the 9th stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He only needed to cultivate to perfection to reach the golden core realm. Han Yan was full of fighting spirit. When he reached the golden core realm, he would be able to use the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique had its own technique, but it needed to reach a certain realm. The golden core realm had its own technique. half a month later. Someone came to visit. Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan. The two of them looked at the words engraved on the entrance of the cave and were speechless. Endure for a while and see the world, it was really in line with his personality. Brother Han, Mo Fuzhou is here to visit. Mo Fuzhou cupped his fists and shouted. After a few seconds, the door to the cave opened. The two of them immediately walked in. When they saw Han Yan again, they saw him meditating by the pool. Han Yan opened his eyes and asked, "Brothers, why are you looking for me?" Zhou Fan stared at him with a complicated expression. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, "Recently, the friction between the viridescent nether cult and our Jade Pure sect has been increasing. We don't know when a full-scale war will break out. We want to invite you to do a mission together to destroy a branch of the viridescent nether cult. It's said that the branch has many spirit pills and miraculous medicines that can help you cultivate." Before coming, Mo Fuzhou had already thought about it. If he wanted to move Han Yan, he had to use cultivation as an excuse. Han Yan shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't want to leave for the time being. I have to enter seclusion to break through." Enter seclusion to break through, the two of them were stunned. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, "You want to reach the Golden Core Realm?" Han Yan nodded. "It's not that easy to break through to the Golden Core Realm. The heavenly tribulation you face is even more terrifying than when you were at the Foundation Establishment Realm. You have to rely on some tribulation transcendence pills to resolve the power of the heavenly lightning and consolidate your Tao heart," Mo Fuzhou reminded. Zhou Fan added, "This mission is very important. If we perform well, we will definitely succeed. In the future, our status in the Jade Pure sect will also rise. We can even make a name for ourselves in the cultivation world. You have received an invitation from a fellow disciple. Faced with fame and fortune, you have the following choices. 1. Agree to them and contribute together. You will receive an inferior grade spirit stone. 2. Reject them and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You will receive a Dharma artifact." 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan. Was there a need to choose? No matter how Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan tried to persuade him, Han Yan refused to budge. The two of them could only leave helplessly. After leaving the cave, the two of them flew a distance away. Zhou Fan couldn't help but say, "Although he's powerful, he's too cowardly." To Zhou Fan, it sounded like he was afraid of death. He had heard from the disciples of Jade Serene Peak that Han Yan was good at everything, but he was too cowardly. Mo Fuzhou didn't help Han Yan this time. He sighed. "You can't always be in seclusion after cultivating for a lifetime. You and I are both mortals. We still have to fight for opportunities. Let's wait and see. He'll wake up sooner or later." Zhou Fan nodded. He was suddenly looking forward to this mission. Once he got those elixirs, he might be able to surpass Han Yan. Thinking of this, Zhou Fan's heart was burning. Previously, he was instantly defeated by Han Yan in the intersect exam, which caused a huge trauma to his heart. Although he didn't hate Han Yan, he wanted to get back his face. Congratulations on obtaining the Small Universe Belt. Small Universe Belt contains a huge mustard seed space. Can be used as a storage ring or storage bag. The belt can shrink freely and is not easy to destroy. Han Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the Small Universe Belt in his hand. The Small Universe Belt was like a painting scroll, but this painting scroll was very narrow. He probed the belt with his divine sense. There was a mustard seed space inside. It was at least 1,000 cubic meters, much bigger than his storage bag. He immediately dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. After he succeeded, he threw all the items in the storage bag into the little universe belt and tied the belt around his waist. The small universe belt contracted slightly and tightly wrapped around his robes. However, his waist didn't feel restrained or loose. It was very comfortable. Han Yan played with it for a while and continued cultivating. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. His 6 types of spiritual energy had all reached perfection. He was preparing to face the tribulation. He directly activated the barrier and faced the tribulation in the cave. Although the Golden Core Realm's heavenly tribulation was domineering, it wasn't to the point of destroying the mountain. It mainly gathered on the top of the cultivator's head. It was said that the Golden Core Realm heavenly tribulation could easily produce inner demons. Out of 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, only 2 or 3 would succeed in breaking through. They would either be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation or suffer from chi deviation. Han Yan's aptitude was top-notch, and he had also cultivated a top-notch cultivation technique. Naturally, he was not afraid of these things. As he continued to activate his heart technique, dark clouds gathered above his head and lightning flashed. At the same time, a voice sounded in Han Yan's mind. What do you want? Name? Li? Woman? You are already strong enough. Don't hold back anymore. Show the world how strong you are. This voice was like a demon, constantly bewitching Han Yan. Han Yan was indifferent. He even wanted to laugh. Was this the inner demon? It's not enough for me to break through your defenses. Han Yan's hands moved, and the spiritual power in his body surged. Foundation establishment, gold core, his dantian began to gather spiritual power, as if it was the center of a whirlpool in his body. Bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from the dark clouds and struck Han Yan's body. Han Yan directly used the 6 paths of reincarnation to absorb the heavenly lightning. Transcending the tribulation with 6 types of spiritual power was extremely stable. Han Yan's thunder spirit root could not completely absorb the heavenly lightning, but he could resist it with other spiritual powers, so he did not feel any pain or itch. Soon, he realized that it was not his spiritual power that was strong, but the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. This numinous treasure can actually help me transcend the tribulation. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. The golden cicada's mystic divine robe could resist the attack of a soul formation cultivator. Would it be able to help him transcend the tribulation in the future? Han Yan was excited. What a treasure! Han Yan pulled himself together and continued to transcend the tribulation. 7 days later, Han Yan finally succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core Realm. You have received a peerless sword. Congratulations on receiving the Qilin sword. Qilin sword, a sword made of Qilin's bones and tendons. It contains the soul of Qilin and has the effect of exorcism. A sword appeared in Han Yan's hand. This sword was completely black, and the blade was embedded with Qilin scales. The hilt was even more domineering. The blade was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Han Yan's palm felt cool as he held the sword. What a handsome sword, it was very compatible with him. Han Yan put away the Qilin sword and began to consolidate his Golden Core Realm cultivation. Half a month later, he began to cultivate the 3rd level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. At the same time, he inherited the first mystical ability. 6 path soul absorption. As the name implied, this mystical ability could absorb souls, especially wandering ghosts. After mastering this mystical ability, Han Yan could even see souls that ordinary people could not. After Han Yan learned the mental cultivation method, he began to cultivate this mystical ability. With his top-notch 6 elemental spirit root aptitude, he learned it in 10 days. Mystical abilities were mystical abilities. They were even more profound than Dharma spells. Naturally, they were stronger. Han Yan really wanted to find wandering ghosts to try, but this was the Jade Pure sect. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 64/499, race, mortal, cultivation, 1st level of the Golden Core Realm, technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, Dharma equipment, Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure, small universe belt, Qilin sword, spirit root aptitude, 6. Path spiritual body. Contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spirit roots. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor, obtained a peerless cultivation technique, 1000 superior grade spirit stones, check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan had increased to 499 years. Not bad, more than 400 years was enough for him to break through to the nascent soul realm. If it took more than 100 years, he would lose, Han Yan thought proudly. He suddenly remembered that he had not bid farewell to Fairy Xian after the inner sect assessment. How rude, Han Yan immediately stood up and left. After leaving the cave abode, he flew to the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect. The direction was easy to determine. The 18 peaks were too eye-catching. Han Yan flew on his sword while checking his interpersonal relationships. The favorability and hatred of the portraits did not change at all. He opened the email. Your good friendly Xianxia was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Your good friendly Xianxia was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. He omitted dozens of reminders. Your good friendly Xianxia was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. She was severely injured and luckily escaped. Han Yan was stunned. The sect master was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. There were so many emails. It looked very tragic. Han Yan could not help but become nervous. Could it be that the viridescent nether cult was going to attack the Jade Pure sect soon? While thinking, Han Yan arrived at Jade Serene Peak. He quickly knelt in front of the Jade Serene Hall. The door opened, and he stood up to enter the hall. Junior brother Han, you're finally willing to come back. Xianxia complained. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Could this girl really be Fairy Xian's relative? Why did he bump into her every time he came? Xianxia's cultivation level had already reached the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm. This speed was indeed considered fast among ordinary people, but it could not be compared to Han Yan. It was completely incomparable. Han Yan knelt in front of Fairy Xian and said, Disciple greets master. After the inner sect assessment ended, I was in a hurry to cultivate and forgot to visit you. Fairy Xian narrowed her eyes and asked, You still know to come back? I thought you had already betrayed the sect. Han Yan sweated. Hearing Fairy Xian's words, Han Yan's first reaction was that Fairy Xian was joking. At this moment, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. The sect master of the Jade Pure sect is in danger. His life and death are unknown. You have the following choices. 1. Leave the Jade Pure sect and wander the cultivation world. You will receive a bottle of chi gathering pills. 2. Stay in the Jade Pure sect until it is destroyed or the viridescent nether cult gives up on targeting the Jade Pure sect. You will receive a Dharma artifact and a Dharma spell manual. Han Yan frowned. He subconsciously wanted to choose the first option to stay away from danger. However, on second thought, I'm wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. What am I afraid of? Han Yan asked. What about you, master? Fairy Xian replied calmly, I will live and die with the Jade Pure sect. Xianxia hesitated. Han Yan said seriously, then I will live and die with you, master. Completing missions and gaining favorability. Fairy Xian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars, 3 stars. If it increases by another star, can we develop into Tao companions? This thought appeared in Han Yan's mind. I'm thinking too much. My heart is for the Tao. I can't be dirty. Fairy Xian's expression did not change as she asked, Really? Aren't you afraid of death? Everyone has to die. It can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. I pursue longevity, but I don't want to abandon you, master. I didn't teach you anything. Although you didn't teach me, I am deeply indebted to you. Master has fought for opportunities for me many times and even helped me deal with some potential troubles. I will remember it all. What he said was the truth. After being reborn and living for more than 60 years, Fairy Xian was the person who treated him the best. Although Xianxia had a good impression of him, she had once threatened him. Ever since he became Fairy Xian's disciple, she had never made things difficult for him. Even if he did not follow her instructions, she had never blamed him. Han Yan really didn't want such a good master to die. However, if he encountered an irresistible enemy, Han Yan had to protect his life first. The main mission of life could not be messed up. Longevity, longevity, longevity. After listening to Han Yan's heartfelt words, Fairy Xian revealed a smile, and her heart was filled with gratification. As expected of a disciple of my Jade Serene Peak. However, the matter isn't serious enough to disband the sect. The sect master is missing, but the foundation of the Jade Pure sect is still there. I only saw that you were extremely afraid of death, so I let you leave early. Fairy Xianxia smiled. Han Yan nodded and asked, where did the sect leader go missing? He went to investigate the viridescent nether cult. I see. Han Yan was immediately relieved. If she was kidnapped in the Jade Pure sect, it would be terrible. The viridescent nether cult had besieged Li Qingzi dozens of times, but they had only managed to injure Li Qingzi severely. It seemed that there were no semi-god realm warriors among them. In that case, Han Yan would not be so angry. Nascent soul cultivators couldn't kill him. Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? Fairy Xianxia asked with a gentle gaze. Speaking of which, she had yet to truly teach this disciple of hers. Han Yan shook his head and said, no, there's no need to trouble master. If he cultivated with Fairy Xianxia, wouldn't his golden core cultivation be exposed? If the elders of the sect heard about it, they might drag him to work as a laborer. When Fairy Xianxia heard this, she immediately snorted. Then get lost. Yes, master. Han Yan left. Just as he left the hall, Fairy Xianxia took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Yuer. Help your junior brother according to what I said. Chang Yuer nodded and stood up excitedly. Han Yan had just flown out of Jade Serene Peak when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. He turned around and saw Chang Yuer chasing after him on her sword. Junior brother Han, wait for senior sister. Chang Yuer waved and shouted with a happy smile. Han Yan frowned and stopped. Chang Yuer came to his side and waved the storage bag in her hand. There's a set of formations and some spirit herb seeds in here. Master asked me to help you set up the formations and plant the spirit herbs to increase the spirit chi in your cave abode. When Han Yan heard this, his brows immediately relaxed. He cupped his fists and said, thank you, master. Thank you, senior sister. Chang Yuer smiled even more happily. The two of them continued to fly to the cave abode. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave abode, Chang Yuer saw the words on the stone door. She had a strange expression and muttered, endure for a while, and the sea and sky will be boundless. This name, Han Yan was expressionless and took the lead to enter the cave. Chang Yuer followed closely behind. She stopped at the edge of the cave, took out the formation equipment from the storage bag, and began to set up the formation. Han Yan turned around and stood behind her, observing carefully. Learning how to set up formations would be beneficial for the future. Chang Yuer noticed him behind her and could not help but become more serious. After nearly 2 hours, Chang Yuer finally finished setting up the formation. The switch was embedded in the cave wall. It was a piece of jade and could be activated by injecting spirit chi into it. This formation can hide the entrance of the cave. If you try to force your way in, you'll be trapped in an illusion, unable to escape. Han Yan spoke emotionally. I didn't think you'd know how to do this. Chang Yuer smiled triumphantly. What do you think I'm learning from master? Don't look at how my cultivation isn't as good as yours. Alchemy, talisman crafting, setting up formations, exorcising evil spirits, I can do it all. Han Yan looked at her in a new light. Chang Yuer turned around and walked into the cave abode. She looked around, then walked to the side of the pond and began to plant spirit herbs. If I become an immortal in the future, I'll make you my alchemy attendant. You'll have to work hard to improve your abilities. Han Yan smiled and said. Chang Yuer scoffed, in your dreams. I'm your senior sister. If I want to be your senior sister, I'll have to be, humph. She suddenly laughed. Han Yan pretended to be dumb and did not answer. Chang Yuer continued to plant spirit herbs. After the time it takes to make a cup of tea, she finished planting all the seeds. Han Yan quickly thanked her. That's it then, I won't disturb your cultivation. After a while, senior sister will move here to keep you company, how about that? Chang Yuer covered her mouth and smiled, then gave Han Yan a flirtatious wink. Han Yan cautiously asked, you want to use my cave abode? Chang Yuer rolled her eyes at him, then angrily turned around and left. After she left the cave, Han Yan breathed out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and muttered, Han Yan, oh Han Yan, it's so hard to keep your body. Han Yan walked to the cave entrance, activated the formation, then returned to the wooden bed and began to cultivate. Golden Core first stage is not enough to satisfy him. After reaching the third stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation art, his chi absorption speed is much faster than before. Combined with the dense spirit energy in the cave abode, he has a great time cultivating. In the blink of an eye. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan's thunder spirit root has reached the 3rd stage of the golden core realm, but his other spirit roots have yet to be cultivated. He planned to cultivate his thunder spirit root to the 9th stage of the golden core realm before cultivating his other spirit roots. After all, the viridescent nether cult could attack at any time. His lifespan had also increased slightly. There were many ways to increase one's lifespan on the path of cultivation, such as pills, natural treasures, cultivation techniques, and so on. Han Yan's lifespan was only the most basic limit of his lifespan. If his cultivation could not break through, he could use other methods to increase it. In these 5 years, the Jade Pure sect was safe and sound. However, sect master Li Qingzi was often hunted down by fiendish cultivators and was seriously injured. Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan were also often attacked by fiendish cultivators. It seemed that their adventures were very exciting. Every time he saw them being attacked by fiendish cultivators, Han Yan would be very glad that he did not join them. Han Yan was still cultivating when a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Cultivate Providence. Han Yan frowned. Could there be someone outside the cave abode? He quickly checked his background. Xianxia, born with a fiend fetus. He has an extremely strong affinity for demonic cultivation techniques. When he was young, he wandered with his parents. His parents were killed by bandits and he accidentally awakened his fiend fetus. At the age of 7, he killed more than 100 bandits and released his killing intent. From then on, he couldn't stop until he joined the viridescent nether cult. He was indeed from the viridescent nether cult, core disciple. In other words, he hadn't reached the level of an elder yet. According to Han Yan's understanding, the viridescent nether cult was about the same strength as the Jade Pure sect. Xianxia's cultivation was at the 9th level of the golden core realm at most. Why is this person here at the Jade Pure sect? Is he alone, or is there a hidden army? Han Yan stood up and carefully walked to the entrance of the cave. He looked outside and saw a man in black walking out of the forest not far away sneakily. Han Yan couldn't sense his aura. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might not have noticed Xianxia. Other than Xianxia, there was no one else. Xianxia walked to the entrance of the cave abode and his gaze landed on a line of words on the mountain wall. Endure for a while, and the world will be boundless. How laughable. The people of the Jade Pure sect are indeed cowards. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer. In the cave, Hanju felt offended. You're courting death. Han Yan executed the 3 pure shadow sword technique. 3 sword shadows floated behind him, ready to kill Xianxia at any time. Due to the array formation, Xianxia couldn't see Han Yan or sense Han Yan's aura. The two of them were less than 10 steps away. Xianxia looked for a while and sensed that something was wrong. Could this be a cave abode? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He took out a sword and gently stabbed it at the mountain wall. Swoosh! 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 The sword light flashed, causing Xianxia to subconsciously close his eyes. He instinctively jumped back. The 3 sword shadows pierced through Xianxia's body like lightning, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Xianxia landed more than 10 meters away like a sandbag. He crashed into a big tree, causing the leaves to fall like rain. It hurts. Xianxia looked up. 3 sword shadows floating above his head, ready to fall at any time. He was scared out of his wits. What is this? He hurriedly shouted, Senior, stop. Hanju shook his head. So weak, he couldn't take a single blow, or is it that my 3 pure shadow sword technique is too powerful? Hanju rubbed his chin and thought. After being attacked by the 3 pure shadow swords, Xianxia's spiritual aura was also revealed. Hanju compared it. Xianxia's spirit energy wasn't as strong as his. However, he couldn't see through Xianxia's realm. In other words, Xianxia's cultivation level was higher than his, but his spiritual power was weaker than his. The tyrannical effects of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique had finally surfaced. Hanju was in a good mood. He asked, What are you doing here? The 3 sword shadows fell again. Xianxia's expression changed as he hurriedly jumped to the side. However, his right leg was still pierced by the sword shadow and nailed to the ground. He fell like a dog pouncing on feces. Damn it, Xianxia was so aggrieved that he wanted to explode. He was the core disciple of the viridescent nether cult, but he was subdued by his opponent before he could even make a move. The three sword shadows were like ghosts. They were ridiculously fast and nailed to his leg. They were still melting the spirit energy in his body. What kind of Dharma spell was this? Xianxia panicked. He had investigated the Jade Pure sect. It was not a pure sword cultivation sect. Among the elders, no one knew such a powerful sword Dharma spell. Could it be the mysterious Grand Elder? Xianxia, Khanate Fiend Fetus, the eldest disciple of the viridescent nether cult. If I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect, what do you think will happen to you? Han Yan's voice sounded again. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as his heart churned. How did the other party know his background? Xianxia was completely flustered. He hurriedly knelt down in front of the Khanate cave abode and said in fear, Senior. I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I have never killed a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan was hesitating whether to kill Xianxia or not. According to his experience from reading novels, killing such a prodigy might trigger a continuous storyline. Generally speaking, geniuses had means to contact their elders. Once they died, their elders would sense it and hunt down the main character. After killing the young, the big one would come. After killing the big one, the old one would come. After killing the old one, even older and bigger ones would come from the heavens. Why don't I capture him? If the sect master is captured in the future, I can use him to exchange for the sect master of the viridescent nether cult. Han Yan thought silently. He felt that it was feasible. In any case, he was wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. Xianxia couldn't hurt him. Han Yan waved his right hand, and the three sword shadows disappeared into thin air. Xianxia didn't dare to escape. He could only kneel on the spot and tremble. He was already injured. With the strength Han Yan displayed, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he tried his best. Come in. Han Yan's voice floated over. The cave entrance appeared, and the stone door opened. Xianxia saw Han Yan. What a handsome man, so young. He thought that Han Yan was that senior's disciple. He gritted his teeth and stood up. After entering the cave, Han Yan activated the formation again and closed the cave entrance. Han Yan turned around and walked towards the cave room. Xianxia suddenly grabbed Han Yan. The sword in his hand was hanging in front of Han Yan's neck. He shouted in a low voice, Senior, let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill your disciple. Han Yan, the cave room fell into silence. Xianxia was restless. He looked around. Han Yan said faintly, I don't have a disciple. Xianxia's body froze when he heard this. Clang, his sword fell to the ground. He knelt down and forced a smile, Senior. I was just joking. He felt Han Yan's realm. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Impossible, it must be a smokescreen. To be able to suppress him and guess his origin, he must be an expert. Han Yan walked towards the cave room and said, Follow me. Xianxia hurriedly followed him. Han Yan sat in front of his wooden bed. Xianxia knelt in front of him respectfully. This was the viridescent nether cult's core disciple. Han Yan wanted to hand Xianxia over to Fairy Xixian. However, if he did that, Xianxia would definitely run away. He did not have the strength to suppress Xianxia. At most, he could defeat him. Xianxia did not dare to run away because he overestimated his strength. Anyway, he had the golden cicada's mystic divine robe to protect his body. He was not afraid of Xianxia's sneak attack. Not only could the golden cicada's mystic divine robe protect his body, but it could also protect his head. Xianxia could not hurt him anyway. Han Yan said softly, Pick up your sword and stab me with all your might. Xianxia trembled and wailed, Senior, I know I was wrong. I was really wrong. Come, if you don't try, you'll always think of sneak attacks in the future. I don't dare. Come, I won't blame you. Senior, I'll kowtow to you. Xianxia almost cried. He hurriedly kowtowed to Han Yan. He thought Han Yan was trying to find a reason to kill him. Anyway, he would not have a good ending if he attacked. Han Yan was speechless. Am I that scary? Previously, when he read Xianxia's background, he thought this person was extremely cruel and would rather die than submit. He did not expect him to be so obedient. From today onwards, you'll stay here and help me plant spirit herbs. You can also cultivate here, Han Yan instructed. Okay. When can I leave? Xianxia's addition did not change Han Yan's life. He focused on cultivating every day. He used his wooden bed as a barrier. When he was cultivating, Xianxia could not sense his spirit energy fluctuations at all. Han Yan's image in Xianxia's heart became even more unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, a year passed quickly. As the spirit herbs were planted, the spirit energy in the cave abode became denser. Han Yan's thunder spirit root had also successfully reached the 4th level of the golden core realm. 1 level a year. Not bad. If news of this were to spread, countless people would be scared to death. Xianxia had already calmed down. He realized that Han Yan did not make things difficult for him, but he did not dare to escape and could only cultivate. Han Yan had been cultivating and had not left, making Xianxia even more anxious. Although cultivating is very satisfying, if this continues, the information will be delayed. Xianxia's back was facing Han Yan as he thought with a frown. He was the eldest core disciple. If he did not return after such a long time, the viridescent nether cult would definitely be worried and even panic. What should I do? Trick him? Xianxia was in a dilemma. When he thought of the scene of him being defeated by Han Yan a year ago, he shuddered. The difference in strength was too great. Han Yan dared to cultivate so fearlessly because he was certain that he could defeat him. Damn it, what is this guy trying to do? Trap me. If not for my lack of strength, I would have made you pay 100 times. A cold glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Who was he? He was the terrifying fiend fetus of the viridescent nether cult. Xianxia's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Yan, who was cultivating, frowned. F***ck, it increased again. Han Yan wanted to vomit blood. In the past year, he had not tortured Xianxia. Xianxia seemed obedient, but his hatred towards him had been increasing. Now, it had reached 4 stars. He would not rest until he was dead. Xianxia did not know what was going on in Han Yan's mind. He was still planning how to kill Han Yan and escape. I can only wait for him to go out. With his cultivation, he must be an elder or grand elder. Recently, the fiend cult has been harassing the Jade Pure sect. He can't continue cultivating in peace. When I escape, I'll definitely lead the fiend sect to flatten the Jade Pure sect. At that time, I'll tear this grandson into pieces and extract his soul. Xianxia's heart was filled with killing intent, but he didn't dare to show it. When he thought about how he had tortured Han Yan until he knelt down and begged for mercy, he felt great. Right at this moment, whoosh. 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 Xianxia didn't even have time to react before 3 sword shadows pierced through his chest. Blood splattered all over the ground. Xianxia's eyes widened. His eyes were bloodshot as he turned his head in disbelief. Han Yan's face was expressionless as he waved his right hand. The 3 pure shadow swords spun around and exploded its head. Xianxia, born with a devil fetus, was dead. This time, it was even more straightforward than a year ago. Xianxia didn't even have time to dodge. Even after Xianxia's death, Han Yan still didn't know how strong Xianxia was. Xianxia had let down his guard a long time ago, thinking that Han Yan would keep him for a great purpose. Who would have thought that he would be killed today? Xianxia's body fell to the ground, and a ball of light emerged from his body. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Could it be? The ball of light quickly transformed into a human figure. This person had an old face and his eyes were filled with evil. He first glanced at Xianxia's body, then stared at Han Yan. There was silence in the cave abode. Han Yan sighed. He didn't expect an old man to come. The old man snorted coldly. Are you sighing because you regret it? You're dead for killing my disciple. Tell me your name. Han Yan said expressionlessly, I'm Cao Cao. What about you? Viridescent nether cult, Zhang Kunmo. Oh. Humph, wait for your death. After Zhang Kunmo finished speaking, he disappeared. Zhang Kunmo has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars, 5 stars, that was very high. Han Yan panicked. He quickly checked his interpersonal relationships and heaved a sigh of relief. Nascent soul stage level 8, that was it. From his tone, Han Yan thought that he was a soul formation expert. That was all there was to it. Han Yan got up and began to search through Xianxia's storage bag and storage ring. After a person died, the ownership mark on the storage ring and storage bag would automatically disappear. This kid was quite rich. He had countless spirit stones and pills, as well as many talismans and charms. However, he had very few Dharma artifacts and no secret manuals. He only brought money with him when he went out. Han Yan poured everything into his universe belt. With a wave of his right hand, fire spiritual energy turned into flames and wrapped around Xianxia's body, burning it to ashes. Han Yan returned to his bed and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. 8 years passed quickly. Han Yan finally reached Golden Core Stage Level 9. Apart from the Thunder Spirit Root, the other 5 Spirit Roots were still at Golden Core Stage Level 1. No one would believe it if news of his breakthrough speed spread. Han Yan began to cultivate the Wind Spirit Root. The Wind Spirit Root could increase his flying speed and was suitable for running. Half a month later, someone came to visit. Xianxia. Husband, are you there? Hearing this, Han Yan's mouth twitched. After so many years, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached Foundation Establishment Stage Level 3. It seemed that Taoist Xianxia treated her well. When she was still in the Qi refinement stage, her breakthrough speed was not so fast. Han Yan thought for a moment and waved his hand to close the formation at the entrance of the cave. The stone door opened wide. Xianxia quickly walked in. Seeing Han Yan, she beamed with joy. First, she sized up the situation in the cave. Then, she walked to Han Yan's side and sat down. Then, she leaned against Han Yan. Han Yan frowned and said, Miss Xing, please have some self-respect. I haven't agreed to be your husband. Xianxia curled her lips and said, weren't you very excited when we were in the outer sect? Han Yan felt awkward in his heart, but his expression did not change. He looked cold and arrogant. Xianxia waved her right hand on the ground. 10 bottles of pills appeared on the ground. These are all clear jade pills. I've accumulated them over the years. Xianxia smiled and said proudly. I don't believe that you won't be tempted. Han Yan's expression softened, and he said, take them back. I don't need them. Xianxia's smile froze, and she frowned. Then, her expression changed drastically, and she asked in a trembling voice, could it be that you've already? Han Yan smiled. Xianxia immediately wanted to pounce on him, but he blocked her with his spirit power. Miss Xing, if you want to be my Tao companion, you have to cultivate well. Otherwise, hundreds of years later, when I become an immortal and you turn into a skeleton, your deep feelings will be a punishment to me, Han Yan said seriously. Xianxia heard and could not help but calm down. It did make sense. She immediately stood up and said, you're right. I can't be a burden to you. I'll go get the golden core cultivation pills for you. Then, she put away the bottles on the ground and walked to the entrance of the cave. Miss Xing, please don't tell anyone about my breakthrough. Han Yan reminded her. His breakthrough speed was astonishing. If word got out, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. Xianxia turned her head and smiled. Don't worry. I'm afraid that you'll be entangled by other demons. Her smile was like a flower, and it was very moving. Han Yan hurriedly suppressed the throbbing in his heart. What a terrifying woman, he almost fell for it. After Xianxia left, Han Yan waved his hand and reactivated the formation. He closed the stone door and continued to cultivate. Xianxia. Fairy Xian, both have the word Xian in their names. Could they be related? The grudge between the viridescent Nether cult and the Jade Pure sect had lasted for decades. This was Han Yan's perspective, but in reality, it was even longer. The two of them weren't the only sects in the cultivation world. There were other sects, and their enemies weren't just each other. Because of this, the viridescent nether cult and the Jade Pure sect didn't dare to go all out. They were afraid that both sides would suffer losses and give the other sects a chance to benefit. In a dark hall, there were 8 figures meditating. Zhang Kunmo was among them. The leader was a blood-robed man. His hair was black and white, and his expression was indifferent. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was the sect master of the viridescent nether cult, Duan Tongtian. You still haven't caught Li Qingzi after so long? Duan Tongtian asked in a low voice. The 7 elders were silent. They had chased Li Qingzi for nearly 20 years, but Li Qingzi was lucky enough to escape every time. Li Qingzi deliberately didn't return to the Jade Pure sect and kept most of the viridescent nether cult's attention. Zhang Kunmo said, "Don't bother about him. Let's just attack the Jade Pure sect. My disciple died in the Jade Pure sect. The cult has invested so much effort into him. How can you let it go?" He gritted his teeth at the thought of Han Yan. Back then, he had said those harsh words, but after so many years, he still hadn't settled the score with Han Yan. He could even imagine Han Yan's face when he mocked him for bragging. I think so too. If we attack the Jade Pure sect directly, our overall strength will have already surpassed them. During the Demonic Tao conference, the other sects have already expressed their stance. Unless we annex the nearby Jade Pure sect, they won't submit to us. That's right. The Lord of the Demonic Tao can't even defeat the nearby righteous sections. How can he convince the masses? I'm willing to personally lead my disciples to attack the Jade Pure sect. Other than Li Qingzi, there's another old monster in the Jade Pure sect. The elders began to discuss. Duan Tongtian's eyes flickered, but he didn't interrupt. After a long while, all the elders stopped and turned to look at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Duan Tongtian said, "I'm preparing to reach the soul formation stage. If I succeed, it won't be too late to attack the Jade Pure sect. At that time, it will be a sure thing." Soul formation, the elders looked at him in shock. Zhang Kunmo took a deep breath and asked, "Cult Master, are you confident?" Duan Tongtian said calmly, "I've been preparing for this for decades. I'm 90% confident that another 30 years won't be too late." 30 years, for mortals, it might be half a lifetime. But to them, it wasn't a long time. It had been 10 years since Xianxia left. Han Yan had cultivated his wind spiritual root to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and his fire spiritual root to the 3rd level. Ever since his thunder spiritual root had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, cultivating other spiritual roots was much easier. Han Yan could already see the nascent soul waving at him. He was getting stronger every day. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, so he did not feel that cultivating in seclusion was boring. Only by reaching the nascent soul realm as soon as possible could he be considered to have truly left behind the weak. Han Yan was now 88 years old. An 88-year-old 9th level Golden Core realm cultivator was definitely second to none in the cultivation world. However, he still felt that it was not enough. Even if he reached the nascent soul realm, it was still not enough. He wanted to cultivate until he reached the end of his cultivation. He wanted to be absolutely invincible, on this day. Chang Yuer came to visit. Han Yan closed the Dharma formation and welcomed her into the residence. "Junior brother, I'm here to see you. I also brought you some natural treasures to plant by the pool. It can make the spirit chi in your cave abode denser. In the future, it might become the cave abode with the best spirit chi in the Jade Pure sect." Chang Yuer smiled. She walked to the pool and began to scatter the seeds. Han Yan smiled. "Thank you, senior sister. Don't thank me. It's all a reward from Master. I'm just helping out with some manual labor." Chang Yuer smiled. Han Yan couldn't help but think of Fairy Xian. He was silently grateful in his heart. Chang Yuer continued, "Ever since you entered seclusion, several new disciples have joined Jade Serene Peak. Junior brother Tai, who was ranked behind you, died of old age 2 years ago." Elder Tai was dead. Han Yan was stunned. He hurriedly opened his interpersonal relationships and realized that he could no longer find Elder Tai's profile picture. He was gone. Speaking of this junior brother Tai, his aptitude is too poor. He should have died in the outer sect. To be able to come to the inner sect, He has no regrets in this life. However, before he died, he wanted to see you. This is what his alchemy apprentice said. Why does he want to see me? Han Yan asked with a complicated expression. In the past, he hated Elder Tai. But now that he thought about it, Elder Tai had never hurt him. It could even be said that he had raised him. Elder Tai's death made Han Yan's disgust for him disappear. He even felt a little melancholic. This was the path of cultivation. There would always be people dying on the way. I can't die halfway. Han Yan's pursuit of longevity became even more determined. Chang Yuer shook her head. How would I know? Did you know each other before? Only a few people knew that Han Yan and Elder Tai knew each other, not including Chang Yuer. It doesn't matter if we know each other or not. Senior sister, cultivate well. If you die too, I will be sad. Han Yan said seriously. His words were sincere. After coming to this world, he didn't know many people, and the number of people he had a good relationship with could be counted on one hand. Chang Yuer turned to look at him and smiled. Humph, stupid junior brother, I thought you didn't have me in your heart at all. Han Yan smiled and shook his head. The two of them began to chat. Most of the time, it was Chang Yuer who was talking about what happened in the sect. Zhou Fan had completely risen and become a famous person in the inner sect. He challenged the first disciple of Sword Peak with his foundation establishment Cultivation and won over her, shocking the entire sect. But on the second day of their marriage, he divorced that woman, causing a lot of criticism in the inner sect. Now, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou had become the face of Heaven's Thunder Peak. They were both personal disciples, and Mo Fuzhou was even a core disciple. Xianxia had always been cultivating on the main peak, so she wasn't that famous. Alright, senior sister should go back to Cultivate and try to accompany junior brother on his path of cultivation. Chang Yuer smiled mischievously, then stood up and left. Han Yan sighed. Although Chang Yuer was joking, her words were heartbreaking in Han Yan's ears. Han Yan was someone who wanted to live forever. Chang Yuer's talent was far inferior to his, so she definitely wouldn't live as long as him, but Han Yan wasn't a pretentious person, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. If he had the ability in the future, he could also pull in people close to him. For example, Fairy Xixian, Chang Yuer, Xianxia. Should Mo Zhu be counted as one? Han Yan thought about it silently. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and used his finger as a sword, writing 2 words in the air towards the cave wall. Elder Tai. He stood up and bowed towards Elder Tai's name. This bow was a belated farewell. He hoped that Elder Tai could find a good family in his next life. After that, Han Yan continued to meditate and cultivate. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan's fire spirit root had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, and his water spirit root had reached the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm. He only had the earth spirit root and wood spirit root left to cultivate. This was already a godly speed, but he was somewhat dissatisfied. He began to rummage through his small universe belt to check the pills left behind by Xianxia. Xianxia was also a Golden Core Realm cultivator, so perhaps he had pills specially for Golden Core Realm cultivators. Unfortunately, he didn't. That bastard's pills were mostly poisons, aphrodisiacs, and all sorts of despicable drugs. As expected of a damned demon sect member. Without the help of pills, Han Yan could only grit his teeth and continue to cultivate. Even so, he was getting closer and closer to the nascent soul realm. 2 years later. His water spirit root had finally reached the 9th stage of the Golden Core Realm. Han Yan began cultivating his wood spirit root. Lines of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on reaching 100 years old. Simulation trial activated. Simulation trial, you can set your opponent's cultivation base and strength level to simulate a battle. You can also test all living beings within a 100-mile radius and replicate their strength to battle. The battle result will not affect your physical and mental state in the real world. Unlimited number of uses. Simulation trial, it can test all living beings within 100 miles. Han Yan was stunned, then he was pleasantly surprised. This is a godly skill. Han Yan had always been unsure of how strong he was, but he could finally give it a try. He immediately activated the simulation trial and closed his eyes. he arrived in a dark space. You can choose a person from your interpersonal relationships to be your opponent's strength model. Han Yan immediately chose Li Qingzi. He wanted to see the difference in strength between him and the sect master. Soon, Li Qingzi appeared in front of him. Li Qingzi was expressionless, like a puppet. The battle began. Li Qingzi took out a golden ruler and attacked Han Yan. Han Yan took out the Qilin sword and used the 7 illusionary steps to distance himself from Li Qingzi. He quickly used the 3 pure shadow sword technique. 3 sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and attacked Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi quickly waved his ruler to disperse the sword shadows and chased after Han Yan. Han Yan raised his hand and used the 9 dragons devil expelling seal. The 6 types of spiritual energy kept changing, and the 9 dragons devil expelling seal crashed into Li Qingzi. At first, Li Qingzi could still disperse the 9 dragons devil expelling seal, but he was soon sent flying by the seal. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his 9 dragons devil expelling seal was very powerful, no wonder it could suppress the Grand Supreme Elder's essence soul. However, the 9 dragons devil expelling seal did not harm Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi attacked again. Han Yan was not in a hurry. He was already very satisfied to be able to tangle with Li Qingzi. The battle lasted for 10 minutes before Han Yan was defeated. Li Qingzi's Big Dipper golden body was extremely strong. When the spell hit him, it did not cause any substantial damage. However, Han Yan realized that using the Qilin sword to execute the 3 pure shadow sword technique had greater destructive power. It could break Li Qingzi's heavenly star golden body and cause him to bleed on the spot. As expected of a peerless sword, however, they could only break through his defenses and not defeat him. Then, he lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation. The 7th level of the nascent soul stage, he still couldn't beat him. 6th level of the nascent soul stage, it was a draw. The 5th level of the nascent soul stage, crush, Han Yan controlled the Qilin sword and used the 3 pure shadow sword technique. 3 sword shadows tore Li Qingzi's body apart. Not bad, not bad. Killing a cultivator at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm is worthy of my cultivation technique, potential, sword technique, and peerless sword. Han Yan thought to himself. Then, he lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation to the 9th level of the golden core realm. He realized that his spirit power was much stronger than Li Qingzi's. The strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique was shown. Cultivating 6 spirit roots made Han Yan's spirit power extremely strong. Without using the Qilin sword, he could kill Li Qingzi at the same level. Han Yan opened his eyes when his consciousness returned to reality. I can kill a cultivator at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm now. When I break through to the nascent soul realm, won't I be able to fight with a soul formation realm cultivator? Han Yan thought excitedly. Then, he shook his head. The strength of a soul formation realm cultivator was definitely different from that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. He could not be too optimistic about it. I have to think this way. I definitely can't defeat a soul formation realm cultivator. That's the only way to be cautious. Hanju silently gave himself a psychological drama. Only the wood and earth spirit roots were left. Han Yan's fighting spirit was high. He felt that he could cultivate both spirit roots to the 9th level of the golden core realm within 10 years. As more and more spirit roots reached the 9th level of the golden core realm, the cultivation speed of the remaining spirit roots became faster and faster. 10 years was enough for him to cultivate both spirit roots to the 9th level of the golden core realm. 10 years passed quickly. Han Yan did not leave the cave abode at all. He was cultivating almost the entire time. He had successfully cultivated his 6 spirit roots to the 9th level of the golden core realm. Next, he began to break through to the perfected stage. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that he could absorb 6 types of spirit qi at the same time. He couldn't do it in the past, but now he could. Could it be that the 9th level of the golden core realm was a threshold? Han Yan soon discovered that absorbing 6 types of spirit qi at the same time made his cultivation speed not too slow. In general, it was faster than before. Good news, Han Yan was smug and continued cultivating. Half a year later, his 6 spirit roots had all reached the perfected 9th level of the golden core realm. He could cultivate his nascent soul now. Han Yan did not relax and began to prepare for the tribulation. The barrier opened and covered the entire Khanate cave abode. Jade Pure Sect, Main Peak. Inside the palace, Xianxia sat at the head of the table. The teaching elders of the 18 peaks were gathered. Apart from them, there were also several other elders. Everyone's expressions were solemn. Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this true?" Xianxia sighed and said, "It's absolutely true. Duantong Tian only successfully transcended the tribulation last month and is currently consolidating his cultivation. He's already a soul formation mighty figure." Soul formation, everyone was so frightened that their expressions changed. It was like a mountain pressing down on them, making them unable to breathe. Even Fairy Xianxia's expression was very ugly. "Where's Master? Hasn't he already cultivated an essence soul? Is he close to the soul formation realm?" Taoist Jingshu hurriedly asked. Xianxia sighed and said, "No, his essence soul is just a kind of mystical power. He seems to have suffered some kind of blow previously and gave up on that mystical power decades ago. Now, he's still cultivating bitterly. Although he's already at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, there's still an insurmountable gap between him and the soul formation realm." The hall fell into silence. It was incomparably oppressive. An elder could not help but ask, "Then what should we do? Ask for help?" Xianxia sighed and said, "I've already sent letters to the Righteous Path asking for help, but I haven't received a reply yet." The elders began to discuss soul formation. Even if we old bones joined forces, we might not be able to defeat him. Other than Duantong Tian, the viridescent nether cult has many nascent soul cultivators. Sai, the heavenly fiend cult actually produced a soul formation cultivator. The calamity of the Jade Pure Sect has finally arrived. We definitely can't win in a head-on confrontation. Why don't we escape? How? Where can we escape to? Don't we want our hundreds of years of foundation? The elders were all talking at once, and their tones were all very unpleasant. In the face of such a great calamity, no one could speak calmly. Xianxia sighed, his face full of worry. Buzz, a bell rang on Jade Serene Peak. All the disciples gathered in front of the Jade Serene Hall. After entering the hall, the disciples found cushions and sat down. Fairy Xianxia glanced around and frowned slightly. Han Yan didn't come again. Forget it. All the disciples looked at Fairy Xianxia. They were not nervous or expectant. They thought that it was about the upcoming inner sect assessment. According to the latest intelligence, the cult master of the viridescent nether cult, Duantong Tian, has already reached the soul formation realm. If there are no accidents, the viridescent nether cult will invade our Jade Pure Sect in a few years at most. When Fairy Xianxia said this, her expression was indifferent. The disciples were stunned for a moment before they exploded. Soul formation? How is that possible? Does our Jade Pure Sect have a soul formation cultivator? How can there be one? Soul formation is a legend. Fairy Xianxia raised her hand and signaled all the disciples to be quiet. The disciples quickly shut their mouths and looked at her nervously. To the Jade Pure Sect, the birth of a biochemical god in the Fiend Sect was definitely a disaster. Even if a soul formation cultivator appears in the Fiend Sect, we still have to fight. The Jade Pure Sect has been established for hundreds of years. How can it be destroyed by the Fiend Sect? I don't usually ask you to contribute to Jade Serene Peak, but the Jade Pure Sect is in trouble. You must be prepared for battle. From today onwards, none of you are allowed to lead the Jade Pure Sect. Focus on cultivating and prepare to fight the viridescent nether cult. Fairy Xianxia's gaze swept over everyone as she spoke slowly. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator exploded, and the pressure enveloped the entire hall. The hearts of the disciples trembled. Even though they were afraid, they did not dare to show it. At this point, there was no other way. They had all dealt with the demonic sect before and knew that surrendering would only lead to worse consequences. Inside the congenital cave, thunder rumbled. Han Yan was undergoing his tribulation. Under the protection of the enchantment, the sound and pressure of the heavenly thunder did not spread. This heavenly tribulation was different from the ones he had encountered before. The lightning transformed into a dragon and was even more destructive. However, it was a pity that it could not break through the defense of the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. In order to prevent the flowers and plants in the Immortal's cave from being damaged, Han Yan used his spiritual power to protect them. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning kept striking at him. Although the cavern wasn't big, it was very high. The dark clouds just happened to block the hole at the top. Han Yan had nightmares from time to time during the tribulation. There were all kinds of nightmares, such as the tragic deaths of good friends and masters, and when he returned to Earth, he was shocked to find that it was all a dream. Fortunately, Han Yan was strong-willed, and these nightmares did not affect him at all. As for inner demons, it was even more impossible for them to be born. Nascent soul, I will definitely break through. Han Yan thought excitedly. As he continued to circulate his Heart Sutra, the six-path spiritual energy in his body once again formed a vortex, gathering above the golden elixir. The vague outline of a baby could already be seen. He was already very close to the nascent soul realm. Junior brother. Chang Yuer's voice came from outside the cave. Han Yan thought that it was an illusion. He had heard it before, so he did not take it to heart. Outside the cave. Chang Yuer called out a few times, but Han Yan did not answer. She couldn't help but frown as she muttered, "Stinky junior brother, you're actually cultivating so seriously. The sect is about to face a calamity and you still haven't come out." She thought for a while and decided to stay outside the cave. She walked to a nearby tree and sat down to meditate. If the viridescent nether cult attacked the Jade Pure sect from here, Han Yan would definitely be the first to suffer. She had to protect Han Yan. Of course, with her strength, it would be difficult for her to protect Han Yan. However, when Han Yan woke up from his cultivation, she could immediately inform Han Yan and bring Han Yan back to the inner sect to hide. 10 days later. Han Yan had finally reached the nascent soul realm, and his spiritual energy had skyrocketed. The 6 types of spiritual energy in his body fused into a brand new and powerful spiritual energy. 6-path spiritual energy, lines of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. Congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You have received a divine ability reward. You have chosen the path of a swordsman. Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Dao Theurgy, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword, Hiss, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword, so Chinibu, so shameful, Han Yan thought excitedly and immediately began to inherit this Sword Dao Theurgy. Even though it was a divine ability, it was still a Sword Dao. It was not difficult for Han Yan to comprehend it. Divine abilities were different from Dharma spells. Once one comprehended it, one did not need to cultivate it. Of course, after comprehending a divine ability, one could still continue to cultivate it and increase their proficiency. At the same time, outside the cave abode, Chang Yuer was meditating. She was already used to cultivating nearby. She opened her eyes and looked at the Khanate cave abode. She muttered, "Stupid junior brother, why aren't you coming out yet? It's a good thing that the fiend cult didn't invade at this time." She wanted to leave many times, but she was afraid that she would miss the time when Han Yan came out of seclusion. Chang Yuer sighed and closed her eyes again. Who asked her to like him? Let's wait a little longer. The next day, Han Yan had successfully grasped the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. He opened his stats interface. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 111/988, race, mortal, cultivation, first level of the nascent soul realm, technique, 6 paths of reincarnation, can be inherited, Dharma spells, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, divine ability, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, Dharma equipment, golden cicadas mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure, small universe belt. Qilin sword, spiritual root aptitude, spiritual body of the 6 paths contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots. Increases providence to a certain extent. Khanate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor, obtained a top-notch cultivation technique, 1000 superior grade spirit stones, check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan had increased to 988 years, he was only at the first level of the nascent soul realm. When he reached the 9th level, he would definitely be able to live past 1,000 years. Awesome, Han Yan smiled proudly. He did not intend to leave the cave abode. Instead, he planned to continue cultivating. He suddenly discovered that Chang Yu'er was still meditating outside the cave abode. Previously, he had heard Chang Yu'er's voice, but he was in the midst of breaking through and thought it was an auditory hallucination. Han Yan hesitated whether he should leave the cave abode. However, he saw that Chang Yu'er was cultivating and didn't seem to be in a hurry. This girl really wants to take advantage of the spirit chi in my cave abode. Thinking that she was the one who planted all the spirit herbs in the cave abode, Han Yan acquiesced. Continue cultivating. A year later, Chang Yu'er suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in horror. Thunderclouds appeared above the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. They surged violently and covered the sky. On the west side of the Jade Pure sect, fiendish cultivators charged out of the forest. They flew on their swords and sped towards the Jade Pure sect. Fiendish chi gathered together like a black sea. The fiendish sect was attacking. Chang Yu'er panicked. She subconsciously wanted to call out to Han Yan, but on second thought, the fiendish sect was attacking the Jade Pure sect from another direction. Junior brother Han's cave abode happened to avoid it. If she alerted junior brother Han now and brought him back to the inner sect, it would definitely be dangerous. Chang Yu'er gritted her teeth and leaped onto her sword, flying towards Jade Serene Peak. Inside the cave abode, Han Yan was cultivating when a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Your sect, the Jade Pure sect, is being attacked by the viridescent nether cult. Han Yan was stunned. He hurriedly scanned with his divine sense and happened to see the spectacular scene of the viridescent nether cult charging towards the Jade Pure sect. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Han Yan was already a nascent soul realm expert. His strength far exceeded before, so he naturally didn't panic. However, the scale of the fiendish sect's invasion this time was so large that he felt that he had to be careful. Han Yan didn't immediately go to support them. He activated the simulation trial function and tested everyone in the Jade Pure sect, allowing the system to find the strongest person. Duan Tong Tian, first level of the Soul Formation Realm, sect master of the viridescent nether cult, Soul Formation Realm. Han Yan shuddered. So powerful? Han Yan's first reaction was to run. The Jade Pure sect definitely couldn't hold on. Calm down, I'm no longer the same as before. I can kill nascent soul realm cultivators at the Golden Core realm. Han Yan decided to test Duan Tongtian's strength first. He wanted to see if he, who had already cultivated the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, could fight against Duan Tongtian. Han Yan's consciousness immediately entered the trial space. The battle began. A minute later, Han Yan opened his eyes with a strange expression. He muttered to himself, "That's it?" Han Yan realized that he had underestimated his own strength. He was holding a supreme-grade magic sword. He was cultivating an immortal emperor's legacy cultivation technique. His physique was the spiritual body of the six paths. He even cultivated a mystical ability. He couldn't use the concepts of mortals to trap himself. Han Yan stood up and prepared to head to the Jade Pure sect to take a look. The once prosperous Jade Pure sect was already filled with smoke. The inner sect city was destroyed into ruins, and corpses were everywhere. As far as the eye could see, the 18 peaks were filled with fighting figures. Chow chow. Chow chow. Come out and die. Chen Santian's master, Zhang Kunmo, floated in the air and roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with anger. Zhang Kunmo was about to die of anger. He had been in the Jade Pure sect for so long, but Chow Chow still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had run away? He had held it in for decades, waiting for today to avenge his beloved disciple. In the end, he couldn't find his enemy. He felt extremely aggrieved. Zhang Kunmo turned his head to look at the main peak of the Jade Pure sect. The towering main peak was already burning with raging flames. The flames swept into the sky, looking extremely spectacular. Sect master should be done soon, right? Zhang Kunmo muttered to himself. He could feel the auras of the elders of the Jade Pure sect rapidly weakening. At the main peak of the Jade Pure sect, the elders of the 18 peaks were all severely injured. They were either meditating to recuperate or lying on the ground, unable to get up. They were all staring at the sky. Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder were fighting Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian's black robe fluttered in the wind, and a huge black mountain floated behind him. Lightning interweaved on the black mountain, and the powerful suction force made it difficult for Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder to move. Strong winds raged on the mountain, sweeping up countless trees. Dust mixed with sparks flew everywhere. Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder were both injured. Their Daoist robes were damaged, and their hair was disheveled. They were in an extremely sorry state. Although they were already at the end of their rope, they still had to fight. They knew that if they fell, the Jade Pure sect would really be finished. Both of their skin was golden, and the outline of their muscles under their damaged Daoist robes was visually shocking. Heavenly constellation golden body, if not for this ultimate technique, they would have long fallen. Duan Tongtian looked down at them and grinned sinisterly. Give up. You're no match for me at all. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, perhaps I can make your disciples suffer less. It's time to end the grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years. Li Qingzi spat out a mouthful of blood. Holding the golden ruler, he cursed, Duan Tongtian, even if the disciples of the Jade Pure sect die, we will never submit to the demonic path. He waved his ruler, and waves of fire rose from the ground and swept towards Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian waved his hand gently, and the black mountain behind him absorbed the fire wind. The Grand Elder cursed and gritted his teeth. This mountain is a connate black magnet. After absorbing spirit energy, it will directly dissolve it. This demon doesn't even need to cast any spells. He can exhaust us to death just by relying on the connate black magnet. Duan Tongtian had not used his full strength, deliberately toying with and torturing them. Damn it. What should we do? Li Qingzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The Grand Elder was silent. Not far away, Fairy Xixian sighed. The Jade Pure sect was finally finished. Fairy Xixian could not help but think of Han Yan. That kid was probably still in seclusion. Fairy Xixian was angry and helpless. Her heart was filled with bitterness. Thinking of the other disciples, she blamed herself even more. As your master, I can't protect you. I can only go ahead of you. Fairy Xixian slowly got up. Her body was on the verge of collapsing, but her eyes were still filled with determination. Even if she died, she would die for the Jade Pure sect. At the edge of the cliff, Emoju was stopped by two demonic cultivators. Hee, little beauty, if you're willing to serve us brothers and make us happy, maybe you won't have to die. One of them laughed strangely, looking at Emoju with eyes full of greed. Emoju looked behind them. Emo Fuzhou was entangled with 3 golden core realm cultivators from the viridescent nether cult and was unable to free himself to save her. Damn it, Emoju gritted his teeth, turned around and leaped. Even if she died, she didn't want to be defiled by a fiendish cultivator. She fell into the sky, her body passing through layers of clouds. She wanted to fly on her sword, but she had already used up all her spirit energy. She smiled bitterly. This time, she was really going to die. She slowly closed her eyes, and a face appeared in her mind. A peerless face that was even more beautiful than a woman's. If I had his willpower and cultivated diligently, I would have been able to kill a few more fiendish cultivators even if I died. Sigh. Han Yan, will we meet again in my next life? No. I hope that in my next life, you will have already attained the Tao and become an immortal. Sparkling tears flew out of Emoju's eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt someone catch her. A familiar voice sounded. Miss Mo, why did you come down? Han Yan, Emoju was stunned. What did he mean by came down? Could it be that Han Yan was already dead? They met in the Yellow Springs? Emoju opened her eyes and saw Han Yan's handsome face. She was lying in Han Yan's arms. Han Yan captured Emo Fuzhou's aura and immediately flew up with Emoju in his arms. It had to be said that this girl's figure was shockingly good. It was very comfortable to hug. Pooey, what nonsense was he thinking? This must be a test from the great Tao. Are we already dead? Emoju stared at him in a daze and asked weakly. Hearing this, Han Yan raised his right hand. Slap, he slapped Emoju. Emoju was instantly startled awake. It hurt. Emoju covered her red cheeks and looked at Han Yan in surprise. The two returned to the cliff. Han Yan glanced around and saw that Emo Fuzhou was being attacked by 3 fiendish cultivators. He immediately used the three pure shadow sword technique. Sword light flashed and blood splattered. The three fiendish cultivators were killed by the sword's shadows. Emo Fujo was stunned in midair. Three golden core cultivators were killed in an instant. When he saw that the attacker was Han Yan, he was shocked. How was this possible? Brother Han. Emo Fujo was about to speak when Han Yan suddenly threw Emoju to him. Take good care of her. With that, Han Yan flew towards the main peak. Emoju's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan ignored this notification. Along the way, he used his finger as a sword and continuously used the unparalleled finger divine sword. Sword chi shot out, killing fiendish cultivators along the way. The disciples of the Jade Pure sect looked at him in shock. Who is that person? So powerful. Could it be an elder of the sect? Why haven't I seen him before? Wait, he seems to be a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. He ranked third in the inner sect assessment decades ago. Could this person be a core disciple? Han Yan ignored the gazes along the way and spread out his divine sense. He could feel a powerful pressure coming from the main peak. The aura of a soul formation cultivator. When Han Yan passed by Jade Serene Peak, he captured Chang Yuer's aura. Chang Yuer and the disciples of Jade Serene Peak were fighting in a group, but there were twice as many fiendish cultivators as them. The situation was extremely bad. Han Yan waved his hand, and the three pure shadow swords sped away. Three sword shadows of different colors were as fast as lightning, killing the fiendish cultivators one by one. For a moment, screams could be heard. Lu Sanqin, Chang Yuer, and the others were stunned. They subconsciously turned their heads and saw Han Yan flying over from afar. Junior brother Han. Chang Yuer cried out in surprise. The surrounding fiendish cultivators fled in fear, but the three pure shadow swords continued to chase after them. When Han Yan disappeared from everyone's sight, the three pure shadow swords had already killed nearly 100 fiendish cultivators. Killing one person every 10 steps. When the matter was done, he would leave with a flick of his sleeve. Is it really junior brother Han Yan? The eldest disciple, Lu Sanqin, was stunned. The strength Han Yan displayed was too strong, so much so that he thought that Han Yan was just passing by and that the one who attacked was another expert. In the forest of the main peak, Xianxia leaned against a tree trunk, her right arm bleeding non-stop. Flowers of blood appeared on her robe, making her look very tragic. In front of her stood a black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man held a ring-shaped saber in his hand and had a sinister smile on his face. I'll give you a chance. Go back and marry me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die here. I'll extract your soul and refine it into a ghost slave. Facing the black-cloaked man's threat, Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, I can't go back to the viridescent nether cult. When Duan Tongtian forced my parents to their deaths, I decided to take revenge. As for marrying you, do you think you're worthy? Killing intent flashed in the black-cloaked man's eyes. She was about to die, and she still dared to mock him. She was really courting death. Just as the black-cloaked man was about to speak, he suddenly looked up and saw a figure appear in the sky above the forest. Xianxia looked up and cried out in surprise, Husband! Bastard, how dare you hurt my Dao partner? Han Yan looked indifferent, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. Xianxia nodded subconsciously when she heard Han Yan's question. However, on second thought, this black-cloaked man was ranked second among the demon cult's core disciples. Even if Han Yan had broken through to the Golden Core Realm, he must be at the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. How could he defeat this black-cloaked man? Xianxia said, Husband, quick. Before she could say the word run, the black-cloaked man suddenly attacked. The black-cloaked man sensed that Han Yan was at Foundation Establishment Stage 9. How dare a Foundation Establishment Stage 9 disturb him? How presumptuous! The black-cloaked man swung his saber, and the saber aura shot up at an extremely fast speed. Han Yan raised his hand and used the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. The golden jade seal fell from the sky and dispersed the saber aura, pressing down on the black-cloaked man. The terrifying pressure made the black-cloaked man's expression change drastically, and he immediately jumped away. Han Yan then used the 3 pure shadow sword technique, and the sword shadow flashed. Before the black-cloaked man landed, he died. His body was torn into pieces, and he died a horrible death. Xing Hongshuan's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. Find a place to hide, Han Yan said and flew toward the top of the main peak. Xing Hongxian was stunned in the forest, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Xing Hongshuan's affection for you has increased. Current affection, 6 stars. It increased again. Han Yan smiled bitterly. It seemed that this woman would never fall in love with another man in her life. My D***MN charm and strength. On the main peak, Fairy Xixian, old immortal Taoist thunder, perfected Jingxiu, and the other elders were all lying in pools of blood, severely injured. Most of the elders of the 18 peaks were here, and the remaining elders were in the inner sect restraining the viridescent nether cult's experts. Compared to them, Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder were in the most miserable state. Their Big Dipper golden bodies had been broken, and Li Qingzi had lost both his arms, kneeling in the ruins. The Grand Elder's face was covered in blood, and he was meditating to recuperate. There was no suspense in this battle. Duan Tongtian stood on the connate black magnet with a mocking smile. Do you still want to resist? Guess how many people from the Jade Pure sect are still alive? The elders were silent. Many of them had already closed their eyes and were waiting for death. Fairy Xixian also closed her eyes. The Jade Pure sect would be destroyed today. From now on, there would be no more Jade Pure sect in the cultivation world. Dillons died because they talked too much. I don't think you've heard of this before. A voice drifted over. Duan Tongtian glanced over and saw Han Yan on a flying sword, flying over at a moderate pace. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Duan Tongtian smiled. The elders of the Jade Pure sect all opened their eyes. When Fairy Xixian saw Han Yan, she immediately became anxious and quickly said, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Li Qingzi and Grand Supreme Elder looked at Han Yan with complicated expressions. They all remembered Han Yan. They had a very bad impression of Han Yan, thinking that he was afraid of death and could not be of much use. They did not expect that when the Jade Pure sect was in danger, only Han Yan dared to come up the mountain. Sigh, the master and disciple sighed at the same time. Han Yan flew to Fairy Xixian and asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Fairy Xixian's hair was messy. This was the first time Han Yan had seen her in such a sorry state. Even so, his master was still breathtakingly beautiful. Fairy Xixian said in a low voice, "Be good and leave quickly. Run as far as you can. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect." Facing the powerful sect master of the Fiend sect, Fairy Xixian hopes that you will leave. You have the following choices. 1. Listen to your master's orders and escape with all your might. If you succeed, you will obtain a Dharma artifact. 2. Kill a soul formation cultivator. It is inevitable to encounter battles on the path of cultivation. Low-profile cultivation is not cowardice. If you successfully save the Jade Pure sect, you will obtain a bottle of peerless pills. Han Yan was not affected by the choices in front of him. The reason why he came here was because he had made a decision. Duan Tongtian smiled and said, "Kid, you're gutsy. Among the disciples of the Jade Pure sect, you're the only one with the guts. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I'll spare your life and give you a chance to join the viridescent nether cult." Boom, he directly erupted with the terrifying aura of a soul formation cultivator. The gravel on the ground trembled and could not land. The black hair on Han Yan's forehead and ears fluttered in the wind. His expression was calm as he turned to look at Duan Tongtian. Is the viridescent nether cult really unwilling to let the Jade Pure sect off? Han Yan asked. The Qilin sword appeared in his hand. His blood was boiling. Cultivation was also hot-blooded. Killing a soul formation cultivator was right in front of him. Duan Tongtian smiled disdainfully. How can we let go of a grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years? If it were the Jade Pure sect, they wouldn't let the viridescent nether cult off either. Han Yan nodded, feeling that it made sense. He walked towards Duan Tongtian. You're willing to compromise? Duan Tongtian said with a faint smile. Han Yan smiled. That's not the case. I'm prepared to kill you. I'm prepared to kill you. He said this very casually, but it brought an indescribable shock to everyone on the Jade Pure sect's side. When all the experts of the Jade Pure sect were defeated, a Foundation establishment disciple actually dared to stand up and say that he wanted to kill the cult master. How bold was that? At this moment, all the elders looked at Han Yan differently. They were filled with respect. Even if he died, he would die a glorious death. Ha ha ha, so what if our Jade Pure sect is destroyed to have such a disciple? Old immortal Taoist Thunder laughed loudly. Because he laughed too hard, he accidentally affected his injuries and coughed in pain. The other elders praised Han Yan. Duan Tongtian frowned as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar sounded. Chow chow. So you're here. Die. Zhang Kunmo sped over. He held an iron whip in his hand and stepped on a flying sword. His aura was like a rainbow. Han Yan turned to look at him carefully. Yo, isn't this Chen Santian's master? The enraged Zhang Kunmo charged towards Han Ju without stopping. Seeing that he was about to crash into him, Han Yan raised his hand and used the Nine Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. The surging six-path spirit energy transformed into a golden jade seal that swept over like a mountain, unstoppable. All the elders of the Jade Pure sect widened their eyes. This spirit energy, Fairy Xianxia was also shocked as her beautiful eyes widened. Zhang Kunmo's expression changed drastically as he immediately lashed out with his iron whip. Demonic chi poured into the iron whip, and this whip stirred up a violent wind. Boom, the Nine Dragons Devil Expelling Seal exploded, and Zhang Kunmo was sent flying while vomiting blood. He fell through the sea of clouds and disappeared without a trace. Instant defeat, how was this possible? Everyone was shocked. Duan Tongtian couldn't help but widen his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Kunmo wasn't weak. In terms of strength, he was ranked in the top 3 in the Viridescent Nether sect. This kid's spirit energy was so domineering, he was definitely not at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Nascent Soul realm. How could he not know that the Jade Pure sect was hiding such a nascent soul? Good lad, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, do you know my cultivation level? Duan Tongtian asked with a faint smile. Han Yan felt that there was something wrong with him. Why was he so talkative, showing off? Han Yan pretended not to know and said, 9th level of the Nascent Soul realm. I'm at the Soul Formation realm. Duan Tongtian laughed wantonly. Han Yan laughed as well and gave Duan Tongtian the middle finger. Li Qingzi suddenly sent a voice transmission to Han Yan. He's stalling for time. Although he's arrogant, he didn't talk so much before. Kid, you're talented. Don't waste time here. Run. You can still escape if you run alone. Perhaps you can defeat a nascent soul realm cultivator, but there's a huge difference between a soul formation realm cultivator and a nascent soul realm cultivator. Don't send yourself to death. Stalling for time, Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Han Yan raised the Qilin sword and walked towards Duan Tongtian. His gaze landed on the black mountain behind Duan Tongtian. He was puzzled. What is this? Han Yan could feel the powerful suction force. He couldn't help but think of a modern thing. Magnet? Duan Tongtian had been standing on this black mountain all this time. Could there be some mystery, at this moment? Zhang Kunmo rushed up from the foot of the mountain again. His killing intent soared into the sky as he held an oil lamp in his hand. He poured his demonic chi into the oil lamp. He glared at Han Yan, his eyes bloodshot as if he had gone mad. Chow chow. You still want to fight our sect master? I'll kill you first. Zhang Kunmo roared. The oil lamp emitted a black aura that condensed into a huge ghost shadow as if it came from hell. 3 sword shadows condensed behind Han Yan. He raised his left hand and waved it at Zhang Kunmo. The 3 sword shadows sped forward. As fast as lightning, so fast, the elders of the Jade Pure sect were all shocked. They couldn't keep up with it at all. Pfft, Zhang Kunmo's body was instantly pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere, and he was riddled with holes. He still held the oil lamp high. He died on the spot. A beam of light flew out from the top of Zhang Kunmo's head. Nascent soul, Zhang Kunmo's nascent soul. Han Yan's eyes narrowed, and the 3 pure shadow sword chased after him again. If he wasn't even afraid of a soul formation cultivator, wouldn't killing a nascent soul cultivator be as easy as flipping his hand? There were no accidents. Zhang Kunmo's nascent soul was directly killed, the entire process took less than 3 breaths of time. A nascent soul cultivator was easily killed by Han Yan. Silence, the entire main peak fell into silence. Fairy Xixian, Li Qingzi, the Grand Elder, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, Taoist Jingxiu, and the other elders were all dumbfounded. Their worldview was shattered. Was the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm so powerful? Fairy Xixian, Li Qingzi, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, and Taoist Jingxiu were the most shocked. They had observed Han Yan for decades and confirmed that Han Yan was really weak before. Could it be that he had been possessed? However, even if it was a possession, he would still have to cultivate from the beginning. How could he break through so quickly? Han Yan turned to look at Duan Tongtian. He found that Duan Tongtian was neither shocked nor afraid. Instead, he had a mocking smile on his face. Crazy? Han Yan thought. Duan Tongtian said, "You are indeed very strong, but you are only a nascent soul. How can you fight me? If you bow down to me now, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I will let you experience the terror of a soul formation cultivator." Still trying to act tough, Han Yan couldn't take it anymore. Once again, the shadow of the 3 pure shadow sword technique condensed behind his back. He immediately waved his hand, and 3 sword shadows shot out at high speed. Boom! 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 The 3 sword shadows collided with Duan Tongtian and exploded. Black lightning flashed on the surface of Duan Tongtian's body, and he actually easily neutralized the 3 pure shadow sword. No, it was the black hill beneath his feet. What the hell was that? Han Yan frowned. He raised the Qilin sword and prepared to unleash his divine ability. Beneath my feet is a natural black magnet that can absorb spiritual energy. Unless your spiritual energy is stronger than mine, you won't be able to hurt me. Duan Tongtian laughed presumptuously. Han Yan pointed his sword at him and smiled. You're exaggerating. I can kill you with 1 strike. Do you believe me? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tongtian suddenly erupted with the terrifying pressure of a soul formation cultivator, enveloping the entire Jade Pure sect. In an instant, all the disciples of the Jade Pure sect and the viridescent Nether cult who were fighting stopped and looked at the main peak in shock. What a terrifying pressure! Even the elders of the Jade Pure sect were pale and their breathing quickened. They were closer to Duan Tongtian, so they could feel it more clearly. The difference between a soul formation cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator was like heaven and earth. Han Yan was moved. The soul formation realm was really strong, however, he had already fought with Duan Tongtian in the simulation trial, so he was full of confidence. I have reached the soul formation realm, and my Providence is strong. With the protection of the heavenly Tao, I will definitely be the #1 person in the great Yen cultivation world. The Jade Pure sect will be my first stepping stone to unify the cultivation world. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Brat, do you really think you can kill me with 1 strike? If you dare to make a move, you're dead meat. I've already given you a chance. Duan Tongtian raised his arms high and laughed maniacally. The elders of the Jade Pure sect looked gloomy. Duan Tongtian's aura was too strong, so strong that it was difficult to resist. Han Yan's expression was strange. This guy is too good at talking. I reached the Golden Core realm at 100 years old, and the Nascent Soul realm at 200 years old. My talent, F***ck, I can't take it anymore. Without waiting for Duan Tongtian to finish speaking, Han Yan suddenly slashed with his sword. In an instant, the world seemed to have stopped. Not only the main peak, but everyone in the Jade Pure sect saw a black sword chi that looked like ink flash across the sky. It was shocking. The Qilin's roar echoed on the main peak. Heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Duan Tongtian's eyes widened. He had no time to dodge. Under the shocked gazes of Fairy Xixian, Li Qingzi, and the others, Duan Tongtian's body was directly crushed by Han Yan's sword chi. The sword chi swept past, leaving only an illusory figure standing on the connate black magnetic field. It was Duan Tongtian's essence soul. At this moment, Duan Tongtian's face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. His essence soul was trembling. He looked at Han Yan in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "You, who exactly are you?" Han Yan stepped into the air. There seemed to be invisible steps under his feet as he approached Duan Tongtian step by step. Chang Mountains Zhao Zilong. Han Yan didn't report his real name to avoid killing Duan Tong Tian and even older enemies. He used the 7 illusionary steps and appeared in front of Duan Tong Tian. Duan Tong Tian subconsciously ran away, but Han Yan was even faster. He raised his left hand and used the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. 6 paths of soul absorption. He directly absorbed Duan Tong Tian's essence soul. Ah! Zhao Zilong. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Duan Tong Tian screamed miserably. After a few words, his essence soul was refined by Han Yan. He couldn't be more dead. A soul formation cultivator had been insta-killed by Han Yan before he could even show his true strength. Was it ridiculous for a nascent soul cultivator to kill a soul formation cultivator? But Han Yan had done it. Han Yan retracted his sword and looked at the connate black magnet under his feet. The Jade Pure sect was still in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. Fairy Xianxia looked at Han Yan in shock. She couldn't even believe that this was her disciple. This, too powerful, Fairy Xianxia thought she was dreaming. The others also had the same thought. Just a moment ago, they were still on the edge of life and death. Now, old immortal Taoist Thunder raised his hand and tapped his chest a few times. The acupoints all over his body began to hurt, confirming that he was not in an illusion. No wonder. No wonder, the Grand Elder was extremely excited. Back then, when he cultivated an essence soul mystical ability, he was almost beaten to death by Han Yan. This caused him to doubt life and give up on that mystical ability. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that his mystical ability was bad. It was that this person was too strong. Li Qingzi stared at Han Yan with a complicated expression. He couldn't help but recall their interactions in the 10,000 demon realm. He didn't expect him to be wrong. Han Yan ignored the gazes of the others and stared intently at the connate black magnet. You have successfully killed a soul formation cultivator. You have obtained a bottle of peerless pills. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of spiritual pills. Xiaoyi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Who was Xiaoyi? His hatred points were actually 5 stars. Han Yan quickly checked his interpersonal relationships. Xiaoyi, 2nd level of the void amalgamation realm. Because you killed his puppet, Duan Tong Tian, he is filled with hatred towards you. He wants nothing more than to extract your bones and refine your soul. Current hatred points, 5 stars, 2nd level of the void amalgamation realm. Oh my. There was indeed someone even older. Han Yan was speechless. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, void amalgamation, body integration, tribulation transcendence, Mahayana, these were the realms of the cultivation world. The higher one went, the harder it was to break through. Soul formation was enough to suppress the entire Jade Pure sect, let alone the void amalgamation realm. After this matter is over, I have to quickly enter seclusion and reach the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Han Yan thought silently. At this moment, a figure appeared in the connate black magnetic field. This person was also in the essence soul state. His face was as ugly as an evil ghost, as if he had been burned and fermented by poison. His scars had condensed into green and black scars. His figure was tall and different from ordinary people. Fellow Taoist, you really have a good mystical ability. A nascent soul cultivator killing a soul formation cultivator. You've broadened my horizons. This person said sarcastically. Han Yan raised his sword. Wait. Let's talk nicely. The other party's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly lowered his posture. Han Yan recognized this person. It was Xiaoyi, whom he had offended just now. His profile picture in his interpersonal relationships was as ugly as him. Han Yan asked, "Who are you?" Xiaoyi immediately straightened his back and said proudly, "I am Elder Xiaoyi of the demon taming sect in the North State. You ruined my plan, but I can forgive you. As long as you kowtow and admit your mistake, I am a void amalgamation realm cultivator. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the viridescent nether cult plotted against the 10,000 demon realm. So it was the demon taming sect's arrangement. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth. The Grand Elder said calmly, after today, the viridescent nether cult should be removed. On the other side, Han Yan asked curiously, Duan Tong Tian was stalling for you? Xiaoyi snorted. Of course. This trash told me that no one in the Jade Pure sect is his match and that he can make me. Forget it. Do you admit your mistake? Han Yan stared at Xiaoyi and said seriously, I am considering whether to kill you. Xiaoyi was moved. He said furiously, do you want to offend the demon taming sect? Do you want to? Before he could finish speaking, he turned into a streak of light and sped towards the horizon. Han Yan was just about to attack, but he didn't expect that he would escape first. By the time he made another move, it was already too late. As expected of an old senior, your reaction is even faster than mine. Han Yan sighed. This was something he could learn from. He turned around and flew behind Fairy Xixian, circulating his energy to heal her. Fairy Xixian glanced at Han Yan from the corner of her eyes. She noticed that Han Yan wasn't too excited after killing Duan Tong Tian. He was as calm as ever. She suddenly could not see through Han Yan. It turned out that he wasn't a coward. He just didn't want to be hindered by trouble. Brat Han, don't help your master. Hurry up and kill the enemy. Kill all the fiendish cultivators of the viridescent nether cult. Li Qingzi urged. Han Yan replied, no, master is the most important. What a joke. If he killed the entire viridescent nether cult by himself, wouldn't his reputation explode? The more famous he became, the more enemies he would have. There might even be many people who wanted to challenge him. Han Yan didn't want to face such a situation. He just wanted to help the Jade Pure sect survive this calamity and leave the rest to them. Li Qingzi, Fairy Xixian's lips curled up slightly. The other elders looked at Fairy Xixian enviously. With such a disciple, what else could they ask for? Fellow Taoist, tell me the truth. Where did you come from? With your cultivation level, you are definitely not a disciple nurtured by our Jade Pure sect. An elder asked, voicing the doubts in everyone's hearts. Han Yan replied, there's no need for us to know each other. All you need to know is that I'm now a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. I won't harm the sect. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Who didn't have a past that they didn't want to talk about, at the same time? The other elders of the viridescent nether cult rushed over. They didn't see Duan Tong Tian, only the Khanate black magnet. Where's the sect master? One of the elders asked in horror. Seeing that Han Yan and the others were recuperating and that Duan Tong Tian wasn't around, they began to feel guilty. Hurry up and kill them. Whatever you want after this, we'll do our best to satisfy you. Li Qingzi said anxiously. With the strength Han Yan displayed, killing these elders of the viridescent nether cult was as easy as flipping his hand. Han Yan hesitated. The elders were stunned and looked at Han Yan. A 9th level foundation establishment cultivator could kill them? No, this person must have hidden his cultivation level, otherwise, how could a 9th level foundation establishment cultivator make their sect master disappear? The elders were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Li Qingzi cursed inwardly. He immediately stood up and walked to the cliff. He circulated the remaining spirit energy in his body and roared, the sect master of the demonic cult, Duan Tong Tian, is dead. Disciples of the Jade Pure sect, listen up. Kill all the fiendish cultivators in the sect. His voice resounded throughout the world. Everyone was in an uproar. The Jade Pure sect was excited and began to fight as if they had been injected with stimulants. The viridescent nether cult was frightened. Their sect master was already dead, so what was there to fight about? Duan Tong Tian did not refute Li Qingzi. This meant that Li Qingzi might be telling the truth. Run. The sect master is dead. Damn it, is the Jade Pure sect that strong? There's a mighty figure hidden in the Jade Pure sect. Even the sect master at the Soul Formation realm can't defeat that mighty figure? Oh no, they're going to counterattack. Li Qingzi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the fiendish cultivators fleeing in all directions. It was good that they escaped. This way, they could reduce the casualties of the Jade Pure sect. As for this debt, he could slowly settle it later. With Duan Tong Tian dead, the viridescent nether cult would not dare to attack the Jade Pure sect for a long time. The Jade Pure sect could even take the initiative to attack, he turned to look at Han Yan, who was healing Fairy Xian, with a burning gaze. I can't let this child leave the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi thought to himself. He could no longer break through and could only rely on others. Han Yan's strength was extremely terrifying. He could kill a soul formation cultivator with one strike. He had to rope him in. Li Qingzi immediately announced, from today onwards, Han Yan will be the vice sect master of the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this, the elders were all moved, but they didn't refute it. I object. Li Qingzi glared at him. The person who objected was Han Ju. Han Yan said righteously, I only want to cultivate. I don't want to be the vice sect master. The vice sect master was tired. It would affect his cultivation. This? Li Qingzi couldn't help but feel conflicted. The Grand Elder said, let him be an elder. He can enjoy the salary and treatment of the vice sect master. Unless the sect is in trouble, no one is allowed to disturb him. Han Yan nodded in satisfaction. He liked it this way. By the way, that person just now was at the Void Amalgamation Realm. Han Yan suddenly said. To be honest, he was a little angry. After all, the enemy had escaped. The Grand Elder smiled and said, he only has his essence soul left. If I'm not wrong, Duan Tong Tian helped him recover his body and obtained the chance to break through. The reason why he stalled for time just now was probably because he was absorbing the spiritual energy and life energy of the Jade Pure sect. This should be some kind of secret technique. As for his sect, there's even less to worry about. The North State is too far away from us. It can even be said to be at the end of the world. He didn't take Xiaoyi seriously at all. After hearing that, Han Ju was still worried. He couldn't think of things like this, it was better to be safe than sorry. I want to enter seclusion. After the viridescent nether cult fled, the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect began to recuperate. The destroyed inner sect city also needed to be rebuilt. The disciples were not too sad. Instead, they were very excited. There was actually a mighty figure hidden in the Jade Pure sect who could easily kill soul formation cultivators. The teaching elders of the 18 Peaks told their disciples about the battle situation. They did not reveal Han Yan's identity and only said the name of the deity-slaying elder. Deity-slaying elder, after today's battle, this name had become the most worshipped existence in the hearts of the Jade Pure sect disciples. Everyone was curious about the deity-slaying elder. That evening. Jade Serene Peak. After Fairy Xian comforted all the disciples, she asked them to leave, leaving only Han Yan behind. Although the disciples of Jade Serene Peak had witnessed Han Yan's attack, they did not think that Han Yan was the deity-slaying elder. Including Chang Yuer. Before leaving, Chang Yuer looked at Han Yan. After such a calamity, Han Yan was as calm as ever. She admired him. She prepared to wait for Han Yan outside. She had something to say. The door of the Jade Serene Hall closed. Only Han Yan and Fairy Xian were left in the hall. Fairy Xian had already restored her makeup. She was still as beautiful as ever, like a fairy from the heavens. She stared straight at Han Yan. Han Yan lowered his head, but he was not afraid. No matter what he did now, the Jade Pure sect would definitely not expel him. Fairy Xian had no reason to blame him. Don't you have anything to say? Fairy Xian asked. Han Yan looked up and asked curiously, what do I want to say? Fairy Xian snorted. Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the Jade Pure sect? Li Qingzi could ignore it, but as his master, she had to figure it out. If her disciple was stronger than her master, how could she be his master? No wonder this fellow didn't need her guidance. I should call you fellow Taoist Han from now on, right? Faced with Fairy Xian's teasing, Han Yan said helplessly, I really don't have any background. You should have already understood my background from junior brother Tai. Do you not believe in my talent? Fairy Xian narrowed her eyes. Even if you're talented, where did your abilities come from? It can't be that he comprehended it by himself. A nascent soul stage cultivator killing a divine transformation stage cultivator? That was outrageous. It could be said that this was unheard of. Fairy Xian believed it, but the sect master and the other elders didn't believe it either. Then I'll tell you, but please don't tell anyone. When I was young, I was visited by an immortal in my dreams. He said that my talent was peerless and that I would definitely become an immortal. However, my life was full of hardships, so I didn't dare to cause any trouble. I went into seclusion every day, Han Yan said seriously. Fairy Xianxia was silent. Han Yan didn't say anything either. After a long while, Fairy Xianxia spoke again. If that's the case, why did you step forward bravely? The Jade Pure sect didn't treat you well, and I believe that you don't treat the Jade Pure sect as your home. Han Yan replied, that's true. However, I've lived for 100 years. There aren't many people I care about. Coincidentally, they are all in the Jade Pure sect. The most important person among them even wants to live and die with the Jade Pure sect. Her favorability was rising rapidly. Fairy Xianxia's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Only 5 stars, as expected of my master. She's different from other women. The more aloof she is, the more I like her, Han Yan sighed in his heart. Fairy Xianxia changed the topic and asked, what are your plans for the future? Continue your seclusion? Yes, that void amalgamation realm demon might come at any time. I have to hurry up and become stronger. Then go ahead. Okay. Han Yan stood up and left. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of regret. When he reached the door, he turned his head and asked, Master, is your lifespan approaching? Fairy Xianxia was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Curse me to die? I'm thinking of junior brother Tai. I don't want Master to leave this world. If such a day really comes, I hope Master will inform me in advance. Han Yan was speaking the truth. Fairy Xianxia said in annoyance, get lost. I still have a long life. Han Yan hurriedly slipped away. Fairy Xianxia shook her head and laughed. She couldn't help but think of the battle at noon today. Until now, she still felt like a dream. She didn't expect such a powerful person to be hidden among her disciples. However, this kid actually treated her as the most important person. This came as a surprise to her. After an hour, Han Yan finally got rid of Chang Yuer's entanglement and returned to his cave abode. Sitting on the familiar wooden bed, Han Yan stretched lazily. What an exciting day. I'm really too strong. Han Yan smiled proudly. He had killed a soul formation cultivator with one strike. This feeling was indescribably satisfying, especially the attitude of the upper echelons of the Jade Pure sect towards him. Was this the kind of posturing that was often written in novels? Needless to say, it was really quite satisfying. As expected, it was right to cultivate in seclusion. If I hadn't cultivated for a few years, I wouldn't have been able to catch up with such an opportunity. I have to cultivate with all my might. Han Yan thought silently. If this calamity had happened 1 or 2 years ago and he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul realm, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Duantong Tian. At that time, he could only run. Those women who might become his spare Dao companions would all die. Thinking of this, Han Yan became even more determined to cultivate diligently. Before he became absolutely invincible, he had to spend all his time cultivating. Although Duantong Tian was dead, the potential danger was still there. The demon-taming sect, Han Yan was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to surpass everyone in the demon-taming sect before they came for revenge. As Han Yan thought, he entered a cultivation state. Half a year passed in a flash. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect had recovered. Li Qingzi and the others had also recovered from their injuries. They began to mobilize a large number of disciples to attack the viridescent nether cult. Han Yan wasn't alarmed, and Fairy Xianxia didn't send disciples to look for Han Yan. Duantong Tian and Zhang Kunmo were dead. In terms of high-end combat strength, the viridescent nether cult was definitely no match for the Jade Pure sect. Psychologically, the Jade Pure sect also had an absolute advantage. A year later, under the powerful attack of the Jade Pure sect, the viridescent nether cult retreated step by step and even fled the sect's headquarters. The Great Yen cultivation world was shocked. The prestige of the Jade Pure sect greatly increased. Han Yan's cultivation had also reached the second level of the nascent soul realm. It took him 2.5 years to increase his cultivation level by 1 level. The small realm of the nascent soul realm was indeed not that easy to break through. However, compared to before, his cultivation speed was much faster. This was because Han Yan didn't need to cultivate his spirit root alone. He could directly absorb 6 types of spirit energy and convert them into 6 types of spirit energy. Ever since he broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, he could cultivate like this. For the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, it could be said to be a godly help. On this day, Xianxia came to visit. The sect has gathered many natural treasures that can increase the spirit chi in the cave abode for you. I'll help you plant them and set up a spirit gathering array formation, Xianxia said with a smile after entering the cave abode. She already knew that the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect was Han Yan. When she heard this news, her favorability towards him increased to 5 stars. She had heard this news from Fairy Xianxia, so she didn't doubt it. Junior brother Han was truly an unprecedented genius, no, a proud son of heaven. Han Yan nodded and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Xianxia began to get busy. As she set up the array formation, she smiled and said, "You're already the deity-slaying elder. Can I still be your senior sister?" Han Yan smiled and said, "As long as senior sister cultivates seriously and doesn't slack off, you'll always be my senior sister." With such a high favorability towards him, how could he reject her? Xianxia wasn't ugly, however, Han Yan didn't want to fall in love for the time being. Cultivating hard was the right path. Therefore, he hoped to lead the women who liked him onto the path of bitter cultivation. Cultivate together? With my aptitude, it's impossible for me to catch up to you. Xianxia sighed. Speaking of this, her mood became heavy. Was she really worthy of Han Yan? In the inner sect alone, she already had 2 more competitors. Moju's talent surpassed hers. Han Yan comforted him, "It's true that you won't be able to catch up to me. All you need to do is cultivate as hard as you can. Immortality is the most important thing for us cultivators." When Xianxia heard this, she became even more depressed. Then, Xianxia talked about the recent events in the sect. The sect master had already led the disciples of 10 peaks to attack the viridescent nether cult, leaving only 8 peaks to guard the sect. Ever since the attack by the viridescent nether cult ended, the cultivation atmosphere in the inner sanctum was far better than before. All the disciples felt a sense of crisis. Zhou Fan had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and was preparing to transcend the tribulation to the Golden Core realm. The Jade Pure sect's reputation in the cultivation world had greatly increased. In terms of reputation, it had the bearing of the leader of the righteous path. As for strength, that was not necessarily the case. The name of the deity-slaying elder also spread throughout the cultivation world. Although Han Yan wanted to keep a low profile, his sock puppet became famous in one battle. After working for 2 hours, Xianxia finally left. As soon as the spirit gathering array was activated, the concentration of spirit chi in the cave began to increase significantly. It seems that the position in the sect is also very important. It can affect my cultivation speed. Han Yan thought silently. Later, he would have to ask Li Qingzi for some medicinal pills. Then, Han Yan continued to cultivate. 6 months later, a notification appeared before Han Yan's eyes. The viridescent nether cult has given up on targeting the Jade Pure sect. You have received a Dharma artifact and a Dharma spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining Demon Binding Rope and Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm. Demon Binding Rope has a powerful binding effect. It can bind all living beings below the divine transformation realm, rendering them immobile. Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm, Thunder-type Dharma spell. It can draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to unleash an apocalyptic thunderstorm. Its range of damage is extremely wide. The viridescent nether cult finally gave up. It had to be said that they were really resilient. They had been beaten to the point where they had to flee from their hometown, yet they still dared to plan for revenge. From the looks of it, the viridescent nether cult was about to be wiped out. From today onwards, the viridescent nether cult would no longer exist in the world of cultivators of Great Yin. Han Yan smiled and began to make the demon binding rope recognize him as its master. After that, he would inherit the Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm. The Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm was a large-scale destructive spell, which was very suitable for Han Yan. He liked this kind of grand spell. Being handsome was a lifelong thing. That night, thunderclouds gathered above the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect. A terrifying heavenly might enveloped the 18 peaks, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The viridescent nether cult is attacking us again? The viridescent nether cult is gone. Could it be another Devil Dao sect? That's possible. After all, the viridescent nether cult isn't the strongest in the Devil Dao. Prepare for battle. The disciples of the 8 peaks who remained in the inner sanctum were extremely nervous, and so were the elders. Soon, the elders found that the spiritual power came from Han Yan's cave, and the rolling thunder clouds in the sky did not cause any damage to the inner sanctum. Could it be that he was practicing magic? The elders revered Han Yan even more. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the Jade Pure sect regained its peace. Not long after, an elder revealed that the strange phenomenon just now was the deity-slaying elder cultivating a spell. After this matter spread, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect felt much safer. After the battle a few years ago, the deity-slaying elder had become their greatest reliance. As long as the deity-slaying elder was around, nothing would happen to them. 2 years later, Han Yan's cultivation was still at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, but he was already close to the 3rd level. This speed was already fast enough. Ever since Han Yan joined the inner sect, most of the nascent soul cultivators he interacted with had not increased their cultivation. Han Yan was quite satisfied with his improvement. After all, he could still live for more than 800 years. Breaking through to the soul formation realm was as stable as an old dog. Elder Han, are you free? A voice came from outside the cave abode. It was Li Qingzi's voice. Han Yan immediately waved his hand and opened the cave abode's stone door, letting Li Qingzi in. Li Qingzi was radiant. Recently, the Jade Pure sect had been awe-inspiring. As the sect master, he naturally had the most face. He walked in and sized up the Khanate cave abode. He smiled and said, "This cave abode is still a little small for Elder Han. Do you want to go to the main peak to cultivate?" Han Yan shook his head and said, "No need. I'm already used to staying here." He sensed the auras of others. There were people waiting outside the cave. Their cultivation levels were very weak, as if they had just reached the foundation establishment realm. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence, check its origin. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. He immediately checked it. Yang Tiandong contains the bloodline of a demon saint. He was born half human and half demon. His potential is unparalleled. However, when he was young, he lost control and turned into a demon. He injured his fellow disciples and was imprisoned by the viridescent nether cult. Fortunately, the Jade Pure sect saved him. Another main character template, the viridescent nether cult was powerful. There were actually 2 Khanate Providence bearers, however, on second thought, the Jade Pure sect also had 2. There were actually many geniuses, but very few of them survived to the end. In that case, I won't force you. Elder Han, if you have any needs, you can ask directly. I've already informed all the elders. Your small matter is a big matter for the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi chuckled. Han Yan smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master. Although he had already surpassed everyone in the Jade Pure sect, he was not arrogant because he still wanted to stay in the sect. It was quite good now. By the way, Elder Han, do you want to take in a disciple? Just give him some pointers. This child's potential is outstanding. When he grows up in the future, he can also be filial to you, Li Qingzi asked with a smile. He turned to look at the entrance of the cave and summoned Yang Tiandong in. Yang Tiandong looked to be in his early 20s. His facial features were distinct. Although he wasn't considered handsome, he was still good-looking. He had a very strong bestial aura. The Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect looked a little out of place on him. He came to Han Yan and knelt down in a very humble manner. Han Yan subconsciously wanted to reject him. But on second thought, it was not bad to nurture a disciple. When he grew up in the future, he would be his helper. I can take him in as a disciple, but he has to choose the cultivation techniques of the Jade Pure sect. I'm only responsible for imparting Dharma spells and mystical abilities, Han Yan said in a low voice. Li Qingzi smiled and said, there's no problem with the cultivation techniques, but he wasn't a disciple of the Jade Pure sect in the past. I can give him the inner sect cultivation techniques, but he needs to accumulate contributions before he can learn the ultimate techniques. Okay. Xianxia took out a pile of tokens with the words deity slaying engraved on them. These are the tokens that represent you as the deity slaying elder. You can give them to your disciples in the future. With that, Xianxia turned around and left. Han Yan waved his right hand, and a token flew to Yang Tiandong. The other tokens were all kept in his little universe belt. Yang Tiandong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Only 1 star? Han Yan narrowed his eyes and said, I've already deduced your background. Your name is Yang Tiandong. You're half human and half demon. You were imprisoned by the viridescent nether cult, right? Yang Tiandong raised his head in astonishment, his face filled with shock. Before coming, Xianxia had specially instructed him not to tell anyone about his past. He didn't expect Han Yan to deduce it directly. Was this a terrifying mighty figure who could kill a soul formation cultivator with 1 strike? Yang Tiandong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars, Yang Tiandong said respectfully, Master is indeed powerful. You can even predict this. I'm impressed. He paused as if he had made a decision. Han Yan took the red feather and probed it with his divine sense. Immediately after, he felt a powerful force obstructing his divine sense. It seemed that he needed the divine sense of a soul formation cultivator to force his way in. Yang Tiandong had a 3-star favorable impression of him, so he shouldn't be lying to him. Then I'll accept it first. Cultivate your spiritual power for 10 years first. I like people who cultivate diligently. If you perform well, I'll teach you spells. Han Yan said. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong hurriedly thanked him. Han Yan pointed to the side and said, Find a place to meditate and cultivate. Then, Han Yan closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Yang Tiandong got up and found a corner to sit down. He didn't dare to look at Han Yan for fear of offending him, so he immediately began to cultivate. Soon, he found that the spirit chi in this cave was extremely rich. It was a good place to cultivate. Ever since the spirit gathering formation and new treasures were added to the cave, the spirit chi in the cave became richer and richer. Han Yan's cultivation speed also became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Han Yan's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. This breakthrough speed was definitely beyond that of a mortal. According to this cultivation speed, breaking through to the soul formation realm was not far away. Han Yan opened his eyes. Yang Tiandong's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm in the past 10 years. 6 levels in 10 years. The breakthrough speed was not bad. He was indeed a genius, Han Yan said, disciple. Yang Tiandong suddenly woke up and hurriedly knelt down to Han Yan. How have you felt in the past 10 years? Han Yan asked. Yang Tiandong replied, I benefited a lot. Not only did my cultivation increase, but I also comprehended many principles. Oh my God, it had been 10 years, Yang Tiandong wailed in his heart. In the past 10 years, he had lost count of how many times he had been in despair. But he felt that this was a test from Han Yan, so he couldn't relax. If he couldn't even pass the first test, Han Yan would definitely not treat him as a personal disciple. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. This guy comprehended principles? Bullshit, I have been in seclusion for over 100 years and have not comprehended anything. Han Yan felt that there was a need to polish him a little, so he said, go out and do some missions. I remember that there is a monthly contribution list in the sex mission building. Come back when you become number 1 on the monthly list. Upon hearing this, Yang Tiandong immediately stood up. When he got up, he almost fell. After sitting for 10 years, his lower body was stiff. He hurriedly bowed and turned to leave. Han Yan waved his hand and opened the cave door. After Yang Tiandong left, Han Yan thought for a moment and took out the spiritual pill that he had obtained from killing those in the divine transformation realm. The spiritual perception pill was specifically used to strengthen one's spiritual perception. After strengthening his divine sense, he could try out the red feather that Yang Tiandong had given him. There were a total of 9 pills in the bottle. Han Yan immediately took them. After taking the spiritual perception pill, Han Yan immediately felt dizzy. after an unknown period of time. But when he woke up, he found that his divine sense had doubled. He was pleasantly surprised. This medicinal pill was a little powerful. Han Yan continued to take the medicine. Half a month later, after taking all 9 spiritual perception pills, the effects were outstanding. His divine sense soared. It had increased by more than 10 times. The more pills he took, the stronger the effects. It was very magical. Han Yan took out the red feather again and probed it with his divine sense. Boom, that powerful resistance appeared again. Han Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. His divine sense collided with it. After about 3 seconds, he forcefully broke through the resistance. Immediately after, a huge amount of memory surged into Han Yan's mind. Divine power. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. This was a divine power that allowed one's body to grow by 10,000 times. This divine power had appeared in many legends. When cultivated to greater mastery, one would have a body of 100,000 feet. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. This divine power was grand. He liked it. Between the mountains, a group of cultivators was rushing. Mo Fuzhou was walking at the front. Mo Fuzhou had now reached the Golden Core realm and become a true core disciple. Other than him and 2 male disciples, the rest were youths and girls. Is the Jade Pure sect ahead? Sigh, will I fail? It's normal to fail. Treat me well in the future, and I'll let you be a flute boy. With your whistling skills, it should be good to practice the flute. Which peak is the most powerful among the 18 peaks? I'm not sure. Senior Mo will introduce it to us when the time comes. These youths were all new disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Mo Fuzhou had recently taken on a mission to recruit disciples. Old immortal Taoist Thunder wanted to support Mo Fuzhou. Just being a core disciple was not enough. He had to be in charge. Recruiting disciples was the easiest way to rope in a group of connections. Hearing the discussion behind him, Mo Fuzhou smiled. Back then, he was also this excited when he joined the Jade Pure sect. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from ahead. Mo Fuzhou subconsciously drew his sword and slashed, shattering a bamboo arrow. Immediately after, the bamboo arrow fragments turned into poisonous fog and spread in all directions. Retreat, there's an enemy attack. Mo Fuzhou said in a low voice. He leaped up and swung his sword at the attacker. It was a man in a raincoat with a straw hat covering his face. He pulled out 2 scimitars from his back, the blades shining with a cold light. Facing the incoming Mo Fuzhou, the man in the raincoat swayed and actually created 5 clones that charged towards Mo Fuzhou. Mo Fuzhou slashed out with his sword. Lightning flashed and turned into a large net that pounced towards the man in the raincoat and his clones. The man in the raincoat spun quickly, turning into a black whirlwind that forcefully tore apart the lightning net. Mo Fuzhou did not panic. He formed a seal with his left hand and slapped the ground. Lightning brushed along the ground at an extremely fast speed. As soon as the man in the raincoat landed, he was entangled by lightning and trembled. Mo Fuzhou rushed forward, preparing to subdue the other party. Boom, the ground beside him suddenly exploded. Another man in a raincoat broke out of the ground and slashed at Mo Fuzhou. Mo Fuzhou cursed inwardly. Who was the enemy? How dare he cause trouble in front of the Jade Pure sect? Just as he was about to take action, a talisman emerged from the ground behind him and quickly stuck to his back. Mo Fuzhou was instantly unable to move and froze on the spot. Pfft, the man in the raincoat pierced through Mo Fuzhou's chest, and blood splattered along the blade. Mo Fuzhou's pupils dilated, his heart filled with despair. Oh no, the others retreated. Seeing that Mo Fuzhou was severely injured, they all panicked. Everyone, kneel down. We only want to capture Mo Fuzhou. If you dare to interfere with us, you will all die. A man in a raincoat shouted in a low voice, scaring the disciples so much that their legs went weak and they all knelt down. The youths and girls had never seen such a scene before. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled, not daring to speak. Mo Fuzhou was unable to move. He stared at the man in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Heavenly Dipper, Earthly Fiend, Raincoat Ghost. The Jade Pure sect has committed a great taboo. We'll capture you first. I can only tell you that the Jade Pure sect's calamity has arrived. the man in the raincoat said in a hoarse voice. When Mo Fuzhou heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, rumble, a giant appeared in the mountains at some point in time. His upper body was hidden in the sea of clouds, and the highest mountain in the surroundings only reached his waist. The scene was extremely spectacular. In front of this giant, everyone felt small and insignificant, as if they were ants looking at a human. The two men in raincoats were so frightened that their hands trembled. Han Yan, who had used lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, looked down at the world. The clouds blocked most of his vision, but it still made him very excited. This mystical ability was amazing. Han Yan was at least 10,000 feet tall now. It was not an illusion. His body was indeed that huge. However, his Taoist robe had also grown in size. It was extremely magical. Not only that, but even his physical strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Mystical abilities were truly unfathomable. Han Yan felt like he could kick down a mountain with a single kick. This feeling of power made him bloat. This place was still some distance away from the Jade Pure sect. In order not to cause a commotion, Han Yan specially came here. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was indeed impressive. With a body of 10,000 feet, a nascent soul cultivator couldn't even touch him. Han Yan was smug. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He turned around and saw a group of ants in the mountains not far away. Oh. They weren't ants. They were humans. Han Yan didn't care at first, but later on, he felt that one of the auras was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this Mo Fuzhou? He looked over and saw Mo Fuzhou being stabbed. F***CK. Who dares to kill my sect's core disciple at the entrance of the Jade Pure sect? As the deity-slaying elder, how could Han Yan sit back and do nothing? He immediately transformed and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the two men in raincoats came back to their senses. One of them muttered, "Were my eyes playing tricks on me just now?" The other person said, "Perhaps it was an illusion." The Jade Pure sect was also in shock. For some reason, Mo Fuzhou felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Mo Fuzhou felt his vision blur as the two men beside him vomited blood and were sent flying. In a daze, Mo Fuzhou saw someone. His eyes widened. It was indeed him. Just as he blinked, Han Yan and the two men in raincoats had already disappeared. The others were also stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, Mo Fuzhou said angrily, "Hurry up and save me." There was still a knife in his chest. The others surrounded him. "Senior brother Mo, are you alright?" Who was that person? There's still a question. It must be our Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder. To be able to injure senior brother Mo, it must be two golden core experts. To be able to defeat two golden core experts in an instant, it can only be the deity-slaying elder. Deity-slaying elder? The soul formation expert of the Jade Pure sect whose name shook the cultivation world? Main Peak, Sect Master's Hall. Han Yan rushed through the door, startling Li Qingzi. Without waiting for Li Qingzi to speak, he casually flung the two unconscious men to the ground. He used his divine sense to attack their souls, making them unable to wake up for a short period of time. These two want to capture Mo Fuzhou. I'll leave it to you. Han Yan dropped these words and quickly left. Li Qingzi was stunned for a moment before she slowly looked at the two people in the hall. On the other side, Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. He sat down on the wooden bed and stretched himself. They dare to kidnap people in the Jade Pure sect. They're probably another enemy. They appeared after the Jade Pure sect destroyed the viridescent nether cult. They must be even stronger. Han Yan thought silently. Sigh, endless trouble. Is this life? I have to break through to the soul formation realm quickly. Han Yan suddenly felt that the nascent soul realm was not safe. The next morning, Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder came looking for him. Han Yan opened the cave abode and let them in. TSK, the spirit energy here is almost as good as the herb garden on the main peak. The Grand Elder clicked his tongue in wonder. Facing Han Yan again, he was still a little embarrassed. After all, decades ago, his Tao heart was shattered by Han Yan. Now that he had regained his mystical power, he still felt a little unnatural facing Han Yan. Li Qingzi smiled. The cave abode is still a little small. Should we get someone to open it up? Han Yan shook his head. It's good like this. It's too big and cold. The current sect master and the former sect master had come together. There must be trouble. Just say it. Is the Jade Pure sect in trouble again? Han Yan asked. The two people they captured yesterday were probably not simple. Li Qingzi sighed and said, those two people are from the Raincoat sect. The Jade Pure sect has been established for nearly 1,000 years, and the Raincoat sect has existed for thousands of years. Their whereabouts are mysterious. 1,000 years ago, they unified the cultivation world of the Great Yin. Later, they were defeated by the joint forces of the righteous sects and hid in the dark. Now, they have made a comeback and captured many of our genius disciples. They seem to have a lot of information about us. The Grand Elder snorted. They must be spies. Previously, the spies of the viridescent nether cult were not completely eliminated, especially the spies among the elders. I suspect that they deliberately came to the Raincoat sect for revenge. Raincoat sect, that name was interesting. Han Yan asked, is there a soul formation cultivator in the Raincoat sect? Is there a void amalgamation cultivator? Li Qingzi replied, there are definitely soul formation cultivators, but I'm not sure about void amalgamation cultivators. Oh. Han Yan suddenly wanted to run away again. Of course, it was just a thought. Where could he run to? The Grand Elder said, we plan to personally visit the various sects and unite the righteous sections. During this period of time, the Jade Pure sect hopes that you will protect it. You are facing the request of the sect master and the Grand Elder of the Jade Pure sect. You have the following choices. 1. Reject the request and betray the Jade Pure sect. You will receive a face-preserving pill. 2. Agree to the request and continue cultivating. Protect the Jade Pure sect. Before the sect master returns, ensure that the Jade Pure sect is safe and sound. You will receive a Dharma spell manual and a bottle of soul formation realm cultivation pills. Han Yan had a choice that he hadn't made in a long time. The reward for the second choice was very generous. There were also soul formation realm cultivation pills. No problem. Han Yan agreed readily. As long as he didn't go out, everything was fine. Li Qingzi were pleasantly surprised. Their favorability towards Han Yan increased again, reaching 4-star favorability. After the two of them left, Han Yan immediately entered a cultivation state. It was too dangerous, he had to hurry up and raise his cultivation level, Han Yan thought silently. Although he could already absorb 6 types of spirit chi at the same time, it would still take him decades to reach the soul formation realm. Decades. Many mortals only had that much time in their lives. In the blink of an eye, 6 years passed. Han Yan broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and his lifespan increased to 1080 years. This improvement was not bad. Han Yan was very satisfied. He suddenly remembered something. Why wasn't his disciple Yang Tiandong back yet? He opened his interpersonal relationships and noticed that the email was flashing red. He immediately opened the email. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X14. Your good friend Grand Elder was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X26. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by the Raincoat sect. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was captured by the Raincoat sect. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X8. Looking down, they were all attacked by the Raincoat sect. It was even more spectacular than when he faced the viridescent nether cult. Han Yan noticed that his disciple had been captured. Logically speaking, as his master, he should have come out of seclusion. But no, Han Yan felt that this was a trap. A mysterious force from the unseen world was controlling his life and forcing him to take risks. He had to fight against fate and not take any risks. Han Yan suddenly thought, could there be people from the Raincoat sect in the Jade Pure sect? He immediately used the simulation trial function to test the people in the Jade Pure sect. He first searched for the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect other than him. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, 7th level of the Nascent Soul Realm, Elder of the Jade Pure sect's Heavenly Thunder Peak, Secret Deacon of the Raincoat sect. Han Yan was stunned. Because Old Immortal Taoist Thunder didn't have a good impression of him, nor did he have any hatred for him, he had never understood him. The secret deacon of the Raincoat sect, Han Yan, raised his eyebrows. This old dog had hidden himself very well. It was no wonder that after the battle with the demonic sect, many elders had a good impression of Han Yan, but old immortal Daolei did not. So this guy was a spy, werewolf, how to deal with it? Should he kill him directly or find evidence first? Han Yan rubbed his chin and hesitated. He thought for a moment, then got up and headed to Jade Serene Peak. Fairy Xianxia was trustworthy, and her interpersonal relationships did not indicate that she was a spy. Arriving in front of the Serene Jade Hall, the door quickly opened, and Han Yan immediately entered the hall. This time, he did not kneel. He only cupped his fists and bowed. Master, I found a spy from the Raincoat sect among the elders. How do we deal with it? Should we kill him or collect evidence first? Han Yan asked. Fairy Xianxia opened her eyes and asked softly, who is it? Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder. Kill him. Han Yan was stunned. This was completely different from the conversation he had in mind. Could it be that Fairy Xianxia has a grudge against old deity Taoist Thunder? Fairy Xianxia snorted and said, I've long noticed that there was something wrong with him. Since even you said so, it must be true. Han Yan nodded and turned to leave. Fairy Xianxia pondered for a moment before standing up as well. The two left Jade Serene Peak and flew towards Sky Thunder Peak. As one of the most popular peaks, there were close to 200 disciples on the Heavenly Thunder Peak, all of whom were cultivating in different parts of the peak. The two of them swiftly arrived at the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Senior brother, I'm here to visit you, Fairy Xianxia said. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. The two of them immediately went in. The door closed. Seeing Han Yan's arrival, old immortal Taoist Thunder was stunned for a moment before he immediately stood up. Elders, let's look for him together. Old immortal Taoist Thunder asked with a smile. However, before he could finish, a sword light flashed across the hall. The three pure shadow swords pierced through old immortal Taoist Thunder's chest and nailed him to the jade wall of the main hall. Han Yan, who was at the first level of the nascent soul realm, was able to kill a soul formation cultivator in seconds. Now that he was at the fifth level of the nascent soul realm, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with old deity Taoist Thunder. So fast. Fairy Xianxia was secretly shocked. She did not even see how Han Yan had made his move. Old immortal Taoist Thunder was even more frightened. He wanted to struggle but found that Han Yan's sword chi had seeped into his body and was rapidly consuming his spirit chi. How could this be? Why was his spiritual energy so overbearing? Old immortal Taoist Thunder was terrified. He hurriedly shouted, Elder Han. What do you mean by that? Han Yan said expressionlessly, the secret deacon of the Raincoat sect? When the sect master left, he asked me to protect the Jade Pure sect. Recently, the genius disciples of the Jade Pure sect have been captured by the Raincoat sect one after another. It must be because of you. Today, I'll kill you. He walked toward old immortal Taoist Thunder. Old immortal Taoist Thunder has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Old immortal Taoist Thunder was shocked. He suddenly turned into lightning and exploded. Dozens of lightning bolts ran along the wall and rushed toward the door. Han Yan raised his right hand and lightning spewed out from his palm. Major Kiliacosm thunderstorm, countless bolts of lightning interweaved in the hall, shattering the jade bottles, paintings, and other decorations. Boom, the Heavenly Thunder Hall shattered as well. Old immortal Taoist Thunder appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Just as he was about to get up, 3 sword shadows descended from the sky and directly destroyed his body. His nascent soul was about to escape when it was destroyed by the 9 dragons devil expelling seal. Crushed, Han Yan turned and left. He said, Master, I'll leave the rest to you. He quickly left. Not long after he left, the Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples flew up, including Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu. They were dumbfounded when they saw the Heavenly Thunder Hall turn into ruins. Fairy Xianxia said, after the deity-slaying elder and I investigated, old immortal Taoist Thunder was actually a spy for the Raincoat sect. Just now, the deity-slaying elder executed him on the spot. The Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples can cultivate in peace. The new elders will be arranged when the sect master returns. Try not to go out during this period of time to avoid being targeted by the Raincoat sect. She waved her right hand and took away old immortal Taoist Thunder's storage ring. The Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples were stunned. How is that possible? Master is a spy? The deity-slaying elder wouldn't accuse him wrongly, right? But Master has been cautious and conscientious for so many years. Even if he's suspicious, he has to wait for the sect master to return. Master is already dead, I noticed them when they went up the mountain. It's only been a few dozen breaths of time. Master was actually killed so quickly. The Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder was killed by the deity-slaying elder. This matter was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the inner sect, causing an uproar among the disciples of the 18 Peaks. Old immortal Taoist Thunder was really a spy. The elders quickly gathered in the main Peaks hall. Taoist Xianxia was in charge of this matter. Fairy Xian opened her right hand, and a letter appeared in her hand. She said, "This was found in old immortal Taoist Thunder's storage ring. It was passed down to him by the sacred envoy of the Raincoat sect. He was asked to help collect the genius disciples of the Jade Pure sect. In addition, there are other letters and Dharma artifacts of fiendish cultivators in the storage ring." She passed the letter to the other elders for them to read. After reading it, the elders were all furious and shocked. They all cursed old immortal Taoist Thunder angrily. At the same time, they were shocked. The deity-slaying elder was too terrifying. He actually killed old immortal Taoist Thunder without discussing it with them. They were terrified and made up their minds not to provoke Han Yen. At the same time, Han Yen continued to search the cave abode. Other than old immortal Taoist Thunder, the other elders of the Jade Pure sect were all innocent. It was normal. If there were several spies among the elders of the Jade Pure sect, wouldn't it be GG? The elders had been cleaned up. Next was the deacon level. The deacon level spies were placed in the 100 Flowers Road. Other than the Raincoat sect, there were spies from both the righteous and demonic paths. There were also some cultivator families. Han Yen was dumbfounded. Was the entire cultivation world like this, or was the Jade Pure sect the only unlucky one? Han Yen shook his head. As there were too many people, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. In any case, these people couldn't harm the Jade Pure sect. Han Yen began to cultivate. Every half a year, he would get the system to help detect the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect to prevent the Raincoat sect from attacking. 2 years later, a notification suddenly appeared before Han Yen's eyes. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. Another one? Han Yen immediately checked. Lines of words appeared before his eyes. Heiyuji, the reincarnation of a demon sage from the upper realm. His true form is the Black Hell Phoenix. Due to killing countless people, he offended the heaven and was killed by the heaven. His soul entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reincarnated into the mortal world. His soul will continuously transform his body until he completely transforms into a Black Hell Phoenix. His current state is that of a chicken. Han Yen was stunned. A demon sage from the upper realm, so awesome? Yang Tiandong's demon sage bloodline was only from the mortal world. Heiyuji was a demon sage from the upper realm. There was also the heaven. Wasn't this an existence in Chinese mythology? It existed in this world too. Han Yen became interested in Heiyuji. He immediately scanned with his divine sense. At the foot of the mountain, an old farmer was leading a herd of cows through the wilderness. On the backs of each cow were 2 chicken cages filled with chicks. Han Yan's divine sense quickly landed on one of the black chicks. The feathers of this black chicken were shiny and had a metallic texture. Among the group of chicks, only this little black chicken had a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. How could he miss out on a peerless divine pet? Han Yen immediately went down the mountain. He came in front of the old farmer and directly asked for the little chick. The old farmer didn't dare to refuse. He was a servant of the Jade Pure sect, and this batch of cows and chicks was meant for the inner sect. The moment Han Yen showed the elder token, he obeyed. After bringing Heiyuji back to his cave abode, Han Yen threw it aside and began to cultivate. Initially, Heiyuji wanted to eat his flowers and plants when it was hungry. In the end, it was sent flying by his 6-path spirit energy and crashed into the wall, crying out in pain. So close, it almost fell to its death. Han Yan had no choice but to pour his spirit energy into Heiyuji's body to guide it to absorb qi. After a few days, Heiyuji finally got used to absorbing qi. Absorbing qi could relieve hunger. Heiyuji began to enjoy its cultivation state. It had to be said that the reincarnation of a demon saint was indeed impressive. Although its bloodline had yet to completely transform and its intelligence had yet to develop, its instincts were still there. If it had not met Han Yan, this Heiyuji would probably have been sent to the 10,000 demon realm and eaten by other demon beasts. If it reincarnated again, it would take countless lifetimes before it could regain the glory of a demon saint. After Heiyuji began to cultivate, Han Yan was relieved and continued to cultivate. The 5th level of the nascent soul realm was far from enough for him. His goal was to reach the soul formation realm as soon as possible. No. Void amalgamation, Mahayana, he wanted to reach the highest realm in the human world as soon as possible so that he could be at ease. 2 years later, Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder returned. They were shocked to find out that old immortal Lei was a spy and had been killed by Han Yan. After Fairy Xian took out the evidence, the two of them became angry and cursed the Raincoat sect for being shameless. At the same time, Han Yan was entertaining Xianxia in his cave abode. It had been a long time since he last saw Xianxia. This woman was becoming more and more beautiful. She was already at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Her breakthrough speed was quite fast. She had already caught up with Changyuer and Emoju. The treatment of the main peak was indeed better than the 18 peaks. Sect Master has returned. The Jade Pure sect is still safe and sound. You have obtained a Dharma spell manual and a bottle of soul formation realm cultivation pills. Congratulations on obtaining the Wind God technique. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of soul formation spirit gathering pills. Wind God spell, wind type spell. You can ride the wind and travel between heaven and earth. You can also turn your body into wind. Divine transformation spirit gathering pill, a top-tier cultivation pill for the divine transformation realm. There are 12 pills in total. Han Yan smiled when he saw the 4 lines of words in front of him. Xianxia began to plant the heaven and earth treasures she had collected. I obtained these treasures when I went out to train. I'm giving them to you as soon as possible. You'll definitely need them. Xianxia said with a smile. She turned her head and happened to see Han Yan smiling. She couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. It seemed that her husband was very happy to see her. Han Yan began to chat with her. Xianxia talks about her experience in the outside world, and Han Yan learns more about the world of cultivation. Last month, she went out to train with her senior brothers and sisters. Coincidentally, they encountered a battle between the righteous Scarlet Peak sect and the demonic Azure Dragon sect. They defeated the cultivators of the Azure Dragon sect. Xianxia also took the opportunity to pick up a storage ring. When she returned, she found that there were many treasures hidden inside. What's the Jade Pure sect's ranking in the Great Yin cultivation world? Han Yan asked. Xianxia pondered and said, there are more than 20 sects in the Great Yin cultivation world. Among them, there are 12 righteous sections. The Jade Pure sect should be in the top 5. Only the top 5? Han Yan was disappointed. No wonder the Jade Pure sect had so many enemies. Actually, most sects don't have much difference in strength. There's no real ranking. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. Han Yan nodded. How could there be so many rankings in the real cultivation world? There was no big data to support it. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and continued, by the way, a famous figure has appeared in the cultivation world recently. He's Huang Jihao from the Suzaku Sword sect. This person once killed a nascent soul-old monster when he was at the Golden Core realm and his name shook the world. After hundreds of years, his strength has probably reached the soul formation realm. He single-handedly killed his way into a righteous sect. No one is his match. She frowned slightly and said, I heard that Huang Jihao wants to challenge all the sects in the Great Yin cultivation world. Will he come to our Jade Pure sect? Through Taoist Jingxiu, she already knew that Han Yan was the deity-slaying elder. If Huang Jihao came, Han Yan would definitely have to face him. Han Yan shook his head and thought, why is there such a battle maniac everywhere? To be able to challenge a sect alone, he should be very strong. Han Yan asked cautiously, did Huang Jihao kill anyone in the process of challenging the sect? Xianxia shook her head and said, not really. After all, the Suzaku sword sect is also a righteous sect. Then I'm relieved. Xianxia was confused. The famous deity-slaying elder was so afraid of death, she found it funny, but she didn't look down on Han Yan. No one in the entire Jade Pure sect had the right to look down on him. After chatting for an hour, Xianxia left. Han Yan continued cultivating. Xianxia, Mo Zhu, and Chang Yu would come to look for him every few years. They didn't disturb him and just chatted. Han Yan gradually got used to such days. It was good to chat occasionally and learn about the cultivation world from them. At the same time, Heiyuji was also growing up. A year later, Han Yan habitually checked the Jade Pure sect. Yi Sanlang, 7th level of the Nascent Soul Realm, Deacon of the Raincoat sect. 7th level of the Nascent Soul Realm. Not bad. Han Yan slowly stood up and walked out of the cave abode. The black hell chicken raised its head and glanced at him before continuing to cultivate. Under Han Yan's nurturing, it had also become a cultivator. A few miles away, in a forest, a man wearing a Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect was meditating under a tree. He was handsome and had an evil aura between his brows. It was Yi Sanlang of the Raincoat sect. Why is Dao Thunder still here? Did something happen? Yi Sanlang cursed inwardly. He had been waiting for a month. His patience was running out. He even wanted to rush into the Jade Pure sect. However, when he thought of the mysterious deity-slaying elder, he still compromised. At this moment, Han Yan walked out from the depths of the forest. Upon seeing him, Yi Sanlang immediately became vigilant. He scanned with his divine sense. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Yi Sanlang continued cultivating and pretended not to see Han Yan. In any case, he was wearing the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect. It would be suspicious if he ran away when he saw someone. Unexpectedly, Han Yan walked straight to him. Yi Sanlang frowned and asked, what's the matter? Han Yan sent a voice transmission. Are you Deacon Yi of the Raincoat sect? I'm Old Immortal Taoist Thunder's personal disciple. Recently, the Raincoat sect has been harassing the Jade Pure sect. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder has been assigned other missions by the sect master and can't leave, so he asked me to take over from you. Hearing this, Yi Sanlang's frown deepened. He suddenly attacked and struck Han Yan's chest with his palm. Domineering spirit energy poured into Han Yan's body. Then, bang! Yi Sanlang was sent flying by the recoil and knocked down several trees. Han Yan patted his chest and snorted in his heart. I have divine armor. How can you hit me? With your little spirit energy? The golden cicada's mystic divine robe was not a reflection. It was just that Han Yan reflexively used the six-path spirit energy to resist. How could Yi Sanlang's mortal spirit energy resist? Yi Sanlang stood up, shocked and angry. How could a 9th level Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator be so powerful? Wait, could it be? Yi Sanlang suddenly thought of someone. His face turned pale in fright as he turned around and fled. Just as he turned around, 3 sword shadows shot over at lightning speed and crushed his body. In a flash, Yi Sanlang summoned his nascent soul, which turned into a rainbow and sped towards the horizon. Extremely fast, Han Yan directly used the wind god technique and turned into a gust of wind to chase after him. Yi Sanlang, who was entangled by the major Kiliacosm thunderstorm, was in despair. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted, I admit defeat. I surrender. Don't kill me. Han Yan used the 6-path soul absorption technique and sucked his nascent soul into his hand. The 6-path spirit energy wrapped around Yi Sanlang's nascent soul like invisible shackles, making him unable to move. Han Yan turned around. He first returned to the battlefield and found Yi Sanlang's storage ring before returning to the Khanate cave abode. Heiyuji opened his eyes and looked curiously at the little person in Han Yan's hand. Yi Sanlang was terrified. His small nascent soul was trembling. Han Yan placed him on the ground and sat on the bed, looking down at him. What is the Raincoat sect trying to do? Han Yan asked. Yi Sanlang gritted his teeth and said, They want to annex the Jade Pure sect and capture their geniuses first. After the Jade Pure sect is destroyed, these geniuses will have nowhere to go and can only join the sect. Han Yan continued to ask, is it just against the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world? The entire cultivation world, you guys are very bold. Is there a soul formation cultivator in your raincoat sect? Of course, Yi Sanling answered truthfully. In the face of life and death, he couldn't care less. Is there a void amalgamation realm cultivator? Han Yan narrowed his eyes and asked. Yi Sanling said helplessly, that's a legendary realm. At least, I've never heard of anyone in the sect. However, the sect master is already at the peak of the soul formation realm. If the raincoat sect is so strong, why has it been hiding in the dark? No matter how strong it is, it's impossible for it to fight against the entire cultivation world. The painful lesson from 1,000 years ago made our sect master very cautious. Where are the geniuses of the Jade Pure sect imprisoned? This? I really don't know. I'm just an ordinary deacon. The 7th level of the nascent soul realm was ordinary. Han Yan felt that the raincoat sect was very dangerous. It was scary. Yi Sanling said carefully, Senior, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I swear, I won't come to the Jade Pure sect again. Yi Sanling has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Young man, your path is narrow. Han Yan raised his hand at lightning speed. The unparalleled finger divine sword shot out and destroyed Yi Sanling's nascent soul. When Heiyuji saw this scene, he was so scared that he trembled. This was the first time it saw Han Yan kill an enemy. After Yi Sanling's death, Han Yan began to take inventory of Yi Sanling's storage ring. As expected of an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, the resources within his storage ring were truly plentiful. This storage ring was very big, and the spirit stones were piled up into small mountains. There were also magic tools, secret manuals of cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and many other rare treasures. Han Yan first took a look at the cultivation method secret manual. They were all devil path cultivation methods and dharma spells. He looked down on them. As for dharma artifacts, they could only be used by demonic cultivators. Han Yan began to examine the pills. Soon, he found a pill that could increase the cultivation of a nascent soul realm cultivator. 6-path spiritual energy entered the pill and he felt a surge of spiritual energy. Han Yan immediately began to take it. 2 years later, Han Yan broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. Heiyuji had already become a handsome rooster. Its intelligence had finally grown to the level of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and it could speak human language. What was worth mentioning was that when Heiyuji cultivated a trace of demonic power, it actually inherited a demonic cultivation technique. It was very surprised. Han Yan understood that this was the demon saint cultivation technique of its previous life. This was good too. Han Yan didn't need to teach it too much. Li Qingzi came to visit Han Yan again. They talked about the raincoat sect. Recently, the raincoat sect seemed to have disappeared and no longer targeted the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi finally found out the location where the geniuses of the Jade Pure sect were imprisoned. Li Qingzi wanted to ask Han Yan to help. Han Yan said solemnly, perhaps this is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Once I leave, if the raincoat sect attacks, can you stop them? You have to know that nascent soul experts can only be deacons in the raincoat sect. Li Qingzi was silent. That was very possible. If that was the case, it would be useless even if they saved those geniuses. Then I'll do it myself. Elder Han, I'll leave the Jade Pure sect to you, Li Qingzi said solemnly. Han Yan nodded. Unless we encounter a void amalgamation realm expert, no one can attack the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi beamed when he heard this. It seemed that Han Yan had become stronger again during this period of time. Li Qingzi left in satisfaction. Han Yan thought for a moment and activated the simulation trial. He set Duan Tongtian's cultivation level to the 9th level of the soul formation realm. Han Yan barely managed to fight to a draw. This made Han Yan panic. One had to know that the simulation trial could only set cultivation levels. The difference between the cultivation techniques and dharma spells of the 9th level of the soul formation realm and the 1st level of the soul formation realm was also very big. When Duan Tong Tian truly cultivated to the 9th level of the soul formation realm, he would definitely be stronger than him in the simulation trial. Moreover, Duan Tong Tian had only broken through to the soul formation realm because of Xiaoyi. I have to hurry up and break through to the soul formation realm. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Han Yan thought silently. He clicked on his interpersonal relationships to check his friend's status. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X29. Your good friend, Zhou Fan, was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X48. His poor disciple was still being beaten up. Han Yan was not too worried. He had been attacked so many times, but he was still alive. What did this mean? The Raincoat sect really loved talents and could not bear to kill them. Could it be that the Raincoat sect was not a demonic sect? Han Yan thought silently. Then, he continued to cultivate. Disciple, hold on, I'm cultivating diligently. When I'm competent, I'll definitely save you. In a dark attic, 4 men in woven rush raincoats sat around a table. They were all wearing straw hats that covered their faces. One of them said in a low voice, "Why isn't Yi Sanlang back yet?" The others followed suit. Could it be that something happened to him? Yi Sanlang is an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Other than the deity-slaying elder, no one in the Jade Pure sect can hold him back. Moreover, there are spies working together. Who is that spy? I'm not sure. Only Yi Sanlang knows. Every spy is contacted by only one person other than the sect master. The sect master is too cautious. In my opinion, it would be better to just flatten the Jade Pure sect. And those disciples of the Jade Pure sect, if they're not convinced, just kill them. The 4 of them began to complain about the sect master of the Raincoat sect. In their opinion, although the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect was strong, he was no match for the sect master. Moreover, there were other soul formation experts in the Raincoat sect. Bang, the door was suddenly kicked open. A golden-robed man walked into the room with majestic strides. His golden robe was embroidered with tiger and leopard patterns. He wore a silver-blue jade crown that resembled a dagger. His face was handsome, and his eyes were bright. There was a hint of pride between his brows. The 4 men in raincoats slammed the table and stood up. How dare you? One of them pulled out the saber at his waist and prepared to slash at the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man's eyes turned cold. A terrifying pressure erupted, causing the entire pavilion to shake violently. The 4 men in raincoats were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. One of them gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The golden-robed man said expressionlessly, "I am Huang Jihao of the Suzaku Sword sect. I heard that you are from the Raincoat sect. Coincidentally, I want to challenge the Raincoat sect. Tell me, where is the Raincoat sect?" Huang Jihao, the 4 of them trembled even more in fear. Recently, Huang Jihao's fame had been too great. A man in a raincoat suddenly said, "If we tell you, we will definitely die. However, if you challenge the Jade Pure sect first, we can tell you the location of the sect." Deal with the Jade Pure sect? Huang Jihao frowned and said coldly, "Such a desolate sect is not challenging at all." His words were filled with disdain for the Jade Pure sect. A man in a raincoat said anxiously, "Recently, a deity-slaying elder appeared in the Jade Pure sect. He killed a soul formation expert with one strike. His strength is unfathomable." Hearing this, Huang Jihao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I've fought with the sect master and grand elder of the Jade Pure sect. My strength is average, and I've never heard of the deity-slaying elder." "Don't lie to me," Huang Jihao said in a low voice. His terrifying aura did not weaken and was still very terrifying. "I wouldn't dare to lie to you. It's true. You can go out and ask around." The viridescent nether cult was destroyed because of this person. The other 3 men in raincoats said anxiously. The 4 of them together were not Huang Jihao's match. They were afraid that Huang Jihao would attack them. Huang Jihao's eyes flickered. "Tell me the location of the Raincoat sect first. I'll challenge the Jade Pure sect first before going to the Raincoat sect." The 4 men in raincoats looked at each other. In order to survive, they finally compromised. After a while, Huang Jihao left. The four men in raincoats heaved a sigh of relief and slumped onto their chairs. How strong is this guy? One of them gritted his teeth. Another person scolded, that's not important. What's important is that I think there's something wrong with this inn. What happened to the soundproofing and spiritual senses? Jade Pure Sect. 2 years had passed since Li Qingzi left. Han Yan was still at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. With the help of Yi Sanlang's pills, he was close to the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Heiyuji was already half a meter tall, but Han Yan had checked its bone age. It was still far from maturity. On this day, Chang Yuer came to visit. After not coming for so many years, she couldn't help but walk over and touch Heiyuji when she saw how big Heiyuji was. Itchy, itchy, Heiyuji retreated in resistance. Hearing its childish voice, Chang Yuer's interest was piqued. Han Yan couldn't help but say, stop touching it. This is my precious mount. If it's damaged, will you compensate me? TSK, so be it. Using a chicken as a mount, you're really something. Chang Yuer curled her lips. Although she said that, her body was still very obedient. She turned around and came in front of Han Yan. She sized up Han Yan and said with a smile, Junior Marshal Brother Han, every time I see your face, I feel that it's pleasing to the eye. I wonder how outstanding your parents are. Parents? Oh, them. Nothing special. Han Yan laughed inwardly. After so many years, Han Yan would occasionally think of his parents in this life. More than 100 years had passed. If they were still mortals, they would have already been buried. This was good too. It would save him a lot of trouble. Han Yan was not very concerned about his parents in this life. When they abandoned Han Yan and ran away, their blood ties were broken. If it were his parents in his previous life, they would never give up on him. Chang Yuer continued, I heard that Elder Guan is coming back. Have you heard of him? He joined the Jade Pure Sect with our master. However, 300 years ago, he offended the Suzaku Sword Sect. In order to avoid suspicion, the Grand Elder secretly sent him out of the Great Yan Dynasty. Half a year ago, he used a spell to reply that he was coming back and wanted to compete for the position of Sect Master. Han Yan shook his head. He had indeed never heard of such a thing. He had never heard of such a person either. It's said that Elder Guan likes our master very much. He might become Dao companions with our master, Chang Yuer continued. Han Yan shrugged. He was thinking too much. Fairy Xixian didn't allow the disciples to become Dao companions. How could she break the rules? He asked. Is Elder Guan very strong? Chang Yuer nodded and said, it's said that he obtained an opportunity outside the Great Yan and has already reached the soul formation realm. This time, he came back to lead the Jade Pure Sect to surpass the Suzaku Sword Sect. The elders are extremely happy. With another soul formation cultivator in the Jade Pure Sect, we will be more confident in dealing with the Raincoat Sect. The Grand Elder is also very happy. However, the Sect Master is out and doesn't know about this. Han Yan couldn't help but mourn for Li Qingzi. After working so hard for so many years, he couldn't keep his position. Han Yan was about to ask about Elder Guan when a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. Han Yan was stunned. Another bearer of Connate Providence, the Jade Pure Sect's Providence was so good, why were their existences with powerful backgrounds popping up so often? Han Yan hurriedly checked. Huang Jihao, 3rd level of the Soul Formation Realm, Outer Elder of the Suzaku Sword Sect. He was born with the heart of the sword and has an extremely high comprehension of the sword Dao. Because of his outstanding talent since he was young, he has developed an arrogant attitude. In order to become stronger, he can give up everything. Huang Jihao, F***CK, why was this fellow here? Could it be that he wanted to challenge the Jade Pure Sect? Han Yan immediately had a headache. Couldn't he just cultivate properly? A notification appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. The Jade Pure Sect is facing Huang Jihao's challenge. You have the following choices. 1. Command the entire sect to surround and kill Huang Jihao and win. Your name will spread throughout the world. You will obtain a Fire Element Dharma spell manual. 2. Secretly defeat Huang Jihao without causing too much of a commotion. You will obtain a numinous treasure. Han Yan chose the second choice without hesitation. Being high-profile was not his style. Moreover, if he defeated Huang Jihao openly, the Suzaku Sword sect would definitely become enemies with the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan had yet to figure out Huang Jihao's strength ranking in the Suzaku Sword sect. Even if he was the strongest, if the Suzaku Sword sect and the Raincoat sect joined forces, the Jade Pure sect would not be able to withstand it. Sigh, the Jade Pure sect is still too weak. Han Yan sighed. He looked at Chang Yuer and said, "You can go back first. I have something to do." "What is it?" "It's not convenient to say." Tisk. Chang Yuer curled her lips and stood up to leave. She was just talking happily when she was asked to leave. Anyone would feel disappointed. After Chang Yuer left, Han Yan began to use the simulation trial to search for Huang Jihao's location. At this moment, Huang Jihao was less than 20 kilometers away from the Jade Pure sect. He walked very slowly and was not in a hurry at all. Han Yan did not move directly. He had to be steady first. Let's have a simulation trial battle. Han Yan's consciousness entered the simulation trial. 5 minutes later. Han Yan ended the simulation trial. He frowned. "You're quite something." Han Yan took a deep breath and continued the simulation trial. He couldn't kill this guy instantly. This guy was only at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm. Han Yan changed his combat style. 2 minutes later. The simulation trial ended. Han Yan frowned again and muttered, as expected of the innate sword heart. "Not bad, you can actually last 2 minutes under my hands." Han Yan was vexed. The battle was too loud. 2 minutes was enough to attract many people. This was not easy. There was no other way. Even if it was not easy, he had to do it. When this battle reached the Jade Pure sect, it would really be earth-shattering. In the forest, Huang Jihao strolled forward. His expression was very calm, without the slightest hint of nervousness from the upcoming battle. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and walked towards him. It was Han Yan. Han Yan was wearing the Jade Pure sect's Taoist robe and looked elegant. It was obvious that he was not a mortal. Huang Jihao glanced at him. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, how weak. However, this guy was so handsome. Huang Jihao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan. He was stunned. "Why do you suddenly have a good impression of me?" Han Yan frowned. Things had become even more difficult. It was very difficult for him to attack someone he had a good impression of. Huang Jihao walked in front of Han Yan and said, "Kid, I have an affinity with you. Do you want to acknowledge me as your master? It won't be difficult for you to reach the nascent soul realm in the future." Nascent soul was definitely heaven for Foundation Establishment cultivators. He didn't believe that Han Yan wouldn't be tempted. Affinity? Han Yan's gaze was strange. What affinity could there be between men? Could it be? Han Yan shuddered as goosebumps appeared all over his body. He took a step back. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Han Yan asked in a low voice. Huang Jihao teased, "I'm Huang Jihao of the Suzaku Sword sect. Have you heard of me?" "I'm naturally here to challenge your deity-slaying elder." Han Yan asked, "Why are you challenging the deity-slaying elder? Not the Jade Pure sect? Your sect master and the former sect master have long been defeated by me. Only the deity-slaying elder is qualified for me to attack. Originally, I couldn't be bothered with you and wanted to challenge the Raincoat sect. However, they insisted that I deal with the deity-slaying elder and then tell me the location of their sect." Huang Jihao spoke very casually, but Han Yan's hatred for the Raincoat sect soared to 6 stars. Han Yan asked, "Are there many soul formation experts in the Raincoat sect? How strong is their sect master?" "There are indeed many soul formation cultivators. After all, they have thousands of years of foundation. As for their sect master, he's very mysterious. I don't know either." "How confident are you in challenging the Raincoat sect? Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to acknowledge me as your master or not?" Huang Jihao's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 1 star. Huang Jihao looked impatient. Han Yan was amused. "I just asked a few more questions, and your good impression of me dropped by half. Very good, Then I won't be soft-hearted when dealing with you. Han Yan took out the Qilin sword and said, if you can take one strike from me, I'll acknowledge you as my master. Huang Jihao was amused as well, and he said, kid, have you not heard of my name? Just tell me if you dare or not. Good. I'll take your sword. If you can hurt me in the slightest, I'll turn around and leave. I'll never disturb the Jade Pure sect again. You said it. Yes. Huang Jihao was proud and arrogant. After confirming that Han Yan was only at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, he did not take Han Yan's words to heart at all. Han Yan suddenly attacked. The 6th-path spiritual energy in his body erupted like a volcano and poured into the Qilin sword. Huang Jihao's eyes widened. This was spiritual energy. Oh no! Huang Jihao quickly raised his hands and mobilized the surging spiritual energy in his body. Sword light flashed, and a black sword chi cut through the forest and soared into the sky. Even the sea of clouds in the sky was cut in half. It was a spectacular sight. Then, the earth shook and dust flew. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword's sword chi. The terrifying sword chi forced him to keep retreating, and cracks appeared on the protective shield formed by spiritual power, like glass cracking. Not good, he couldn't block it. Huang Jihao cursed under his breath and quickly leaped. The moment he leaped, Han Yan's sword chi invaded his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The sword chi swept out, crushing the trees along the way and creating a huge ravine on the ground. It was unfathomably deep, like a narrow canyon. Huang Jihao stopped and looked at Han Yan in shock. What kind of sword technique was that? No, it was a divine power. The famous Huang Jihao shouldn't go back on his words, right? Han Yan looked up and asked expressionlessly. Huang Jihao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Yan did not panic and stared at Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao was so angry that his body trembled. He really wanted to kill Han Yan, but he had already boasted earlier. He would not slap his own face. Furthermore, Han Yan's sword chi was indeed powerful. If they were to fight to the death, he might not be able to win. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You came to find me and asked who I am?" When Huang Jihao heard that, he laughed out of anger. The deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect, as expected, he lived up to his reputation. Humph, although I said that I wouldn't come to the Jade Pure sect again, I'll challenge you again when you leave. With that, Huang Jihao left. Han Yan smiled disdainfully and thought to himself, wait for me to leave the Jade Pure sect. Can you afford to wait? He turned around and left. Not long after, the elders of the Jade Pure sect rushed over. When they saw the scene of the sword chi, they couldn't help but shudder. However, they guessed that Han Yan had made a move. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have stopped. Could it be that another powerful enemy was attacking? After leaving the Jade Pure sect, Huang Jihao stood on his flying sword, healing while feeling indignant. Damn it, how dare you trick me? Huang Jihao was about to go crazy from anger. If Han Yan had revealed his identity from the beginning, how could he have been careless? If he had been on guard, how could he not have received that sword strike? Alright, he really couldn't, but he wouldn't agree to such an agreement so easily. Sigh, I was careless. Just as Huang Jihao was in seclusion, a figure appeared in front of him and stopped him. Who are you? Why did you come out of the Jade Pure sect? The person who came was a male cultivator in green. He was handsome and dignified. He carried a sword case with 4 swords in it. Huang Jihao was in an extremely bad mood. He immediately snorted. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. The green-robed cultivator smiled. How dare you be so rude to me? Aren't you afraid of death? Hee, who do you think you are? Then let's fight. Let's see who's the real deal. You're courting death. Boom, back in the cave abode. As soon as Han Yan sat down, 2 lines of words appeared before his eyes. You secretly defeated Huang Jihao and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade numinous treasure, Burning Fiend Bell. Burning Fiend Bell, 6th grade defensive numinous treasure. It can withstand all attacks below the void amalgamation realm. After injecting spirit energy, the bell will increase in weight according to the amount of spirit energy injected. until it becomes as heavy as a mountain. What a treasure! It can actually withstand all attacks below the void amalgamation realm. I like it. Han Yan happily took out the burning fiend bell and sized it up carefully. The bell was black and emitted an ancient and evil aura. Han Yan immediately began to drip blood on it to claim ownership. An hour later, he played with the burning fiend bell. After successfully claiming ownership, the burning fiend bell was like an extension of his arm. When the burning fiend bell enveloped him, he felt incomparably safe. Wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and the burning fiend bell, he owned the world. Han Yan was extremely pleased. Then, he continued cultivating. The next morning, Fairy Xianxia came looking for him. This was the first time Fairy Xianxia had taken the initiative to look for Han Yan. Han Yan stood up to welcome her. Fairy Xianxia walked in front of Han Yan and said directly, "Yuer has told you about my senior brother, Guan Yugang. He returned yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Pure sect and was severely injured." This fellow who had threatened to become the sect master had just arrived and he was already injured. Han Yan couldn't help but mourn for him. To be honest, Guan Yugang was a little weak. Even Huang Jihao was injured by him, and he still couldn't beat him under such circumstances. How unfortunate. Sigh. Han Yan sighed. What else could he say when Fairy Xianxia mentioned this? Fairy Xianxia stared at Han Yan and asked, "Senior brother Guan said that he happened to meet Huang Jihao coming out of the Jade Pure sect. A forest near the Jade Pure sect was destroyed, and it was suspected to be some kind of sword chi. Did Huang Jihao want to challenge our Jade Pure sect and was repelled by you?" Han Yan nodded. That's right. Fairy Xianxia sighed. I didn't expect the famous Huang Jihao to be defeated by a junior like you. Han Yan gestured for Fairy Xianxia to sit down and talk. Fairy Xianxia sat on a chair beside him and continued, "I came to look for you this time because I hope you can help me suppress senior brother Guan." Suppress Guan Yugang? Han Yan was puzzled. The sect master might not be as powerful as senior brother Guan, but he has done his best for the Jade Pure sect. For the sake of the Jade Pure sect, he even delayed his cultivation. If we chase him off the position of sect master now, it would be disappointing. Moreover, my senior brother Guan is only doing this for revenge and not for the sake of the sect. When he recovers from his injuries, I'll let him challenge you first. If he can defeat you, he can become the sect master. How about that? Fairy Xianxia said softly, her tone and gaze unchanged. Han Yan hesitated and said, "That's fine, but it's best to carry out this battle secretly. If news of this spreads in the Jade Pure sect, it will definitely spread in the cultivation world. I don't want to be in the limelight too much, or else it will attract endless trouble. Previously, I helped the Jade Pure sect deal with the viridescent nether cult and made a name for myself. Huang Jihao came because of this. Of course. I'll save face for senior brother Guan." Han Yan nodded. Fairy Xianxia suddenly looked at Heiyuji in the corner and asked in surprise, "Why are you raising a chicken? This chicken looks extraordinary." Heiyuji raised its head and snorted. "I'm a phoenix. Master told me that I would become a phoenix sooner or later." Fairy Xianxia smiled. A chicken wanted to become a phoenix? I got it from a farmer in the Jade Pure sect. Cultivation is quite boring, so it's not bad to have it to accompany me, Han Yan explained with a smile. He did not say anything about Heiyuji's background. Even if he did, who would believe him? The difference between a chicken and a phoenix was like the difference between a snake and a dragon. Fairy Xianxia looked at Han Yan again and said, "The Immortal Realm Conference that occurs once every 100 years is about to begin. I have the Immortal Realm token, and I can give it to you. The Immortal Realm Conference is a rare grand event. You can obtain all the magic treasures, medicinal pills, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and even cultivation techniques you want there, as long as you have sufficient resources of equivalent value." Immortal Region Assembly, it sounded very cool and lively. If this was in a novel, it would definitely be a grand occasion for the main character to show off. If he wasn't careful, he could easily make new enemies. He couldn't go. Han Yan declined politely, "Thank you for your kindness, master. I just want to cultivate in seclusion. With my aptitude, I don't need to go out and take risks for the time being." Fairy Xianxia nodded. she got up and left. Han Yan also stood up to send him off. After Fairy Xianxia left, Han Yan returned to his bed and started cultivating. The Immortal Realm Convention. TSK, I'll go and take a look when I reach the Grand Ascension stage. Han Yan thought to himself as he circulated his chi. Suzaku Sword Sect. As a righteous sect in the Great Yan Dynasty's cultivation world, the Suzaku Sword Sect had close to 10,000 disciples. Most of them majored in Sword Dao. Almost all of the strongest sword cultivators in the history of the Great Yan came from the Suzaku Sword Sect. Inside the sect master's hall, Huang Jihao sat on a futon with a terrible expression on his face. The sect master of Suzaku Sword Sect, Tang Han, was sitting in the main seat. Tang Han looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was quite handsome. His eyes were sharp under his straight eyebrows. There was a sword floating on both sides of him. He had an extremely sharp aura. You can't even take one strike from him? Tang Han asked with a frown. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and said, although I don't want to admit it, it's true. His spiritual energy is extremely domineering. It's the first time I've encountered such spiritual energy. It's not a common spirit root attribute, nor is it a rare spirit root. I can't explain it clearly. He could not help but shudder when he recalled the scene when he faced the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Also what? This person is extremely good-looking. No one in our Suzaku Sword Sect can compare to him in terms of looks. Is that important? Alright, it's not very important, Huang Jihao sighed. For some reason, his tone was filled with regret. Tang Han frowned. He did not expect such a person to appear in the Jade Pure Sect. In the outside world, Huang Jihao represented the highest combat strength of the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. Although he felt that he was stronger than Huang Jihao, he was not much stronger. Huang Jihao continued, by the way, the Raincoat Sect has appeared and is still targeting the Jade Pure Sect. After I recover, I plan to challenge them. Tang Han nodded and said, although the Raincoat Sect began to decline 1,000 years ago, their foundation cannot be underestimated. Previously, the Grand Elder of the Jade Pure Sect came to me and hoped that the Righteous Path would join forces to fight against the Raincoat Sect. I didn't agree. If that person doesn't die, the Raincoat Sect won't die. Who is that person? The sect leader of the Raincoat Sect. This person was just like you when he was young. He was full of vigor and vitality. Due to a coincidence, he fell into the demonic path and became the sect leader of the Raincoat Sect. I heard from my ancestor that the sect leader of the Raincoat Sect was the strongest in their generation. This is a good opportunity for you to test his strength. However, don't be reckless. Don't worry. Although I'm arrogant, I'm not stupid. Okay. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye since Fairy Xianxia left. Han Yan's cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the nascent soul realm and was already catching up to the 8th level. Apart from cultivation, Han Yan had been paying attention to the situation of others through his interpersonal relationships and emails. After Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were captured by the Raincoat Sect, their cultivation levels actually increased. In the past few years, they had not been attacked by the Raincoat Sect. It seemed that they had compromised. However, their identities did not become disciples of the Raincoat Sect. Han Yan guessed that they were just pretending to compromise. On the other hand, Li Qingzi was often attacked by the Raincoat Sect and was repeatedly injured. This sect master was really working too hard. For the sake of his disciples, he ran around everywhere and was constantly injured. After his injuries healed, he continued to be injured. In addition, Guan Yugang had never come to look for Han Yan. Han Yan could understand. Even Huang Jihao could not defeat him. How could this guy dare to challenge him? It was worth mentioning that Heyu Ji had been growing faster and faster recently. Its strength was already equivalent to a cultivator at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. Not to mention a chicken, even if it was a cultivator, there were very few people who could reach such a speed. As its intelligence grew, Heyu Ji became more and more curious about the outside world. Han Yan had no choice but to brainwash it. It's very dangerous outside, many people want to eat you, you have to be invincible before you can go out. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Your master, don't dare to go out either. As time passed, Heiyuji did not dare to think about going out anymore. It only wanted to cultivate properly. On this day, Li Qingzi visited again. Han Yan noticed that his aura was weak and his expression was not good. It seemed that his injuries this time were very serious. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth and said, "Something bad has happened. Maple Valley has been destroyed by the Raincoat sect. Their next target might be our Jade Pure sect. Before the Valley Master of Maple Valley died, he sent me a message saying that there are 10 soul formation cultivators in the Raincoat sect. They are enough to sweep through the great Yen cultivation world." Han Yan asked, "Then why aren't you running? Why aren't you running? Are you kidding me?" Li Qingzi roared in his heart. The reason why he came to look for Han Yan was to let Han Yan know the situation so that he could be prepared. He didn't expect Han Yan to want to escape. Li Qingzi said gloomily, "Where can we escape to? With so many disciples, even if we escape, we have to escape from the great Yen cultivation world. However, if we go to other cultivation worlds, those sects will definitely not allow us to establish ourselves. They will only annex us. The Jade Pure sect will still die." Han Yan frowned. He really wanted to say that it was fine if the Jade Pure sect died, as long as they were still alive. The Jade Pure sect is in danger of being destroyed. You have the following choices. 1. Run away immediately. If you are hunted down by the Raincoat sect and wander the world, you will obtain a Dharma artifact. 2. Protect the sect. In one's life, one cannot always retreat. After defeating the Raincoat sect, you will obtain a numinous treasure, a sword Dao manual, and a divine beast of Providence egg. Han Yan did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he pondered carefully. Even if he escaped, where could he escape to? After destroying the Jade Pure sect, the Raincoat sect would definitely continue to attack and sweep through the great Yen cultivation world. Unless he joined the Raincoat sect. If he couldn't win, he would join. This was no longer cowardly, but cowardly. Otherwise, he would wait and see. When he couldn't win, he would escape. He was wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, holding the burning fiend bell, and the wind god technique. How could he not escape? Han Yan asked. When will the Raincoat sect come to surround us? At most 10 years. They will need time to clean up the mess in Maple Valley, Li Qingzi replied. Han Yan sighed and said, "Sect Master, why is our Jade Pure sect being targeted one after another? I thought that the Jade Pure sect was very strong." Li Qingzi was embarrassed and blushed. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Jade Pure sect is indeed powerful, but the strongest person, the founding ancestor, went to search for the land immortals. He has been gone for 500 years without any news. If he was here, how would the Raincoat sect dare to attack us? 1,000 years ago, in the decisive battle against the Raincoat sect, the founding ancestor was the main contributor." Han Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, "In other words, the Raincoat sect is seeking revenge from us?" Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. To mortals, 1,000 years was an extremely long time, but it wasn't long in the cultivation world, especially for a sect. Li Qingzi was the third-generation sect master of the Jade Pure sect, and his master, the Grand Elder, was the first generation. The ancestral master left behind a treasure to contact him. The Grand Elder and I have already used it. I wonder if the ancestral master can sense it. If he can return, the Raincoat sect will definitely not be a problem. At that time, the Jade Pure sect will definitely become the most powerful sect in the great Yen cultivation world. Elder Han, we have to grit our teeth and endure this ordeal. As long as we can endure it, there will be no more threats in the future. You can cultivate in seclusion and peace. The ancestral master might even teach you the cultivation method of a land immortal." Li Qingzi grabbed Han Yan's hand and said seriously. Han Yan almost had goosebumps. He quickly retracted his hand and sighed. "All right, I'll accompany you to face the Raincoat sect. But let me say this first. If I can't win, I can only run." Li Qingzi nodded solemnly and said, "If I really can't win, I won't let you die with us." The two chatted for a while more before Li Qingzi left. Han Yan originally wanted Li Qingzi to give him some pills to help him increase his cultivation, but Li Qingzi awkwardly said that the Jade Pure sect didn't have any pills suitable for nascent soul cultivators. The Jade Pure sect lacked alchemists. Han Yan turned to look at Heiyuji and said, "Do you see that? It's really dangerous." Even if we don't cause trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us. Heiyuji nodded nonstop like a chick pecking at rice. Master, are you confident? No. Ah. Why don't we run away quietly? Oh? Alright, you've already received my true teachings. Are we really running? Wait a little longer. That day, Han Yan came to the inner sect city and bought a beast-taming pouch. It was convenient for him to bring Heiyuji along when he ran. After walking out of the pavilion, he was about to return when a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detected bearer of Cultivate Providence, check its origin. Another bearer of Cultivate Providence, the Jade Pure sect was really a sect of Providence, Han Yan immediately chose to check. Xianxia, third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Her true identity is the mortal body of the Demon Lord. She was born with a Tao heart and was extremely talented. 800 years ago, the Demon Lord wanted to break through the Tao and ascend, so she created a mortal body. Her main body was sealed in the depths of her essence soul. Her mortal body traveled the mortal world, experienced the various forms of life, and consolidated her Tao heart. Demon Lord, this was a little amazing. She was born with a Tao heart, but became a demon. What kind of trick was this? Han Yan was speechless. He looked in the direction of the system's instructions and saw Xianxia. This woman was wearing the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect. Her figure was average, and she did not have a killer figure from the back. When she turned her head, Han Yan evaluated her. Her looks were average. She was a very ordinary female disciple. It was easy to ignore her if one scanned the streets. Xianxia stood by the side of the street. She was watching people quarrel. Two male disciples were fighting over a beautiful female disciple until their faces turned red. Should I seduce the Demon Lord? She's about to ascend. She's at least a Mahayana cultivator. Han Yan thought silently. Then, he shook his head. Forget it. He didn't want to cause trouble. Han Yan turned around and left. After turning around, he did not notice that Xianxia was looking at him from the corner of her eye. Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Yan stopped in his tracks, his face full of question marks. What the hell? He subconsciously turned his head and met Xianxia's gaze. Oh no, the Demon Lord was paying attention to him. Han Yan was inexplicably flustered, so he smiled politely at Xianxia. Xianxia's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Yan hurriedly left. Xianxia turned around and followed him. After leaving the inner sect city, Han Yan immediately used the wind god technique and quickly returned. Returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan sat on the bed, panicking. I hope she just thinks that I'm good-looking and doesn't really have her eyes on me. Han Yan thought silently. He was not stupid. Even if Xianxia liked him, he would not soar into the sky. After all, she was the Demon Lord. How many years had she been in the mortal world? How could she fall in love with someone at first sight and give up everything? If Han Yan tried to curry favor with her, there would only be one outcome. Slave, Xianxia arrived in front of the congenital cave abode and saw the words on the mountain wall. Endure for a while and you will see the world. She couldn't help but laugh. This kid was truly interesting. Xianxia laughed, then her expression suddenly turned grave. These words actually have some truth. Xianxia thought for a while, then turned and left. Once she left, Han Yan sighed in relief. I hope she dispels her desire for me. Han Yan muttered to himself. Heiyuji asked, what's desire? Han Yan unhappily said, I want to eat you. That's desire. Ah. That woman just now wanted to eat master? Heiyuji was shocked. In other words, that woman was stronger than Han Yan? Due to the pressure brought about by the Raincoat sect, Han Yan cultivated even harder. Heiyuji could not express his bitterness. As Han Yan began to desperately absorb qi, the spirit qi in the cave abode surged into his body crazily. Heiyuji's speed of absorbing qi was suppressed. 7 years later. Han Yan finally broke through to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. He still felt that time was tight. If he could break through to the soul formation realm before the Raincoat sect attacked, he would be more confident. As Han Yan absorbed qi, he clicked on his interpersonal relationships. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X87. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X87. Your good friend Imo Zhu was attacked by a fellow disciple. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fellow disciple and was severely injured. Why was Li Qingzi attacked by a fellow disciple? Han Yan was stunned. Could there be another spy? He immediately checked the Jade Pure sect. Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were not spies. Wait. Could it be Guan Yu Gang? Yi Xiaofeng was right. It was Guan Yu Gang. Guan Yu Gang did not dare to challenge the deity-slaying elder, so he gave up on the idea of becoming the sect master. However, he was furious, so he sparred with Li Qingzi and took the opportunity to vent his anger. Regarding this, the elders of the Jade Pure sect were extremely dissatisfied with him. The Jade Pure sect was in a tense situation, yet you caused trouble. You still want to be the sect master. After being scolded, Guan Yu Gang was so angry that he went into seclusion and no longer appeared in public. However, he did not leave the Jade Pure sect. It was obvious that he still had the sect in his heart. Han Yan did not know about all of this. He continued to read the emails. Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian were fine. His other friends were more or less fighting with others, including Xianqing. Xuanqing's cultivation level was still at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Han Yan suspected that she did not cultivate at all and was only focused on observing others. Han Yan was secretly complaining. He suddenly felt an aura. Xianqing, this woman is here again. Fellow Daoist, are you there? Can I pay you a visit? Hearing Xuanqing's voice, Han Yan became nervous. He gave it some thought. The other party definitely knew that he was here. If he feigned death, he might lose the favorable impression points. The other party was the demon monarch. The favorability would definitely be better than the hatred. After thinking about it, Han Yan opened the stone door of the cave. Xianqing walked over leisurely. When she saw Han Yan, she couldn't help but smile. Han Yan felt helpless. Heiyuji still remembered Xuanqing's aura. It cried out in horror, I beg you. Don't eat my master. Xianqing looked confused. Han Yan felt a little awkward. He glared at Heiyuji, scaring it into silence. Xianqing walked in front of Han Yan and said with a smile, I'm Xianqing, a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak. A few years ago, I met senior brother in the inner sect and was shocked. Since then, your shadow has been buried in my heart. This time, I rashly came to visit. I hope senior brother won't blame me. How direct? Han Yan didn't know how to answer. Senior brother's handsomeness is really rare in the world, peerless and unparalleled. Junior sister is willing to offer a treasure. I hope senior brother won't refuse. Xianqing continued to smile. With a flip of her hand, a piece of jade appeared in her hand. Han Yan asked curiously, what is this? This is the Tianjin Prefecture token. The Tianjin Prefecture is the holy land of cultivation in the cultivation world. Only with the Tianjin Prefecture token can you cultivate there. After coming out, even if you're weak, you can still reach the nascent soul realm. Xianqing explained with a smile. She snorted in her heart. I don't believe you won't be moved. Kid, I'll definitely take your good looks. Han Yan shook his head and said, thank you for your kind intentions, junior sister. It's just that I don't want to leave the Jade Pure sect. I plan to cultivate in the Jade Pure sect for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Xuanqing's expression froze. She changed the treasure again and said, this is the Earth Spirit Sword. It can easily kill Golden Core experts. Not enough? I'll give you another bottle of pills to break through to the Golden Core realm. I'll give you another body tempering cultivation technique. And 3 more Dharma spell manuals. Damn it, she was really rich. If it was 100 years ago, Han Yan would definitely not be able to resist. He really wouldn't want to work hard. Han Yan hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I'm already at the nascent soul realm. He no longer hit his cultivation level. He revealed his cultivation level at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm and then hit it again. Xianqing was shocked. She instantly guessed the truth and asked, you are the deity-slaying elder? Han Yan nodded. The other party was the demon lord. Since she had her eyes on him, she definitely wouldn't let him off. Xianxia was even happier. She didn't expect her eyesight to be so good as to capture the most mysterious and powerful deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. Xuanqing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, for stars. She took out another bottle of pills from her sleeve and said, "This is a first-grade nascent soul pill. It can help you increase your cultivation level quickly. Is one bottle enough? If it's not enough, I'll give you another bottle." As she spoke, she took out another bottle of nascent soul pills. This time, Han Yan really couldn't take it anymore. He asked carefully, "Junior sister, what's your background?" Only then did Xianxia realize that she had been exposed. However, it didn't matter. If she was exposed, so be it. My identity isn't important. I want to be Dao companions with senior brother. I wonder if senior brother is willing? Xianxia asked with a smile. Han Yan frowned and asked, "You must be extraordinary to be able to take out so many treasures. Can you help us deal with the Raincoat sect?" If the demon lord took action, it would be safe. Xianxia shook her head. "No, I only care about you. I don't care about the Jade Pure sect." Could it be that senior brother is cultivating for the Jade Pure sect? Han Yan was silent. Indeed. It wasn't that easy to order the demon lord around. However, these 2 bottles of nascent soul pills were very fragrant. It was difficult for him to refuse. "If I agree, what price will I pay?" Han Yan asked cautiously. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "I won't really eat you. Naturally, we will cultivate together. You will only be stronger than you are now. This is a great thing. Xianxia wants to be your Dao companion. You have the following choices. 1. Reject. How can we male cultivators be threatened by women? You can obtain the hatred of the demon lord and a sword Dao mystical ability inheritance. 2. Accept. The 2 of you will become Dao companions and be tainted by karma. You can obtain the demon lord's favor and a mystical ability inheritance. What would happen if he rejected Xianxia? Would the demon lord appear? He was a big shot who was about to ascend. Han Yan sighed in his heart and said, "In that case, I will become Dao companions with junior sister." You have successfully become Dao companions with Xianxia. You have obtained a mystical ability inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical ability, Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud, movement mystical ability. 1 somersault can cover 108,000 miles. Xuanqing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4, 5 stars. Somersault Cloud, amazing. Han Yan's eyes lit up. This was a godly skill for escaping. Haha, if the demon lord acted recklessly, he could jump 108,000 miles away with a somersault. Xianxia smiled and put down the 2 bottles of nascent soul pills. She smiled and said, "From now on, you are my Taoist companion. Cultivate well. I will come and find you when I need you." With that, she turned and left. Han Yan couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any other Dao companions besides me?" Xianxia stopped in her tracks and snorted. "How is that possible? I look down on mortals. If it weren't for the fact that I need a Dao companion to cultivate with and that you are extremely beautiful, I wouldn't have chosen you." She quickly left. Han Yan looked at the 2 bottles of nascent soul pills beside the bed and remained silent for a long time. After Xianxia left, Han Yan opened the medicine bottles. There were 12 pills in each bottle. He first used the 6-path spirit energy to test them. After confirming that they were not poison, he began to consume them. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the medicinal effects were very strong. It was more than twice as strong as Yi Sanlang's pills. As expected of the demon lord, he was generous. Han Yan suppressed his surprise and began to cultivate, in a dark underground palace. Pa! 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 The sound of a whip lashing his body could be heard. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were tied to wooden stakes. 2 men in raincoats waved their whips and whipped them, causing blood to splatter all over the ground. Many cultivators who were meditating in the distance could not bear to look at them. Sigh, these 2 people from the Jade Pure sect are really stubborn. That's right. They have to escape every year and get beaten up. They still refuse to give up. How pitiful. Why didn't the Raincoat sect kill them? If they kill them, how can the Raincoat sect win over the hearts of the people? Actually, it's not bad to follow the Raincoat sect. The cultivators discussed animatedly. After a long while, Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were put down. One possessed the bloodline of a demon saint, the other was the reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator. At this moment, both of them were on the verge of death. The whip of the Raincoat Man was not an ordinary whip. It was made of the tendons of some kind of demon beast. When it struck his body, it was as if a piece of flesh had been torn off by a rake. It was extremely painful. Yang Tiandong lay on the ground and gritted his teeth. This was your plan. You were caught before you even left. Zhou Fan was extremely aggrieved. His eyes were filled with tears. How many years had it been? He had failed every time he tried to escape. Damn it, if I attain the Tao in the future, I will definitely cause chaos in your Raincoat sect. Let's not struggle anymore. Let's wait for my master to come. Yang Tiandong sighed. Master, why aren't you here yet? 10 years ago, Li Qingzi had come to save them, but failed. However, before he left, Li Qingzi sent him a message, telling him that Han Yan would come sooner or later, and asked him to help calm the hearts of the other disciples. It was this sentence that made Yang Tiandong persist. Zhou Fan said unhappily, your master is so timid. It's impossible for him to come. He already knew that Han Yan was the deity-slaying elder. Although he was shocked, he understood Han Yan's character. This person's talent was indeed terrifying, but he was afraid of death. People who were afraid of death would never come to save them. If he wanted to come, he would have come long ago. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, my master will definitely come. He might be watching me in the dark to see if I can endure hardships and if my Tao heart is stable enough. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. He felt that this kid had gone mad. Sigh. Not to mention him, even Zhou Fan himself could barely hold on. 2 years later, Han Yan broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. It had to be said that the demon lord's pills were really comfortable. He had to think of a way to get more in the future. At first, Han Yan was worried that Xianxia would look for him often. In the end, he was overthinking. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't greedy for his body. They became Tao companions so that he could use it when his true body appeared in the future. Han Yan didn't dare to trust her completely. Before that, he had to become as strong as possible. What if Xianxia squeezed him dry? 4. 5 stars of favorability didn't mean that Xianxia wouldn't harm him. How many people were killed for love? In his previous life, foreign movies often promoted the spirit, especially those superhero movies. Han Yan began to inherit the somersault cloud. The distance of the somersault cloud was related to the spirit energy injected into it. It could not only jump thousands of miles. After the inheritance succeeded, he would test the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. The strongest was Guan Yu Gang, at the 2nd level of the soul formation realm. Han Yan continued to search for nascent soul realm cultivators. He heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't find anyone from the Raincoat sect. There was still time. He had to continue cultivating and try to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Han Yan perked up and tried his best to absorb qi. A month later, Li Qingzi came to look for Han Yan. Han Yan frowned and asked, is the Raincoat sect here? He was already close to the soul formation realm, but the enemy had to come at this time. Unlucky. Not really. The Suzaku sword sect's Huang Jihao launched a surprise attack on the Raincoat sect and was captured by them. The Suzaku sword sect was furious and prepared to join forces with us to attack the Raincoat sect. The situation has been reversed. Li Qingzi became more and more excited as he spoke. He loved Huang Jihao to death. He really knew how to cause trouble. He was right this time. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Not bad, little Huang. Then you guys go. Call Elder Guan. I'll guard the Jade Pure sect. You can even transfer all the nascent soul realm experts. I alone am enough, Han Yan said seriously. Li Qingzi's face twitched. You're really cowardly, Han Yan said in a low voice. I'm about to break through to the soul formation realm. I need time. Hearing this, Li Qingzi's body trembled as he revealed an expression of ecstasy. Han Yan could kill soul formation realm cultivators when he was at the nascent soul realm. When he broke through to the soul formation realm, wouldn't he? He didn't dare to think about it, Xianxia said excitedly. All right. You can stay here and break through. Leave this matter to us. Other than the Suzaku sword sect, there should be other sects that can join forces with us. Then I wish you all the best, sect master. The two of them didn't chat for long before Xianxia left excitedly. Before leaving, he even teased Heiyuji. Heiyuji was very annoyed. Taking advantage of the moment when he turned around, he pecked his butt. Xianxia was furious. However, when he sensed Han Yan's gaze, he quickly left. Han Yan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This Xiaochang is like a child. Xiaochang was the nickname he gave Xianxia. He couldn't be beaten to death. Half a year later, Xianxia and Guan Yugang left the Jade Pure sect with more than 10 nascent soul elders, core disciples, and elite disciples. This matter caused a huge commotion in the inner sect. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen in the cultivation world. On the other side, Han Yan came to the Pet Beast Pavilion, flashed his elder token, and entered the 10,000 demon realm. He prepared to transcend the tribulation in the 10,000 demon realm. The soul formation tribulation was too loud and could easily flatten a mountain. He didn't want to destroy his Khanate cave abode, so he thought of the 10,000 demon realm. Before coming, he had asked Fairy Xixian. It was Fairy Xixian who suggested that he come to the 10,000 demon realm. If he went outside the Jade Pure sect to transcend the tribulation, it would be troublesome if he encountered enemies. After entering the 10,000 demon realm, Han Yan found a plain and meditated. He took out a grade 1 nascent soul pill and continued to consume it. Another half a year passed. Han Yan relied on the pill and quickly reached the state of breaking through. He took a deep breath. Before transcending the tribulation, he opened his interpersonal relationships. Xianxia and the others were still alive. That was good, however, it seemed that some elders were gone. Han Yan couldn't remember who it was. After killing Duan Tong Tian, there were many elders who had a good impression of him. From the looks of it, nothing major had happened for the time being. He could break through. Han Yan immediately perked up and prepared to break through. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body, rolling thunderclouds began to gather. All the demon beasts in the 10,000 demon realm became uneasy. A terrifying heavenly might enveloped this small world. With the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Han Yan naturally had no problem transcending the tribulation. It had to be said that the strength of the soul formation heavenly tribulation far exceeded that of the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, the 6 path spirit energy was strong enough. Han Yan did not use the burning fiend bell. He wanted to rely on his own strength to transcend the tribulation. Many cultivators died while trying to transcend their tribulations. With Han Yan's talent and cultivation technique, he naturally wouldn't fail. A few days later, Han Yan had successfully broken through. First level of the soul formation realm. You have successfully broken through to the soul formation realm. You have obtained a Sword Dao Divine Ability inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Ability, 10,000 Sword Divine Sect, 10,000 Sword Divine Sect. Use your sword chi to summon the sword shadows of ancient swords from the long river of history. The number of summons is related to your spiritual energy. Han Yan opened his eyes as the 6 path spirit energy in his body began to surge. It was like a stream turning into a river and then an ocean. In an instant, a figure flew out from the top of his head. It was his appearance. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 158/3007, race, mortal, cultivation, first level of the divine transformation realm, cultivation method, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, inheritable, spells, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god spell, mystical power, 6 path soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect, can be inherited, dharma artifact, golden cicada's mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure, small universe belt, Qilin sword, demon binding rope, burning fiend bell, 6th grade numinous treasure, spiritual root aptitude, spiritual body of the 6 paths contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots. Increases Providence to a certain extent. Innate chi luck is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-grade movement technique talent, descendant of the immortal emperor, received a peerless cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. He was at the first level of the divine transformation realm, 3000 years of life. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. Nascent soul realm cultivators were only a little over 1,000 years old, but soul formation realm cultivators were 3 times older. How wonderful! Then, Han Yan took out the burning fiend bell and covered himself with it. Then, he continued to consolidate his cultivation. 2 days later, Han Yan began to inherit the legacy of the 10,000 Swords sect. The 10,000 Swords divine sect was a large-scale attack, while the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword was more of a straight line. Both had their strengths. Han Yan managed to gain control of the 10,000 Swords sect in less than half a day by relying on his top-notch aptitude and comprehension. He got up and left. When he arrived in front of the teleportation array, the disciples guarding the array looked at him with admiration. The commotion caused by the tribulation was simply too terrifying. This disciple immediately thought of the deity-slaying elder. Before long, Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. Upon seeing him return, Heiyuji was instantly energized and rushed over. "Master, you're finally back. I thought you were eaten by that woman." Han Yan glared at it and said angrily, "What is this chicken brain of yours thinking all day long? Master, am I not a phoenix? But you're just a chicken now. Only by cultivating properly can you become a phoenix." "All right." Heiyuji was stunned. How long would it take to cultivate properly? Han Yan sat on the bed and continued to cultivate. He began the simulation trial as he inhaled qi. He set Huang Jihao's cultivation level to the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Instant kill. Han Yan was satisfied. It was a sure win. When the raincoat sect attacked, he would teach them a lesson. Han Yan pondered for a moment and set Huang Jihao's cultivation level to the 1st level of the void amalgamation realm. It took a full 5 minutes for Han Yan to kill it. He immediately frowned. No way, it was too long. He still had to continue cultivating. The complacency in Han Yan's heart immediately dissipated and was replaced by a strong sense of crisis. In the dark underground palace, Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were meditating in a corner. Zhou Fan was paying attention to the cultivators of the raincoat sect. He whispered, "Why are more than half of their people missing?" Hearing this, Yang Tiandong opened his eyes and muttered, "Maybe something happened." He immediately became excited. "Could it be that Master is coming to save me?" Zhou Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and whisper, "Little brother, do you want to escape again?" Yang Tiandong trembled and said in fear, "Senior brother, forget it. Let's just wait for the sect to save us." "Useless. I don't want to be beaten anymore. Cultivators of our generation are even afraid of this little bit of pain. How are you going to attain the Tao? How are you going to pursue the immortal path? I understand the logic, but it's really painful." Yang Tiandong's expression seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. Recalling the previous torture, he couldn't even control his body from trembling. Zhou Fan was annoyed. He felt that Yang Tiandong was useless. There was a loud boom. The underground palace began to shake violently. Li Qingzi's voice sounded. "All disciples of the Jade Pure sect, prepare to resist. Kill your way out and destroy the raincoat sect with me." Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were instantly overjoyed. It was indeed here. A year passed in the blink of an eye after breaking through to the soul formation realm. Han Yan was still in seclusion. He would occasionally pay attention to his emails. From the overall situation, the Jade Pure sect had already started a war with the raincoat sect. Guan Yugang and Li Qingzi were severely injured again. It was really tragic. His disciple, Yang Tiandong, had also been attacked by the raincoat sect. It seemed that he had already joined up with the main force, which was why he could keep fighting. Han Yan could only cheer for them in his heart. He had a more important responsibility, which was to protect the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan was not worried about the raincoat sect attacking the Jade Pure sect at all. He was worried about enemies further away. What was worth mentioning was that Heiyuji's cultivation level was already equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. His cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. It was lying in a corner like an elephant. The feathers on its body were extremely majestic. Although it was a chicken, it had the temperament of a divine chicken. Just as Han Yan was sizing up Heiyuji in satisfaction, Xianxia suddenly came to visit. Seeing her again, Han Yan's expression was very unnatural. Although Xianxia was only at the foundation establishment realm, there was a Mahayana demon lord hidden in the depths of her soul. He could not offend her. I heard that our deity-slaying elder broke through in the 10,000 demon realm. Xianxia sat beside Han Yan and asked with a smile. Han Yan felt very unnatural. His body was a little stiff. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Don't tell me it's starting, my virginity." Han Yan panicked. "I'm preparing to leave." "I came to say goodbye to you," Xianxia said with a smile. Han Yan was stunned. "Leave?" Xianxia asked. "Before you leave, what do you want?" "I'll try my best to satisfy you. I don't know how many years it will be before we meet again." Han Yan asked in surprise, "You're leaving just like that?" "Not with me." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and snorted. "You sure can't wait. Dream on. I need you, but not now. Don't think that I'll accompany you every day. The time isn't right yet." "That's good," Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He almost lost his virginity. He pondered and said, "Do you have any pills that can increase the cultivation of the soul formation realm?" Xianxia immediately took out 4 bottles of pills from her sleeve and said, "These are soul formation spirit enhancement pills. I only have these 4 bottles on me. I'll give them all to you." Han Yan hurriedly thanked her. Xianxia reached out and lifted his chin with her finger. She smiled and said, "I won't be able to see your face for many years. I really can't bear to part with you. However, it's not convenient for me to bring you along. In the future, try your best to stay in the Jade Pure sect and cultivate well. Don't run around. The cultivation world is very dangerous. Although you're already at the soul formation realm, you're not invincible." Han Yan nodded with an unnatural expression. Xianxia teased him and left. Han Yan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The demon lord really gave him a lot of pressure. It seemed that the demon lord was really just passing by the Jade Pure sect and wasn't plotting anything. Next, he would probably go to other places to comprehend the Tao and experience the various forms of life. Alas, this damnable peerless charm of mine is something that even the demon lord finds hard to resist. But then again, how fragrant! Han Yan looked at the 4 bottles of soul formation spirit enhancement pills beside him and felt very happy. After Xianxia left, Heiyuji said excitedly, "Congratulations, master. You don't have to worry about being eaten by her anymore." Han Yan couldn't be bothered with it and continued cultivating. He wanted to cultivate the 5th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique before consuming pills to increase his cultivation. Raincoat Sect. Inside the sect master's palace, several elders stood side by side. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. They wore black robes and looked like ghosts. In front of them, a man was meditating on a golden chair. This man was wearing a white robe. His hair was disheveled and his skin was fair. However, his face was full of wrinkles and he looked very old. He was the sect master of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian frowned and said, "Is the Suzaku sword sect really going to fight us to the death?" The elders immediately answered, "That's right, they're courting death. I suggest we kill Huang Jihao to intimidate them. Huang Jihao's mouth is too foul. I also think it's good to kill him. The Suzaku sword sect just wants to save him. The Suzaku sword sect only has 2 soul formation cultivators, and the Jade Pure sect only has 2. One of them doesn't dare to come. With this strength, they won't be able to invade our small world even if they fight for 100 years. That's right." Hearing the elder's words, Huang Zuantian's brows did not relax. He asked hesitantly, "They're so fearless. Could it be that they have the support of a mysterious force?" A tall elder could not help but say, "Sect master, you're thinking too much. We're the strongest in the great Yen cultivation world. Don't be too afraid. Can't you have some confidence? Ever since the great battle 1,000 years ago, Huang Zuentian had changed into a different person. He always thought of the worst consequences. It was precisely because of his change in personality that the Raincoat sect had been hiding for 1,000 years. Now that the Raincoat sect had become stronger again, the elders forced Huang Zuentian to give the order to unify the great Yin cultivation world. However, Huang Zuentian was too cautious. It could even be said that he was timid, causing the unification plan to be delayed. If not for Huang Zuentian's order, the captured disciples of the various sects would have died long ago. I suggest that we send 2 elders to attack the Suzaku Sword sect and the Jade Pure sect. Their sects definitely lack combat power. This is a good opportunity, an elder suggested. His words were approved by the other elders. This was indeed a good opportunity. Huang Zuentian frowned but didn't say anything. In the end, the elders all looked at him, waiting for his decision. Huang Zuentian asked hesitantly, "Must we fight?" "We have to fight." "Alright, then I'll do it myself. I'm worried about you guys. I'll personally go to the Suzaku Sword sect and the Jade Pure sect." "Is that alright?" "Sect leader is wise." The elders laughed, but their smiles were filled with helplessness. If the hierarch were to go, he would probably have to stall for time again. Several months later, Han Yen had reached the 5th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He had comprehended a new skill. To be more precise, it was an advanced version of the 6-path soul absorption. He could absorb souls and store them in the depths of his primordial spirit. This move could protect souls and also imprison them. In addition, he could also place the 6 paths imprint on the soul. No matter how many times the other party reincarnated, the 6 paths imprint would still be there. It was equivalent to crossing through reincarnation to find the other party. This was not bad. If he encountered someone he cared about who died in the future, he could place the 6 paths imprint on them and meet them again in the next life. The higher his realm, the more domineering Han Yen realized that the 6 path spirit energy was. He took out pills and continued cultivating. The first level of the soul formation realm was not enough, he wanted to be stronger. His next goal was the void amalgamation realm. Han Yen no longer took the Raincoat sect seriously. He was worried about the demon taming sect. He did not forget Xiaoyi. This fellow's profile picture had never disappeared. He was still so ugly, and his hatred was still so high. He would not rest until he was dead. More importantly, Xiaoyi was not the sect master yet. This was ridiculous. How strong was the demon taming sect? When Han Yen was worried, Chang Yuer came to visit. To be precise, Fairy Xixian invited him. It was rare for Fairy Xixian to invite Han Yen, so Han Yen naturally had to give her face. He immediately went over. When he arrived at the Jade Serene Hall, most of the disciples were there. The eldest disciple, Lu Sanqin, had long finished his apprenticeship and become a core disciple. The current eldest disciple was 7th senior brother Menghe. When Menghe saw Han Yen again, he was still a little embarrassed, but he still bowed respectfully. Under his command, the other disciples followed suit and bowed. The disciples were puzzled, but they soon guessed the truth. There was a rumor that the deity-slaying elder came from the Jade Serene Peak. He was extremely handsome and peerless. Could it be him? They quietly sized him up, and they could not help but be stunned by Han Yen's appearance. What a handsome man, it's definitely him. All the disciples looked at Han Yen with admiration. Chang Yuer stood in front of Han Yen, looking very proud. She even deliberately wanted to hold Han Yen's arm, but Han Yen skillfully avoided her. Menghe warned all the disciples not to reveal Han Yen's identity, and the disciples all promised. Soon, Fairy Xixian arrived, and all the disciples sat down. Han Yen was still sitting at the back. "Elder Han, sit next to me," Fairy Xixian said. With a wave of her right hand, a futon appeared next to her. Han Yen hesitated for a moment, but he still walked over. Sitting next to Fairy Xixian, he was puzzled. What does Master want to do? Could it be that she wants to pass the position to me? That won't do, managing Jade Serene Peak is too troublesome, Han Yen thought worriedly. The sect master has already sent a message back saying that they have already met up with the Suzaku Sword sect and are attacking the Raincoat sect. The imprisoned disciples have also been rescued, but he is worried that the Raincoat sect will attack our sect because they only encountered 5 soul formation experts. The other 5 must have other arrangements. For the time being, I hope that everyone will not cultivate in seclusion and will patrol the inner and outer sect of the Jade Pure sect. Fairy Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Among the disciples of the 18 peaks, only our Jade Serene peak contributed the least. Other than the fact that we have fewer people, it's also because the sect master favors us. Do you understand? Her voice was very soft, but all the disciples could feel the power in it. Everyone was ignited. After cultivating for so many years, it was time to draw their swords. Han Yan nodded slightly, not as excited as the disciples. Fairy Xianxia glanced at Han Yan and asked, Elder Han, are you confident in dealing with the soul formation experts of the Raincoat sect? The disciples quietened down and looked at Han Yan expectantly. The soul formation realm was too far away for the disciples. If they really had to deal with a soul formation expert, wouldn't they be courting death? Even their master, Fairy Xianxia, couldn't do it. Han Yan took in the expressions of the disciples and finally understood why Fairy Xianxia was looking for him. So it was to reassure them. Sigh, I just want to cultivate secretly, but the sect keeps getting beaten up. After thinking about it, Han Yan said, I still have experience in dealing with soul formation experts. He said it very humbly, but in the ears of the disciples, it was domineering. This elder in front of them had killed a soul formation expert before. It was said that he killed him in one strike. The disciples cheered, showing their respect for Han Yan. Alright, you guys go and prepare. This matter will be arranged by your eldest senior brother. Also, you are not to spread the identity of the deity-slaying elder. Only Jade Serene Peak knows about this. Fairy Xianxia instructed, and the disciples bowed and left. Soon, only Han Yan and Fairy Xianxia were left in Jade Serene Hall. Fairy Xianxia tilted her head to look at Han Yan and asked softly, which level are you at? Han Yan was stunned and asked in confusion, what level? Cultivation level. Oh, the first level. Why is it still the first level? Fairy Xianxia frowned. After cultivating in seclusion for so many years, Han Yan still couldn't make great progress with his aptitude. Han Yan faked a cough and said, first level of the soul formation realm. Didn't Li Qingzi tell her that he was about to break through? Fairy Xianxia shook her head and laughed, not knowing what to say about Han Yan. This kid, he really knew how to keep people in suspense. Humph, you want to see me make a fool of myself? Looks like you don't treat me as your master anymore. That's right, as your master, I haven't taught you anything. Fairy Xianxia snorted. Han Yan shrugged and said, you asked too suddenly. I didn't beat around the bush. Besides, I asked you before about a suitable place to transcend the tribulation. Fairy Xianxia shook her head and laughed. How could she have thought that Han Yan would break through to the soul formation realm so quickly? How many years had it been since he broke through to the nascent soul realm? Then, she continued to ask, if you have any needs, you can ask. Your kindness to the Jade Pure sect is greater than the sect's nurturing of you. There's no need to be polite. Needs? Han Yan thought for a moment. Do you have any cultivation pills for the soul formation realm? No, then try your best to help me strengthen the spiritual energy in the cave abode. Yes, I'll think of another way. Han Yan had his own cultivation techniques and Dharma spells. He didn't need the Tao teachings of the Jade Pure sect. The reason why he stayed in the Jade Pure sect was that he didn't have any other good places to go. Instead of wandering around, he might as well cultivate here in peace. After chatting for a while, Han Yan stood up and left. Fairy Xianxia looked at his back and asked, how long can you stay in the Jade Pure sect? Han Yan stopped and turned to look at her. Why do you ask? If I wanted to run away, I would have done so long ago. Fairy Xianxia shook her head and said, I'm not afraid that you'll run away. It's just that you're growing too fast. When the time comes, the small temple won't be able to accommodate a great Buddha like you. There are many sects more powerful than the Jade Pure sect in the cultivation world. People strive for higher heights, and water flows down. Especially for an ascetic cultivator like you. Back then, the founding ancestor left the great Yen for a higher realm. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Han Yan smiled and said, perhaps. If I really want to leave one day, I'll tell you in advance, Master. With that, he turned and left. Go to a wider world to pursue the great Tao. Nonsense, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In any case, his aptitude was top-notch, and he could continue to grow stronger by cultivating in peace. Why would he need to go out and explore? After returning to the Xiantian cave, Han Yan began to meditate. Heiyuji suddenly said, "Master, I heard the crowing of chickens coming from the foot of the mountain. When I heard their voices, my heart throbbed inexplicably and I wanted to rush out." "Why is that? Could this be the demonic technique you were talking about?" Han Yan raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes, you must restrain this impulse. If you follow it, you will fall into eternal damnation and will never be able to become a phoenix. This is a test from the heavenly Tao. Could it be that this guy's spring had arrived? You can't take it when you hear the hen's voice?" When Heiyuji heard this, he immediately became nervous. His feathers stood up, as if a rooster was about to fight. "Thank you for your reminder, Master. I almost fell for it. The path of cultivation is really full of dangers." Heiyuji sighed. Han Yan was secretly delighted. "I'm still a virgin, so don't even think about having fun, just be a virgin." Immediately, Han Yan and Heiyuji both immersed themselves in cultivation. When he was free, Han Yan would instill his ideals into Heiyuji. Everything was inferior, and only cultivation was superior. Cultivators were all above others, cultivation was like a chicken above a chicken. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Han Yan still had not broken through to the second level of the soul formation realm, but with the help of pills, he was already close to the second level. He did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible. On this day, the Raincoat sect was finally here. The ones who came were sect master Huang Zuantian and an elder. This elder's Dao name was Perfected Shan Kuei, and he was also at the soul formation realm. Huang Zuantian landed on the top of the mountain and looked warily at the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. Perfected Shan Kuei was wearing a raincoat. His eyes under the brim of his hat were extremely cold and contained killing intent. "Sect master, make your move," Perfected Shan Kuei said disdainfully. This was the Jade Pure sect. How weak. There wasn't even the aura of a soul formation cultivator. There were less than 10 nascent soul experts left behind. It was not enough for them to kill. Huang Zuantian hesitated. Too weak. Could it be a trap? If it were me, I wouldn't dare to attack the Raincoat sect. Perfected Shan Kuei was speechless. What are you afraid of? They're just going all out. Otherwise, they'll be annexed by us sooner or later. Huang Zuantian was silent. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Perfected Shan Kuei was furious. If not for the fact that he couldn't win, he really wanted to snatch the position of sect master. "No, I feel uneasy. I keep feeling that something is wrong." Huang Zuantian frowned. Perfected Shan Kuei went crazy and said in a low voice, "Sect master. If the Raincoat sect is buried in our hands, how can we face the previous sect master?" Huang Zuantian's brows were almost knitted together. Inside the congenital cave, the Raincoat sect is about to invade the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan opened his eyes and immediately checked the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. Huang Zuantian, 9th level of the soul formation realm, sect master of the Raincoat sect. Extremely cautious and doesn't like to kill. The sect master is here, extremely cautious, doesn't like to kill. Han Yan blinked, thinking that he had seen wrongly. Was the Raincoat sect really not a demonic sect? Han Yan didn't think too much about it. He cautiously activated the simulation trial and fought with Huang Zuantian first. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes again. He heaved a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up and prepared to walk out of the cave abode. The black hell chicken was extremely nervous and cried out, "Master, are you going to run away?" It hurriedly stood up and prepared to run away together. Han Yan said angrily, "I'm running because I can't win. Wait here in peace." With that, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of the cave abode. Soon, he found Huang Zuantian and Perfected Shan Kuei. The two of them were still arguing. Perfected Shan Kuei tried his best to persuade them, but Huang Zuantian stopped him from acting rashly. Seeing Han Yan fly over, the two of them immediately stopped and looked at Han Yan warily. Han Yan stopped less than 100 feet away from them. He looked around curiously and asked, just the two of you? Huang Zuentian's heart skipped a beat. This tone, there was indeed a trap. Perfected Shan Kuei saw that he was only at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, but he dared to rush over and say such words. This person must have a method to conceal his cultivation. He had naturally heard of the legend of the deity-slaying elder. Could this person be the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect? However, Duan Tongtian had just entered the soul formation realm and could not be compared to them. Perfected Shan Kuei said in a low voice, "Are the two of us not enough? Fellow Taoist, you are really arrogant. Then I will properly experience your cultivation." Han Yan ignored Perfected Shan Kuei and looked at Huang Zuentian. This was the sect master of the Raincoat sect. He did look very imposing, however, why was his gaze evasive? He seemed to be very weak. Han Yan said, "Sect master of the sacred sect, I heard that you don't like killing. Why are you targeting our Jade Pure sect?" Huang Zuentian hesitated. Perfected Shan Kuei was furious and shouted, "Cut the crap." He suddenly attacked, and the silver dagger in his hand suddenly shot towards Han Yan. A cold light flashed, so fast, ding, just as the silver dagger was about to touch Han Yan, it was bounced away as if it had hit an invisible bell. Perfected Shan Kuei's pupils dilated. He was about to cast a spell and prepare his next move. Han Yan raised his hand at lightning speed. The 3 pure shadow sword condensed out of thin air and charged towards Perfected Shan Kuei. Perfected Shan Kuei subconsciously dodged, but the 3 pure shadow sword was too fast. It was so fast that even a soul formation expert like him could not dodge in time. There was a loud boom. Perfected Shan Kuei was directly killed, his body turning into a bloody mist. After Perfected Shan Kuei's body was destroyed, his essence soul emerged. Han Yan appeared in front of him out of thin air. He raised his hand and used the 6-path soul absorption technique to suck his essence soul into his hand. Han Yan squeezed hard and directly shattered Perfected Shan Kuei's essence soul. It was a powerful kill. Huang Zuentian's eyes widened. He didn't even have time to save him. It was too fast. Han Yan killed Perfected Shan Kuei as easily as stepping on an ant. There's indeed a trap. Huang Zuentian immediately turned around and chose to escape. Han Yan leaped and moved in front of Huang Zuentian, stopping him. Somersault Cloud, the distance he moved was related to the amount of 6-path spirit energy he used. It might be difficult to jump thousands of miles, but moving within a small range was nothing to Han Yan. Huang Zuentian was stunned and looked at Han Yan in shock. Han Yan took out the Qilin sword and pointed it at Huang Zuentian. "Wait. Don't attack. I can make the Raincoat sect stop fighting," Huang Zuentian said in a low voice as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. "You have to eliminate the roots. Do you understand?" Huang Zuentian actually admitted defeat. Han Yan thought of his introduction. He didn't like killing. Could it be that Huang Zuentian didn't want to attack the Jade Pure sect? Was that why the Raincoat sect's actions were delayed? Huang Zuentian said helplessly, "Actually, I don't want to create so many conflicts, but I'm the sect master. I'm responsible for the entire sect. If I didn't make the decision, who knows how many disciples of the Jade Pure sect would have died. Now, they are all still alive and well." That was the truth. Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were still alive. Han Yan hesitated whether to kill him or not. If what Huang Zuentian said was true, then Huang Zuentian could still suppress the Raincoat sect. If he killed Huang Zuentian, then the Raincoat sect would go crazy and take revenge. Han Yan wouldn't be able to hunt him down all over the world. "As long as you let me go, I will definitely order the Raincoat sect not to attack the Jade Pure sect when I return," Huang Zuentian said solemnly. Han Yan's eyes flickered when he heard that. Huang Zuentian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like there's room for negotiation. Right at this moment, Han Yan suddenly attacked, slashing with his sword, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Huang Zuentian was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block. His surging spiritual energy forcibly blocked the terrifying sword chi. However, he was still forced to retreat, blood flowing out of his mouth. "Fellow Taoist. You." Huang Zuentian was furious. "Huang Zuentian has developed hatred towards you." "Current hatred, 2 stars, Han Yan snorted coldly. Perhaps Huang Zuentian had no choice. But could he reverse the situation if he let him go? Could he make the raincoat sect stop? If he couldn't before, why could he do it now? He might as well kill him directly and intimidate the raincoat sect. Otherwise, the raincoat sect would continue to cause trouble. Han Yan raised the Qilin sword and pointed it at the sky. The six-path spirit energy in his body erupted and soared into the sky. In an instant, a blue brilliance appeared in the sky. It was like an ocean, resplendent and dazzling. Sword shadows appeared from within and quickly condensed. Huang Zuantian formed hand seals with both hands. Four scepters appeared around him and spun rapidly around him. He looked at the sword shadows in the sky and panicked. What kind of spell was this? No, it was a divine power. Han Yan was using the 10,000 sword sect. 10,000 sword shadows hung high in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. All of them pointed their swords at Huang Zuantian, causing Huang Zuantian's hands and feet to turn cold. He quickly cast an array formation. The four scepters immediately pulled away from each other. Spirit energy burst out from the four corners, forming a rectangular array. Han Yan brandished his sword, and 10,000 sword shadows charged towards Huang Zuantian. Like a carp crossing the river, divine soldiers descended from the sky. Boom! The 10,000 sword sect collided with Huang Zuantian's array formation, scattering the surrounding clouds. Huang Zuantian's robes fluttered wildly from the wind. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. What a domineering divine power! Huang Zuantian was extremely nervous and regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have followed his heart and not listened to slander and personally killed his way to the Jade Pure sect. As expected, the Jade Pure sect was really fearless. Just as Huang Zuantian was cursing in his heart, his array formation was shattered. The violent sword shadows collided with his body, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. He wasn't directly crushed. Huang Zuantian was still something. While flying backwards, he quickly turned around and flew towards the horizon. He seemed to have used some kind of divine power as well. His body turned into a beam of light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He couldn't let him go. Han Yan immediately used the somersault cloud to track his aura. Since he had already fought, he had to kill him. Han Yan moved even faster. With a somersault, he blocked in front of Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian was almost scared to death. He immediately waved his palm. In a flash, Han Yan took out the burning fiend bell and smashed it at Huang Zuantian. Bang! Huang Zuantian's right palm struck the burning fiend bell, causing him to feel dizzy. The burning fiend bell quickly grew in size. Han Yan waved his right hand, and the burning fiend bell was first raised before smashing down heavily, directly causing Huang Zuantian to fall. Smashing into the forest, the burning fiend bell continued to rise and smash down, causing the ground to shake violently. The forest within a radius of hundreds of meters was razed to the ground. Huang Zuantian's body was smashed into pieces. He quickly took out his essence soul, wanting to continue escaping. However, his speed was nothing in front of Han Yan. Han Yan used the six-path soul absorption technique and directly sucked Huang Zuantian's essence soul into his palm. It was over. Huang Zuantian, who was at the 9th level of the soul formation realm, faced Han Yan. Just like Duan Tong Tian, he was powerless to fight back. Another boss has been defeated by me. I'm so strong. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction and returned to the Jade Pure sect. The place where the battle had taken place had already attracted the elders of the Jade Pure sect to investigate. Han Yan used the Wind God technique to bypass the elders and quickly returned to the Khanate cave abode. When Heiyuji saw him, he hurriedly asked, "Master, how's the situation? Do you want to run?" "I'm ready." Han Yan rolled his eyes at it and said, "Master, I don't attack easily. If I attack, the enemy will definitely die." Heiyuji was stunned for a moment before slowly lying down. Han Yan sat on the bed. He raised his right hand and released Huang Zuantian's essence soul. Bound by the six-path spirit energy, Huang Zuantian's essence soul could not escape. Upon seeing Han Yan, Huang Zuantian's face was filled with fear. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you?" Too strong. Although Huang Zuantian was cautious, he was still confident. He had never thought that he would lose so miserably. Han Yan said expressionlessly, "Changshan Zhao Zilong." Heiyuji was confused. Who was Zhao Zilong? Which sect is Changshan? Huang Zuantian was also confused. Han Yan asked, your raincoat sect doesn't have any grand elders, right? The reason why he didn't destroy Huang Zuantian's essence soul was to obtain information. Now, his six-path soul absorption technique could seal essence souls and souls, making it easier for him to interrogate. Huang Zuantian hesitated and said, yes, but I've already left the Great Yin. I'm the strongest in the raincoat sect now. Can you let me go? If you really can't, I'll leave the raincoat sect and join the Jade Pure sect. In order to survive, he could put down his dignity. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. This fellow's personality was very similar to his. How despicable, Han Yan snorted. Let's see how you perform. With that, he closed his right palm and threw Huang Zuantian's essence soul into the depths of his soul, imprisoning it. Without Huang Zuantian, the raincoat sect was nothing to worry about. He could cultivate in peace. The sect master of the raincoat sect, Huang Zuantian, and the elder, perfected Shan Kuei, went to the Jade Pure sect, but there was no news of them for several years. The raincoat sect, which was being besieged by the Jade Pure sect and the Suzaku sword sect, began to panic. Especially the elders. With Huang Zuantian's strength, they should be able to return soon. Why was it taking so long? Did something happen? They recalled Huang Zuantian's worry and couldn't help but panic. Therefore, they ordered all the disciples outside to rush back to the sect and defend against the attacks of the Jade Pure sect and the Suzaku sword sect. Previously, the raincoat sect seemed to be very relaxed when dealing with the two sections. They only needed to use the cultivators stationed in the sect to resist. Now, they were afraid. They were afraid that a mysterious enemy would appear. After attacking for a long time, the Jade Pure sect and the Suzaku sword sect received a request for peace from the raincoat sect. The raincoat sect released all the captives of the two sects, including Huang Jihao. As a result, the Jade Pure sect and the Suzaku sword sect retreated and returned to their homes. After fighting for so many years, they were indeed tired. 5 years had passed since he defeated Huang Zuantian. Han Yan relied on pills to quickly break through to the third level of the soul formation realm. He had also used up his pills. Without the pills for soul formation realm cultivation, he realized that the spiritual energy inside the congenital cave was a little thin for him. If he cultivated like this, how many years would it take to break through to the void amalgamation realm? No matter how powerful a cultivation technique was, it still depended on the surrounding spiritual energy. Just as Han Yan was feeling vexed, Yang Tiandong suddenly returned. After entering the cave abode, he pounced in front of Han Yan and began to cry. Master! After enduring for so many years, I finally get to see you again. Did you know? I've suffered so much all these years. I've always believed that you would come to save me, Master. The sect master told me that if it weren't for you guarding the Jade Pure sect, he wouldn't have dared to save us. Yang Tiandong's cries were earth-shattering, mixed with sorrow and joy. Heiyuji tilted his head and blinked as he stared at the stranger. Han Yan felt ashamed when he heard that. He didn't save Yang Tiandong mainly because he was afraid. Han Yan said, My disciple, your performance was very good. Next, I will teach you spells. Yang Tiandong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Yang Tiandong shed tears of gratitude and kept kowtowing. Han Yan then introduced Heiyuji to Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong had long noticed Heiyuji, but he didn't have time to ask. You are Master's disciple, right? You can call me Brother Chicken from now on, Heiyuji said. Brother Chicken? Han Yan was speechless. Yang Tiandong was also stunned. Heiyuji snorted and said, I'm a phoenix. Sooner or later, I'll carry Master up to the 9 heavens. For some reason, the moment it saw Yang Tiandong, it felt an inexplicable hostility. It didn't like Yang Tiandong's aura. This was the first time Yang Tiandong had seen such a big chicken. He was a little flustered, afraid that he would say something wrong and offend Han Yan. Alright, go to the side and cultivate. In a few days, I'll teach you spells, Han Yan said to Yang Tiandong. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong was pleasantly surprised. He nodded obediently and hurriedly walked to the side to meditate and cultivate. Han Yan also continued cultivating. It seemed that Li Qingzi and the others had returned. As expected. At noon the next day, Xianxia came to visit. Ha ha ha, Elder Han, the spy I planted in the Raincoat sect told me that the sect master of the Raincoat sect has gone missing. Did he come to the Jade Pure sect? Did you kill him? Xianxia asked excitedly. Yang Tiandong couldn't help but look at Han Yan expectantly. Han Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. It was good that this matter was revealed. It would prevent Xianxia from worrying all day and disturbing him. As expected, Elder Han, you are the greatest contributor to our Jade Pure sect. Now that the sect master of the Raincoat sect is dead, they probably won't dare to cause trouble for a long time. Xianxia was overjoyed and kept talking. Most of the time, Han Yan responded politely. After Xianxia finished speaking, Han Yan smiled and said, "It's time for the Jade Pure sect to cultivate peacefully. Sect master, don't run around anymore. Cultivate well." Every time he saw Xianxia being beaten up, Han Yan would sweat for him. Xianxia smiled and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing. In at most half a year, the ancestral master will be back. In another 5 years, it will be the Millennium Ceremony of the Jade Pure sect. It's a joyous occasion for the Jade Pure sect. Although it has been delayed for 2 years, it's not a problem. I will invite the various sects to participate and establish a good relationship with them. At that time, when the time comes, I can introduce you to the cultivation world and let them know who the most powerful deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect is. Your name will shake the cultivation world." Han Yan hurriedly said, "No. No. I can't tell anyone that I killed the sect master of the Raincoat sect. Let's pretend that we don't know about this. I don't want to show my face in public either. I just want to cultivate well. If sect master wants to promote me, he will be harming me. How many enemies have I killed for the Jade Pure sect? If this is made public, I will be dead for sure." Hearing this, Xianxia felt that it made sense, so he nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Han Yan told Xianxia about his recent troubles and asked him to help increase the concentration of spirit energy in the cave abode. Xianxia immediately agreed. After leaving the cave abode, Xianxia began to worry. How can I increase it? This spirit energy is already the densest in the entire sect. I can only wait for the patriarch to return. Xianxia was vexed. He had already transplanted the best natural treasures over, but he didn't expect Han Yan to still be unsatisfied. This fellow's breakthrough speed was too fast. As soon as Xianxia left, lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. You have successfully protected the sect and defeated the Raincoat sect. You have obtained a numinous treasure, a sword Dao manual, and a divine beast of Providence egg. Congratulations on obtaining a 5th grade numinous treasure, 9-star spirit trampling boots. Congratulations on obtaining a secret manual, heartless flying sword. Congratulations on obtaining a Tengu. 9-star spirit trampling boots, 5th grade numinous treasure. It can step on and absorb spirit energy. Its flying speed is extremely fast. It can enhance movement mystical abilities and speed. Heartless flying sword, the heartless sword technique. After cultivating this sword technique, one's lust will continue to decrease. This sword technique is extremely lethal. Tengu, one of the ancient divine beasts of Providence. There was once a legend of the heavenly dog devouring the moon. It is currently in an egg state. Han Yan smiled. It's finally here. The 9-star spirit trampling boots are good. It's very suitable for running, I like it. In the blink of an eye. 3 years passed. Han Yan was still at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm. During this period, he taught the heartless flying sword to Yang Tiandong and did not cultivate it himself. Yang Tiandong liked the heartless flying sword very much. With its outstanding aptitude, it mastered the heartless flying sword in 3 years and made a name for itself in the inner sect. It was only half a year ago that it was promoted to an elite disciple. He was about to break through to the Golden Core realm. Tengu had already hatched, and it was even hatched by Heiyuji. Heiyuji did not understand. It was Han Yan who taught it. It had yet to establish its own values and sense of shame. After Tengu hatched successfully, it was also specially taken care of by it. Now, Tengu was already the size of a calf. It had silver fur all over its body, making it look like a fat wolf. That's right. It was fat. Heiyuji's body was fat, causing it to think that it looked better that way. Therefore, it also fattened Tengu up. Han Yan did not stop it. A fat pet was cute. His cultivation level was far higher than Tengu's. Tengu could not surpass him, so he did not expect Tengu to fight. On this day, Yang Tiandong returned from a mission. He looked rather excited. Master, Grandmaster is back, Yang Tiandong said to Han Yan. Han Yan couldn't help but open his eyes. He immediately checked the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. Jioding Jinren, 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Grandmaster of the Jade Pure sect. 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, yes, Han Yan immediately felt safe. With such an expert guarding the Jade Pure sect, the sect shouldn't suffer the same hardships as before, right? Han Yan said softly, cultivate well. With that, he activated the simulation trial and fought with Jioding Jinren. Yang Tiandong rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had a lot to say, but his master probably didn't want to listen. He could only obediently walk to the side and start cultivating. Tengu stared at him and said in a low voice, Brother Chicken, his aura is so annoying. Heiyuji narrowed his eyes and said, yes, I feel the same way. Although their voices were very low, Yang Tiandong heard them clearly. He was speechless. Was his half-demon bloodline so resistant to demons? Yang Tiandong felt wronged, but he didn't dare to say anything. After a while, Han Yan opened his eyes and thought to himself, is this the Void Amalgamation Realm? Not bad. He had lost, relying on the Wind God technique and the somersault cloud, he barely held on for a few minutes. It was still very difficult for a 3rd-level soul formation cultivator to fight an 8th-level Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator. Han Yan took a deep breath. He had a goal now. Defeat Jioding Jinren as soon as possible. In the following period of time, the entire Jade Pure sect was very lively. Firstly, the Millennium Ceremony was about to begin, and secondly, the Grandmaster had returned. Under the promotion of the Elders of the 18 Peaks, Jioding Jinren's legendary deed spread. A great cultivator who had lived for more than 1,000 years was extremely rare in the entire Great Yen cultivation world. Han Yan was still in seclusion and didn't go out. A few days later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Jioding Jinren was also with him. Jioding Jinren was tall and had a head full of white hair. He had the demeanor of an immortal. Han Yan stood up and saluted. Yang Tiandong followed suit and kowtowed to the sect leader. Heiyuji and Tengu lay on the ground, quietly looking at Jioding Jinren. After Jioding Jinren entered the cave, he first looked at Heiyuji and Tengu and said in surprise, these two demonic beasts are not simple. Little friend, where did you get them? The others in the Jade Pure sect couldn't tell the origins of the two beasts, but Jioding Jinren could feel that they were extraordinary. After all, he had traveled the world and was knowledgeable. Li Qingzi couldn't help but turn her head to look. When did this dog appear? Han Yan smiled and said, I got it by chance. Jioding Jinren smiled and didn't ask further. He walked to a chair and sat down. He looked at Han Yan and said, little friend, it's all thanks to you that the Jade Pure sect's orthodoxy would have been destroyed. This time I've specially come to thank you and also brought you an opportunity. Are you willing? Opportunity? Han Yan frowned. In his understanding, as long as it wasn't an opportunity that was given to him, it was a risk. Danger, it was easy to cause trouble. I left the Great Yen cultivation world 1,000 years ago to search for demigods. Later, I arrived overseas and rose and fell in the mortal world. Now, I'm already the deputy sect master of a sect. This time, I'll bring some geniuses to cultivate. When their cultivation reaches a certain level, they can return to the Jade Pure sect. Are you willing? Jioding Jinren stroked his beard and smiled. Deputy sect master of an overseas sect, Han Yan was speechless. Your hometown is almost gone, but you joined someone else and are doing well. Han Yan asked cautiously, is your sect invincible overseas? It's very difficult to be invincible, but it's still considered one of the overlords. Overlord? You mean there are enemies? Of course, but there's nothing to be afraid of. It's very difficult to shake our sect. There are many Void Amalgamation Realm experts in our sect. Oh, thank you for your kind intentions, Ancestral Master. I won't be going. Han Yan shook his head and refused. It was so dangerous overseas. If he wasn't an invincible sect, it would definitely be dangerous. In the Great Yen, the Jade Pure sect no longer had any enemies. The strongest sect, the Raincoat sect, was about to fall. Jioding Jinren smiled and said, "They all say that you're very cautious. It seems like you're afraid that it's very dangerous overseas?" "That's true. Back then, He began to brag about his adventures. Indeed, no matter where they were, old people were talkative and loved to brag about their past. Han Yan listened quietly. After Jioding Jinren spoke for a while, Li Qingzi finally had a chance to speak. "Elder Han, it's fine if you don't want to go. It's good to stay in the Jade Pure sect. Next, the ancestral master will help our sect develop. When the time comes, the Jade Pure sect will definitely become the overlord of the Great Yen cultivation world. You want to cultivate diligently, right? No problem. I will try my best to help you search for natural treasures. From now on, the entire mountain will belong to you." He was the sect master, so he naturally didn't want Han Yan to leave. Jioding Jinren made it sound nice. If the geniuses went to a better sect, how could they be willing to come back, unless they didn't do well and were often oppressed? If Han Yan left with Jioding Jinren, what would happen to the Jade Pure sect the next time it encountered danger? Jioding Jinren smiled and said, "That's right. I will stay for at least 50 years before leaving. I will first transform the Jade Pure sect and turn it into the holy land of the Great Yen cultivation world. During this period of time, you can still consider it." 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Facing Jioding Jinren and Li Qingzi's invitation, you have the following choices. 1. Follow Jioding Jinren overseas. You can obtain a bottle of cultivation pills, a Dharma artifact, and a numinous treasure. 2. Continue to stay in the Jade Pure sect and cultivate in a low profile. You can obtain a mystical ability inheritance. Han Yan smiled and said, "Thank you, ancestral master and sect master. I'll stay in the Jade Pure sect for now." He silently chose the second option. In terms of choices, the first option might be better. It was different from the previous situations. However, he thought about it. There was no need for him to go overseas. Perhaps the spirit energy here was far inferior to overseas, but he had no enemies and could cultivate peacefully. If he went overseas, he might encounter a lot of trouble. Han Yan didn't have any blood feuds or terrifying mortal enemies. Why would he go overseas? In addition, Li Qingzi's suggestion was good. This cave abode was indeed small. The entire mountain was just right for him. As for the other disciples on the mountain, Han Yan could only apologize. He believed that Li Qingzi could weigh the pros and cons. "You have chosen to continue staying in the Jade Pure sect and obtained a mystical ability inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical ability, Tathagata Incantation. Tathagata Incantation, Buddhist mystical ability. It can transcend ghosts and suppress evil." Buddhist mystical ability? Interesting, Han Yan thought silently. The 3 of them continued to chat for a while. In less than 3 days after Li Qingzi and Jioding Jinren left, all the other cultivators on the mountain moved. Under Li Qingzi's arrangements, a group of mortal servants came to plant natural treasures. This batch of natural treasures should have been brought back by Jioding Jinren. The quality clearly surpassed the natural treasures sent previously. Not only that, Li Qingzi even personally came to the foot of the mountain to set up an array formation for Han Yan. The treatment was perfect. When this matter spread to the inner sect, the disciples thought that the sect master was going to nurture a cultivation sacred mountain. All of them began to look forward to it. Little did they know that this mountain only belonged to one person. Han Yan did not interfere with the matters outside the cave abode and cultivated in peace. Heiyuji and Tengu were also cultivating diligently. Yang Tiandong left the cave abode. Li Qingzi intended to nurture him and let him take charge of the Jade Pure sect. Firstly, he liked his potential, and secondly, he wanted to rope in Han Yan. Half a year passed quickly. On this day, Xianxia came to look for Han Yan. The disciples of the various peaks were ordered not to come to this mountain. However, Xianxia had Taoist Jingxu in charge, so she dared to come. Han Yan allowed her to enter the residence. "Husband, I picked up another treasure recently and specially came to give it to you." Xianxia happily came to Han Yan's side and sat down. Then, she took out a jade pearl the size of a baby's fist as if she was presenting a treasure. Han Yan took the pearl and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression immediately turned strange. Hearing Xianxuan's words, Han Yan's expression became even stranger, because his divine sense had discovered that there was a soul hidden inside the jade bead. This soul was a ferocious spirit, full of murderous intent. One look and one could tell that it was not a good thing. Han Yan asked, "Where did you pick up this bead?" He told her about the ferocious spirit inside the jade bead, and Xianxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately, she frowned and said in a low voice, "I got it in a cultivation market. I participated in an auction and got a treasure, but someone had his eyes on me, so he followed me and wanted to steal my treasure. In the end, I killed him and took this item from his storage ring. The fellow Taoist who came with me told me that this was a natural spirit-gathering jade, an extremely rare treasure for cultivation. When I heard that it was so powerful, I gave it to you." Han Yan felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't figure it out. He directly used the 6 paths of soul absorption to get rid of the ferocious spirit inside, and then returned the natural spirit-gathering jade to Xianxia. "You should keep it. I've already gotten rid of the ferocious spirit inside, so this treasure won't be of much help to me. You, on the other hand, are about to break through to the golden core realm, so you just happen to need this treasure," Han Yan said seriously. Xianxia subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Han Yan continued, "Your cultivation is too slow. At this rate, the possibility of me becoming your husband is getting smaller and smaller. What you should be thinking about now is to speed up your cultivation as much as possible." Hearing this, Xianxuan's smile became bitter. Han Yan couldn't bear to see this. After all, this was the woman who had the most favorable impression of him. With a flip of his right hand, he handed Xianxia the elixirs he seized before. These elixirs could help Xianxia break through to the golden core realm, and help her increase her cultivation in the golden core realm. "In the past, you were the one who gave me treasures. Now, I'll give it to you. Also, you can open up a cave in the back mountain and cultivate there," Han Yan said seriously. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Seeing this, Han Yan felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He said solemnly, "We're not husband and wife yet. I hope you can cultivate with all your might. Also, don't publicize our relationship. I've killed many powerful enemies for the Jade Pure sect. Don't become my weakness for the enemy to threaten me, understand?" Xianxia nodded obediently. "Humph, stinky brat." As expected, she still cared about me. She said that she was afraid of becoming her weakness, but she was actually worried about my safety. The more Xianxia thought about it, the sweeter she felt. Back then, Han Yan was only a youth in her eyes. Now, he had already become a powerful deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. Such aptitude was unheard of in the entire cultivation world. She did have to work hard. If this continued, she would not be good enough for Han Yan. Xianxia did not stay any longer and quickly left. She wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Han Yan, but Heiyuji and Tengu kept staring at them. Their eyes were wide open, making her feel embarrassed. A year and a half later. The spiritual energy in the mountain where Han Yan was located had increased greatly. Apart from the spirit-gathering array, Li Qingzi had also set up a protective array. Under Han Yan's instructions, Xianxia quietly moved to the back of the mountain to enjoy the boundless spiritual energy here. On this day, the Jade Pure sect's millennium ceremony was about to begin. All the righteous sects in the cultivation world sent people to congratulate them. The Jade Pure sect welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. It was said that the sect master of the Raincoat sect had disappeared after heading to the Jade Pure sect. In other words, it was very likely that the sect master of the Raincoat sect had died in the Jade Pure sect. This guess greatly increased the Jade Pure sect's status in the cultivation world. No one dared to disrespect them. After Jioding Jinren returned, he began to personally tidy up the Jade Pure sect. The spiritual energy in the 18 peaks and inner sect cities had also increased greatly. Although it was not as good as Han Yan's mountain, it was several times stronger than before. Not only that, Zhouding also captured several demons comparable to the nascent soul realm and imprisoned them in the 10,000 demon realm. The Jade Pure sect was growing stronger day by day. Han Yan was not interested in the Millennium Ceremony. He did not go out and continued to cultivate. What was worth mentioning was that as Heiyuji and Tengu grew bigger and bigger, the cave abode could no longer accommodate them. Han Yan chased them out half a year ago. He told them to find their own nest on the mountain. At the same time, he strictly ordered them not to leave the mountain and not to flaunt themselves. Heiyuji had been instilled with values by Han Yan since he was young. Now, he was a very timid, very cautious chicken. He often educated Tengu, wanting Tengu to develop the same temperament as him. However, the chaotic heavenly dog was arrogant and looked down on it. Although Tengu did not respect him, Heiyuji still used his strength to forcefully control him. No matter what, he was the one who hatched this dog. In Han Yan's words, this was his dog's son. On this day, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan. Detected bearer of Cultivate Providence, check its origin. Another bearer of Cultivate Providence, Han Yan now had an understanding of Cultivate Providence. It was a person with extraordinary fate. Some might be a jinx, while others might be the son of destiny. Those with Cultivate Providence were not necessarily powerful. Han Yan immediately chose to check its origin. Suchi, the reincarnation of a jinx in heaven. He is born with bad luck and will harm the people around him. His fate is extremely tough. Often, when the people around him are unlucky and die, he will always be able to survive. He heard that the Jade Pure sect is the most powerful sect in the cultivation world, so he wants to join the sect and learn the Tao teachings. Special reminder, because you have the providence of an immortal emperor, you will not be affected by the jinx's bad luck. In addition, you are not allowed to kill the jinx. Otherwise, even the providence of an immortal emperor will not be able to withstand the overflowing bad luck. What the hell, the reincarnation of a jinx, Han Yan was speechless. Although his providence as an immortal emperor's descendant could be immune to the jinx, the Jade Pure sect could not. Han Yan hurriedly scanned with his spiritual sense. Suchi was walking towards the mountain he was on. This was not a good thing. Han Yan hesitated for a moment before deciding to meet this jinx. At the foot of the mountain, a young man was sitting on a large rock, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he was not handsome, his eyes were filled with spirit. He turned his head to look at the 18 peaks in the distance, his eyes burning. Why are you, immortal, here? Han Yan's voice suddenly floated over. He appeared in front of Suchi out of thin air. Suchi was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly knelt in front of Han Yan. He suppressed his excitement and said, "My name is Suchi. I want to cultivate. I know the rules of cultivation sects, but I want to skip the outer sect and directly bring my talent into the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect." What an arrogant tone, Han Yan was speechless. Moreover, why did he feel that this sentence sounded familiar? He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Han Yan shook his head and said, "You're already old enough. You've missed the best time to cultivate." For the sake of peace in the future and the peace of the Jade Pure sect, Han Yan could only chase him away. "Impossible, my talent is peerless. How about this? I'll teach you the chi absorption technique. You can find another place to cultivate. Don't join the Jade Pure sect." "No, I must join the Jade Pure sect." "Are you not from the Jade Pure sect? I heard that the Jade Pure sect is holding a millennium ceremony and inviting all the sects of the cultivation world." Suchi looked at Han Yan warily. Han Yan was puzzled. How did a mortal like you know so much? Are you really not leaving? No. All right. Han Yan grabbed Suchi and brought him back to the Connate cave abode. Suchi was thrown to the ground, his butt hurting. Han Yan sat on the bed again and said, "From today onwards, you can only stay here. Don't even think about going out for the rest of your life." In any case, he could offset Suchi's bad luck, so he wasn't afraid. As for why he didn't kill Suchi, he couldn't withstand the monstrous bad luck. Han Yan was still worried that after killing Suchi, this fellow would directly restore his identity as an immortal in heaven and cause trouble for him. Hearing Han Yan's words, Suchi was stunned. Immediately, fear and despair filled his heart. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "This is the Jade Pure sect." As far as he knew, the Jade Pure sect was a righteous sect. It was impossible for them to do such a thing. "Suchi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars, Han Yan said calmly. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you have no choice. Stay here from now on." Suchi was terrified. He thought about it. Something was wrong. If Han Yan was a bad person, he should have been killed directly. He was just an ordinary mortal and not a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. What was the point of capturing him? Wait, could it be that an expert of the Jade Pure sect was testing him? With this thought in mind, Suchi immediately calmed down. He immediately walked to a corner of the cave abode and imitated Han Yan, beginning to meditate. "Suchi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars, Han Yan was stunned. From 2-star hatred points to 3-star favorability, what was going on? Was this kid sick? Han Yan ignored him and cultivated in peace. In order to prevent Suchi from eating, drinking, and defecating, and ruining his cave abode, he taught Suchi the simplest method he had obtained. He only taught him the first level in case this fellow really cultivated something. As long as Han Yan's cultivation level did not catch up to his, it was fine. With this, Suchi's favorability towards him reached 5 stars. The Millennium Ceremony was also in full swing. Even in the cave abode, Han Yan and Suchi could hear Xianxia's speech to the entire sect. He recounted the history of the Jade Pure sect, making Suchi's blood boil. He was indeed still in the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan must be an expert of the Jade Pure sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so daring. Suchi made up his mind to cultivate well with Han Yan. The Millennium Ceremony passed quickly. After the various sects left, the Jade Pure sect did not calm down. Instead, it became even more lively. Jioding Jinren and Xianxia made changes to the inner and outer sanctum and set up more and more rules. In addition, Jioding Jinren had also put a lot of good resources into the Jade Pure sect's treasure vault. There were cultivation techniques, Dharma spells, Dharma treasures, and so on. It could be seen that Jioding Jinren had really returned prepared. In the blink of an eye. 3 years passed. Han Yan had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Divine Transformation realm. With the help of Jioding Jinren and Xianxia, the spiritual qi in Han Yan's mountain was more than 5 times stronger than before. Han Yan was very satisfied now. He didn't want to run around, and he didn't want to go overseas with Jioding Jinren. During this period of time, the Jade Pure sect had been wantonly recruiting new disciples. The number of outer sect disciples had increased greatly, but the growth of inner sect disciples had yet to explode. The Jade Pure sect only accepted disciples from mortals to avoid spies from all walks of life like before. Jioding Jinren wouldn't leave for decades. This year, he would leave the Jade Pure sect with the core disciples. Xianxia came to visit Han Yan and told Han Yan about this. "The Raincoat sect is finished. They're like dogs now. Everyone wants to beat them up," Xianxia said excitedly. Tengu, who was beside her, almost exploded when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with dogs?" In order to prevent Xianxia from meeting Suchi and getting into bad luck, Han Yan specially came out to see her. The two of them chatted in a forest. Tengu and Heiyuji usually liked to stay here. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm talking about dogs raised by mortals. You're different. Don't take it personally." Tengu thought that it made sense. Xianxia continued, "Under the leadership of the Patriarch, the Raincoat sect was utterly defeated. The Patriarch emptied the sect's assets. In the future, they will all be used by our Jade Pure sect." Han Yan was very satisfied. Jioding Jinren was good. Before leaving, he helped the Jade Pure sect unify the Great Yin cultivation world. This way, the Jade Pure sect would not encounter any more sect destruction crises in the future. Han Yan's impression of Jioding Jinren improved. "How's your cultivation recently? When are you preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm?" Han Yan asked. Xianxia blinked and said, "I have something to tell you. Master plans to let me follow the Patriarch overseas." Han Yan nodded slightly, not surprised. This was good too. Under Jioding Jinren's care, she should be able to quickly increase her cultivation level. Junior brother, are you really not coming with us? Xianxia asked expectantly. If Han Yan followed them overseas, Xing Hongxian and Mo Zhu would have no chance. Han Yan shook his head and said, it's too dangerous overseas. Now that the Jade Pure sect has become stronger, it's safer to stay in the sect. Of course, for mortal cultivators like you, it's good to go out and explore. Xianxia was stunned and almost died of anger. Han Yan said seriously, when you're overseas, you have to be careful when cultivating. Don't be deceived by other men. The path of cultivation ultimately depends on you. Feelings will delay you. When you and I walk the great Tao together and travel the mortal world together, wouldn't that be beautiful? Xiangxia's eyes lit up. Junior brother's words, as expected, junior brother has me in his heart, he's right, romantic feelings can't hinder the great Tao of cultivation. Xiangxia's smile widened. The two of them chatted for 2 hours before parting. After they left, Tengu lay beside Heiyuji and asked, Brother Chicken, that woman seems to like our master a lot. After all, he was a divine beast of Providence, unlike Heiyuji, who was still a mortal chicken for the time being. Heiyuji said seriously, that's greed. She wants to eat master. Remember, if you encounter other dogs that are interested in you in the future, you have to avoid them. Otherwise, you will never be able to enter the great Tao. You're thinking too much. It's true. Master taught me this. Brother Chicken, you're just a stupid chicken. How can you become a phoenix with your chicken brain? Oh? Heiyuji began to beat up Tengu. For a moment, the forest was in chaos as leaves fell. 10 years passed quickly. Han Yan broke through to the 5th level of the soul formation realm. Suchi's cultivation level actually reached the foundation establishment realm. His talent was indeed amazing. He didn't need the foundation establishment pill to break through easily. Suchi enjoyed the process of cultivation very much. After more than 10 years, he didn't mention leaving and was very respectful to Han Yan. On this day, Jioding Jinren returned with the core disciples, causing the Jade Pure sect to cheer. Han Yan was also disturbed. He opened his eyes and prepared to relax for a while. He clicked on his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Your Tao companion Xianxia was attacked by demons and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Xianxia was attacked by Buddhists and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Xianxia was killed and revived. Your good friend Zhou Fan accidentally entered the ancient forbidden area. His providence has changed. Han Yan was stunned. Xianxia was killed, it seemed that her mortal body could be revived indefinitely. Han Yan wasn't worried. After all, she was the demon lord. He noticed that Zhou Fan's providence had changed. However, he couldn't see how it had changed. Ha ha ha, young friend Han, I'm here to visit you. Jioding Jinren's laughter sounded. Immediately after, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the cave abode. Suchi couldn't help but open his eyes. Han Yan knew that something was wrong. The jinx was right beside him. Would he bring bad luck to Jioding Jinren? Jioding Jinren noticed Suchi as soon as he appeared. He asked in surprise, is this your disciple? Han Yan shook his head. No, he's just my servant. Suchi wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he chose to remain silent. Jioding Jinren sized up Suchi carefully. His eyes lit up as he said, this child's potential is not bad. It's a waste of his talent to be your servant. Why don't you follow me overseas and pursue the great Tao? Han Yan frowned as his heart skipped a beat. Ancestral master, you're courting death. Jioding Jinren looked at Suchi, stroked his beard, and asked with a smile, kid, are you willing? I'm the founder of the Jade Pure sect. This is a great opportunity. He directly skipped Han Yan because he already understood Han Yan's personality. This child was most afraid of trouble. If he could take Suchi away, perhaps Han Yan would be grateful to him. Suchi was instantly excited when he heard that. Han Yan couldn't help but say, Ancestral Master, this child's situation is special. It's best not to accept him. What could he say? Say that Suchi was a jinx, who would believe that? Jioding Jinren asked with a faint smile, what? You're not willing to let him go? Suchi immediately said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, ancestral master. I just want to stay here." He was not stupid. Jioding Jinren was the founder of the sect. With such a status, he actually came to visit Han Yan personally. What did this mean? Han Yan's status was not low, he might not even be inferior to Jioding Jinren. Forget it. Taoist Nine Cauldrons smiled and did not get angry. He walked to Han Yan's side and sat down. He smiled and said, "Little friend, I visited all the sects in the great Yen cultivation world. In the future, the Jade Pure sect will not encounter any danger. You can cultivate in peace." Han Yan smiled and said, "The patriarch is indeed the patriarch. You're really amazing. Your attack is really amazing." Jioding Jinren stroked his beard and laughed. He enjoyed the flattery very much. "When I went out this time, I discovered an ancient forbidden area. There are rich resources inside. I plan to take it for myself and make it the cultivation ground of the Jade Pure sect. This forbidden area has just been discovered. There might be many treasures inside. Do you want to take a look?" Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Ancient forbidden area, two words instantly appeared in his mind. Danger, could it be the forbidden area that Zhou Fan had fallen into? Han Yan quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's leave it to the other disciples of the sect." Jioding Jinren could not help but shake his head and laugh. This kid was really afraid of death. This was good too. His disciples and grand-disciples were too rash. It was better for the sect to have an ascetic cultivator like Han Yan guarding it. Jioding Jinren continued smiling. "In at most 20 years, I'll have to leave. The Tianjin prefecture is about to open. I'm preparing to enter the prefecture to pursue the Great Tao. Let me tell you, this Tianjin prefecture has an extraordinary background. Every 100 years, a disciple will ascend to become an immortal." He began to talk non-stop. Han Yan felt that it sounded familiar. Wait, wasn't this what Xianxia wanted to give him when he first came to him, the Tianjin prefecture token? At that time, he had rejected it. Now, it seemed that the Tianjin prefecture was indeed impressive. Even Jioding Jinren, who was at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm, wanted to join. Han Yan listened patiently. Suchi was also listening. Finally. "Ha ha ha, when I return next time, I might already be at the body integration realm. My grand disciple said that your potential is outstanding and that you will be able to catch up to me in a few 100 years. When the time comes, you and I will fight and see who is stronger." Jioding Jinren smiled proudly. Han Yan was speechless. He suddenly realized that Jioding Jinren's personality was different from what he had imagined. This fellow had the heart to show off. That's right. Jioding Jinren's return this time could be said to be extremely sensational. He had even suppressed the great Yen cultivation world. Such a person would definitely be a little high profile. Han Yan shook his head and smiled. "Even if you give me a few 1,000 years, I won't be able to catch up to you, ancestral master." These words made Jioding Jinren happy. Jioding Jinren has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. He finally had a favorable impression of him. Han Yan had been wondering why Jioding Jinren didn't have a good impression of him after he had contributed so much to the Jade Pure sect. So he wasn't flattering him. Jioding Jinren was finally satisfied. He had only come to look for Han Yan because he happened to be passing by. He was shocked to discover that his prestige in the Jade Pure sect was not the highest. He was inferior to the deity-slaying elder. Jioding Jinren had led the Jade Pure sect to greatness, but the deity-slaying elder had saved the sect before. There was indeed a difference between the two. In addition, Jioding Jinren was too high-profile. He often walked in the inner sect and almost all the disciples had seen him before. As for the deity-slaying elder, other than Jade Serene Peak, most of the disciples had never seen him before. He had always been very mysterious. Under such circumstances, the disciples worshipped the mysterious deity-slaying elder even more. After showing off, Jioding Jinren left in satisfaction. Han Yan didn't think too much about it and continued cultivating. Time flew. 10 years passed quickly. While the Jade Pure sect was rapidly growing, Han Yan had been cultivating silently. His cultivation level had broken through to the 6th level of the soul formation realm. He once again used the simulation trial to fight Jinren. This time, he lasted for an hour. He still lost. Sigh. Han Yan sighed. Jinren, who was at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm, was very strong. Han Yan was in a bad mood and prepared to go out for a walk. He suddenly remembered that Jinren had already come into contact with Su Qi. Would he encounter bad luck? He immediately clicked on his interpersonal relationship email. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou was attacked by demons. Your good friend Imo Zhu was attacked by demons. Your good friend Jinren encountered a mental demon during his cultivation. Your good friend Jinren was attacked by a mental demon and his cultivation was reduced by 100 years. Your good friend Zhou Fan died. His soul was resurrected by a mighty figure and he was reborn. Han Yan was amused. Jinren was really unlucky. There was also Zhou Fan. His experience was completely that of the main character. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. His mood improved and he got up to leave. Su Qi was still absorbing qi to cultivate. Han Yan did not teach him anything. He had been cultivating until today by relying on the basic qi absorption technique. He had not taken any youth-retaining pills. Now that he had matured, he was no longer the elegant young man from before. Xianxia went out a few years ago and had only returned for less than 3 days. Han Yan decided to visit her. This was the first time Han Yan had come to her cave abode. Xianxia was extremely excited and stood up to welcome him. After the two of them entered the cave abode, Xianxia waved her hand and closed the cave entrance with a formation. Han Yan sized up her cave abode. Although it was a cave abode, it had a different charm. There were many paintings hanging on the walls, and the bed was made of a huge white jade stone. It was pure and flawless. Xianxia directly hugged his arm and pulled him to the table. She said with a smile, "Husband, you came at the right time. A few years ago, I went to the ancient forbidden grounds and obtained many treasures. You can pick and see what you like." She waved her right hand gently, and treasures appeared on the table. There were jade stones, magic artifacts, natural treasures, and so on. They were all very small. Han Yan sat down and scanned with his divine sense. He only scanned casually. Although Xianxia was already a golden core cultivator, what treasures could she find? Eh? Han Yan suddenly exclaimed. His gaze fell on a wooden tablet. This wooden tablet looked very much like a memorial tablet. Xianxia noticed his expression and smiled proudly. What do you think? If you like it, just take it. Everything I have is yours, husband. Han Yan ignored her and picked up the wooden tablet. There were no words on the wooden tablet. It looked very ordinary. However, Han Yan could sense a faint divine sense inside. It was very weak, ordinary soul formation cultivators might not be able to detect it. Han Yan closed his eyes and probed with his divine sense. Boom, his powerful divine sense broke through the divine sense in the wooden tablet. Then, a memory rushed into Han Yan's mind. Xianxia raised her hands and cupped her cheeks as she looked at him. It had been a long time since she looked at him so closely. Why was his face so handsome? Xianxia was no longer young. She often went out to train and could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. However, no matter how many geniuses she had seen, she always thought that Han Yan was the best looking. As expected of the man she fell in love with at first sight. A while later, Han Yan opened his eyes with a surprised expression. There was a secret technique hidden inside this wooden tablet. Heavenly Golem, this type of golem was created from spirit energy. Han Yan could create a heavenly golem with the same cultivation as himself, but the only downside was that the heavenly golem couldn't last long enough. Once the spirit energy was used up, the golem would become motionless and wouldn't be able to move until the next injection of spirit energy. The heavenly golem couldn't fight on its own, it needed to be controlled by a strand of soul, similar to a clone. But the destruction of the heavenly golem wouldn't affect the creator. Because it didn't need to breathe, the heavenly golem could be stored inside a storage ring. This was a good secret technique. Han Yan could create a few heavenly golems for the people he wanted to protect. Han Yan immediately stood up and said, "It really is a good treasure, I'll go back and cultivate first, I'll come find you after a while." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Xianxia was stunned. Her expression immediately turned bitter. But then again, it must be a good treasure for Han Yan to be so impatient. Her mood became sweet again. This time, he would definitely like her even more. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan began to create the heavenly golem. He circulated spirit energy in his hands as if he was creating an invisible clay figurine. He was pleasantly surprised to find that using samsara spirit energy to create the heavenly golem wasn't hindered at all. The inherited memories from before told him that the creation process of the heavenly golem was very difficult. The degree of difficulty was related to spirit energy. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for spirit energy to materialize, let alone create a golem. But according to the heavenly golem technique, it was indeed possible. At the same time, a secret technique that allowed one to separate soul remembrance was also very rare. It could be used on other spells. Soul remembrance was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes. Han Yan planned to create a few heavenly golems for Xianxia, Chang Yu'er, and Fairy Xixian. And his disciple Yang Tiandong as well. The next time they encountered danger outside, his heavenly golem would be able to save their lives. However, Han Yan still underestimated the difficulty of creating the heavenly golem. It took him a whole year. Han Yan had just created a celestial puppet. Although it wasn't difficult to create, it was too complicated and required a large amount of time and energy. The newly formed heavenly puppet's spiritual energy was already full. This heavenly puppet was like a wooden puppet, and its appearance was very crude. Han Yan didn't dare to carve his face on it. Wouldn't that draw hatred? After that, Han Yan flashed into Xianxuan's cave residence. She was still cultivating when she was startled by Han Yan's sudden appearance. However, when she saw that it was Han Yan, her face once again brimmed with joy. Han Yan directly took out the heavenly puppet and said, "Put this puppet in your storage ring. In the future, no matter where you go, bring it with you. It can save your life at critical moments." After saying this, Han Yan moved back to the Xiantian cave. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised as she sized up the heavenly puppet. His figure was very similar to Han Yan's. On the other side, Han Yan continued to create heavenly puppets. With the first experience, in the following year, Han Yan created 2 more heavenly puppets. The heavenly puppets were equivalent to his clones. Other than not having his magic treasures, they could unleash his true strength. Very buggy, Han Yan had once thought about whether he should create an army. However, after creating 3 heavenly puppets, he dispelled this idea. Soul remembrance was equivalent to cutting off a piece of his soul. A few soul remembrance was fine, but if there were dozens of them, then there would be a problem, any more and his soul would be reduced to a remnant soul. In addition, creating heavenly puppets would delay his cultivation. In these 2 years, his cultivation had not increased at all. If he was obsessed with creating heavenly puppets, wouldn't it delay his studies? No, delay his cultivation. Han Yan took a deep breath. He waved his hand and kept the 2 heavenly puppets, then left. Suchi was secretly curious. What exactly were those 2 wooden puppets? In the past 2 years, he had watched Han Yan create heavenly puppets with his own eyes. He did not understand, but he felt that it was amazing. He could not understand, so he decided not to think about it. Han Yan gave the 2 heavenly puppets to Chang Yu'er and Fairy Xixian respectively. Chang Yu'er was pleasantly surprised and kept pestering Han Yan. Han Yan spent a long time to escape. Fairy Xixian was very calm, and the 2 of them did not communicate much. One was as passionate as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. Han Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. Previously, he was still considering whether he should refine a heavenly puppet for Mo Zhu. In the end, he heard from Chang Yu'er that Mo Zhu had already gone to the secret hall. The secret hall was the ancient mystic realm that Jioding Jinren had discovered. He had created a sect address inside. The spirit energy inside was denser than the inner sect. If one wanted to join the secret hall, they had to be at least elite disciples. In other words, the current Jade Pure sect had a new division of levels. The secret hall, the 18 peaks of the inner sect, and the outer sect, the ancient mystic realm had yet to be fully explored, so only the secret hall was the safest. The inner sect had a teleportation array that led to the secret hall. However, the concentration of spirit energy in the secret hall could not compare to the mountain where Han Yan was. Therefore, Han Yan could not be bothered to move there. He returned to his cave abode. Han Yan perked up and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye. 3 years passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared before Han Yan's eyes. You are already 200 years old. You have lived a long life. You have the following choices for your future cultivation path. 1. Cultivate in a low-profile manner. Just like the first half of your life, cultivate quietly and don't fight for fame and fortune. In the future, the reward for your choice will still lean towards low-profile cultivation. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Cultivate in a high-profile manner. Become a prodigy of a generation and become famous throughout the world. In the future, the reward for your choice will lean towards high-profile cultivation. You can obtain a Dharma artifact, a Dharma spell manual, and a mystical ability inheritance. Unknowingly, Han Yan was already 200 years old. It could be said that time really flew by. Han Yan did not hesitate and chose the first option. A prodigy of a generation, it sounds awesome, but I don't believe in heresy. My aptitude is so amazing, why should I be high profile? Wouldn't it be even faster when I achieve the great Tao and roam the world? Han Yan thought smugly. You have chosen to cultivate in a low-profile manner. You have obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th grade numinous treasure, Frost Lord's Glazed Crown. Frost Lord's Glazed Crown, 4th grade defensive numinous treasure. It can reflect all attacks below the void amalgamation realm. It does not contain special mystical abilities. It can effectively defend against soul and divine consciousness attacks. Another defensive numinous treasure. The system knows me well, Han Yan thought in surprise. He immediately took out the Frost Lord's glazed crown and began to drip blood on it to claim ownership. The crown was very handsome. It was purplish blue in color and looked exquisite. From now on, Han Yan was covered in numinous treasures from head to toe. He was armed to the extreme. Soul Formation Realm cultivators could not hurt him at all. As for Void Amalgamation Realm cultivators, they could forget about killing him instantly. Su Qi's eyes widened when he noticed the Frost Lord's glazed crown. This was the first time he had seen such a handsome crown. It took Han Yan half a day to successfully make the Frost Lord's glazed crown recognize him as its master. He directly put on the crown, and his sense of security increased again. Han Yan continued cultivating happily. Another 5 years passed. Jioding Jinren left with a group of disciples and headed overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yuer came to bid farewell. It took Han Ju a long time to send this crying senior sister away. After Jioding Jinren left, Han Yan was bored. He used the simulation trial to test the person with the highest cultivation in the Jade Pure sect other than him. Li Qianlong, the successor of the Poison King. Han Yan had a strange expression. Li Qianlong's name was so familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Wait, more than 100 years ago, Mo Zhu had asked him to find an opportunity. It seemed like he was looking for Li Qianlong's cave abode. He didn't expect perfected Li Qianlong to come after so long. The 5th level of the soul formation realm was extremely high in the Great Yen cultivation world. If he came back openly, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Han Yan had never heard of him. Yang Tiandong, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian often came to look for him. What did this mean? It meant that Li Qianlong had snuck in. Han Yan immediately searched for Li Qianlong's location. Li Qianlong was actually on the main peak. At this moment, Daoist Jingshu had gathered all the disciples on the main peak. Xing Hongxian was also there. Li Qianlong looked ordinary, and his aura was suppressed to the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. Who would have thought that he was the successor of the Poison King? Han Yan didn't send his divine sense into the main peak to avoid alerting the enemy. The reason why Daoist Jingshu gathered all the disciples was to inform them of Jioding Jinren's departure. When Li Qianlong found out, he was overjoyed, but he hid it very well. He finally had an opportunity. Previously, with Jioding Jinren around, he didn't dare to act rashly. Now that Jioding Jinren had left, he finally felt like the clouds had parted to see the sun. Calm down. There's still someone who will obstruct me. Li Qianlong thought silently. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect, the deity-slaying elder. He had heard that the reason why the Raincoat sect was defeated was because their sect master had killed his way to the Jade Pure sect. At that time, Jioding Jinren had yet to return. In other words, the deity-slaying elder had the terrifying strength to kill the sect master of the Raincoat sect. Before Li Qianlong carried out his plan, he had to think of a way to deal with the deity-slaying elder. However, he still hadn't found out who the deity-slaying elder was. It was said that he came from Jade Serene Peak. Jade Serene Peak. Thinking of that person on Jade Serene Peak, Li Qianlong's eyes became bitter. Ever since he discovered Li Qianlong, Han Yan would often pay attention to him when he was cultivating. If Li Qianlong didn't want to harm the Jade Pure sect, Han Yan naturally couldn't kill him directly. He had sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect was very peaceful, and there were no disturbances. That was it. 5 years passed. Han Yan had broken through to the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. He was getting closer and closer to the Void Amalgamation stage. Han Yan was in a good mood. He checked Li Qianlong's location again and found that Li Qianlong had already left the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan did not mind. As long as Li Qianlong didn't cause any trouble, everything would be fine. Han Yan checked the emails and his interpersonal relationships. Your Tao companion, Xianxia, has comprehended life and mystical abilities. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has fallen into the demonic path. Your divine pet, Tengu, has comprehended a divine ability. Your good friend Jioding Jinren was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your good friend Jioding Jinren was anxious and his Tao heart was damaged. Your good friend Zhou Fan has attained the overlord body. It's earth-shattering. Han Yan was stunned. F***ck. So many things had happened in the past 5 years. Mo Fuzhou had actually fallen into the demonic path. What had he encountered? That dog actually didn't tell his master that he had comprehended a divine ability. Jioding Jinren was really pitiful. He deserved it. Who told you to target the Jinx, and Zhou Fan? Not bad, he was worthy of the word mortal. Han Yan took a deep breath and felt that he could not relax. His cultivation level might already be the ceiling in the Great Yen cultivation world, but it did not mean that it would be the same in the future. He had to cultivate diligently. A protagonist like Zhou Fan might be able to change an era. Although Zhou Fan was still a Golden Core Realm cultivator, his recent experience was very similar to the early stages of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He was constantly building his foundation. After so many years, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the mountain he was on began to mature one after another. The spirit chi ushered in a period of explosive growth. Han Yan decided to break through to the Void Amalgamation realm with all his might. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the Soul Formation realm, and he was not far from the 9th level. Every time he thought of the Void Amalgamation realm, he was very excited. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit. To prevent Su Qi from passing his bad luck to Li Qingzi, Han Yan walked out of his cave abode. Elder Han, long time no see. How's your cultivation? Li Qingzi asked warmly. He could be said to be in the limelight now. With the help of Jioding Jinren, his cultivation level had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. In addition to his cultivation level, he was also the leader of the righteous path in the Great Yen cultivation world. All these years, Han Yan had not seen him being attacked by anyone. It's all right. May I know why Sect Master is looking for me? Han Yan asked with a smile. Li Qingzi smiled and said, the Righteous Path's Immortal Cultivation Assembly is about to begin. Do you want to go? This assembly is located in the imperial capital of the Great Yen dynasty. You can obtain the providence of the human race and it will be beneficial to your cultivation. A notification appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Sect Master Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Assembly. You have the following choices. 1. Reject. Continue cultivating and you will obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Accept. Follow the Sect Master and leave the sect. You will obtain a superior grade spirit stone. The difference in rewards between the two was huge, however, Han Yan was already used to it. This choice was not forced by the system. Instead, he had previously chosen to cultivate in a low-profile manner. This was a path that the system had planned according to his wishes. Han Yan silently chose the first option. It was obvious that something would happen at the Immortal Cultivation Assembly, and something major at that. Han Yan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't go." Sect Master, be careful. Although the Jade Pure sect has been going smoothly recently, the other factions will definitely know about the Ancestral Master's departure. Li Qingzi sighed inwardly. This Elder Han's heart of bitter cultivation was truly outrageous. If it were him, with Han Yan's strength, he would have long been carefree in the mortal world. You rejected the sect master's invitation and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme grade numinous treasure, Book of Misfortune. Book of Misfortune, supreme grade numinous treasure. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to the other party. At the same time, it will not be detected by the other party. Book of Misfortune, curse? Han Yan was interested in this treasure. However, with Li Qingzi in front of him, he could not take it out to check. Sect Master, what do you think of Li Qianlong? Han Yan suddenly asked. Li Qingzi would soon lead the Jade Pure sect. If Li Qianlong returned and wanted to cause trouble, Han Yan had to know if he could kill him. Hearing this, Li Qingzi's expression changed. He asked in a low voice, "Why do you ask, Elder Han?" However, he and Guan Yugang both liked Fairy Xianxia. The two of them once fought to the death, forcing my master to take action. However, Li Qianlong was not convinced and actually dared to attack my master. While he was imprisoned, he secretly escaped from the Jade Pure sect. Before he left a letter saying that he would definitely overthrow the Jade Pure sect when he returned in the future. He was very unhappy at the mention of Li Qianlong. Han Yan blinked. It was another tragedy caused by jealousy. No wonder Fairy Xianxia forbade the disciples from dating. Han Yan said softly, "Li Qianlong has already returned, but he went out recently. He disguised himself and entered the main peak." Li Qingzi's eyes widened when he heard that. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Hearing Li Qingzi's words, Han Yan was very curious about the gossip between his fellow disciples. Why did it feel like all his fellow disciples liked Fairy Xianxia? Wasn't Daoist Jingxiu good? That seemed to be the case. Daoist Jingxiu was really not beautiful. Li Qingzi left after saying a few words. Li Qianlong's appearance made him feel uneasy. He kept frowning as he left. Han Yan returned to his cave abode and took out the Book of Misfortune. This was a supreme-grade numinous treasure. Han Yan was very excited and began to drip blood on it to claim ownership. Suchi opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Misfortune in Han Yan's hand. The Book of Misfortune looked more like a black scroll than a book. For some reason, Suchi felt an inexplicable sense of closeness when he saw the Book of Misfortune. He liked this treasure, however, Suchi didn't dare to accept it. He continued to cultivate. Because of his outstanding talent, Han Yan had passed the Jade Pure technique to Suchi some time ago. The Jade Pure technique was the ultimate technique of the Jade Pure sect. With Han Yan's status, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain it. The two of them already had a master-disciple relationship. After spending an entire day, Han Yan finally made the Book of Misfortune recognize him as its master. He injected the six-path spirit energy into the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Li Qianlong. He imagined Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Between the mountains and rivers, there was a bamboo house. Li Qianlong knelt at the entrance of the bamboo house. He said in a low voice, "Master, what will it take for you to leave the mountain?" An old voice drifted out from the bamboo house. "I've already left the cultivation world for 1,000 years. I don't want to participate in the disputes of the cultivation world anymore. Take your revenge yourself. I've already passed down my mantle to you. Don't push your luck." Hearing this, Li Qianlong was very unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, then pass down the secret formula of the divine poison pill to me. I'll rely on myself." "No, that's your master's ultimate treasure. After passing it to you, what if you poison your master to death? Wouldn't I be very wronged?" Li Qianlong almost vomited blood. He cursed in his heart. Being able to enter the Poison King's tutelage was not a stroke of luck. He had been the Poison King's medicine body for 100 years and had tried all kinds of poisons. During that period of time, he had lived a life worse than death. He had said that he would be the Poison King's only successor, but the Poison King had actually held back a trick or two. The Poison King's voice floated out again. Jioding Jinren has already sensed my existence. I can't rashly offend him. Right now, the Jade Pure sect is at its peak. Not many sects dare to offend them. However, if you insist, you can look for the Wei family. Although the Wei family isn't considered top-notch in the cultivation world of the Great Yin, they often travel to various cultivation worlds and have a lot of connections. Li Qianlong's eyes flickered as he pondered. Half an hour later, Li Qianlong left. He had only walked less than 10 miles when a bolt of lightning struck him from the clear sky. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, Li Qianlong's cultivation was high and he was not injured. He looked up at the sky and cursed, strange. Han Yan cursed Li Qianlong for a period of time, but he was unable to test the results. He could only give up and focus on cultivation. A month later, Yang Tiandong returned. In order to prevent him from meeting Su Qi, Han Yan walked out of the Khanate cave abode. Now, Yang Tiandong had completely displayed his talent. After entering the Golden Core realm, he first advanced to an elite disciple and then to a core disciple of the Jade Pure sect. He was one of the faces of the younger generation of the Jade Pure sect. Master, I plan to go to the Immortal Cultivation Assembly. At that time, the various sects will spar. Can you? Yang Tiandong asked nervously. After learning the Heartless Flying Sword, Yang Tiandong's strength increased greatly, but he still felt that it was not enough. Han Yan nodded and said, then I'll teach you another ultimate technique to win glory for the Jade Pure sect. This ultimate technique is called the Wind God technique. Yang Tiandong was excited and hurriedly thanked him. 3 days later, Yang Tiandong left. Han Yan felt like he had forgotten something. Oh. I forgot to help him refine the heavenly puppet. It's fine, his luck is strong, so he should be fine. 5 years later, Han Yan finally broke through to the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. Next was the Void Amalgamation realm. However, before that, he had to raise his cultivation level to the perfected Soul Formation realm. Han Yan looked at Su Qi. He felt that it was time to throw this kid out. It was not convenient to stay here every day. Han Yan faked a cough. Su Qi opened his eyes and looked at him. Han Yan asked expressionlessly, you've been following me for a while. You can be considered to have stepped onto the path of cultivation. Su Qi said gratefully, thank you, Moss. Senior. Han Yan said, I'll give you a mission. If you can complete it, I'll take you in as my disciple. Hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked what the mission was. I want you to go to the North State and join the Demon Taming sect. You don't have to do anything. Just hide in the Demon Taming sect and cultivate. In the future, I will personally go to the Demon Taming sect and destroy their sect. You will be a spy in advance. Let me say this in advance. The Demon Taming sect is very strong. Han Yan's tone was meaningful. Su Qi was shocked. He had already understood the cultivation realm. The strongest person in the Jade Pure sect was only at the Soul Formation realm. How strong was the Demon Taming sect? Most importantly, Han Yan actually wanted to destroy the Demon Taming sect. Then how strong was Han Yan? Su Qi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. A question mark appeared in Han Yan's mind. Su Qi hurriedly promised, I will definitely complete the mission. This is a confidential mission. Set off now and leave the Jade Pure sect. You are not to interact with anyone in the Jade Pure sect. All right. Su Qi stood up excitedly. After walking out of the Khanate cave abode, the sunlight shone on Su Qi's body. He couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I must complete Master's test. Su Qi immediately went down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, he bumped into Tengu and Heiyuji fighting. Yes. Fighting, Heiyuji's bloodline was still awakening, while Tengu had the talent of a divine beast. Its cultivation level had already caught up to Heiyuji. This fat dog didn't want to be a dog egg. It wanted to be a dog brother, as a chicken brother, Heiyuji naturally had to educate it. The two beasts often fought. Although they fought, they didn't kill each other. Although Tengu was arrogant, it was still very close to Heiyuji. After all, it was hatched by Heiyuji. After all, Heiyuji was its chicken, father. Tsuchi was amused. He smiled and said, "What a fat dog. The chicken and dog battle is really interesting." Upon hearing this, Tengu immediately turned around and rushed towards Tsuchi. Tsuchi was so frightened that he hurriedly ran away. After leaving the mountain, Tsuchi shook off Heiyuji's pursuit. He suddenly realized a problem. Where was the North State? Forget it, it wasn't important, I'll definitely find out, this must be one of Master's tests. After Tsuchi left, Han Yan continued to cultivate. 2 years later, Han Yan's cultivation level finally reached the peak of the soul formation realm. He was about to break through to the void amalgamation realm. Han Yan suppressed his excitement. He opened his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and was seriously injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong obtained an opportunity and awakened the demon saint bloodline. Your divine pet Tengu made a mistake in its cultivation and its cultivation level decreased by 20 years. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X104. Your good friend Chang Yu obtained an opportunity by chance and her cultivation level increased greatly. Your disciple Tsuchi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X27. Your disciple Tsuchi was captured by the Green Ghost sect. The entire sect was destroyed. Han Yan was stunned and exclaimed in his heart. As expected of the jinx of heaven, it was like a nuclear bomb. However, Han Yan had never heard of the Green Ghost sect. It was probably a small sect. A cultivation sect with a real foundation would not be unable to pass the heavenly tribulation that was hard to come by in hundreds of years. Perhaps with Tsuchi, Han Yan could kill the demon-taming sect without having to make a move. Han Yan noticed that Mo Fuzhou was being chased by cultivators of the righteous path. He had completely fallen into the demonic path, it had to be said. The outside world was really exciting. Things were unpredictable. Fortunately, he chose to keep a low profile in the beginning. If he was like Mo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, and Li Qingzi, how painful would that be? And his disciple, who said that he was going to participate in the cultivation convention, was attacked by the demon king. Fortunately, he was safe. If he died outside, Han Yan would be speechless. It was worth mentioning that Li Qianlong had not appeared recently. Could it be that his curse succeeded? Han Yan shook his head and got up to prepare to go to the 10,000 demon realm to transcend the tribulation. In a dark canyon, Li Qianlong leaned against the mountain wall and focused. Beside him stood more than 10 cultivators. He looked up and saw countless demons circling above the canyon. A young cultivator next to Li Qianlong could not help but complain, "Senior Li, don't you know the way? Why did you bring us to the demon cave?" The other cultivators were also terrified. They were all cultivators of the Wei family. Li Qianlong followed the Poison King's advice and found the Wei family. He spent a few years to accept the eldest son of the Wei family as his disciple and establish a good relationship. This time, he followed the Wei family to lead the Yan kingdom and prepared to rope in other powerful sects in the cultivation world. In the end, something went wrong with one of the teleportation formations, and they were teleported to the demon cavern. There were countless demons here, and there was even a demon king with terrifying strength. Even Li Qianlong found it difficult to defeat him. Li Qianlong was also very depressed. In recent years, his luck had been extremely bad. He was struck by lightning while traveling, encountered a mental demon while cultivating, and robbed a young cultivator. In the end, the other party was a semi-god realm expert pretending to be weak. This time, even the disciples of the Wei family were unlucky. No. I haven't taken my revenge. We can't fall here. Li Qianlong gritted his teeth. Pet Beast Tower. Dozens of disciples were gathered here, including Taoist Jingxiu. From today onwards, all disciples are not allowed to enter the 10,000 demon realm. Wait for the announcement. Taoist Jingxiu said expressionlessly. A main peak disciple couldn't help but ask, "Master, what happened in the 10,000 demon realm?" The other disciples were also curious. Every disciple would go to the 10,000 demon realm to capture demon pets to increase their confidence in walking in the cultivation world. Taoist Xianxia said calmly, deity-slaying elder is undergoing a tribulation. Perhaps he is cultivating a divine ability. She never thought that Han Yan might be breaking through to the void amalgamation realm. It had only been a few decades, it was impossible, even Jioding Jinren had spent over 1,000 years to reach the void amalgamation realm. One had to know that Jinren was once the #1 genius in the cultivation world of Great Yin, whoosh, the disciples were in an uproar. Deity-slaying elder is inside? Wow, I haven't seen the deity-slaying elder before. It's said that the deity-slaying elder is the strongest pillar of the Jade Pure sect. He has been cultivating in seclusion. No one can compare to the deity-slaying elder's cultivation ability. It's said that the deity-slaying elder is better looking than all the men and women in the world. I really want to see the deity-slaying elder's true appearance. Is the deity-slaying elder taking in a disciple? The disciples were very excited and discussed non-stop. The news spread very quickly. More and more disciples rushed over, blocking the pet beast pavilion. All the disciples had heard of the legendary deeds of the deity-slaying elder. Some even said that the deity-slaying elder's contribution to the Jade Pure sect was greater than that of the founder. Several days later, Guan Yugang rushed over and saw so many people gathered outside the building. He cursed angrily, "All of you, get lost. Whoever dares to gather here will be demoted to the outer sect." With that said, all the disciples scattered as if they were fleeing. Guan Yugang came to the counter and said, "Activate the array formation. I want to go to the 10,000 demon realm." The shopkeeper hesitated. Taoist Xianxia said that no one is allowed to. Who am I? Faced with Guan Yogang's words, the shopkeeper was so frightened that he hurriedly went to activate the teleportation array formation. After 7 days and 7 nights of breaking through, Han Yan finally survived the mighty heavenly tribulation and advanced to the void amalgamation realm. With his ability, it was impossible for the heavenly tribulation to kill him. Congratulations on breaking through to the void amalgamation realm and obtaining a Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasure will fuse with your soul and only acknowledge you. As you become stronger, the Dharma treasure will also become stronger. Regarding the Dharma treasure, you have the following choices. 1. Sword. 2. Defensive Dharma treasure. Han Yan was covered in defensive numinous treasures, so he naturally chose the sword. After all, he was a sword cultivator, he directly chose one. Congratulations on obtaining the Primordial Judgment Sword. Primordial Judgment Sword, as you did not reincarnate in a conventional manner, but passed through the primordial chaos and descended into this world, the primordial chaos in your body will be refined into your Dharma treasure. Primordial chaos? Han Yan was stunned. Was it the primordial chaos in the novels? The system did not answer him. He did not think too much about it and continued to consolidate his cultivation. Now, his attributes list was frowny face name, Han Yan, lifespan, 227/8940, race, human, extraordinary stage, cultivation, first level of the void amalgamation realm, cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, Dharma arts, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment. Ghost deity sword, heaven earth embodiment, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect, Tathagata incantation, Dharma equipment, golden cicadas mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure, small universe belt, Qilin sword, demon binding rope, burning fiend bell, 6th grade numinous treasure, 9-star spirit trampling boots, 5th grade, frost lord's glazed crown, 4th grade, book of misfortune, supreme grade, Dharma treasure, primordial judgment sword, spiritual root aptitude. Spiritual body of the 6 paths, contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder spiritual roots. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao comprehension, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique, descendant of the immortal emperor, obtained a peerless immortal cultivation technique, 1,000 superior grade spirit stones, check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan had increased to 8,940 years, it was too awesome, Han Yan also noticed that his human identity had an additional hint of the extraordinary stage. Was this a hint to become an immortal? Han Yan was in a good mood. After 200 years of boring cultivation, anyone else would have gone crazy. However, he was already used to it and even enjoyed it. This feeling of steadily becoming stronger was too awesome. The reason why mortals hated cultivation was that most of the time, they could not feel themselves becoming stronger. However, Han Yan was different. He had outstanding aptitude and was becoming stronger almost every day. Once he reached the void amalgamation realm, he would be truly invincible in the great Yen cultivation world. Next, of course, he would continue to break through to the conjoint body realm, Han Yan thought firmly. At that moment, a voice sounded. Han Yan couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Guan Yogong's words. He saw Guan Yugang looking at him from the top of a mountain several miles away. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his face was filled with confidence. Han Yan had activated a barrier when he transcended the tribulation, so the pressure of the heavenly tribulation wasn't that terrifying. This made Guan Yugang feel that Han Yan was suddenly lonely. Sigh, why did he have to come at this time? Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. 4 days later, Han Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized. His six-path spirit energy far exceeded before his breakthrough. He stood up and stepped into the air, heading towards Guan Yugang. Guan Yugang couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't be bothered to be polite. He took out a sword and charged towards Han Yan. As he flew, he quickly cast spells with both hands. He circulated all the spirit energy in his body, causing his robes to flutter non-stop. As long as I defeat him, I can become the sect master of the Jade Pure sect. At that time, junior sister Xianxia will definitely marry me. Guan Yogong's eyes burned. Thinking of the beautiful future, his entire body was ignited. He was prepared to use the peerless mystical power that he had recently comprehended to kill his opponent instantly. Swoosh, the sound of air being torn apart sounded. Sword chi, Guan Yogong's pupils dilated as he subconsciously wanted to block. However, this sword chi was too fast. It was so fast that even a soul formation realm expert like him couldn't react in time. The sword chi of the unparalleled finger divine sword pierced through Guan Yogong's abdomen, scattering the spirit energy in his body. Guan Yugang vomited blood and was sent flying. Like a kite with a broken string, he landed on the hill. After landing, he clutched his abdomen and couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. What the hell? How is this possible? Guan Yugang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Han Yan, who was walking towards him in shock. Han Yan, who was wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, had a stunning aura. He had the Frost Lord's glazed crown on his head, the little universe belt around his waist, and the 9-star spirit trampling boots on his feet. Guan Yugang didn't feel much when he was meditating previously. Now that he looked at Han Yan's face, he felt that he was an immortal. Especially that perfect face. If there really were immortals in the world. It should be. Wait, what am I thinking? Guan Yugang woke up abruptly, followed by a sense of endless frustration. He couldn't even take a single strike from his opponent. How laughable. Just a moment ago, he had laughed and said that he would defeat his opponent with a single strike, but in the end, he had been defeated with a single strike. At this moment, Guan Yugang wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Han Yan landed in front of him. Guan Yugang lowered his head in shame, not daring to meet Han Yan's eyes. Han Yan said softly, "Don't be discouraged. You're already strong enough. You just picked the wrong opponent. In the entire Jade Pure sect, you're the only one worthy of me taking action." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yan disappeared. Guan Yugang was stunned. He didn't think that the other party was bragging. Instead, he felt a little comforted. Deity-slaying elder. Just how strong are you? Han Yan quickly left the 10,000 demon realm and did not stay in the inner court city. He returned to the mountain where he cultivated. He suddenly had an idea. With a flash, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. He cast a spell with his right hand. The soil rose and quickly condensed into a stone tablet. Han Yan used his finger as a pen to write on the stone tablet. 4 words. Cultivate diligently to become an immortal. this would be the name of this mountain in the future. Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction and returned to the mountain. Heiyuji and Tengu were still cultivating. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. She was not in the cave abode. Han Yan chatted with Heiyuji and Tengu for less than an hour before returning to the cave abode. Sitting on the bed, Han Yan took out the primordial judgment sword. The sword was entirely crimson, and there were traces of black patterns on it, which made the sword look even more extraordinary. Holding the sword, Han Yan felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. He poured his spirit energy into the sword. Rumble, the entire mountain began to shake violently, scaring Han Yan so much that he hurriedly cut off the six-path spirit energy. Very strong. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. As it was a Dharma treasure, he did not need to drip blood to recognize it as its master. Immediately, Han Yan entered the simulation trial and fought with Joding. Half a minute later, Han Yan opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He muttered, "I can finally defeat you. You're really unlucky to know so many movement techniques." In the battle, he severely injured Joding with one strike. After that, Joding kept dodging, prolonging the battle. Level 8 of the Void Amalgamation Realm was just SOSO. Han Yan's confidence increased greatly. He was no longer afraid of the demon-taming sect and Xiaoyi. From his interpersonal relationships, he could see that Xiaoyi was still at level 2 of the Void Amalgamation Realm. How could Xiaoyi kill him? How? Thinking of Xiaoyi, Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing Xiaoyi. He would curse him whenever he had time. Although Han Yan was not afraid of him, he did not want him to delay his cultivation. 10 days later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. He began to cultivate the 6th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. A year later, Han Yan cultivated the 6th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and could cultivate to the Void Amalgamation Realm. At the same time, he comprehended a new divine power. 6 Paths Ultimate Seal. When this seal hit the enemy, it could directly kill the enemy's essence spirit. Before the physical body was destroyed, the essence spirit would be destroyed first. This was a divine power that could be used as an ultimate move. Han Ju stretched lazily and sighed. Another day of becoming stronger. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. He opened his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. He did not know if anything had happened to his good friends recently. Your disciple Suchi was attacked by a ghost cultivator. X12, your disciple Suchi has killed tens of thousands of living beings. His negative karma has increased. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. X58, your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a righteous cultivator. X44, your good friend Li Qingzi is seriously injured. Her life is hanging by a thread. Your Dao partner Xianxia has left the mortal realm. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou has massacred an area. His negative karma is overwhelming. Your good friend Xing Hongxian accidentally entered the ancient mystic realm of a great cultivator. Her fate is unknown. So exciting in just a short year, Han Yan blinked. Damn it, who attacked the sect master of the Jade Pure sect again? Are the righteous and demonic sects rebelling? Is Imo Fuzhou on a path of no return? And Xing Hongxian, she's clearly immortal. How can she always obtain treasures and encounter fortuitous encounters? Could it be that she was infected by the providence of my immortal emperor descendant? Han Ju imagined a lot of things. After a while, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Although the cultivation world was exciting, he did not want to step into it yet. The Jade Pure sect had Joding backing. Who could guarantee that the other sects did not? Just being at the Void Amalgamation Realm was not enough. Zhou Fan, who was the reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator, was still suffering. Han Yan cultivated with all his might and strived to reach the body integration realm within 100 years. 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Han Yan led him into the cave abode. This fellow's face returned to its sickly and weak state from decades ago. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Han Yan sighed. Sect master, you really can't live in peace. Can't you cultivate properly for a few hundred years? Li Qingzi said awkwardly and helplessly, I'm the sect master. There are many things that I can't control. All these years, core disciples of the Jade Pure sect have fallen into the demonic path and formed a lot of hatred. I had no choice but to deal with these karma. Who knew that I would fall deeper and deeper? Now, we're in big trouble. The righteous and demonic sects of the great Yin cultivation world are joining forces and preparing to attack our Jade Pure sect. The righteous and demonic sects joined forces to attack the Jade Pure sect. Han Yen had a strange expression. He couldn't help but ask, how did you deal with karma? Kill all those who are unconvinced? Li Qingzi was instantly furious and cursed, these dogs. I personally went to apologize, but they directly attacked me. Most of the time, I didn't even have the chance to speak. You seem to know the core disciple who fell into the demonic path. His name is Mo Fuzhou. He didn't fall into the demonic path on his own accord. I suspect that someone is slandering him. Han Yen raised his eyebrows and said, tell me about it. Li Qingzi began to pour out his grievances. He first talked about Mo Fuzhou's background. Mo Fuzhou came from the Mo family, which was originally a cultivation family. Because it was proven that they colluded with the demonic path, they were jointly exterminated by the righteous sections. Only Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu survived. Old immortal Taoist Thunder personally accepted Mo Fuzhou as his disciple and gave him a new name. Mo Fuzhou was the name that old immortal Taoist Thunder personally gave him, hoping that he would forget his hatred and turn over a new leaf. Mo Fuzhou went out to train once and encountered his former enemies. He killed many of their disciples and then killed the disciples of the other righteous sects who committed the crime back then. Li Qingzi felt that something was amiss. After all, he had seen Mo Fuzhou before. He was a humble person. Even if he couldn't help but kill his enemies, he should have come back after killing them for the first time. He shouldn't have kept taking revenge as if he had gone crazy. Now, more than 5 sects were chasing after Mo Fuzhou. A few years ago, Mo Fuzhou had no choice but to use his family's mystical ability. In the end, it was a demonic mystical ability that caused him to fall into the demonic path. Relying on this mystical ability, he killed more and more people. Mo Fuzhou completely became a demon and could not turn back. This matter is too strange. These sects didn't even ask me and directly chased after Mo Fuzhou. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I can admit it, but when I went to apologize, I was beaten up. How can the matters of the younger generation involve the sect master? It's obvious that they're taking the opportunity to start a war. The more he spoke, the more agitated Li Qingzi became. He felt like he was about to cry. In the end, he still gave up. He sighed and said, now that both the righteous and demonic paths are surrounding us, we definitely won't be able to hold them off. Let's just follow your plan and run. Jioding Xinren left and Guan Yugang was seriously injured. How could Han Yen stand against both the righteous and devil Dao by himself? Some of the stronger sects still had people in the divine transformation realm. For example, the Suzaku Sword sect had 2 people in the divine transformation realm. If all the sects worked together, Han Yen would not be able to stop them alone. Han Yen asked seriously, are there any void amalgamation realm cultivators in the righteous Dao and devil Dao? A body integration realm being? Li Qingzi widened her eyes and said, how is that possible? Previously, Huang Zuantian's cultivation was at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, yet he was able to do whatever he wanted. If they had a great cultivator at the void amalgamation realm, how could they continue to be bullied? Could it be the same as our Jade Pure sect, where someone from our ancestors went out to cultivate and seek opportunities? Of course there are, but I've never heard of anyone in the void amalgamation realm. Back then, when the ancestor went to look for them one by one, they were all like grandchildren. At the mention of this, Li Qingzi could not help but sigh. If only Jioding Xinren was still here. It was not easy for the Jade Pure sect to have a chance to grow stronger. There was no need to fight. After a few hundred years, it would be enough to become the strongest sect in the Great Yin. Unfortunately, something like this happened at this critical juncture. Li Qingzi was helpless. Ever since he became the sect master, he had sacrificed so much and suffered so much. In the end, it was all for nothing. Han Yen had a strange expression. Li Qingzi understood his thoughts. He sighed and slowly stood up. Prepare well. In at most 3 days, the Jade Pure sect will prepare to flee overseas and seek refuge with the ancestral master. Han Yan hurriedly said, "Why are you running?" "I don't even want to run, so why are you running?" Li Qingzi was stunned. He asked carefully, "What do you mean?" Han Yan said calmly, "Let them come. They will understand one thing. The most terrifying person in the Jade Pure sect is not the ancestral master. All along, Han Yan's imaginary enemy had been the demon-taming sect. What was the great Yin cultivation world now? Come as you please, if you dare to disturb my cultivation, I'll make sure you don't return." Hearing this, Li Qingzi was overjoyed. He understood Han Yan's personality. If such a timid Han Yan dared to say such words, he was definitely confident. "What realm are you at now?" Li Qingzi suppressed his surprise and asked. Han Yan replied, "At least not inferior to the ancestral master." "Yes. Not inferior, it would take him half a minute to kill Joding Jinren. This old man's movement technique was too slow." After a long time, when Li Qingzi walked out of the Khanate cave abode, he was still in a daze. The change from great sorrow to great joy made him feel like he was dreaming. After Li Qingzi left, Han Yan carefully checked the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect other than him. It was still Guan Yugang. There were no enemies lurking. Han Yan felt an inexplicable sense of regret. Where was Li Qianlong? Could he have been cursed to death by him? Han Yan was still looking forward to teaching Li Qianlong a lesson. In the end, this fellow actually disappeared. What a pity. Han Yan shook his head and took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed Xiaoyi for a few days to vent his anger before continuing to cultivate. A year passed quickly. The cultivation world of the Great Yen was in turmoil. Mo Fuzhou had made a name for himself. The righteous and demonic paths had already formed an alliance and were preparing to attack the Jade Pure sect. There were 19 sects involved. This matter had already spread to every corner of the cultivation world. Wherever there were cultivators, they were discussing this matter. 19 sects were attacking the Jade Pure sect, however. The Jade Pure sect did not panic. This made the 19 sects panic instead. The 19 sects did not dare to make a move rashly, afraid that Joding Jinren would return. On this day, Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt an aura that was somewhat familiar. He immediately scanned it with his divine sense. The Suzaku sword sect's Huang Jihao. At this moment, Huang Jihao stood by a small river and looked at the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect from afar. His expression was indifferent as he stood in the wind. He looked calm, but he was panicking inside. "Why are you here again?" Han Yan's voice entered his ears. Huang Jihao was so frightened that his body trembled. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, don't attack. I'm just here to visit you. I have no ill intentions towards the Jade Pure sect." "Visit me?" Han Yan was baffled. He hesitated if he should attack. Huang Jihao did not receive a reply and panicked even more. He continued, "Recently, someone has taken the lead to unite the righteous and demonic paths to deal with the Jade Pure sect. Our sect master sent me to inquire if the Jade Pure sect needs help." Han Yan raised his eyebrows in the cave abode. Did the Suzaku sword sect stab the Cultivation Alliance in the back? Han Yan came up with a plan and sent a voice transmission. "The Jade Pure sect doesn't need help. I will wait here for all of you to arrive. No matter how many come, they will all die." These words made Huang Jihao's heart beat wildly. What an arrogant tone! If it were anyone else who said this, Huang Jihao would definitely scoff. However, since it was Han Yan who said it, he believed it. However, this matter is strange. Perhaps someone is instigating it. If your Suzaku sword sect can find the mastermind, then I don't mind letting the sect master be united with you forever. Han Yan's words surprised Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Han Yan was speechless when he saw this line of words. Eh? Huang Jihao left. But Han Yan could no longer look at him directly. This favorability increase was baffling. Han Ju even suspected that this fellow had improper thoughts about him. Then, Han Yan continued to cultivate. It was still unknown whether the Suzaku sword sect could find the mastermind behind the scenes. Han Yan didn't care if they could do it. Even if the 19th sex attacked tomorrow, he wouldn't be afraid. There was only one thing in his eyes. He had to break through to the second level of the void amalgamation realm as soon as possible. In a cave with flickering flames, Xianxia was meditating in front of the fire. Roar, a deafening roar came from outside the cave. It was terrifying beyond compare. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the words carved on the mountain wall and frowned slightly. Why do I feel like something is missing? Xianxia thought in distress. This was a secret realm of an ancient great cultivator. Xianxia accidentally discovered that there was a cultivation technique recorded here. It was profound and unfathomable. She mustered up her courage and cultivated it. In a year, her cultivation had improved quite a bit. However, she was still quite a distance away from completely mastering this cultivation technique. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Han Yan. If he was here, he might be able to solve my doubts. Thinking of this, Xianxia took out the heavenly puppet. She let the heavenly puppet sit beside her. She gently leaned her head against it and began to rest. Ever since she had the heavenly puppet, whenever she missed Han Yan, she would take it out. She would often tell the heavenly puppet what was on her mind. Because the heavenly puppet contained Han Yan's soul remembrance, Han Yan wasn't worried that something would happen to her. After a long time, Xianxia sat up straight and prepared to continue cultivating. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the cave. Xianxia was vigilant and immediately took out her magic tool. A gray-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face strolled in. When he saw the nervous Xianxia, he smiled and said, "Junior, don't worry. I'm also here to comprehend a cultivation technique." Comprehend a cultivation technique? Xianxia frowned in confusion. Could it be that this person had already discovered this mountain before she came here? The gray-robed elder ignored Xianxia and sat down in front of the mountain wall. He stared at the words on the mountain wall and pondered. Neither of them noticed that the heavenly puppet's eyes were flickering. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan hesitated. Should he let the heavenly puppet make a move? Ever since Xianxia had fallen into the ancient mystic realm, he had been on guard, afraid that something would happen to Xianxia. However, the gray-robed elder didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Forget it. Let's look again. It would be awkward if he couldn't defeat the gray-robed elder when he made the first move. Han Yan continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Xianxia and the gray-robed old man were still comprehending the cultivation method on the mountain wall. They did not disturb each other. Han Yan opened his eyes and checked his email. Your disciple Suqi was attacked by the Liu family cultivators, X43. Your disciple Suqi was forcefully married into the Liu family. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by fiendish cultivators, X8. Your good friend Chang Yu learned a divine power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the Wei family cultivators, X288. Your good friend Huang Jihao was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread. He was lucky to escape. Your disciple Suqi spread bad luck. The Liu family encountered a rare plague in 1,000 years and the entire family was wiped out. Your good friend Fairy Xixian had an epiphany when she was cultivating. Her cultivation base has improved, and the strength of her soul has increased greatly. Suqi was too terrifying, wherever he went, he would be destroyed. Han Yan was secretly shocked. It seemed that his luck as the descendant of an immortal emperor was really strong. He could actually withstand such bad luck. Poor Liu family. Also, what was going on with Huang Jihao? Could it be that the Wei family was the mastermind behind Mo Fuzhou? This Wei family was really something. They could actually severely injure Huang Jihao. Since when did the great Yan cultivation world have such a person? Han Yan immediately used his spiritual sense to send a voice transmission to Li Qingzi, who was recuperating on the main peak, asking about the Wei family. When Li Qingzi heard this, he immediately rushed to his cave abode. Elder Han, why are you asking about the Wei family? Li Qingzi asked nervously. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Is the Wei family very strong? Li Qingzi replied, the Wei family is not considered strong. They only have one nascent soul patriarch. However, the Wei family is rich in beautiful women. The Wei family has arranged marriages everywhere and even expanded their business outside the Great Yin. They might have the widest connections in the great Yen cultivation world. Han Yan asked, could the Wei family be the mastermind? Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. He hesitated and said, it shouldn't be. The Wei family has no enmity with the Mo family and is also on good terms with the Jade Pure sect. He was not confident himself. Now, he felt that it could be anyone. It's fine. Sect master, recuperate well. If the enemy comes, I'm here. Han Yan nodded. Xianxia nodded and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he had a worried look on his face. Could it really be the Wei family? Han Yan did not think too much about it. He took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Li Qianlong and Xiaoyi out of habit. Now, he would curse the two of them whenever he was free. Cultivate, read emails, curse, cultivate, read emails, curse, this was Han Yan's daily life. In a mountain range that looked like an immortal realm, Xiaoyi meditated in a bamboo forest. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into mist that surrounded his body. Pooh, Xiaoyi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his ugly face turned pale. His entire body became dispirited. He gritted his teeth and cursed, what's going on? Why do things always go wrong? In the past 10 years, for some reason, he often encountered mental demons when cultivating. They interfered with his cultivation and almost caused him to go berserk. If this continued, when would he be able to recover to his peak state? Xiaoyi was depressed. Ever since he went to the great Yen cultivation world, he felt that things were not going well for him. It was very strange. He made up his mind that he would never go to the great Yen cultivation world alone in the future. As for Han Yan, although he hated him, he did not have the strong urge to take revenge immediately. He had hated too many people in his life. Han Yan was not ranked in his heart. Therefore, he did not think that it was because of Han Yan. The more Xiaoyi thought about it, the more depressed he became. He could only take out pills and recuperate first. Dozens of cultivators were seated in a luxurious palace. Li Qianlong and a black-robed cultivator sat at the head of the table. Everyone, this is Senior Wei Yuan. He's a void amalgamation realm cultivator. He's willing to help us eliminate the Jade Pure sect, Li Qianlong introduced to the cultivators present. Wei Yuan was the black-robed cultivator beside him. The sect master of the Raincoat sect is at the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. In other words, the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect is very likely to have the strength of a cultivator at the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. The Wei family and I specially invited Senior Wei Yuan to uphold justice for us. As for Jioding Jinren, we received news that he has indeed gone overseas. Their sect is also facing its own troubles and has no time to care about the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong's words made the cultivators look at each other. These cultivators were the sect masters or vice-sect masters of the righteous and demonic sections. They were here to discuss attacking the Jade Pure sect. When they heard that Wei Yuan was a void amalgamation realm cultivator, they were not surprised. Instead, they were very hesitant. If they toppled the Jade Pure sect, would the Wei family become the next Jade Pure sect? They could not defeat a void amalgamation realm cultivator. Li Qianlong took in everyone's expressions and continued, Senior Wei Yuan has his own sect. This time, our Wei family spent a lot of sincerity to invite him. After this matter is over, Senior Wei Yuan will leave. After toppling the Jade Pure sect, the Wei family only wants the mystic realm of the Jade Pure sect and will not participate in the power struggles of the cultivation world. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the sect masters eased up. Li Qianlong was secretly pleased. Deity-slaying elder, let's see if you can block a void amalgamation realm cultivator. At this moment, the spirit energy in Li Qianlong's body suddenly surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. 3 years later, Han Yan broke through to the second stage of the void amalgamation realm. Xianxia was still comprehending a cultivation technique and did not disturb the gray-robed elder. After breaking through successfully, Han Yan habitually opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has become a demon king. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by righteous cultivators, X129, your good friend Jioding Jinren was attacked by itinerant cultivators. Your disciple Su Qi obtained a fortuitous opportunity and comprehended a divine power. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by fiendish cultivators. X287, your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by righteous cultivators. X302, your good friend Mo Fuzhou was severely injured and luckily escaped. Your good friend Zhou Fan has fallen into the demonic path. F*CK, another disciple had fallen into the demonic path, and it was someone with connate providence. Han Yan was speechless. What was going on with this heavenly thunder peak? The peak master was a spy, and the two core disciples had betrayed them. Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan's cultivation had both reached the 5th stage of the golden core realm. It could be said that they had advanced by leaps and bounds. He wondered what exactly they had experienced. Just as Han Yan was wondering, he suddenly sensed Tengu's aura. The fat dog was squatting at the entrance of the cave abode. It did not say anything and looked like it wanted to say something. Han Yan asked, "What's the matter?" When Tengu heard that, it immediately said, "Master, can I go out and train? I really can't hold it in anymore." Han Yan frowned. Tengu waited anxiously. "You're a divine beast. Once your identity is exposed, it'll easily attract the attention of others. When that happens, it'll be difficult for me to save you," Han Yan said seriously. Tengu's personality was indeed troublesome. Unlike Heiyuji had become a coward after his teachings. However, Tengu's nature made it difficult to convince it to yearn for the outside world. "Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely be careful. I won't cause trouble or expose my identity. I'll be back after I go out for a walk," Tengu promised. Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Then go." As a divine beast of Providence, Tengu could not die even if it wanted to. It was a good opportunity to let it go out and get beaten up. Only then would it understand how good it was to stay by his side and cultivate quietly. The chaotic heavenly dog was pleasantly surprised and immediately rushed down the mountain. Not long after, Heiyuji came. Hanju said angrily, "Why? You want to go out too?" The black hell chicken trembled in fear and said, "How is that possible? And is too. That fat dog is finally gone. Master, can you teach me how to cultivate?" Han Yan immediately stood up. He should teach Heiyuji some skills. Heiyuji had an innate technique, but it lacked spells and divine abilities. Heiyuji was now as big as a pavilion. Seeing how big it was, Hanju had an idea. He decided to teach Heiyuji the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He first briefly introduced the power of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Heiyuji was pleasantly surprised. "Damn fat dog, you didn't expect this, did you? As soon as you leave, I'll secretly learn divine abilities from Master. When you come back, I'll beat you up." Just like that, Han Yan began to teach Heiyuji how to cultivate divine abilities. In a bustling city, Suchi walked on a street with stalls on both sides. Cultivators came and went. After leaving Han Yan for so many years, he was no longer so childish. There was no smile on his face, and he gave people a feeling that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Suchi looked left and right as he walked. After the Liu family was wiped out, he took everything from the Liu family before he fled. Now, he had spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills in his storage ring. After going through so many difficulties, he still didn't forget the mission Han Yan gave him. Maybe the result of the mission isn't important. What's important is the process. Suchi thought silently. He sighed when he thought of the things that had happened over the years. Every time he was about to despair, he would always be able to turn the situation around. He guessed that Han Yan must be secretly protecting him. That's right, that must be it, otherwise, how could he escape every time he was in danger? Moreover, he remembered that Han Yan said that Han Yan would personally go to the demon-taming sect and flatten it. Senior was nurturing him and making him a qualified disciple. Every time he thought of this, Suchi would be ignited and his blood would boil. He wasn't alone, he would never be alone. In his heart, Han Yan was already his master. With his master secretly protecting him, he must protect him well. Bang! Just as Suchi was thinking, he accidentally bumped into someone. The other party immediately used his spirit energy to push him back. Suchi took a few steps back and looked up to see a woman. He immediately apologized, "Sorry." The woman had a pretty face, but she had a fiery temper. She immediately pointed at Suchi and scolded, "Don't you have eyes? I'll dig your eyes out, do you believe me? So aggressive, Suchi shook his head and laughed. He wasn't angry and prepared to walk around the woman. However, the woman saw that he didn't care and became even angrier. She drew her sword and slashed at him. The sound of the sword being unsheathed alarmed the demonic beasts waiting to be sold. A few demonic beasts immediately pounced on her, scaring her so much that she waved her sword in a panic. Suchi smiled silently when he saw this. As expected, Senior is secretly helping me again. Suchi felt a warm current in his heart. Less than a year after Tengu left. Under the lead of Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan, the 19 sects finally prepared to attack the Jade Pure sect. Every sect brought dozens of disciples, all of whom were at least at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. There were thousands of people in total. They didn't attack from all directions but gathered on one front. They were worried that they would encounter a soul formation realm expert, especially the mysterious deity-slaying elder, so they decided to follow behind Wei Yuan. After Wei Yuan killed the deity-slaying elder, they would be able to enter. Wei Yuan strolled in the air, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal. He scanned the Jade Pure sect with his spiritual sense. He frowned slightly and said, "There's only one soul formation realm cultivator in the Jade Pure sect, and he's seriously injured." He glanced at Li Qianlong unhappily. That gaze seemed to say, "Are you talking about me?" Wei Yuan dared to come all the way here just to deal with an injured soul formation realm expert? Fortunately, he had specially prepared for battle before coming. All kinds of Dharma artifacts and talismans were prepared. In the end, just this, Li Qianlong was pleasantly surprised. He's injured? That's a good thing. His goal was to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. He didn't care so much. Wei Yuan snorted unhappily. He was already here. He could only continue forward. At the same time, inside the congenital cave, a notification appeared in front of Han Yen. The Jade Pure sect has been attacked by 19 righteous and demonic sections. You have the following choices. 1. Run away immediately and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Kill the enemy and protect the Jade Pure sect. You can obtain a Dharma spell manual. Han Yen didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he cautiously used the simulation trial to test the strongest person nearby. Wei Yuan, first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Deputy Sect Master of the 9 Dragons sect from the West Abyss State. First level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, not bad. Han Yen followed the simulation trial and fought with Wei Yuan. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. He had the same thought as Wei Yuan. Just this? The news of the 19 sects attacking quickly spread throughout the Jade Pure sect. However, Li Qingzi did not panic. He asked the elders of the 18 peaks and the outer sect elders to stabilize the morale of the army. He first activated the sect protecting array formation, and all the disciples were not allowed to go out to fight. The disciples did not panic either, because they were all waiting for one person. The deity-slaying elder. The elders had already revealed that the deity-slaying elder was going to face the 19 sects alone to reduce the casualties of the disciples. Li Qingzi did not plan to do so long ago. After all, the 19 sects did not split up. It was a good opportunity for the deity-slaying elder to capture them all in one fell swoop. Han Yen had already moved. As soon as he walked out of the Khanate cave abode, Heiyuji arrived. "Master, there are many auras in the distance. Is there an enemy invasion? Should we run?" Heiyuji asked anxiously. Han Yen walked around it and said, "It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why run?" With that, Han Yen turned into a gust of wind and left the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Heiyuji looked in the direction he left in admiration. Wait, what did he mean by chickens and dogs? Heiyuji felt offended. But on second thought, I'm a phoenix, not a chicken. The one who was offended was the fat dog. Heiyuji was amused again. The cultivators of the 19 sects were all very nervous and excited. The Jade Pure sect is up ahead. Is that Senior Wei Yuan really a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator? Of course. The deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect can be said to be the #1 cultivator in the Great Yin. Who would dare to come without a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivation? This battle will definitely be recorded in history. The Jade Pure sect is dead for sure. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou are so arrogant, but the Jade Pure sect still hasn't cleaned them up. They're simply the scum of the righteous path. The cultivators discussed animatedly and cheered each other on. Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan walked at the front. They didn't move quickly. Wei Yuan was full of confidence and didn't take the Jade Pure sect seriously. If the battle ended too quickly, how could he display the strength of a void amalgamation realm cultivator, at this moment? Han Yan had arrived. Han Yan stepped on the Qilin sword and flew on the sword. He could fly directly, but he felt that stepping on a flying sword was more cool. With the help of the six-path spirit energy, his face was covered by the fog, making it impossible for others to see his true appearance. Wei Yuan's gaze fell on Han Yan. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, what the hell, wait a minute, his clothes. Wei Yuan widened his eyes. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and was very knowledgeable. He could see through Han Yan's spirit treasure at a glance. A body full of spirit treasures, even Wei Yuan was not so extravagant. He only had one numinous treasure on him, and it was not a defensive numinous treasure, but an offensive one. Li Qianlong was not as knowledgeable as Wei Yuan, but he instantly guessed that Han Yan was the deity-slaying elder. He immediately raised his hand, indicating for the 19 sects to stop. The eyes of all the cultivators fell on Han Yan. The Jade Pure sect only sent one person, such arrogance. Could it be that he was the legendary? All of a sudden, the cultivators of the 19 sects shut their mouths, not daring to lower their guard. Han Yan's gaze locked onto Wei Yuan. How could a second-level void amalgamation cultivator fight a first-level void amalgamation cultivator? Should he put on an act? Would it be bad to be too domineering? Forget it, too troublesome, I'll just insta-kill him. Han Yan had an idea. He was getting closer and closer to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took out a wooden staff embedded with various crystals and prepared to fight. He sent a voice transmission to Li Qianlong and asked, "Is this person really not Zhouding?" This numinous treasure was too terrifying. For a moment, Wei Yuan wanted to admit defeat. Li Qianlong replied via voice transmission, "No, it should be the deity-slaying elder. I've asked around. The deity-slaying elder is only outstanding in talent. It's said that he was born in the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect and is less than 300 years old." Less than 300 years old, bullsh *t, how could there be so many numinous treasures in the great Yen cultivation world? This child was definitely not from the Jade Pure sect. Just as Wei Yuan was hesitating, Han Yan suddenly rushed over. He was extremely fast, wind god technique, a strong wind blew over, shocking Wei Yuan so much so that he subconsciously raised his wooden staff. This young man, he doesn't care about martial ethics. Why didn't he introduce himself before the battle? Wei Yuan was furious. He waved his staff, and Han Yan waved his palm. In an instant, 6 types of light burst out from Han Yan's palm. They spun at high speed and formed a circular seal. 6 paths ultimate seal, boom, a strong light burst out, causing the world to dim. All the cultivators closed their eyes. Wei Yuan felt an extremely terrifying force crushing towards him. His wooden staff could not block it at all. This power drilled directly into his body and melted away his spiritual energy like it was nothing. Not good, Wei Yuan was shocked. Before he could think, his mind went blank. The 6 paths ultimate seal directly wiped out his essence soul. Instant kill. There was no suspense. Han Yan could kill Zhouding, who was at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm, when he was at the 1st level of the void amalgamation realm. It was naturally easy for him to deal with Wei Yuan. When the strong light dissipated, Li Qianlong opened his eyes and saw Wei Yuan's corpse being carried by Han Yan. His limbs were naturally hanging down. Wei Yuan's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance and his pupils had lost their light. Li Qianlong was almost scared to death as he shouted in horror, "Senior Wei Yuan." Han Yan recognized his aura. Wasn't this Li Qianlong? Just in time, Han Yan raised his right index finger and used the unparalleled finger divine sword. The sword chi pierced through Li Qianlong's chest. The domineering 6-path spirit energy drilled into Li Qianlong's body, destroying his golden core, nascent soul and essence soul. Pfft, Li Qianlong spat out blood as his spirit energy dissipated. Another instant kill, Li Qianlong froze in the air as blood flowed out of his orifices. He looked up with difficulty and asked in disbelief, what right do you have? Everything happened too quickly, the war had yet to begin and Wei Yuan was already dead. He was also crippled, the thousands of cultivators from the 19 sects were all dumbfounded. Han Yan smiled in disdain. What right do I have? Because I cultivated an immortal emperor cultivation technique, top spirit root, top Providence, isn't killing you as simple as killing chickens and dogs. Han Yan raised his hand and sucked Li Qianlong in front of him. He looked at the 19 sects and turned to leave without saying a word. There were too many cultivators here. If they were all killed, the Jade Pure sect would really become the public enemy of the Great Yen cultivation world. Not only that, but the strength of the entire Great Yen cultivation world would also be weakened. At that time, the cultivation worlds of other states and dynasties might take advantage of the situation to invade. Wei Yuan's tragic death was enough to shock the 19 sects. A cultivator was sweating profusely. He looked at his sect master and asked in a trembling voice, "Sect master, are we still attacking?" When the sect master heard this, he cursed, "Attack? What attack? Are you a spy? We're here to support the Jade Pure sect." Young people have no foresight. The future of the sect was worrying. After Han Yan crippled Li Qianlong, he threw him into the main peak and let Li Qianlong lead the way. He returned inside the congenital cave and placed Wei Yuan's corpse on the ground. With a flip of his right hand, a soul appeared in his palm. It was the sect master of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuantian. Han Yan had never killed Huang Zuantian. Instead, he had imprisoned his soul in the depths of his soul. Han Yan asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to be resurrected?" Wei Yuan was the deputy sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. If he was killed, he would definitely become a mortal enemy of the Nine Dragons sect. Therefore, Han Yan wanted Huang Zuantian to occupy his body. To be precise, Wei Yuan was not completely dead. Only his essence soul had been destroyed, and the vitality of his body was still there. Resurrection? Huang Zuantian was stunned, and then ecstasy surged in his heart. Huang Zuantian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this line of words. Favorability is generated just like that. Han Yan was still hesitating about how to brainwash Huang Zuantian. Now, look what happened, it saved him a lot of trouble. Huang Zuantian took a deep breath and looked up at Han Yan. Fellow Taoist. No, senior, I've thought a lot over the past few decades. I'm indeed not suitable to be the leader of a sect. If you're willing to resurrect me, I'll definitely not return to the Raincoat sect. Return to the Raincoat sect? What are you thinking? The Raincoat sect is already gone, Han Yan said calmly. This body is the deputy sect master of the Nine Dragons sect of the West Abyss state. He's a void amalgamation realm cultivator. I destroyed his primordial spirit, and I hope that you can replace him. I'm not afraid of the Nine Dragons sect, but I'm afraid of endless trouble. Like you, I hope to cultivate well. A void amalgamation realm cultivator. Huang Zuantian's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He didn't die in vain. Huang Zuantian's heart was filled with lingering fear. Han Yan said, I've left my reincarnation mark in your soul. If you dare to disobey me in the future, I can crush you to death with a thought. If you can listen to my orders, don't worry, I'll let you live a dignified life. You just need to help me stabilize the Nine Dragons sect and hide this matter. That was true. After decades of soul imprisonment, his soul had already controlled Huang Zuantian. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique was so domineering, Han Yan didn't need to use any special spells. He only needed to suppress the enemy's soul in the depths of his own soul. With the passage of time, he could subtly control the enemy. Huang Zuantian hurriedly nodded and said, I swear, from now on, I'll never be your enemy. Han Yan nodded and cut off his 6-path spirit energy. Huang Zuantian followed and entered Wei Yuan's body. Taking over a body would take time. Lines of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. Frowny face. You have successfully protected the Jade Pure sect and obtained a Dharma spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Still Phase technique, Return Phase spell. Using this spell can force the other party to reveal their true form. It is effective on any living being. Not bad. Han Yan did not pass on the inheritance directly. Instead, he waited for Huang Zuantian to succeed in taking over his body. On the other side, The cultivators of the 19 sects remained outside the Jade Pure sect. Their sect masters did not leave. Instead, they followed Li Qingzi into the main peak. Han Yan's performance was too terrifying. All the sect masters were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to attack the Jade Pure sect again, much less leave directly. If such a terrifying enemy was not dealt with, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Li Qingzi went to the main hall of the main peak and began to investigate. This time, no one dared to attack him. Even when they spoke to him, they had to be careful. In the cultivation world, the strong were still respected. After some discussion, the spearhead was pointed at Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi threw out the crippled Li Qianlong for a confrontation. A huge calamity in the Great Yan cultivation world was successfully resolved by Han Yan's 2 moves. 7 days later, Huang Zuantian had succeeded in taking over his body. He felt like he was in a dream. He had been pursuing the void amalgamation realm, but to no avail. He didn't expect to become a void amalgamation realm cultivator just like that. Was this a blessing in disguise? Huang Zuantian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Seeing this notification, Han Yan smiled in satisfaction. He found Huang Zuantian even more pleasing to the eye. Huang Zuantian took a deep breath and walked to Han Yan. He bowed respectfully. Han Yan instructed, go directly to the West Abyss State. If you're not easy to fool, speak less. After all, you're a void amalgamation realm cultivator. They won't dare to interrogate you. Huang Zuantian nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely stabilize the 9 Dragons sect. He turned around and left. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly turned around and asked, do you need me to become the sect master? He was very experienced in fighting for the position of sect master. Han Yan's expression was strange as he said, it's up to you. I won't restrict you. As long as you don't disturb me and the Jade Pure sect, you can develop as you wish. Huang Zuantian asked, how should I address you? What's your Taoist name? Deity Slaying Elder was only a position, not Han Yan's Taoist name. Han Yan thought for a moment and said, reincarnation. Reincarnation, this Taoist name was meaningful. Huang Zuantian smiled and bowed again. After he left, Han Yan began to inherit the still phase technique. A month later, the Great Yan cultivation world was shaken. The Jade Pure sect issued a warrant for Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou, preparing to capture them. The righteous and demonic paths joined forces to expel the Wei family. The itinerant cultivators were puzzled. What happened? Other than having a wide network, the Wei family was not strong. Soon, they fled with their entire family, leaving the Great Yan cultivation world. The Great Yan cultivation world welcomed peace. Li Qingzi had already expressed to the various sects that the Jade Pure sect had no intention of dominating. They only wanted to cultivate peacefully. At the same time, they hoped that the Great Yan cultivation world could be united and not give other sects a chance to take advantage of them. Han Yan's domineering strength had already been displayed. The various sects were naturally more than happy to hear Li Qingzi's suggestion. If they couldn't win, it was best not to fight. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yan broke through to the 3rd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. The Void Amalgamation Realm was indeed not simple. It took so much time to break through a small realm in the early stages. However, compared to Han Yan's lifespan, it was nothing. In the past 10 years, Xianxia had not returned. The gray-robed elder who had comprehended the cultivation technique with her had already left. With the heavenly puppet around, Han Yan was not afraid that something would happen to her. Ever since the Jade Pure sect issued the arrest warrant, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and no longer caused trouble. However, Han Yan could still occasionally see their actions from the emails. He even suspected that the 2 of them were together. After all, they used to be very close. Han Yan had already imagined a romance drama. The male lead was forced to become a demon. The second male lead couldn't bear it and sacrificed himself to follow him. They became demons together and would accompany each other forever. While cultivating, Han Yan habitually opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by an itinerant cultivator. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has made a name for himself among the demons. He has more than 100,000 demons under his command. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by a demon king, X68, your Tao companion Xianxia has returned to the mortal world. Your good friend Xianxia has had an epiphany and comprehended a mystical ability. Your good friend Guan Yugang is afraid of you and has developed mental demons. Your disciple Suchi spread bad luck and has killed millions of living beings. His negative karma is monstrous. Han Yan's brows twitched. This unfilial disciple was really a jinx. He had only left for a few decades, but he had already killed millions of living beings. Han Yan suddenly regretted it. Should he have kept Suchi by his side? However, on second thought, keeping him by his side might cause the death of the Jade Pure sect. That wouldn't do. It was better to die than to die. Besides, Suchi's identity as a jinx was not bestowed by Han Yan. If there was someone to blame, it was heaven's fault for forcing him to descend into the mortal world. Also, his eldest disciple, Yang Tiandong, was not coming back. Was he planning to be a demon king forever? Han Yan was helpless. What kind of people were his disciples? Detected bearer of Cultivate Providence, check its origin. How many years had it been? Finally, he met another person with Cultivate Providence. Han Yan's interest was piqued and he chose to check his background. Sun Chang'an, 7th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, the reincarnation of an ancient spiritual ginseng. In his previous life, he was raised by a Buddhist sect. Due to a moment of fate with a demoness, he fell in love. The gods and Buddhas were furious and sent him to the mortal world. After experiencing the tribulation of love for 10,000 lifetimes, only by completely forgetting and severing all feelings can he escape the pain of reincarnation. This is the 39th life. Sun Chang'an was born into a cultivation family. Even though he was talented, he was not liked by his beloved because of his ugly appearance. After being mocked by his beloved, he was heartbroken and shaved his head to become a monk. When he heard that the Jade Pure Sect's deity-slaying elder was the #1 cultivator in the world, he specially came to acknowledge him as his master. He wanted to cultivate with the deity-slaying elder and forget about the mortal world. Han Yan was stunned. The reincarnation of the merciless immortal lord, he specially came to look for me? Han Yan's expression was strange. He noticed the last sentence. The ancient spiritual ginseng could increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What a guy, a humanoid spiritual energy assistant. Han Yan scanned it with his divine sense. Sun Chang'an had already arrived at the foot of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. This fellow was really ugly. His facial features were strange. He had a unibrow and several long black moles on his face. His figure could only be said to be ordinary. He wore a kasaya, but his bald head was shiny. Sun Chang'an walked to a stone tablet and recited, "Cultivate diligently to become an immortal." I believe this is the cave abode of the deity-slaying elder. Sun Chang'an's eyes burned as he knelt in front of the stone tablet. He pressed his palms together and shouted, I, Sun Chang'an, want to acknowledge the deity-slaying elder as my master. With that, he began to kowtow. Ever since the 19 sects returned in defeat, the deity-slaying elder had been deified in the great Yen cultivation world. All sorts of legends about him began to spread. Other than being powerful, he was also known for his hard-working heart. Sun Chang'an had encountered disciples of the Jade Pure sect and asked around. The deity-slaying elder was indeed an ascetic cultivator. Other than breaking through and blocking invaders, he almost never left his cave abode. Sun Chang'an felt that this person could help him out of his misery. He didn't want to love again. He didn't want to think about that pretty face anymore. Han Yan heard him but ignored him. Although Sun Chang'an could increase the spirit chi of heaven and earth, it could also cause trouble. Han Yan didn't want to take in disciples so easily. Sun Chang'an did not receive a reply and continued to kowtow. Spring passed and autumn came. Sun Chang'an became famous in the Jade Pure sect. As an itinerant cultivator, he knelt in front of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain day and night, wanting to become the disciple of the deity-slaying elder. From time to time, disciples would pass by this place just to see Sun Chang'an. Under the warning of the elders of the Jade Pure sect, the disciples did not dare to stay on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. What was worth mentioning was that no one came to expel Sun Chang'an. Han Yan guessed that the cultivation family Sun Chang'an came from was not simple. Perhaps Li Qingzi had tacitly allowed him to come and become a disciple. Other than shouting at the beginning, Sun Chang'an did not shout again. He knelt in front of the stone tablet and occasionally kowtowed. He knelt for 5 years. 5 whole years. Sun Chang'an never got up. Han Yan was moved by his will. This child's hard-working heart was not bad. He shouldn't cause trouble after coming, right, on this day. Mo Zhu came to visit. Han Yan had not seen her for decades. She had been cultivating in the secret hall of the Jade Pure sect. Han Yan waved his hand and moved Mo Zhu, who was outside the mountain protecting array formation, into the cave abode. After not seeing her for decades, Mo Zhu had already lost her youthfulness and looked more like a fairy. She was dressed in a black robe and looked at Han Yan with a complicated expression. Han Yan looked at her makeup and asked with a smile, "Miss Mo, are you going to follow your brother and fall into the demonic path?" Mo Zhu sighed. "That's right. I'm preparing to leave the Jade Pure sect to follow my brother and take revenge together." "Revenge?" Han Yan frowned. "After so many years, you still can't let go of your grudges?" He immediately sent out a portion of his spiritual sense. "I thought I had already let go, but after cultivating for so long, the hatred from the past has already become my inner demon. If I can't overcome it, the inner demon will always hold me back, preventing me from ever reaching the nascent soul realm. I came here to bid you farewell." Mo Zhu took a deep breath and said, "In the entire Jade Pure sect, other than my brother, the person I care about the most is you. You once saved me, and you are the only man who has moved my heart." Han Yan frowned even more. Oh no, was she going to confess? "I'm not telling you this because I want you to do anything for me. I know that you have a heart that strives for the Tao. If I can return in the future, I will cultivate bitterly with you in pursuit of the Tao." Mo Zhu smiled. "There are some things that I'm afraid I'll regret if I don't say them." She quickly walked in front of Han Yan, wanting to kiss Han Yan. Han Yan did not dodge and let her kiss him. It was just a kiss on the face. It was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Mo Zhu retracted her hand, her face red. She asked softly, "Han Yan, if I can return safely, will you marry me?" Han Yan said calmly, "Isn't it good to cultivate together? We'll talk about this when we become immortals." Mo Zhu smiled. Her smile was so stunning and beautiful. He did not refuse. That was enough. Han Yan grabbed her hand. Mo Zhu was stunned. She looked at Han Yan expectantly. However, Han Yan quickly let go. He had only imprinted his 6 paths mark on her soul. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great, so she could not sense it at all. "That's all," Han Yan said expressionlessly. Mo Zhu nodded and turned to leave. The moment she turned around, she wanted to cry. After this farewell, she did not know if they would meet again in this life. Why didn't he ask me to stay? Why didn't he follow me? Mo Zhu couldn't help but feel aggrieved. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality. After all, this was the path she had chosen. After leaving the Khanate cave abode, Mo Zhu was caught. Yes. She was caught by Daoist Jingxiu and Li Qingzi. She wanted to betray the sect, no way. When she expressed her intentions, Han Yan directly used his spiritual sense to inform Li Qingzi. How could Li Qingzi dare to let Mo Zhu betray the sect? Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan had already caused so much trouble for the Jade Pure sect? Han Yan. Mo Zhu's voice was filled with resentment. Then, she was taken away by Li Qingzi and Daoist Jingxiu. Han Yan had specially reminded Li Qingzi not to mistreat her and to arrange a place for her to cultivate. Li Qingzi expressed that she understood. In the forest, a fat black chicken sighed. "You want to eat my master? Woman, you're dreaming." Han Yan did not think too much about it. He focused his attention on Sun Chang'an at the foot of the mountain. This child had knelt for 5 years. There was no harm in taking him in as a disciple. He should not run around. As long as he stayed on the mountain to cultivate with him, there would be no problem. Han Yan waved his hand and moved Sun Chang'an into the cave abode. Sun Chang'an was in a daze. He knelt on the ground, his body on the verge of collapse. Even though he was a foundation establishment cultivator, kneeling for 5 years was still unbearable. "Why aren't you calling me master?" Han Yan spoke in an indifferent tone. Sun Chang'an looked up at him instinctively. F***ck. This fellow is really ugly. Up close, the visual impact was huge. Sun Chang'an jolted awake and said in a trembling voice, "Deity. Slaying elder?" He hurriedly kowtowed to Han Yan. Disciple Sun Chang'an greets master. Disciple Sun Chang'an greets master. Disciple Sun Chang'an greets master. Sun Chang'an cried tears of joy. 5 years. I've knelt for 5 whole years. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared before Han Yan's eyes. You have taken in 3 people with connate Providence as your disciples. Your Providence has increased and your cultivation development has changed. You have the following choices. 1. The path of a sword immortal. Enter the Tao with the sword. After Mahayana, you can ascend to the celestial world and become a sword immortal. 2. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Break through the Tao with magic. After Mahayana, you can enter the netherworld and become a ghost sword immortal. Han Yan looked at the 3 options in front of him and didn't hesitate. The third option included the first 2 and was obviously stronger. Moreover, the third option had more places to go. It wasn't just the immortal world or the underworld. He could go anywhere he wanted, hence, Han Yan chose the third option. You have chosen the path of the reincarnation sword immortal and obtained a mystical power inheritance. Once the 6 path spirit root and sword Tao are cultivated to the peak, you can enter the next stage. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power Heaven Earth Sword Chi, Heaven Earth Sword Chi, Sword Tao mystical power. Cultivate a Heaven Earth Sword Chi in your golden core. Spit out sword chi with extremely strong lethality. Spit out sword chi, not bad, a little showy. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Sun Chang'an again and said, once you become my disciple, you won't be able to leave this mountain in the future unless you become an immortal. Are you willing? Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. As expected of the number 1 ascetic cultivator of the Great Yin, Sun Chang'an has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars, only 3 stars. Han Yan was secretly unhappy. It seemed that this fellow didn't like men. Sun Chang'an replied, I just want to cultivate in seclusion and stay away from the mortal world. That's why I came to find you. Han Yan nodded and said, find a place to cultivate first. When you break through to the golden core realm, I will teach you the Dharma spell. Hearing this, Sun Chang'an hurriedly stood up. However, he almost fell. Han Yan heard the sound of his joints cracking. He shook his head and laughed. He ignored Sun Chang'an and began to inherit the Heaven Earth Sword Chi. Time passed. 12 years passed. Han Yan successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Ever since Sun Chang'an joined, the spiritual energy in the cave abode had indeed increased. Sun Chang'an had also broken through to the Golden Core Realm. Han Yan asked him to receive the Jade Pure Technique. After Jioding Jinren returned, he strengthened the Jade Pure Technique. Now, he could cultivate to the Void Amalgamation Realm. Through his interpersonal relationships, Han Yan noticed that the cultivation of the elders of the Jade Pure sect had finally begun to improve. Apart from cultivation techniques, after decades of transformation by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the spiritual chi of the Jade Pure sect had greatly increased. The spiritual chi was like a fog, visible to the naked eye, covering the peaks. It was like the legendary land of immortals, beautiful and mysterious. Whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, the cultivation of the disciples had significantly improved. It could be said that the entire sect was enjoying the benefits. The Jade Pure sect was charging towards becoming the number 1 sect in the Great Yin. Guanyogong's injuries were finally healed. However, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer arrogant and domineering, and would often cultivate in seclusion. It was worth mentioning that over the years, Guanyogong's favorability towards Han Yan had increased to 2.5 stars. Han Yan didn't know what he was thinking, but it was fine as long as Guanyogong didn't provoke him. On this day, Fairy Xixian came to visit. Han Yan immediately let Sun Chang'an out and let Fairy Xixian in. Witnessing Fairy Xixian's peerless beauty, Sun Chang'an was dazed for a moment. When he came out of the cave, he couldn't help but think of his sweetheart. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, began to stir again. Sun Chang'an sighed. He walked under a tree and looked into the distance, lost in thought. After not seeing Fairy Xixian for a long time, Han Yan was still stunned when he saw her again. Fairy Xixian was definitely the most beautiful woman he knew. Especially her temperament. No wonder Li Qingzi, Li Qianlong, and Guan Yugang fought so hard for her. Fellow Taoist Han, long time no see, Fairy Xixian said with a smile. Han Yan shook his head and said, Master, why are you so distant from me? Fairy Xixian sighed and said, You're already a void amalgamation realm cultivator, 2 major realms higher than me. I don't have a master for you at all, so I can't be considered your master. We only had a status before. If we continue to maintain this status, I won't be able to bear it and will easily lose my fortune. Han Yan thought for a moment and didn't refute. Fairy, why are you looking for me this time? Han Yan asked with a smile. Fairy Xixian said, The Jade Pure Sect is preparing to send 7 nascent soul elders to the Holy Land of the West Abyss State to discuss the Tao. Are you going? Han Yan immediately shook his head and said, I'm not going. I don't need it. This was the truth. Fairy Xixian smiled and said, Then forget it. The two chatted for a while more. They didn't chat for long before Fairy Xixian left. The conversation between the two was very calm. It felt like a friendship between gentlemen was as calm as water. Han Yan wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he felt very comfortable. When he was with Fairy Xixian, even if he didn't speak, his mood would be very calm. West Abyss State? I wonder how that guy is doing recently. Han Yan muttered to himself. He clicked on his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. There were too many people who had a good impression of him. Most of them were from the Jade Pure Sect, and the emails dazzled him. Han Yan suddenly noticed that he could set a special focus next to the profile picture. He immediately set a special focus on the person he wanted to pay attention to. When he opened the email again, a special focus option appeared. Han Yan chose to pay special attention, and the content of the email decreased significantly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a cultivator from the same sect, X75. Your disciple Su Qi is being hunted down by 7 sections. Your good friend Jioding Jinren has comprehended nature. His lifespan has increased by 300 years. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X641. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X377. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X983. Your good friend Zhou Fan is seriously injured and his life is hanging by a thread. He was captured by the snow trampling sect. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon beast, X3782. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has awakened the demon saint bloodline. His cultivation has increased tremendously. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. This was incredible. In just over 10 years, these people had been attacked more than 1,000 times. Yang Tiandong was the most exaggerated. He had been attacked 3,000 times. Could it be that the number behind represented the number of people who attacked him? Han Yan felt that it should be so. How could he have been attacked 3,782 times in more than 10 years? It was too exaggerated. Who could stand it? What was Yang Tiandong doing? Why did he go out and not come back? Did he not want to leave after becoming a demon king? Or had he completely transformed into a demon and wanted to become the supreme demon? Seeing that Yang Tiandong had awakened the demon saint bloodline, Han Yan was relieved. This kid wouldn't die, there was no need to worry about him. There was also Zhou Fan. This main character had actually been captured. What a shame. What kind of sect was the snow trampling sect? Why had he never heard of it? Could it be that it wasn't a sect in the great Yen cultivation world? Han Yan continued reading the emails as he pondered. The more he read, the more determined his Tao heart became. It was better to stay in the Jade Pure sect and cultivate in peace. The sun was setting. The setting sun was like blood, and the sky was bleak. Between the mountains, countless cultivators flew on their swords and floated in the air. The scene was rather spectacular. All the cultivators stared in one direction. A man stood on the hill. It was Su Qi. Su Qi's face was covered in blood. His hair was messy, and his robes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and looked at the enemies in all directions and in the sky. A middle-aged man standing on the flying sword pointed at Su Qi and scolded angrily, "Demon, where are you running to? Today, you must die." The other cultivators cursed. The reason why Su Qi was being hunted down was because he had too many treasures on him. In the past few decades, he had cursed countless cultivators to death, and he had taken away all their belongings. Not long ago, he had accidentally displayed his wealth at the auction and was targeted by someone. It was not easy for him to kill the intruder, but in the end, the other party's identity was very high. The elder of the deceased came to kill him. Just as Su Qi's life was hanging by a thread, the master in Su Qi's heart protected him and secretly killed that elder. Just like that, there was no end to it. The matter became bigger and bigger. Su Qi had more and more storage rings, but so did the trouble. This time, the 7 sects had gathered to kill him. Su Qi was only at the Golden Core realm. How could he kill his way out? "Master, save me!" Hearing Su Qi's shout, all the cultivators stopped and looked around nervously. Su Qi was always able to turn danger into safety, and the cultivators who chased after him all died tragically. Therefore, they had always suspected that there was someone behind Su Qi. It turned out to be his master. The middle-aged cultivator who scolded Su Qi earlier shouted, "Fellow Taoist! Why are you hiding in the dark? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" However, no one answered him. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Su Qi again. He realized that Su Qi had a mocking and smug look on his face, as if they were the ones who were going to die instead of him. Su Qi's confidence made the middle-aged cultivator even more flustered. Rumble, thunderclouds suddenly gathered and the sky quickly darkened. Everyone was so scared that they looked around nervously. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind whistled and grew stronger. The cultivators were horrified to find that the wind was very strange. It actually hid wind blades that were hard to see with the naked eye. They were extremely sharp and tore their robes. They were so shocked that they hurriedly mobilized their spirit energy to resist. Except for Su Qi, everyone suffered. Su Qi had a look of admiration. As expected of a senior, "No, master is really powerful." The thunder rumbled and the wind raged. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. When the first bolt of lightning struck, the 7 major sects knew that a nightmare had arrived. It was not ordinary lightning. It was heavenly lightning. To mortals, 1 year was a very long time. 18 years was enough for a person to grow up. However, to Han Yan, it passed very quickly. It was like a dream. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the void amalgamation realm. His breakthrough speed was already very fast. One had to know that Jioding Jinren was still stuck at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm and Xiaoyi was still at the 2nd level. While Han Yan was cultivating, he taught Sun Chang'an the Heartless Flying Sword. After cultivating the Heartless Flying Sword for 10 years, Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised to find that he did not seem to think about the unrequited love of the past. Little did he know that his lust was decreasing. After the breakthrough, Han Yan habitually took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Xiao Yi. Han Yan could not see the situation of the enemy, but Xiao Yi's profile picture was still there, which meant that he was still doing well. Before Xiao Yi died, Han Yan would not give up cursing him. Who asked this guy to hate him so much? Even after so many years, it still hadn't decreased at all. Han Ju cursed as he checked the emails in his interpersonal relationships. Most of them had been attacked in 18 years. Rather than an attack, it was more like a battle. It was impossible for everyone to be attacked. Most likely, they were the ones who attacked first. Jianghu was dangerous, so he had to stay away from it. Perhaps with Han Yan's current cultivation level, he was not afraid of being attacked. However, if such things happened too often, it would affect his cultivation. Just like Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan, they always occupied the top 3 spots in terms of the number of times they were attacked. The chaotic heavenly dog caught up from behind and was about to overtake him. Han Yan found it funny every time he saw Tengu being beaten. Who told you not to listen to me? Although Tengu was constantly being beaten, his cultivation level kept increasing. It was the same for the others. It seemed that they were all fighting for opportunities. A few days later, Xing Hongxian came to visit. Han Yan chased Sun Chang'an out and let Xing Hongxian in. Husband, I've had a great opportunity in the past few decades. I've comprehended a divine technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach it to you. Xianxia ran to Han Yan excitedly and said as if she was presenting a treasure. Han Yan shook his head. I have a divine technique. I don't need it. Xianxia had indeed had a great opportunity. Her cultivation level had increased to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. She was almost catching up to Zhou Fan, who had Cultivate Providence. Xianxia flipped her right hand, and 2 fist-sized green fruits appeared in her hands. She smiled and said, "This is a strange fruit I found in the ancient mystic realm. After eating it, it can improve one's qi and blood and strengthen one's physique. It's very magical. I've only eaten one, and I can crush a small mountain with one palm." Han Yan took a look and realized that the green fruit seemed to be extraordinary. He reached out and took one of the green fruits and ate it directly. The flesh of the fruit instantly melted when it entered his throat, turning into a hot current that flowed into Han Yan's body. Then, Han Yan felt warm all over. The effect was remarkable. Han Yan immediately ate all the green fruits in his hands. Xianxia handed the remaining one to Han Yan. How can I accept this? Han Yan said helplessly. Then, he obediently took the green fruit and ate it. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's okay. As long as I can help my husband, I'm happy." After eating the 2 green fruits, Han Yan took out some magic tools and gave them to Xianxia. They were all obtained from killing enemies. Xianxia wanted to refuse, but Han Yan's attitude was firm, so she could only accept them. Xianxia's heart was filled with sweetness. "Take out your heavenly puppet. I'll upgrade it," Han Yan said. Hearing this, Xianxia's face blushed slightly, and she took out the heavenly puppet shyly. Han Yan's expression suddenly became strange. The heavenly puppet had a face carved into it. It was Han Yan's face. Although there was a difference in looks, the facial features were similar. What was strange was that the heavenly puppet's mouth was a little red, as if it had applied rouge. Could it be? Han Yan didn't dare to think about it. He pretended not to have any reaction. He took the heavenly puppet and poured his 6th-path spirit energy into it. The heavenly puppet didn't have a realm. As long as the 6th-path spirit energy inside was replaced, it could be upgraded to the void amalgamation realm. Of course, the heavenly puppet could only be upgraded by Han Yan. Other people's spirit energy had no effect on it. The heavenly puppet was equivalent to Han Yan's spirit energy incarnation. It wasn't troublesome to replace the heavenly puppet's spirit energy, and it wouldn't take long. Xianxia sat at the side and asked softly, "Did Mo Zhu look for you recently?" Chang Yuer had left, but she still had another love rival. After being away for so many years, she didn't know if Mo Zhu had made any moves on Han Yan. "Yes." Han Yan replied. Then, he told her what happened. After Xianxia heard this, she said regretfully, "What a pity." "What's a pity?" "Nothing." Xianxia waved her hand. The 2 of them began to chat. Xianxia talked about her experiences over the years. Han Yan understood the trend of the cultivation world through her. 10 days later, Xianxia walked to the entrance of the cave. After confirming that her clothes were clean and tidy, she left with a red face. Han Yan sat on the bed, pulled at the wrinkled corner of his clothes, and sighed. However, a smile still appeared on his face. 5 years later, Xianxia came to visit. Han Yan once again asked Sun Chang'an to leave, and then asked Xianxia to come in. Seeing Xianxia's worried expression, Han Yan's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen again? It had only been peaceful for a few decades. Xianxia found a chair and sat down. Facing Han Yan, she sighed. "Elder Han, something bad has happened. The cultivation world of Great Way has been unified. The leader is the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect. The Bloodfire Heavenly Sect has poached a mighty figure as a guest elder from somewhere. They have already announced that they want to unify the surrounding cultivation worlds." Han Yan was puzzled. They're all immortal cultivators. Why aren't they in seclusion to comprehend the true intent of heaven and earth and pursue eternal life? Why are they fighting for territory like mortals? Xianxia shook her head. The ambitions of fiendish cultivators will only increase with the growth of their cultivation. Furthermore, the more cultivation worlds they conquer, the more cultivation resources they can control. How strong is that mighty figure as a guest elder? I'm not sure. He's at least at the void amalgamation realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unify the cultivation world of Great Way so quickly. Could he be at the conjoint body realm? If so, what will you do, Elder Han? Of course not tomorrow. The journey is long. In addition, with the resistance of the sects along the way, it will take at least a few decades or even longer for them to reach the Jade Pure sect. I'm just informing you in advance. Li Qingzi shook his head and smiled. He could tell what Han Yan meant. He couldn't help but sigh. Elder Han's talent was truly rare in the world. In a few decades, his cultivation level would definitely increase greatly. Han Yan smiled. If that's the case, I won't have to run. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Unknowingly, the person Li Qingzi relied on the most had already become Han Yan. Although the two of them didn't communicate much, every time the Jade Pure sect was in danger, Li Qingzi would first think of Han Yan. By the way, where's my disciple? Didn't you look for him after he went missing? Han Yan asked. Speaking of which, the reason why Yang Tiandong went missing was because he had followed the Jade Pure sect to the Immortal Cultivation Conference. Li Qingzi's expression was strange as he said, I did, but he didn't want to come back. He's already a demon king and is very famous among the demons in the Great Yin cultivation world. I estimate that in another 100 years, he might become the #1 demon king of the Great Yin. Han Yan was speechless. As expected. Li Qingzi smiled and said, recently, the Jade Pure sect has welcomed several nascent soul cultivators. I even convinced 2 soul formation cultivators. They will join the Jade Pure sect in at most a few years. People walked towards greater heights. The current Jade Pure sect was definitely the strongest in the Great Yin cultivation world. The spiritual energy of the sect was even better than the other sections. Han Yan nodded. The stronger the Jade Pure sect was, the better for him. To be honest, he was definitely the most leisurely elder in the Jade Pure sect. He had only made a few moves in 100 years, and he was not tired every time. The spiritual flowers and herbs on the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain were all taken care of by special disciples. Han Yan only needed to do one thing. That was cultivation. After so many years, your deeds as the deity-slaying elder have almost been forgotten. Only the older generation like us still talk about your might. Now, it's the world of geniuses like Zhou Fan, Mo Fuzhou, and Yang Tiandong. These 3 people can be said to be influential figures. Unfortunately, they no longer serve the Jade Pure sect. By the way, decades ago, there was a demonic dog that rampaged through the cultivation world. I heard from my disciple's description that you raised that demonic dog? Li Qingzi suddenly thought of something and asked. When he arrived at the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, he did not see Tengu. Han Yan replied, don't worry about it. It insists on going out. When it's scared, it will naturally come back. Li Qingzi shook her head and laughed. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Qingzi left them alone. Han Yan took in chi while checking his interpersonal emails. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by demon beasts, X578. Your good friend Zhou Fan encountered a huge fortuitous encounter and obtained an ancient numinous treasure. Your good friend Fairy Xian was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X33. Your good friend Guan Yugang was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X421. Your disciple Su Qi comprehended the heavenly Tao and comprehended a divine power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X798. Your good friend Huang Jihao was captured by the true martial sect. Han Yan did not see Yang Tiandong's situation, but this kid's profile picture was still there. It seemed that he was in seclusion. That was good too. Han Yan was really afraid that he would die. Han Yan noticed that Su Qi had actually comprehended a divine power. Interesting. It was not only Su Qi. Previously, there were also people who had comprehended divine powers while cultivating. Ever since Han Yan started cultivating, he had always relied on the system's rewards. He had focused all his energy on cultivating and had never comprehended a divine power himself. Why don't I give it a try? Han Yan had top-notch sword Dao comprehension. It should not be difficult for him to comprehend a sword Dao divine power. It was boring to cultivate all the time. He could only comprehend divine powers for fun. Creating divine powers out of thin air required imagination. He might as well use it to improve his divine powers. Han Yan thought for a moment and decided to comprehend the 10,000 Swords divine sect. This sword Dao divine power was definitely his coolest divine power. It was worth studying. Han Yan immediately closed his eyes. The 10,000 Swords divine sect could summon at most 10,000 sword shadows in the long river of history. Although the sea was huge, its precision and lethality were still weak. Han Yan suddenly had an idea. If he combined the 3 pure shadow sword technique with the 10,000 Swords divine sect, how terrifying would that be? Tens of thousands of ultimate sword shadows that could freely kill enemies. He would comprehend it just like that. Han Yan was in high spirits as he focused on comprehending. West Abyss State was a region without dynasties. There were many demons here, and it was difficult for mortal dynasties to set foot in it. However, there were many cultivation sects here, even more than the Great Yen cultivation world. The true martial sect was one of the top righteous sects in West Abyss State. In a pavilion, Huang Jihao meditated on the bed and cultivated. The door suddenly opened, and a blue-robed man walked in. He had a dignified appearance, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked like a man who had walked out of a painting. The blue-robed man walked to the table and sat down. He placed his sword on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "Huang Jihao, haven't you thought it through?" Huang Jihao opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, "I lost to you not because my sword Dao is lacking. If you give me another 100 years, I will definitely be able to defeat you. The Suzaku sword sect has raised me. It's impossible for me to betray the sect." The blue-robed man smiled. The true martial sect is stronger than the Suzaku sword sect. It's even stronger than the Jade Pure sect of the Great Yen cultivation world. If you join the true martial sect, I will nurture you into the #1 sword cultivator in the world. In the future, you might even have a chance to become a sword immortal. This is your opportunity, an opportunity that many sword cultivators dream of. Huang Jihao was silent. If you were born in the true martial sect, you would be at least at the soul formation realm by now. You are born with a sword heart, so you shouldn't waste your talent. When you become a sword immortal, it will also be an honor for the Suzaku sword sect. The blue-robed man said seriously, his eyes even filled with anticipation. Huang Jihao smiled bitterly. Is my talent in the sword Dao really unparalleled in the world? But I've seen an even more monstrous talent in the sword Dao than me. That person's sword chi is even stronger than yours. Huang Jihao recalled the time when he faced Han Yan's sword chi. His body could not help but tremble. The blue-robed man laughed. His laughter was very loud. He smiled and asked, "This person is from your Great Yen?" Huang Jihao nodded. "Impossible. There can't be a sword cultivator stronger than me in the Great Yen cultivation world," the blue-robed man said proudly. Huang Jihao asked seriously, "Have you heard of the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect? His strength is already comparable to a void amalgamation realm cultivator." Wei Yuan of the 9 Dragons sect returned in defeat and did not mention a word about the battle back then. This shows how powerful the deity-slaying elder is. The blue-robed man said disdainfully, "Wei Yuantian's talent isn't good enough. He reached the void amalgamation realm by chance. In order to reach the next level, he had to be hired by others everywhere and lose the face of us void amalgamation realm cultivators. It's not difficult to defeat him." At this moment, the sword on the table suddenly trembled. It wasn't just his sword. The sword beside Huang Jihao's leg also trembled. The two of them were shocked. Huang Jihao grabbed his sword, unable to restrain it. He couldn't help but look at the blue-robed man and ask, "What's going on?" The blue-robed man held his sword and turned to walk out of the room. Huang Jihao followed closely behind. The two of them arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was located on a mountain peak and could overlook most of the scenery of the true martial sect. Many disciples of the true martial sect unsheathed their swords and flew uncontrollably to the high school. The swords in the hidden sword pavilion also broke through the door and soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of swords floated in the air. As far as the eye could see, the tips of the swords were all pointing in the same direction. The scene was extremely shocking. All the swords were trembling. The sound gathered together and filled the world. The blue-robed man was shocked. He muttered, 10,000 swords worship, sword spirits cry. Someone has comprehended the eternal sword Tao. What is the eternal sword Tao? Huang Jihao asked. His eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen the swords of the entire sect fly into the sky and bow in the same direction. Most importantly, the direction of the swords, it was the Great Yin. A guess popped up in Huang Jihao's mind, making him feel that it was impossible. The blue-robed man took a deep breath and said, the eternal sword Tao is a realm of sword Tao mystical abilities. In layman's terms, it's a sword Tao mystical ability that only appears once in 10,000 years. I didn't expect there to be such a prodigy of the sword Tao in the world today, a sword Tao mystical ability that only appeared once in 10,000 years, Huang Jihao was shocked. A peerlessly handsome face appeared in his mind. Could it be him? Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and asked, if I join the true martial sect, can I comprehend such a mystical ability? The blue-robed man was silent. His attitude made Huang Jihao feel even more complicated. Han Yan spent a month comprehending the sword Tao mystical ability. He succeeded. The sword cultivators in the world went crazy. However, Han Yan did not know about this. The phenomenon that happened in the true martial sect also appeared in the various sects of the Great Yin cultivation world, including the Jade Pure sect. Countless swords floated above the Jade Pure sect. They were all trembling as they pointed at the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. When Heiyuji saw this scene, his fat body trembled in fear. Han Yan heard the sword hum outside the cave and opened his eyes. He scanned the outside with his divine sense and saw the swords floating in the air. He was stunned. Did he cause this commotion? He looked down at the sword shadow in his palm and clenched his right hand. The sword shadow disappeared. All the swords floating in the sky fell. Sun Chang'an looked at Han Yan in a daze. When Han Yan comprehended the mystical ability, a sword light burst out from between his brows, and a strong wind circled around his body. Coupled with his numinous treasures, this image stunned Sun Chang'an. Sun Chang'an also heard the sword hum. In the end, Han Yan closed his palms, and the sword hum outside disappeared. The swords floating in the air fell. What did this mean? The phenomenon outside was caused by Han Yan. Congratulations on comprehending an eternal level sword Tao divine ability. Please give it a name. Han Yan was slightly taken aback when he saw the line of words in front of him. Aeon level, divine abilities were divided into different levels. He thought for a moment and chanted in his heart, 3 pure world cleansing. Name bestowment successful. As this is your first time comprehending a divine power, your providence has increased. You have the following choices. 1. Emerge immediately and use the 3 pure world cleansing to shock the world. You will receive a numinous treasure. 2nd, keep a low profile and continue to become stronger until you are invincible. You will receive a numinous treasure. They were both numinous treasures. It was rare. Han Yan silently chose the second option. You have chosen to cultivate in a low-key manner. Congratulations on obtaining a numinous treasure. You have obtained a 3rd-grade numinous treasure, Earth Emperor's Soul Ward. Earth Emperor's Spirit Ward, 3rd-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can automatically block attacks that can harm its owner. Another defensive type numinous treasure, and it was rank 3, awesome, who can beat me, who can break through my defenses, Han Yan thought happily. A bold idea suddenly occurred to him. If he were to act in a high-profile manner now, would the system take back the spirit treasure? Forget it. He wanted to keep a low profile anyway. The system gave him the choice according to his preferences. There was no need to try. Han Yan took out the Earth Emperor's Spirit Ward. It was a long scarf that looked like silk. It was golden in color. When it was waved, it looked like the clouds were dancing. It was very beautiful. Is it okay for me, a 7-foot-tall man, to wear such a silk scarf? Han Yan complained to himself. At the same time, he began to drip his blood on it to claim ownership. It seemed to be a woman's item, but he would not give it away. Regardless of whether it was given to Xing Hongxian or Fairy Shi Xian, such a numinous treasure would bring trouble to them. Previously, Wei Yuan had clearly recognized the numinous treasure on him, which was why he was so shocked. After spending some time, Han Yan successfully made the Earth Emperor's spirit ward recognize him as its owner. He thought for a moment and took off the Frost Lord's glazed crown on his head. Then, he tied the Earth Emperor's spirit ward on the Frost Lord's glazed crown. The Earth Emperor's spirit ward was more than 10 feet long. When it was tied to the Frost Lord's glazed crown, it automatically fluttered. Don't say it, after Han Yan put on the Frost Lord's glazed crown again, he looked even more handsome. Sun Chang'an was dumbfounded. Could Master be the reincarnation of an immortal? The Earth Emperor's spirit ward fluttered around Han Yan, looking very agile. Han Yan was very satisfied. He was even more handsome. At this moment, Li Qingzi came to visit. The phenomenon just now had caused quite a commotion. He thought that there were enemies. Han Yan replied that the enemy had already fled. Li Qingzi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Han Yan. There were actually people who came to attack the Jade Pure sect in the current Great Yan. It seemed that there were still many hidden experts. He had to be careful in the future and not be arrogant. Li Qingzi thought silently. He did not want to be beaten again. West Abyss State. 9 Dragon Sect. Huang Zuantian, also known as Wei Yuan, was cultivating in the Taoist temple. The temple wasn't big, and the furnishings were simple. Behind Huang Zuantian was a huge cauldron with 3 large incense candles. Smoke curled up into the air. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes. An old Taoist priest walked into the temple. He sat down in front of Huang Zuantian and chuckled. Junior brother Wei, I'm here to discuss something with you. Huang Zuantian asked, what's the matter? His heart tightened. This old fox was smiling. Could it be that he had discovered his true identity? The old Taoist said, my sect and the true martial sect have been fighting for a long time, and the other resource lands in the West Abyss have almost all been occupied. I want to let my sect's disciples enter the Great Yan's world of self-cultivators. The Great Yan's world of self-cultivators is weak, and the dynasty's fate is waning. It's very suitable for our development. After occupying the Great Yan, we can continue to march into the Great Way. You've been to the Great Yan before and are familiar with it. You can lead a group of elite disciples there. Huang Zuantian couldn't help but frown. Advance into the Great Yan, this guy must be tired of living. It wasn't easy for him to be resurrected. Huang Zuantian did not want to offend Han Yan. The old Taoist priest smiled. If this matter is done well, the position of sect master will belong to you sooner or later. Master has been in seclusion for 100 years and I don't know if he can enter the conjoint body realm. We can't just sit back and wait for death. We have to seek opportunities. Huang Zuantian hesitated. Can we not go to the Great Yan? We can go to other cultivation worlds. The world is huge and the benefits that the Great Yan can bring us are not great. The old Taoist priest shook his head. It's precisely because the Great Yan is weak that we attacked them. This matter is settled. Prepare yourself. I'll go and select disciples first. With that, the old Taoist priest stood up. Looking at his back view, Huang Zuantian wanted to say something but hesitated. Old fox, this was a discussion, F***CKU, you forced me to do this, seems like I have no choice but to fight for your position as sect master. Huang Zuantian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself hatefully. It wasn't easy for him to settle down and cultivate in seclusion. In the end, this fellow caused trouble for him. Although Huang Zuantian was a coward, his life was in the hands of Han Yan. He had no choice but to make a move. As a result, Huang Zuantian began to think about how to seize the position. Although the old Taoist priest was much stronger than him, he did not panic. 1,000 years ago, after the previous sect master of the Raincoat sect died, Huang Zuantian was not the first choice for the position. The first choice was his senior brother. He was a radical and wanted revenge. His cultivation was much stronger than Huang Zuantian's. In order to survive, Huang Zuantian planned to seize the position. Han Yan created the eternal mystical power and caused the world to change. The world was vast, and the Great Yan was just a small place. Apart from a certain Taoist with the surname Huang, no one thought that the mighty figure who created the eternal sword Tao was hidden in the Great Yan. 13 years later. No one mentioned this matter again. Han Yan's cultivation level had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the void amalgamation realm. It was all thanks to Sun Chang'an. His addition caused the spirit qi in the cave abode to increase, and Han Yan's cultivation speed also increased. After all, this fellow was an ancient spiritual ginseng, which was equivalent to a human-shaped heavenly treasure. It was also a heavenly treasure of the immortal world. You have reached 300 years old, and another 100 years have passed on the path of cultivation. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately come out of seclusion and show your strength to the world. You will receive a divine beast of Providence egg. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and hide your achievements and reputation. You will receive a numinous treasure. Han Yan silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low profile and received a numinous treasure. Congratulations on receiving a 3rd-grade numinous treasure, Heart-Protecting Immortal Chain. Heart-Protecting Immortal Chain, 3rd-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can automatically absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth until it reaches a full state. It will not affect the owner's cultivation. It will automatically protect the owner during battle. Another defensive numinous treasure, and the positions are not the same. The system knows me well, Han Yan thought happily. He took out the heart-protecting immortal chain. This was a crystal chain that was exquisite and beautiful. After a while, the heart-protecting immortal chain successfully recognized him as its owner. Han Yan wore it around his neck. Sun Chang'an was secretly envious. Master has so many Dharma treasures, could it be that this is a legacy? After Master breaks through to a certain level of cultivation, he can wear it. Han Yan was in a good mood. He ignored Sun Chang'an's gaze and opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. He wondered who had been beaten up the most over the years. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon beast, X3911. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X672. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X3028. Your good friend Zhou Fan has killed countless people and his karma is monstrous. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by righteous cultivators, X105. Your divine pet Tengu was attacked by demonic cultivators, X4003. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Great Jin dynasty encountered a rare plague of locusts, floods, and plagues. The mountains and rivers are on the verge of collapse. Not bad, Han Yan's disciples and divine pets had finally become the top 3 in terms of the number of times they had been beaten. Forget about Su Qi, he was a jinx. Yang Tiandong and Tengu were really troublesome. Zhou Fan had really become a demon. Han Yan had an intuition. Mo Fuzhou might have been forced, but Zhou Fan was definitely a demon by nature. The things that this guy did in the inner sect were already being criticized. Han Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He stood up and said, "Disciple, come out with me. I'll teach you and Heiyuji Dharma spells." Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He hurriedly stood up and followed. Above the endless desert, countless locusts filled the air like a sandstorm. A figure walked forward in the locust storm. He walked neither fast nor slow, as if he was leisurely strolling. The locusts along the way did not dare to approach him. It was Su Qi. Su Qi had a smug look on his face as he thought to himself, "Master is really powerful. Even the plague of locusts that can destroy a dynasty doesn't dare to approach me." So many years had passed, and he had experienced many hardships, but he had always survived safely. He had tried to call out to Han Yan, but there was no response. Later, he thought it through. His master was testing him. He wanted him to enjoy the boredom of being alone. After all, his master had been in seclusion all year round and did not say a word. Only a Tao heart that could endure absolute loneliness could become an immortal and seek the Tao. After that, Su Qi stopped calling out to Han Yan and relaxed. Not long ago, he was captured by the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty. He did not panic and instead enjoyed it. He fought with the royal family with wisdom and courage, and the outcome was as he had guessed. However, when he was unable to defeat the enemy or escape from a hopeless situation, his master would make a move. Su Qi thought as he moved forward. After decades of traveling, he looked travel-worn and his face was full of vicissitudes. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Not long after, Suchi saw a crooked old tree that was 100 feet tall in front of him. There was a figure under the tree. He immediately rushed over. The locusts stopped and began to return. They no longer chased after Suchi. Suchi did not notice this abnormality. He quickly walked to the old tree. An old man in ragged clothes was meditating under the tree. The wrinkles on his face were like the bark of the tree behind him. Suchi cupped his fists and asked, "Senior, is this the North region?" The old man said without opening his eyes, "Yes, the North region." Hearing this, Suchi suddenly had the urge to cry. Decades, it was almost 100 years, he had finally arrived at his destination, North region. He had dreamed countless times that he had arrived in the North region. Two streams of hot tears flowed down uncontrollably. He immediately turned around and knelt down, kowtowing to the sky behind him. His eyes seemed to say, "Master, did you see that? I didn't let you down." The old man opened his eyes and looked at him with a strange gaze. He asked, "Why are you so happy to have arrived in the North region? Do you know where the North region is?" Suchi stood up and turned to him. He wiped his tears and smiled. "I really don't know, but the demon taming sect is in the North region, right?" The old man couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are you related to the demon taming sect?" "I want to join the demon taming sect," Suchi said firmly and confidently, just like when he wanted to join the Jade Pure sect. The old man shook his head and said, "The threshold of the demon taming sect is extremely high. Even if you already have a golden core cultivation, it's not that easy to join. The North region is a place where demons roam freely. Junior, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't step into the North region. This is the netherworld." Suchi smiled. "What am I afraid of? I have someone backing me." Then, Suchi cupped his fists at him and walked towards the North region with his head held high. The old man smiled mockingly and didn't try to dissuade him. 5 years later, the Great Yen welcomed a rare snowstorm. The entire Jade Pure sect was covered in white snow. It was as beautiful as a painting. Han Yen walked out of the cave abode and stood at the edge of the cliff. What he saw was a vast expanse of white. He had lived for 300 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such heavy snow. He couldn't help but think of the jinx. Such a sign, could it be that the jinx had returned? As Han Yen was thinking, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detected that a 10,000-year-old demon is about to awaken. You have the following choices. 1. Appear immediately, kill the demon, and save the common people. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a mystical ability inheritance. 2. Continue cultivating, stay away from danger, and protect yourself. You can obtain a random natural treasure seed. 10,000-year-old demon, it sounded very ferocious. I'd be stupid to kill him. Han Yen chose the second option without hesitation. Han Yen didn't embark on the path of cultivation to save the common people, but to live longer. You chose to continue cultivating and stay away from danger. You have obtained a random natural treasure seed. Congratulations on obtaining the Fusang tree seed. Fusang tree. Han Yen looked at the seed that suddenly appeared in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Fusang tree was very famous in Chinese mythology. It was related to the sun. 10,000 years later, it would attract the golden crow. Wasn't the golden crow the sun? A million years later, it would connect to other worlds. Han Yen ignored this point. A million years was too long. The seed of the Fusang tree was shaped like a peach pit. It was not unusual. It was hard to imagine that this was the seed of the divine tree. Han Yen turned around and went to the cave abode. He summoned Sun Chang'an. "Master, what's the matter?" Sun Chang'an asked with anticipation in his eyes. Was Master going to teach him a divine ability? Han Yen handed the seed in his hand to him and said, "This is my precious tree. From today onwards, you will plant it here. Meditate and cultivate in front of it every day. You have to protect it well. If it doesn't grow well, it will be your fault." Sun Chang'an asked in confusion, "My fault?" "It will be your fault." "Ah." Sun Chang'an panicked. Han Yen ignored him and entered the cave abode to continue cultivating. Sun Chang'an squatted down and looked nervously at the seed of the Fusang tree. He dug away the surrounding snow to prevent the seed from being cold. This was the first time Han Yen had assigned him a task. He was very nervous. The most important thing was that there was only one seed. If it died, there would be no second chance. The vast world was covered in white snow. Between the mountains, countless demons crawled in the forest. They wore a layer of snow on their backs and looked like ice sculptures. Yang Tiandong stood under the tree and waited. His body was also covered in snow. Now, he was dressed in black and had a demonic face. Most of his hair was white, and his pupils were blood red. He was obviously a demon. His gaze was fixed on a mountain peak in front of him. This mountain peak was like a sword that pointed to the sky. It was taller and straighter than the surrounding mountains. The snowstorm that filled the sky fell on this mountain and melted. One could vaguely see wisps of demonic aura coiling around this mountain peak. The wind and snow swirled around the mountain peak like a white tornado. It was quite a spectacular sight. Yang Tiandong looked at an old tree demon and asked, "How much longer?" The old tree demon shook the few demon birds that had yet to transform and said, "Maybe soon." This is the most powerful demon king of the Great Yen since ancient times, Demon King Diansu. Once he is born, we will definitely usher in a golden age of the demon race if we follow him. Yang Tiandong frowned. If he's that powerful, why did he hibernate for 2,000 years? Yang Tiandong curled his lips and asked. He was ambitious, and he wanted to be the strongest demon king in Great Yen. He had just started his journey, but in the end, a 10,000 years old demon was about to be resurrected. All the demon kings of Great Yen came to pay their respects, so Yang Tiandong had no choice but to go with the flow. More than 2,000 years ago, before the Great Yen existed, this place was deserted and was a paradise for us demons. Demon King Diansu was the only demon king in this land, and all the demons obeyed his orders. Until one time, a human cultivator accidentally entered this land. Demon King Diansu saw that he was injured and helped him. However, that person repaid kindness with ingratitude and attracted countless cultivators to attack us. A great war that lasted for decades broke out. Demon King Diansu was sealed here, and we demons either died or fled. Less than 10% of us survived. The old tree demon began to talk about the past, his tone filled with hatred. We have been waiting for Demon King Diansu to wake up and make a comeback. Those powerful cultivators from back then have already left. Now, no one in Great Yen can stop Demon King Diansu. Towards the end, the old tree demon revealed a fanatical look. Yang Tiandong frowned and asked, "Aren't those cultivators worried that Demon King Diansu will revive?" The old tree demon mocked, "The human heart is uglier than the demon heart. After 2,000 years, they are no longer united against a common enemy. Perhaps they have already killed each other. Not many of them are still alive." Yang Tiandong was speechless. He thought of his master and the Jade Pure sect and asked, "When Demon King Diansu revives, he will definitely slaughter all the humans of Great Yen?" "Yes." The old tree demon replied. Yang Tiandong's eyes flickered. The blizzard in Great Yen lasted for 2 years, causing the people to suffer. The dynasty had no choice but to seek help from the cultivation world. With the help of the cultivators, the disaster was alleviated. One day, a soaring demonic aura erupted, causing the sky to change color and causing the cultivation world to feel uneasy. Li Qingzi even came to look for Han Yen. Han Yen didn't hide anything and said that a 10,000-year-old demon had appeared. Li Qingzi was so frightened that he immediately returned and told the entire sect to prepare to guard against it. However, the mysterious 10,000-year-old demon did not come. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Han Yen was still a distance away from the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. As for why the 10,000-year-old demon did not sweep through the Great Yen, Han Yen guessed that this demon had just awakened and his cultivation had yet to fully recover. The blizzard that enveloped Great Yen had also melted. Everything returned to normal. Han Yen stopped cultivating and walked out of the cave abode. After 7 years, the Fusang tree had grown a small sapling. Sun Chang'an was very careful when facing the Fusang tree, afraid that it would grow bad. Seeing Han Yen come out, he hurriedly stood up. "Master." Sun Chang'an bowed respectfully. Han Yen nodded and looked at the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree was 2 intertwined mulberry trees, looking rather enchanting. At present, the Fusang tree had already begun to produce the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it was very weak, it was a good sign. The difference between a divine tree and ordinary natural treasures was that it took a long time to nurture. Han Yan was not in a hurry. As long as the Fusang tree grew smoothly, it would be fine. Heiyuji raised the Tengu. The ancient spiritual ginseng raised the Fusang tree. Yes. Not bad, Han Yan thought proudly. After observing the Fusang tree, Han Yan began to move his muscles and bones. He had been meditating for too long, so it was not bad to move occasionally. Sun Chang'an observed carefully. He realized that Han Yan's movements seemed simple, but they contained some kind of profundity. He didn't understand it, but it was impressive. Han Yan's movements were common in primary and secondary schools in his previous life. In this world, it was very novel. As he twisted his waist and raised his legs, Han Yan began to test the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect other than him. He was afraid that a 10,000-year-old demon would sneak into the Jade Pure sect. Taoist Calm Sky, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Elder of the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect. Bloodfire Heavenly Sect, wasn't this the sect that unified the cultivation world of Great Way? Han Yan still remembered that Li Qingzi had said that the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect had threatened to conquer the Great Yin. He didn't expect them to send someone over so quickly. Han Yan began to detect Taoist Calm Sky's location. This fellow was disguised as an inner sect disciple and was wandering around the Pet Beast Pavilion. He was probably trying to sneak into the 10,000 demon realm. Han Yan was hesitating about how to kill this person. If he attacked directly, he would probably hurt the innocent. In the Pet Beast Pavilion, Taoist Calm Sky, who was disguised as a young male disciple, held a book that recorded the types of demon pets in the 10,000 demon realm. This is the #1 sect of the Great Yin? How weak. Taoist Calm Sky thought disdainfully. He had already infiltrated the Jade Pure sect for a period of time and discovered that its foundation was far inferior to the Bloodfire Heavenly sect in all aspects. Next, only the mysterious deity-slaying elder was left. Taoist Calm Sky put down the book and walked out of the Pet Beast Pavilion. The location of the deity-slaying elder was very easy to determine. The Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain was already the place with the densest spirit energy in the Jade Pure sect. The disciples could guess that it was the place where the deity-slaying elder was in seclusion. Taoist Calm Sky had already investigated. The strongest cultivator of the Great Yin? I wonder how pitiful you will look when you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Taoist Calm Sky thought to himself. He was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Even the founder of the Jade Pure sect would not be his match. End of chapter 73. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.